Chapter 1. On October 31st, 2023, Mo Rand took his own life. The reasons behind his suicide seemed straightforward to the police and journalists. A young man overwhelmed by pressure, succumbing to despair in a fleeting moment, ultimately ending his life. Yet for Mo Rand, the reality was far more harrowing. It was the tragic loss of his parents, who had nurtured him for 18 years in a devastating car accident. It was the heart-wrenching betrayal of the high school goddess he had pursued for 3 years, who had clandestinely become a plaything for a rival. It was the malicious rumors spread by a group of classmates that led to the revocation of his scholarship, the unpaid wages from his tutoring job for middle school students, and a stolen takeout he had looked forward to after a grueling day. At times, Mo Rand harbored extreme thoughts of wanting the world to crumble around him. Yet more often, he felt gratitude towards the roommate who had brought him a roasted sausage, the high school teacher who had helped him find tutoring work, and the myriad individuals who had offered him assistance, however small. Such a suffocating death. This was the final phrase left behind by Mo Rand in his life. As for the words buried deep within his heart that remained unspoken. If I have another life, let me experience a life akin to that of a protagonist. On October 31st, 1981, due to the betrayal of the short-statured Peter, the effect of the Fidelius charm was nullified, allowing Voldemort to discover the whereabouts of the Potter family, hidden in Godric's Hollow. James Potter perished while valiantly protecting his wife and child. Subsequently, Lily Potter placed herself between Voldemort and Harry, and as Voldemort struck her down, she invoked an ancient and powerful protective spell through the strength of her love and sacrifice, imbuing her son with a safeguard that coursed through Harry's veins. This spell caused Voldemort to suffer a rebound of injury when he attempted to kill Harry, shattering his corporeal form and inflicting severe damage upon his very soul. In this unforeseen turn of events, a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul latched onto the only living being in the room, Harry Potter, transforming him into an unknowing Horcrux. The excruciating pain nearly compelled Mo Rand to cry out. Yet no matter how desperately he tried, his body remained uncontrollably convulsing. Harry, you are so loved. So loved. English? Who's speaking? A chill ran through Mo Rand's heart, but despite his repeated attempts, his body lay as if paralyzed, immobile. Harry, Mama loves you. Daddy loves you. Harry, be safe. Be strong. Avada Kedavra. The malevolent incantation, coupled with a woman's heart-wrenching wail, inflicted an indescribable agony akin to 1,000 needles piercing his being. Mo Rand fought through the pain, internally pleading, "Open your eyes. Open your eyes." He was desperate to comprehend the unfolding events. Gradually, his body responded to his fervent plea. Yet when he finally managed to glimpse the world through tear-streaked vision, all that met his gaze was a landscape of ruin. Almost immediately, the cries of an infant pierced the air, and tears and snot cascaded forth like a dam that had burst. Who is the woman on the ground? Why am I fixated on her? Was it she who just uttered Harry? Where am I? Right, didn't I just commit suicide? Time passed in an indeterminate haze before a man clad in black robes, with dark hair, stumbled into the room. His initially anxious expression froze upon seeing Lily Potter. His mouth agape. He could emit no sound, and he collapsed helplessly against the doorframe. Mo Rand recognized the identity of the man in black, yet remained bewildered by the current situation. This was the world of Harry Potter, seemingly set on the fateful night when the boy who lived defeated the Dark Lord. Having transitioned into Harry Potter's body post-suicide, it appeared that he possessed no control over this vessel. The voices he had just heard undoubtedly belonged to Lily Potter and Voldemort, yet they felt as if they were echoes of a profound memory rather than sounds he had experienced firsthand. What on earth was happening? Trapped within the infant's form, Mo Rand struggled to concentrate. Not only did he have to watch as little Harry observed the unfamiliar man embracing his mother in grief, but he was also compelled to endure sudden waves of pain coursing through him. Soon enough, Harry Potter, tired of crying still a baby, he could not fully grasp the profound sorrow that should have resonated within him. Upon closing his eyes, a heavy drowsiness enveloped him, pulling Mo Rand's consciousness into the realm of dreams. The low rumble of an engine and the occasional gust of night wind roused Harry from slumber. With a jolt reminiscent of a plane landing, a pair of oversized hands, larger than the infant's body, scooped him from his swaddling. Hagrid. The voice of an elder approached, growing nearer. "You've finally arrived. Where did you acquire this motorcycle?" Startled awake by the old man's voice, Rand shivered. Was that Albus Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard from the original text? Would he discern anything unusual? If he were to mistake me for a fragment of Voldemort's soul in this situation, my new life would be cut short before it even began. Borrowed it, Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid's booming voice sent a jolt of pain through Rand's ears. It was evident that the giant was straining to modulate his volume. "It was lent to me by Sirius Black. I brought him, sir." Feeling the swaddling's movement intensify, Rand's heart raced. He knew Hagrid had dismounted from the motorcycle and was now approaching Dumbledore. "Did you encounter any trouble?" "No, sir. The house there is nearly destroyed. We managed to get him out before the muggles converged from all directions. The little one has been asleep throughout the journey. He has now been awakened upon landing." Rand had never read the original Harry Potter novels. Having only seen the films once, he could hardly recall the details of the opening scene with Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. He longed to control little Harry's eyelids to coax him back to sleep, but alas, the freshly awakened Harry was far more intrigued by the silver-haired elder, whose beard seemed long enough to tuck into his belt. Eep. Through crescent-shaped glasses, Dumbledore first regarded the scar on the infant's forehead with his strikingly blue eyes. Then, he met Harry's innocent gaze. Much like the Savior, our headmaster exhibited a keen interest in little Potter. His face drew nearer until his long nose nearly grazed Harry's face, only to be interrupted by Professor McGonagall's voice. "Ahem, this scar is—" Dumbledore lifted his body slightly, speaking slowly. "Yes, this child will bear it for life." Professor McGonagall's expression reflected deep concern as she looked at Harry and then continued. "Can't you think of a way, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore couldn't help but steal another glance at Harry, then made a quip about a London Underground map, declining Professor McGonagall's request. The scar on Dumbledore's left knee resembled a map of the London Underground. "Even if there were a way, I would not pursue it." "All right. Hagrid, hand him over. We must ensure everything is settled." As Rand watched little Harry gradually recede in Dumbledore's embrace, the giant, resembling a small mountain, implored with a profoundly sorrowful tone. May I say goodbye to him, sir?" Dumbledore did not allow Hagrid to bring his disheveled face close to Harry's small head. An unkempt farewell kiss was far from what Harry needed at that moment. He turned back to Hagrid, offering comfort. "All right, Hagrid, this is not a permanent goodbye. Harry will be well cared for." On the doorstep of the Dursley residence, Harry lay quietly alongside a handwritten letter from Dumbledore. Through his eyes, Rand witnessed the motorcycle ascend into the night sky, observed 12 fireballs illuminating the streetlights on Privet Drive, saw a calico cat slip around the corner, and witnessed the bearded old man vanish into thin air. Privet Drive returned to its tranquil state under the night sky, with only the occasional rustle of tree branches stirred by the gentle breeze. Rand remained uncertain whether Albus Dumbledore had discerned anything amiss. He could not comprehend who that Daedalus Diggle was whom Professor McGonagall had mentioned before departing. Just as he struggled to grasp the nature of his connection to Harry, this world of wizards, so aligned with the narrative, held far too many mysteries for him to unravel. What lies ahead for him? Will Dumbledore make his return? How shall the fragment of Voldemort's soul, which clings to Harry, be addressed? Such unanswered dilemmas tormented Rand considerably, until Aunt Petunia opened the door to retrieve the milk bottles, her piercing scream rescuing him from his thoughts. At that moment, all the wizards and witches who raised their goblets in the secret gathering to toast the boy who narrowly escaped death, Harry Potter, remained oblivious to the fact that their world would embark on a profoundly different journey alongside this rather unique savior. It has been a decade since the Dursleys discovered their nephew on their doorstep. Although Harry had not engaged in anything particularly extraordinary during these 10 years, he occasionally experienced strange dreams. For instance, owls fluttering in broad daylight, cloaked figures wandering through the streets, a meteor shower blanketing the entirety of Britain, among other peculiarities. Sunlight quietly crept into the living room of number 4 Privet Drive, illuminating the photographs arranged on the mantelpiece, which conveyed a sense of warmth. Anyone could discern the extent of Dudley's pampering as the Dursleys' only son. His increasingly large head and ever-bulging physique became the sole remnants of the passage of time on the otherwise unchanging Privet Drive. "Get up, rise and shine. Hurry!" Aunt Petunia's shrill voice, accompanied by vigorous knocks, roused Harry from his slumber. He rubbed his forehead and, sitting up, murmured softly, "See you tonight." Seemingly hearing the commotion from the cupboard, his aunt barked, "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing," he replied hastily. "Then get up quickly. Keep an eye on the bacon. Today is Dudley's birthday, and if you dare burn it, you'll be in serious trouble." As Aunt Petunia's footsteps faded away, Harry adjusted his bedding and dressed in his clothes and socks. Although the storage cupboard beneath the stairs was not spacious, it had remained relatively clean and tidy during his years of residence there. As he made his way from the hallway to the kitchen, Harry beheld a mountain of birthday gifts. Whether it was a new computer, a second television, or a toy sports car, the Dursleys had fulfilled every wish Dudley and his parents had uttered. Harry had also fantasized in his dreams about experiencing such a birthday. Alas, in reality, he had never received a single gift over the years, neither for his birthday nor for Christmas. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Placing the frying pan on the stove, Harry skillfully began preparing breakfast for the Dursleys. Over the years, he had only burned the bacon once when he first learned to cook, yet Aunt Petunia was all too eager to hold that incident against him. "Brush your hair. What filthy sight you are!" Uncle Vernon bellowed as he entered the kitchen, a customary greeting exchange between him and Harry in the morning. In addition to his remarks about hair, he frequently complained about Harry growing too fast, surely due to consuming too much of their food, and lamented the exorbitant school fees, which were nearly insufficient to buy new clothes for his precious Dudley. Harry bore no significant grievances against the Dursleys after all. They provided for his basic needs. It was Dudley, the spoiled pig adorned with a wig, who, despite his parents' unconditional adoration, invariably made unreasonable demands. As if summoned by the mention of his name, just as Harry finished frying the bacon and prepared to scramble eggs, a short, chubby boy with a round pink face entered the kitchen accompanied by his mother. "For Dudley's birthday, I hope everything goes smoothly today." Aunt Petunia gently covered Dudley's eyes as if he were a cherished angel, guiding him slowly to the dining table. "Look at these splendid gifts, darling." Dudley seemed oblivious to his mother's words. He did not even notice the kiss on his cheek. Beneath his thick golden hair, his small eyes, nearly obscured by chubby cheeks, were fixed intently on the exquisite presents scattered about. 36 presents. Dudley's expression soured, yet his voice rose dramatically. "That's 2 fewer than last year. Oh dear, you haven't counted the gift from Aunt Marge yet. Look, it's hidden behind the large package from your mom and dad. That's only 37. Still 1 less." Dudley's face grew increasingly crimson, nearly resembling a roasted pig. Harry subtly shook his head and placed the cooked bacon and scrambled eggs at the far side of the table, away from him. Uncle Vernon showed no inclination to reprimand the little brat. He explained, "True, but some gifts are larger this year than last." Before he could finish, Dudley interjected loudly, "I am indifferent to their size." Familiar with Dudley's temperament, Harry knew that the little monster was about to create a scene again, so he hastily devoured his breakfast before the table was overturned. Aunt Petunia, sensing the impending chaos, gently patted Dudley on the back while soothing her precious son, saying, "All right, darling, how about this? Once we finish our meal, we'll go out and buy you 2 gifts. How does that sound?" "Sweetheart, 2 more gifts. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Dudley pondered for a moment. For his brain, which was as minuscule as a troll's booger, this seemed a Herculean task. He began counting on his fingers and slowly replied, "If that's the case, I will have 39 gifts, my dear heart. 39 gifts." Dudley plopped down heavily, and Harry distinctly felt the chair and table tremble slightly beneath him. "Oh, very well," he mumbled, casually seizing the nearest gift to unwrap. Not wishing to linger at the same table as his cousin any longer, Harry finished his breakfast and made his way to the sink with his plate. Uncle Vernon suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, rubbing Dudley's head as if struck by a revelation. "This little brat is counting his spoils," just like his father. Good lad, Dudley. You've got the makings of a businessman. Dudley, with his head down, seemed oblivious to his father's comments, busily tearing open presents while stealing glances at Harry as he walked by the dining table. Ever since he could remember, Harry had played the role of a human punching bag until one fateful afternoon 4 years ago, when the frail little cousin surprisingly retaliated. Originally considering Dudley merely nimble, he was caught off guard by a punch so swift that he barely saw it coming, and the details of what followed were hazy. Only that he lost consciousness. His mother had mentioned that a furious father had brandished a shotgun, yet in the end, he merely scolded Harry verbally, without laying a finger on him. Since that incident, no matter how venomous the words from the Dursleys, none dared to lay a hand on Harry. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Aunt Petunia rushed to answer it, leaving only the sounds of unwrapping gifts and washing dishes in the kitchen and dining room. Harry occasionally glanced over at Dudley, who was surrounded by race cars, cameras, remote control planes, and video games. Things that no boy his age could resist. Bad news, Vernon. Aunt Petunia's voice suddenly sounded anxious. Mrs. Figg has broken her leg and cannot come and take him. At this, the video camera in Dudley's hands lost its allure, and he stared at his parents, hoping they could devise an alternative plan. What now? Aunt Petunia was barely able to contain her emotions, glancing at Harry as if all the misfortunes were orchestrated by that little brat. Perhaps we should call Maggie, Uncle Vernon suggested, scratching his neck, which seemed nearly fused with his head. Don't be foolish. Vernon, you know how much she despises that child. What about that friend of yours? What's her name? Iffy. Yes, what about Iffy? She's on holiday in Majorca. Perhaps tempted by Dudley's new toys, the usually composed Harry suddenly interjected. You could leave me at home. I promise I'll behave and clean the house thoroughly. Immediately regretting his words, Harry realized he should have felt sympathy for Mrs. Figg's injury, but the cabbage-scented house and the multitude of unmemorable cats were hardly appealing. Ha! Aunt Petunia scoffed, as if she had heard an ironic and unamusing joke. So we can return to find the entire house in ruins. Thanks to you. Harry fell silent, yet discussions about his fate continued unabated. Vernon, perhaps we can take him to the zoo. You know, we can leave him the car. Oh, Petunia, that's my brand new car. Absolutely not. Wah! Dudley suddenly burst into tears, the first genuine sobs he had expressed in years. Usually, all he had to do was pout and wail for his parents to fulfill his every demand. This time, however, he genuinely did not want to go to the zoo with Harry. I don't want to go to the zoo with him. He sniffled, sounding even more like a pig than usual. After considerable effort, Harry finally understood what his cousin was saying and felt an unprecedented agreement with Dudley's sentiments. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia exchanged glances, both hoping the other would come up with a solution. 30 minutes later, after Harry had cleaned up the kitchen and dining room post-breakfast, he found himself sitting in the back seat of Uncle Vernon's private car alongside Dudley. Heading toward the zoo, they sat on either side of the back seat, pressed against the car doors, as if they wished to avoid touching even the air that the other had breathed. Their spirits were both exceedingly low. Harry gazed out the window, contemplating that if the Dursleys had left him home alone, he could have played on Dudley's computer or at least watched his favorite television shows. He could not fathom why Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were not indulging Dudley's wails and tantrums on his birthday, nor could he comprehend Uncle Vernon's warning. I'm warning you now. You little brat, if I catch you plotting anything strange, be prepared to stay in the cupboard until Christmas. He had never done anything strange by the time Harry and the Dursleys arrived at the reptile house at the zoo. It was already afternoon, the Sunday that Harry had received, given to him because it did not suit Dudley's tastes, brought him little joy. It was even less enjoyable than the variety of lizards and snakes languishing in the dim environment of the exhibit. Make it move, Dudley commanded, pointing at the largest python in the exhibit. Uncle Vernon tapped on the glass, causing several visitors to turn their heads in annoyance. Seeing the enormous snake remain motionless, Dudley ordered his father. Tap again. Uncle Vernon knocked harder, shaking the entire display case with the force of his hefty palm. What a nuisance. This thing must be dead. We've seen a dead snake. Disappointed, Dudley turned to seek his next victim in the exhibit. Harry had always harbored a peculiar fondness for reptiles, and upon seeing the python, which seemed to share his plight of being confined in a cramped space, he felt a strong urge to rescue it. I'm sorry, Harry murmured. If I could, I would rescue you. The long-sleeping python suddenly opened its small eyes, slowly raising its head until it was level with Harry. It said, "Please help me, so I beg you." Harry was taken aback, glancing around before returning his gaze to the snake. That, "I am the sir. You are not mistaken. Please let me out, or take me with you. Anywhere is better than this." Harry adored reptiles, especially snakes, but a talking python? No. Harry shook his head, stepping back, muttering, "This cannot be real. The voice I hear is not real. What I see is not real. No, sir, it is not fake. That if you have no pets, I would be honored to serve you, to guard your home, even to catch a few mice." The snake's pleas seemed to have the opposite effect, as Harry promptly shut his eyes and covered his ears with his hands. As numerous unpleasant memories gradually resurfaced, a woman, both unfamiliar and familiar, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! With Harry's anguished cry, a cloud of darkness, visible only to him, erupted skyward, shattering the ceiling of the entire crawling hall. At the moment Harry fainted, Mo ran awakened. With no time to assist the fleeing tourists, Mo ran, for the first time in control of his body, exerted every ounce of strength to summon the rampaging Mo. Mo ran back within. "My heavens! Vernon! Quickly save Dudley! Ah, Mama, Mama, I am dying! Daddy! Oh, Petunia! Dudley!" On the night Mo ran traversed into Harry, the fragment of Voldemort's soul, which had survived against all odds within the boy, was no longer the sole occupant of this body. Perhaps it was Lily Potter's sacrifice that saved Harry's soul from its destined demise, or perhaps there had been a slight error in the process of his crossing over, as the Harry Potter from J.K. Rowling's homeland failed to replace the consciousness of little Harry, thereby becoming the savior of the wizarding world. Unable to act autonomously and burdened with the anguish of Harry's family's tragic demise, Mo found himself in a desperate struggle for survival during the earliest year following his arrival. Until the fateful day of July 31st the following year, the shared birthday of Mo and Harry. They encountered one another within a nightmare of Voldemort's wand, the blinding green light, the anguished screams of a mother. Together in their crib, Mo and Harry wept, hand in hand, mourning throughout the night. Witnessing the figure composed of black mist in Harry's dream, Mo, having been fortunate enough to view the Fantastic Beasts film series, instantly comprehended his predicament. When young wizards suffer immense psychological trauma due to magic, they instinctively suppress their magical powers in self-defense. This potent yet unstable dark magic bore a name strikingly reminiscent of his own: Mo. The power of Mo was exceedingly difficult to control, even among dark magics. It was deemed one of the most enigmatic and perilous. When Mo unleashed their power, they transformed into an invisible wind to muggles, wreaking severe and irreparable havoc around them. It was never Mo's intention to make the savior Mo. Yet when presented with an opportunity to enhance his strength, he disguised himself as Harry's second persona, continuously instilling distorted notions in Harry's mind that everything was the fault of magic. Voldemort sought to kill a boy born at the end of July. If I were not born on July 31 SD, would my parents not have perished? If I possessed no magical abilities and were merely a muggle, would my parents not have met their doom? If I had never been born, my parents would still be alive? Harry could not fathom names like Voldemort or Muggle, and even upon waking he struggled to retain them. Yet the subconscious ideas that Mo implanted took root like seeds, causing him to begin to loathe and even despise the so-called magic and other fantastical concepts. The emotions of pessimism and suffering not only altered Harry's character, but also allowed Mo within him to grow increasingly potent. At the age of 6, during a weekend when his cousin Dudley bullied him, as usual, Harry, overwhelmed with emotional and mental strain, erupted. What knocked Dudley unconscious was not an invisible uppercut, but rather the first instance of Mo separating from Harry's body. A destructive gale brushed against Dudley's chin, sending him flying into the yard, reducing fences and lawns to mere debris. Mistaking everything for Harry's magical talent, Vernon drew a gun on his nephew. Yet ultimately, he managed to restrain himself as time progressed. With Mo's power, as Mo steadily increasing, he began to control his transformation into black mist while Harry slept, soaring freely near Privet Drive. Having gained a measure of freedom, M.O. Rand did not become complacent. Having endured too much suffering, he never forgot the premise that very few M.O. Rand had survived past the age of 10. The alarm bells rang incessantly. After all, in terms of overall magical proficiency, Harry in the original narrative and films could not even match Hermione Granger. If this new age savior lacked the magical talent of Credence Barebone. By the time the owl delivered the message, M.O. Rand would have already departed this world alongside his host. Burdened with such anxieties, coupled with the gnawing guilt of tormenting little Harry, M.O. Rand began to consume insects and small animals at night, using the power of M.O. Rand. He was uncertain of the effects of such actions, but considering Harry had not succumbed to malnutrition and remained of small stature, he felt he had contributed somewhat. Since then, for years past, with the arrival of spring and the departure of autumn, the M.O. Rand within Harry had grown to a truly terrifying scale. This was due in part to his early distorted hatred of magic, while simultaneously, M.O. Rand's consumption of various creatures accelerated the growth of M.O. Rand. This was a discovery that even Newt Scamander had not documented in his writings. However, for M.O. Rand, who faced the imminent threat of demise, nothing was more important than ensuring Harry's survival. Regret began to gnaw at him. Perhaps he should not have sacrificed a child's dream of magic for the sake of power and freedom. What difference would it make to remain inside Harry's body? It would merely be akin to watching a first-person movie. If given the chance, he wished for Harry to remain that optimistic boy, filled with hope, even in adversity. Thus, M.O. Rand began to teach Harry in dreams why aunt and uncle are not particularly kind to me. But they did provide me with a place to stay. I do not wish to call that cupboard home. Yet having food and an education makes me luckier than many orphans. Dudley is loathsome, but he no longer dares to bully me. There is no need to unleash the harshest curses upon a child of my own age. However, he is indeed far too fat. Saying he resembles a pig is not an insult. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the splendid content. As the date of July 31 SD, 1991, drew nearer, M.O. Rand thought, as long as Hagrid arrives on Harry's 11th birthday and contacts Hogwarts, Dumbledore, no matter how senile he may become, would never allow the Savior to meet an untimely end as long as everything proceeds smoothly. Child, focus on my finger and follow it with your gaze. The medical personnel who arrived on the scene raised a finger, shaking it from side to side. Harry, M.O. Rand, though somewhat impatient, complied. The zoo director and firefighters were in disarray, their voices a cacophony of complaints. Screams and apologies. Harry, M.O. Rand, hardly noticed when the medical personnel departed. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic and life and death matters concerning M.O. are and be why the time Harry and the Dursleys received their compensation from the zoo and returned home. A silver-haired, bearded elder had been waiting outside number 4 Privet Drive, holding an ice pop for quite some time that, oh damn, the Dursleys had had their fill of oddities and strange individuals today. Whoever you are, please leave quickly, or I shall call the police, Vernon shouted loudly, now too exasperated to care about whether it was appropriate to curse in front of Dudley. Vernon, let us discuss this inside. Aunt Petunia's voice trembled as she tugged at her husband's sleeve. Her eyes wide with a complex expression. Vernon could swear that his wife had not displayed such an exaggerated expression even at the zoo. Oh, thank you, Petunia. I thought you would not invite me in. By the way, could you kindly bring me a cup of tea? I would like to have a private chat with Mr. Potter. The tall, thin elder's words seemed to possess a sort of magic. The irate Vernon, who had been huffing and puffing just moments before, instantly transformed into a more docile creature than a chipmunk in the living room. Dumbledore's long fingers gently caressed the teacup, his bright blue eyes kindly observing the somewhat anxious Harry, M.O. Rand. Harry, M.O. Rand, hesitated to speak, uncertain whether Dumbledore's legitimacy would affect him, and could only wait for the other to initiate the conversation before responding accordingly. Harry, Dumbledore began, in the absence of the title Mr. Potter provided M.O. Rand with slight reassurance. I am deeply sorry that our initial meeting must occur in such a manner. Harry, M.O. Rand, appeared somewhat taken aback, gazing at Dumbledore's calm face before slowly replying. But, sir, I believe this is not our first meeting. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in intrigue. He uttered a sound, yet he appeared utterly unfazed. Harry, Moran continued, I remember a dream where there was a flying motorcycle, flying fireballs, a lady who could transform into a cat. And you? Quite an intriguing dream, Harry. Have you had similar dreams? Well, I don't particularly enjoy my other dreams. Sometimes I dream of a green light and a woman's scream. Dumbledore raised a hand, interrupting Harry. Oh, my child, I am truly sorry to evoke such memories. Let us not speak of those painful dreams. His voice was gentle and benevolent, akin to a soothing spring breeze. Surprisingly, Harry Moran rejected this kindness. Sir, what I mean is, although such a notion may seem absurd, at times I feel that the scenes in my dreams are actually derived from the memories of others. Dumbledore's expression finally shifted, and as he gazed at Harry with an increasingly serious demeanor, Harry's heart raced. He was acutely aware that he had just made a reckless decision. Upon further reflection, traversing realms, even within the magical universe of Harry Potter, had never occurred. Perhaps the thoughts of a traveler might be shielded by some mysterious force here, or perhaps they're merely peculiar dreams. Harry, Dumbledore, sipped his tea, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out more than a shirt pressed with an iron, and humorously explained, Children often have strange dreams. In fact, just the other day, I dreamt that my woolen socks grew hands and feet and escaped through the window. The obstinate old man's attitude mirrored that of the original text, clearly nurturing Harry as a savior, while simultaneously wishing to shield him from the dark side of the wizarding world. Did he truly believe that a game of Quidditch could allow Harry to catch Voldemort like a golden snitch? Harry Moran abandoned the idea of further probing Dumbledore, thinking to himself, it seems some matters must be approached gradually. Perhaps you are right, sir, but there is something I hope you can clarify for me. Have you heard of dissociative identity disorder? Moran was uncertain when Harry's consciousness would awaken. He hadn't managed to extract any information from Dumbledore. Yet, to ensure his safety and pave the way for the future, he layered on a fraught derived from the realm of human abnormal psychology. Thus, even if Dumbledore gleaned two different memories from Harry's mind, Moran would at least have a reasonable explanation. Dumbledore listened intently as Harry Moran recounted information he had gathered online, compared to the DSM of American Mental Disorders and the case of William Milligan, who had 24 distinct personalities. Dumbledore focused more on little Harry's logical reasoning and linguistic abilities. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. I do not believe I will become a criminal, but living in my aunt's house feels unbearably stifling. If possible, sir, if I would like to change my living situation, even if it means residing in an orphanage. I can find a way to support myself, sir. Oh. Dumbledore's reaction was akin to a student caught napping by a teacher. He pursed his lips and glanced at the empty teacup in his palm, saying, I don't think this is within my power to decide. Moreover, family is invaluable to anyone, and I believe you should remain here today. As for the dissociative identity disorder you mentioned, I must confess I have never heard of it. However, there is a place that can assist you. With that, Dumbledore produced a letter sealed with thick parchment, the emerald green ink prominently stating, Surrey County, Little Whinging for Privet Drive, storage under the stairs for Mr. Harry Potter. The addressee, Harry Moran, hesitated to open the letter. Though he had never received a letter in his life, the wax seal emblazoned with a crest was too alluring to resist. Presenting this to you now may be somewhat premature, but given the circumstances, I must take action. Open it and see. Harry, do not lose it. Someone will come to collect you when the time is right. Under Dumbledore's guidance, Harry Moran reluctantly gazed at the grand letter H, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake, and began to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore, Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards. First Class Merlin, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Potter, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1 SD. We await your owl by July 31 SD. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. They could see that moment. Vernon and Petunia, who had been eavesdropping from the attic, suddenly descended, exclaiming, Let him go, please, let him enter his world. Surely you must have a way. Oh yes, I implore you, old sir, have mercy if he remains here. Our family will be doomed. Moran had never heard such desperate word from their mouths. He knew Harry did not wish to stay there, which was why he had just expressed those character-appropriate sentiments. Yet, for certain reasons, Dumbledore would never acquiesce to the Dursleys. Petunia, Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, which were perilously close to slipping off his nose, and said slowly, "I certainly do not wish to inconvenience you, but you must remember how complex this matter is. That I trust you will uphold your promise. Well, time is of the essence. I cannot linger here and disrupt your family any longer." The tea was delightful. "Thank you, Petunia." Dumbledore rose and walked toward the door, but just as he reached the threshold, he turned back to Harry and said, "By the way, I almost forgot, if necessary, remind Harry that even in the darkest of times, we can always find joy as long as we remember to light the lamp." After Dumbledore's departure, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia immediately commenced clearing out Dudley's room, which had been used to store toys that wouldn't fit in Dudley's bedroom. Ignoring little Dudley's cries and protests as they continued their labor, when the exhausted couple finally sank back into the living room sofa, the sun had already set. "I don't want him to stay in that room. That room is mine. I want him out." Dudley, sprawled in his mother's arms, continued to whine, but the die had been cast. The few belongings Harry had in the storage space had already been moved upstairs. Harry Moran paid no heed to the Dursleys. In his bedroom, he stretched his limbs, relishing the sensation of lying in bed for the first time in 10 years. Dumbledore's oppressive aura lingered, and even though he had not uttered a single threat throughout their meeting, Moran still felt an unsettling realization creeping in. Curse that riddle maker! Perhaps fueled by his own guilt, Moran found himself beginning to align with the old headmaster's perspective following their formal encounter in his previous life online. He had come across a humorous image depicting Dumbledore teaching Harry how to defeat Voldemort in the first 5 installments. Dumbledore advised, "Harry, use love. In the last 2, he said, Harry, you must destroy a ring, a locket, a cup, a diadem, a snake, and yourself." Moran had once thought that Dumbledore's reluctance to lead the Order of the Phoenix in a decisive strike against Voldemort was merely a plot device. However, upon reflection, he realized that the Dark Lord was indeed a manifestation of humanity's darker nature, just as Grindelwald and Voldemort had demonstrated. Who could guarantee that defeating them would not lead to the emergence of another brilliant wizard straying from the path? Even if Dumbledore were not to procrastinate, he might inadvertently accelerate the proliferation of darkness by disrupting the balance between good and evil, given that an eye for an eye only leads to greater calamities. Perhaps the path to enduring peace within the magical realm lies in guiding wizards to triumph over malevolence through their own volition. In this light, Dumbledore's intricate schemes and sacrifices bear a resemblance to a strategist who immerses himself in the game, deftly maneuvering the pieces of fate. With a deep sigh, Harry Moran rubbed his eyes and remarked, "While the rationale is sound, there must exist a means to circumvent unnecessary sacrifices. I must devise a plan." However, before he could articulate his thoughts, an unexpected wave of drowsiness swept over him, forcibly ushering him into slumber. Since the last time Harry had lost control and inadvertently released Moran, the latter's powers had been further augmented. Not only could he now control Harry's body when the latter was unconscious, but he also possessed the ability to manipulate the contents of dreams to a certain extent. Thus, on the very night of Dumbledore's visit, he employed this newfound ability to recreate their conversation for Harry. Upon discovering that he was a wizard destined for Hogwarts, young Harry did not react with the exuberance portrayed in the original text. Rather, he harbored a deep-seated aversion to magic. Consequently, Moran, the instigator of this turmoil, invested considerable effort into alleviating Harry's apprehensions. In addition to nightly heart-to-heart talks, he subtly revealed the wonders and beauty of the magical world through cinematic glimpses, allowing Harry to gradually relinquish his disdain for his wizarding identity. As the clock struck midnight on July 30, the Dursleys quietly awaited Hagrid and his flying motorcycle at 4 Privet Drive, with no owls congregating nor letters fluttering about. Upon witnessing the half-giant's hulking figure, Uncle Vernon first confined his wife and son to the bedroom before stealthily hiding a shotgun behind him and timidly opening the door. "Hello, I'm looking for Harry. Harry Potter, you little brat. It's you he's looking for." Uncle Vernon bellowed, spinning around to go talk to him outside. Take your luggage with you. Harry's desire to leave the Dursleys had never wavered. Without needing Uncle Vernon's prompting, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed out the door. Hello, Harry. I am Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The last time I saw you, you were just a wee baby, and now look at you. Harry had to tilt his head back to see Hagrid's rugged face, which from his perspective resembled a wild thicket of hair and beard. You look just like your father, except for your eyes. Those are like your mother's. Just as Harry was about to greet Hagrid, he abruptly asked, Have you met them? Yes. Your father once helped me while at school. The sudden shift to a somber topic made both parties aware of their discomfort. Fortunately, Hagrid quickly devised a remedy, pulling out a somewhat squished box from his pocket and saying, Regardless, happy birthday. Harry, look, I have a little something for you. Although I may have squished it a bit, but the flavor remains the same. Harry naturally accepted the box and opened it to reveal a chocolate cake larger than Uncle Vernon's face. Gazing at the words Happy Birthday, Harry, written in green icing, he sincerely thanked the giant. Thank you, Hagrid. This is the first birthday cake I've ever received, and I promise to finish it. The first birthday cake? Hagrid nearly exploded, his voice rising significantly. Dursleys. Uncle Vernon, already pale from having closed the bedroom door, drew out his shotgun and pointed it at Hagrid through the glass door, threatening, Sir, if you come in here again, it will be considered breaking and entering, and I will shoot. Not wishing to alarm the neighbors, Harry awkwardly balanced the cake box in one hand while tugging at Hagrid's robe with the other, urging, You don't need to do this, Hagrid. Let's just leave. Thus, Harry, inadvertently aiding Dudley in escaping the misfortune of growing a pig's tail, departed from 4 Privet Drive, the place he had called home for a decade. Under the night sky, Hagrid and Harry soared towards London on the flying motorcycle. The howling wind compelled them to shout over the cacophony, yet even amidst the tumult, Harry gleaned a wealth of stories about magic. School, Gringotts, Voldemort, and the Ministry of Magic from Hagrid. Overall, the giant left a favorable impression on him. Aside from his unclear reasons for being expelled from Hogwarts and his peculiar obsession with dragons, Hagrid was fundamentally a kind and gentle soul. When Harry awoke and opened his eyes to the sight of the leaky cauldron, dawn was approaching. Due to the absence of pedestrians on the street, Harry failed to discern any uniqueness in the dingy, cramped pub, even suspecting that Hagrid had made a mistake in locating it. As per usual, Hagrid? No, Tom. I'm here on business for Hogwarts. The dark and dirty environment made Harry somewhat anxious as he hid behind Hagrid, fearful of causing trouble. Just then, a pale young man approached, and upon recognizing him, Hagrid slowed his pace and acknowledged the individual with a nod, Professor Quirrell. Having been overwhelmed by the numerous handshakes, Harry suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort as the familiar pain in his forehead made him acutely aware of his surroundings. Harry, Professor Quirrell teaches defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Thank you, H. Hagrid. I believe Potter he no longer needs to learn, does he? Doesn't he, Mr. P.P. Potter? Feeling every hair on his body stand on end, Harry took a step back, bowed politely, and said, It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Harry, you don't need to be so formal with the Hogwarts teachers. A simple handshake will suffice. Once they reached a courtyard enclosed by walls, Hagrid began to pull out an umbrella while explaining to Harry. At school, even someone as esteemed as Professor Dumbledore is very approachable, that I understand. Could you tell me more about Professor Quirrell? Him. That unfortunate fellow. I'm not very acquainted with him, but he was exceptionally bright and performed well in his studies. Unfortunately, after taking a leave of absence to explore the Forbidden Forest, he encountered a vampire and a wicked witch, which led to significant troubles. Since then, he has become the way he is now, stuttering and fearful of everyone and everything, including his students and the subject he teaches. Let me think, count 3 up, then 2 across. All right, Harry, stand back at B. As Hagrid's umbrella head rhythmically struck against the bricks, the walls seemed to come alive, yielding a gaping hole. This was Harry's first close encounter with magic, and for a moment, he completely forgot the inexplicable sense of danger that Professor Quirrell had instilled in him, observing the astonished expression on Harry's face. Hagrid exaggeratedly waved his large hand, pointing at the winding cobbled street ahead, and grinned broadly. Ta-da! Welcome to Diagon Alley, Harry. The myriad of shops made the entire street resemble a kaleidoscope, and even M.O. ran, who had been watching the live stream, couldn't help but wish Harry had a few extra pairs of eyes. "Harry, you haven't lost the attachment to your acceptance letter, have you? We need to get you all set up." "Oh, wait, we must first visit Gringotts." On their way to Gringotts, Harry encountered an overwhelming array of sights he had never seen or even imagined before, from bizarre magical artifacts to fantastical creatures of every conceivable shape. Everything was simply enchanting. Of course, what left the deepest impression on him was the Nimbus 2000, surrounded by a group of boys roughly his age. Upon arriving before the towering, albeit crooked, white building, Harry beheld for the first time the clever yet unfriendly magical creatures known as goblins. As described by Hagrid, strangely enough, despite their diminutive stature, 2 heads shorter than himself, entrusting them with his money seemed like a rather sensible choice. "Good morning. We would like to withdraw some funds from Mr. Harry Potter's vault. Oh, you have his key, sir?" Hagrid rummaged through his pocket, eventually producing a golden earwax remover, exclaiming, "Ah, here it is." After inspecting the key thoroughly, the goblin nodded. "Very well, that I also have a letter from Professor Dumbledore." Hagrid suddenly lowered his voice, his demeanor growing serious as he leaned closer to the counter, as if afraid of being overheard. "It's regarding that what stored in the underground vault, once aboard the roller coaster Leichhardt." Both Harry and Hagrid fell into silence. Point one was dizzy from the wild ride, while the other was eager to witness this wizarding bank, reputed to be second in safety only to Hogwarts. Left, right, left, center, right, left. Harry quickly gave up trying to memorize the twists and turns. Wiping away his tears from the wind's sting, he wished to keep his eyes open, eager to spot the fire dragon Hagrid had mentioned. Unfortunately, the cart sped by too swiftly. Each time Harry noticed a flicker of light, he and Hagrid were already whisked away to some deeper recess. "Vault 687 has arrived." The goblin hopped off the cart nonchalantly, and Harry swore he caught the goblin stifling a laugh at Hagrid, who looked as if he might be sick. The door creaked open, and before the emerald mist could dissipate, Harry beheld a dazzling array of gold. The coins were galleons, the silver ones were sickles, and the bronze were nuts. Hagrid handed Harry a bag, suppressing his nausea as he explained, 17 silver sickles make 1 gold galleon, and 29 nuts make 1 sickle. You need to pay your tuition yourself, so taking 200 galleons should suffice for 2 terms. Harry nodded, stepping into his mountain of wealth, never having imagined his parents would leave him such a fortune. "Next, we must visit Vault 713 could you please slow down the cart a bit? It only goes 1 speed." Harry refrained from inquiring about the nature of Vault 713. Instead, he quietly observed Hagrid steadying himself against the wall as he tucked a small brown-wrapped package into his pocket, and they returned to the surface in silence. The sunlight bathed Diagon Alley as Harry prepared to review the list of supplies he needed for school, when he suddenly heard Hagrid's weary voice. "Harry, would you mind if I popped into the leaky cauldron for a drink to perk me up? I haven't slept all night, and that infernal cart at Gringotts was quite the ordeal." "You should head to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions first. Trying on robes will take some time." Harry nodded, wanting to suggest that the visibly fatigued Hagrid simply take a nap, but as a newcomer, he settled for a compromise. "You should rest a bit. A quick nap would be good. I'll wait for you in the shop after I buy my robes. I want to wander off." Hagrid patted Harry's shoulder with his large hand, forcing a grim smile. "Don't worry. I'll be back in no time." Madame Malkin's shop was warmly decorated, catering not only to Hogwarts students for uniforms, but also serving as a fashionable destination for many wizards, which eased Harry's nerves considerably. "Oh dear, are you here to purchase Hogwarts robes?" A plump witch in purple robes greeted him with a beaming smile. "The start of term is approaching, and many new and returning students have been visiting us. Look, there's even a boy about your age trying on robes inside." Harry followed Madame Malkin's pointing finger to see a slender, pale-faced boy with blonde hair. While Madame Malkin measured them, the blonde boy initiated a conversation with Harry, discussing a multitude of topics that Harry could hardly comprehend or only partially grasp. Harry sensed the boy was boasting, but no matter how lofty his tone, what Harry truly envied was the presence of his still-living parents. By the time Hagrid returned from the leaky cauldron, the blonde boy had already departed. Harry refrained from meeting the boy's mother, as he found himself somewhat put off by the elongated way the boy spoke. "Sorry, Harry, I was so tired that I just rested for a bit." It's all right, Hagrid. Look, this is your birthday gift I just bought for you. You'll find it indispensable for sending and receiving letters and packages. With time pressing, Harry and Hagrid only managed to visit the shops where they could procure essential school supplies. Yet even so, by the time they reached Ollivander's, the sun was nearly setting. After measuring a series of utterly inconsequential dimensions, including height, arm span, and even head circumference, Ollivander produced an array of wands, including a dragon heartstring wand made of yew, a phoenix feather wand made of ash, and a unicorn hair wand made of ebony. M.O. Ran, observing quietly, was curious. If Ollivander adhered to the theory that wands choose wizards, why did he spend so much time testing other wands on Harry? If Harry was unsuitable for a wand similar to his parents, then surely the Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11-inch twin wand of Voldemort, was the obvious choice. Upon exiting Ollivander's wand shop, Harry appeared somewhat downcast. Hagrid assumed he was merely fatigued and didn't pry further. However, M.O. Ran understood the turmoil Harry was experiencing. An 11-year-old child entering a strange and wondrous world, burdened not only with the pressure of ignorance, but also with the painful reality that everyone knew more about his parents than he did. Such a fate could hardly be described as anything less than cruel. As Hagrid escorted Harry to the train that would take him back to the Dursleys, Harry unexpectedly posed a question that took him by surprise. "Hagrid, may I keep the key to my Gringotts vault? Of course, it is yours after all. Oh, you want it now? I mean, what do you intend to do with it?" Harry nodded, explaining, "I wish to buy a few more sets of clothes. You know, I can only wear Dudley's hand-me-downs at the Dursleys, and I saw some things I liked in Diagon Alley today, but I didn't have enough time to buy them." The kind-hearted Hagrid felt a lump in his throat upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he retrieved the vault key from his pocket and pressed it into Harry's hand, urging, "Go buy what you need." "Harry, I'm sorry, I didn't realize what kind of life you were living with the Dursleys. This is your ticket to Hogwarts, valid until September 1 SD. Please keep it safe. Additionally, if you wish to converse with someone to alleviate your boredom, or if the Dursleys become a nuisance and require assistance, simply send me a letter. Your owl will know where to find me." After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Harry did not board the train back to Little Whinging. Guided by his memory, he successfully returned to the Leaky Cauldron, where he evaded a meet and greet with his idol, aided by the kind-hearted pub owner, Tom. Once everything was settled, Harry gazed up at the dim, dilapidated ceiling of his room and fell into a deep slumber. Despite the poor conditions of the Leaky Cauldron's accommodations, Harry slept more soundly than he ever did at the Dursleys. Having experienced the rigors of the Chinese examination system, Mo Ran understood the importance of balancing work and rest. Even with high expectations for Harry, he would not spoil the evening with any disheartening actions. Overall, Mr. Potter performed exceptionally well in Diagon Alley. With a calm demeanor and meticulous thought process, Harry truly embodied the essence of a savior. As for his comment to Hagrid about purchasing clothes and curiosities, M.O. Ran harbored no concerns. He recognized it as merely young Harry's attempt to elicit sympathy from Hagrid, thereby enhancing his chances of acquiring the key. On the following morning, Harry arrived early at Madame Malkin's shop, where he purchased a full black robe that concealed his entire face before heading directly to Gringotts to withdraw some money. "Did you not withdraw money yesterday, sir?" "Indeed. Are you purchasing something valuable?" "Well, a Nimbus 2000, that is quite an extravagant expense, sir. However, I have heard that first-year students at Hogwarts are not permitted to bring flying broomsticks." "Ah, I merely wish to practice." After guiding Harry for 2 consecutive days, the goblin became somewhat more talkative, though he never anticipated that someone as clever as himself would be deceived by an 11-year-old wizard. The 2 large bags of gold coins, originally intended for purchasing Quidditch equipment, were entirely spent by Harry at Flourish and Blot, in addition to the textbooks for higher years at Hogwarts. He also acquired numerous guidebooks for the OWLS and NEWTS wizarding examinations. Such a lavish expenditure left the bookstore owner utterly delighted. Despite the peak season for his business in the months leading up to the school year, encountering a customer who bought over 100 books in one go was a rarity he had not seen in years. Harry received every possible free gift, including a quill, color-changing ink, and beautifully illustrated bookmarks, all stuffed into his magically expanded suitcase. The Undetectable Extension Charm is an advanced spell that theoretically allows 100 wizards to fit into a single enchanted toilet stall. Thus, it is strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic. It cannot be used for private purposes and is permitted only for the production of specific items approved by the ministry, such as family tents and school trunks. This purposeful shopping did not burden Harry. Rather, a sense of excitement stirred within him. Oran, who had been secretly watching the live broadcast, was overjoyed that Harry filled with passion for learning and a love for books. I cannot wait to see Miss Granger's expression when she encounters a rival a month from now. Ha ha. Upon returning to the Leaky Cauldron, Harry prepaid for a month's stay. Tom had initially intended to offer the fortunate boy a few days of complimentary lodging. But upon learning that Harry would be residing in the pub for a month, he changed his offer to a 20% discount along with free meals on the first day. Harry skimmed through his first-year textbooks. Similar to the films, he found himself particularly intrigued by defense against the dark arts and flying lessons. Oran understood this sentiment, to be frank, as he read through the history textbook from Harry's perspective. He sincerely hoped that the host could simply doze off. Notably, it was also the first time Oran learned that Harry discovered Hedwig's name from the book on magical history. The next day, after accepting Oran's suggestions in a dream, Harry began to focus on self-studying spells, defense against the dark arts, potions, and transfiguration that he acknowledged as subconscious thoughts. The confrontation with Voldemort was far more significant than the WLS or NEWTS exams. If he could not triumph over the Dark Lord, even excellent grades would hold little meaning. Oran was not surprised by Harry's realization, but when it came to talent, Mr. Potter managed to achieve the efficiency of studying defense against the dark arts while taking potions. Was this the same Harry who had been bullied by Snape in class? Wasn't he supposed to be utterly inept in potions? Yet, upon reflection, Harry's mother, Lily, was renowned as a potions prodigy, and after acquiring the advanced potion-making skills attributed to the Half-Blood Prince, his grades had soared. This perhaps indicated his innate talent, overshadowed by his disdain for Snape. On the third day, Harry successfully cast his first spell, Expelliarmus, with his wand. That's the most commonly used spell in dueling and one of great symbolic significance in the original text. Harry encountered little difficulty. The red light struck the wall, creating a small dent about 7 or 8 centimeters deep. Such magical prowess was evidently not typical for an 11-year-old child. Oran was uncertain whether his presence had elevated Harry's abilities or if this was truly Harry's level of competence when applying himself. On the fourth day, Oran began to feel a bit bored. Harry had been cooped up in his room for far too long. Aside from eating, drinking, and attending to nature's calls, he hardly took a moment to rest. Finding a way to encourage this young lad to venture out to explore Diagon Alley took precedence over improving study efficiency, becoming Oran's foremost concern on the fifth day. As Hedwig began to grow restless, Harry finally recognized that continuously studying was a strain on his mind. However, rather than granting himself a break, he preferred to maintain efficiency by alternating control of his body with another version of himself for learning. Oran was astonished. He never anticipated that, as someone who had endured the rigors of college entrance examinations in China, he would be outpaced by an 11-year-old British boy. What utter humiliation! This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. On the sixth day, Harry's consciousness began to drift into slumber. Originally intending to explore Diagon Alley, Oran shifted his approach. Driven by a peculiar desire to win, isn't it just studying? Am I really afraid of this little brat? He thought that, you understand what it means to work hard. If I do not push you to become the top of your grade, I shall not bear the surname Mo. On the seventh day, having tasted the sweet rewards of collaborative learning, Harry's enthusiasm soared. After successfully transfiguring a spider in the corner into a paperclip, he resolved to conclude his theoretical study of potions. He dispatched Hedwig to deliver a letter to Hagrid and handed over 5 galleons to the pub owner, Tom, to procure some basic potion ingredients. On the 8th day, Oran awakened the silent consciousness of Oran. He expanded his thoughts regarding the study of dark arts and defense against the dark arts. Upon confirming that the textbook made no mention of the possibility for Oran to enhance a host's magical power through the consumption of living beings, he hypothesized that perhaps Oran could gain further strength by devouring magical creatures. On the 9th day, Hedwig returned. Hagrid expressed his gratitude for Harry's greetings, along with a plethora of materials not mentioned in the attachments. He brought a piece of rock-hard rock cake for Harry. This left Hedwig utterly exhausted. For the following week, she displayed none of her previous restlessness on the 10th day, thanks to the concerted efforts of Harry and M.O. Ran. They declared the completion of the first-year courses in spell casting, defense against the dark arts, potions, and transmigration. In both theoretical knowledge and practical spell casting, Harry exhibited a level far beyond his years, while M.O. Ran, having watched the Harry Potter film series, was uncertain about the proficiency of Dumbledore and Voldemort in their youth. He was willing to believe that this incarnation of Harry would one day grow into a wizard of remarkable caliber. On the 17th day, Harry finally granted himself a reprieve. After sending Hedwig off to Hagrid, our Mr. Potter donned a black robe with a hood that concealed his face and ventured out into Diagon Alley with style. First, I shall visit Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for a milk toffee-flavored ice cream. Then I will peruse the Quidditch specialty store. As he gazed at the Nimbus 2000, exquisitely crafted like a work of art in the shop window, Harry found himself struck by an impulsive desire to purchase, but he could not fathom why he, who had never even ridden a broomstick, felt such an intense fascination for the sport. Fortunately, M.O. Ran had preemptively instilled in Harry the concept of depreciation through the example of automobiles. Otherwise, he might have truly indulged himself that on the 23rd day, Harry completed the curriculum for his second year, amassing a repertoire of spells that rivaled that of a fifth-year student. Regrettably, ever since he created a small hole in the wall with a disarming charm, practicing any offensive spells indoors had become rather inappropriate. Spells that caused one to collapse, engulfed in flames, shatter into pieces, or explode with thunderous force were far more destructive than the disarming charm. And with Harry's current magical prowess, casting any of them posed a significant risk of dismantling the room entirely. Thus, he was left to practice more mundane spells such as obstacle summoning, lumos, and cleansing charms, which were either commonly used or defensive in nature. Harry was in dire need of a practice range, a space where he could freely unleash his magic. He had no intention of relying solely on theoretical knowledge to triumph over Voldemort. On the 30th day, the coursework for the third year came to a close. Thanks to Harry's innate talent and diligent efforts, he had begun to find Hogwarts' pace of instruction somewhat lacking, if the knowledge from the first 2 years served as a foundation. Then the third year marked a pivotal turning point. Students would begin to showcase their individual interests and talents, solidifying their future specializations and academic directions. Harry sincerely hoped that the professors at Hogwarts possessed a teaching caliber that transcended mere textbook knowledge. Even if they were a tad strict, should they all prove to be lackadaisical, he would be compelled to frequent the headmaster's office. After all, a man frequently cited in various tomes as the greatest white wizard could not possibly be a figure of mere empty reputation. On the 31st day, which also happened to be the last day of August, Harry tidied up his belongings. With the aid of his wand and magic, the task of transporting the hundreds of books became significantly easier. The trunk with the undetectable extension charm, sold to him by the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, proved to be quite convenient. In addition to holding books, Harry also stowed away the potions he had brewed himself. Due to the high cost of some potion ingredients, Harry opted to concoct only simple potions, such as blood-replenishing potion, calming draught, and a remedy for scabies. Following this, in gratitude to the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, Harry acquiesced to Tom's invitation for dinner. The steaming pea soup looked delightful, yet Harry was less than enthusiastic about the other dishes. He made an effort to avoid the ingredients that resembled eyeballs and fingers, managing to fill his stomach just enough, and then sincerely suggested to Tom, "Sir, I believe the meals you usually deliver to my doorstep are far superior than on September 1 ST. Harry awoke late, in order to ensure that the host could embark on his first day of school with a relaxed mindset. M.O. Ran had refrained from fabricating any dreamlike scenarios. Consequently, they were both pursued throughout the night by a horde of roasted eyeballs and fingers, incessantly questioning, "Why won't you eat us?" when Harry wheeled his luggage into King's Cross Station. It was already 10:30 in the morning. Standing between platforms 9 and 10, he surmised that he should knock on a few bricks, as he had done when heading to Diagon Alley to access platform 9. Unfortunately, Hagrid had neglected to inform him of the precise procedure. IT was the same every year, with muggles bustling about. "Children, hurry along. There's not much time." This was a stout woman followed by 4 red-haired boys, each pushing a cart laden with suitcases topped with owls of various colors. They were wizards. They were the Weasleys. Both Harry and Mo recognized this family to varying degrees. Which platform is it? 9. Mom, can I go? Oh, Ginny, you're still too young. You can join your brothers next year. All right, Percy, you go first. Harry kept a keen eye on Percy, who appeared to be the eldest, as he made his way toward the gap between platforms 9 and 10. Anxious not to miss any important actions or incantations. Whoosh! Harry quickly turned to glance at the muggles milling about King's Cross Station. Clearly, they seemed completely oblivious to anyone passing through the wall. Fred, it's your turn. I'm not Fred. I'm George. Another boy who looked identical to George replied with evident disappointment. Honestly, how can you still call yourself our mother? Oh, sorry, George, go on now. With their prank successfully executed, the twin brothers exchanged mischievous grins and pushed their luggage through, leaving behind the parting quip, "Just kidding, I'm Fred at this point." Harry had a fairly good idea of how to reach platform 9. But to avert any unforeseen mishaps, he proactively approached and inquired, "Excuse me, I hope I'm not interrupting, but I want to get to platform 9.d. Oh, I simply run straight into the wall." The stout woman turned, revealing a warm smile, and said, "Oh dear, yes, just head straight toward the wall between platforms 9 and 10. My youngest son Ron is also a first year at Hogwarts. Perhaps you two can keep each other company." Harry glanced back at Ron, who appeared rather clumsy, with a face full of freckles, dressed in the oldest clothes among his family. "Understood. Thank you, ma'am. You are quite polite, dear. You'll be just fine. Good luck," encouraged by Mrs. Weasley and little Ginny. Harry took a deep breath and charged toward the wall. Just as he was about to close his eyes in anticipation of colliding with the barrier, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have a rather severe gap in his knowledge. Things that were common sense to most wizards remained utterly foreign to him. The bustling steel archway, the deep red 5927 train, and the sign for the Hogwarts Express came into view at platform 9. Causing Harry's taut nerves to relax, he had succeeded. Many students leaned out of the train windows to bid farewell to their families. Harry even heard a boy lamenting about having lost his toad. He was not fond of the cacophonous atmosphere. The buzzing conversations and the shrill hoots of owls were enough to drive one to distraction. However, once Harry settled his luggage and took a seat in an empty compartment, he found himself unable to resist peering through the window to observe the red-haired family he had encountered earlier on the platform. "Ron, you've got something on your nose, Mom. Let go of me." "Ha, Ron, you little rascal. Your nose is all dirty again. Be quiet. Fred, he told you to be quiet. No, George, he told you to be quiet. All right, stop bickering. Where's Percy?" "I'm here, Mom, but I can't stay long. The school has assigned 2 special compartments for the prefects in the front of the train." The twins grew even more animated. "Oh dear, Percy, you're a prefect? Why didn't you tell us? We had no idea." "Wait, no, that's wrong. I remember him saying something. Once, twice. No, that's incorrect. He mentioned it all summer long." "Hey, you two, cut it out." The Weasley family seemed to have an endless supply of chatter, especially the twins, who even boasted about blowing up the toilets at Hogwarts and mailing the toilet seats back home to their sister via owl. This exasperated their mother, but no matter how she scolded her 2 sons, they always managed to evade punishment with an impeccable sense of humor. Until the train departed, Harry's gaze remained fixated on this family. Watching the little girl, who was being teased by her brothers until she cried and laughed at the same time, run alongside the train, waving fervently, Harry felt a warmth in his heart, tinged with a touch of melancholy. As the scenery outside began to retreat, Harry pulled out a copy of A Brief History of Hogwarts, a book he had previously neglected to peruse. Before long, the compartment door slid open, revealing Ron, who had walked into platform 9 behind Harry. "Excuse me, is this seat taken? All the other places are full." Harry smiled and shook his head, replying, "Feel free to sit." Ron looked somewhat anxious, and, after muttering a quick thank you, he settled into the seat across from Harry, staring out the window in a daze. There was indeed a smudge on his nose. After a moment, Ron cleared his throat twice, mustering the courage to extend a hand and introduce himself. "By the way, I'm Ronald Weasley. You can call me Ron." Harry, having put down his book, shook his hand and replied, "I'm Harry. Harry Potter." Ron's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed to his forehead, inquiring about the scar. Harry was at a loss for words. Truth be told, After enduring countless nightmares alongside Mitsai, he was rather reluctant to flaunt the so-called chosen one mark. Are all your family wizards? He deftly shifted the topic. I see you have several brothers. They are all studying at Hogwarts, right? Oh yes, that's the case with us, although I do recall my mother mentioning a distant cousin who works in the Muggle world as a... What was it again? An accountant. We hardly ever talk about him, Ron replied. Harry's interest was piqued. A child raised in a wizarding family must surely possess knowledge beyond his own. I envy you. I've always lived with my aunt and uncle, who have a son, who can hardly be described as friendly. Are they muggles? Yes, indeed, but I think that has little to do with it. Anyway, tell me more about yourself. You must know a great deal of magic. Ron appeared somewhat disheartened. Being born into a large, pure-blood wizarding family was not always a blessing, especially when the family was not particularly wealthy. As the sixth Weasley to attend Hogwarts, he felt compelled to measure up to his brothers. Bill and Charlie had already graduated, serving as the former head boy and Quidditch captain, respectively. Now Percy had assumed the role of prefect, and despite Fred and George's penchant for mischief, their academic performance was commendable. Humor and antics serving as an asset among their peers. Everyone expected Ron to be just as exceptional as his brothers, and even if he achieved that, no one would commend him, for the other Weasleys had already set those precedents. To make matters worse, Ron had a sister. Although he loved Ginny dearly and did not wish to compete for attention, the reality remained that he had become the child who would always receive hand-me-downs. Bill's old robes, Charlie's discarded wand, and Percy's unwanted pet rat. Harry could empathize, having once sought out old clothes from his cousin Dudley, understanding the plight of being in such a predicament. Sharing their experiences brought the two closer. An enlightened Ron eagerly introduced Harry to his pet rat, Scabbers, recounting amusing anecdotes he had gathered from his brothers, which delighted Harry. That it was not until 12:30 that a smiling woman entered their compartment. "Darling, are you hungry? Would you like to purchase some snacks from the trolley?" Harry was ravenous, having skipped breakfast due to oversleeping. However, just as he sprang up from his seat, he noticed Ron sitting still, blushing as he mumbled something about having brought a sandwich. Soon after, their compartment was filled with an array of treats, including Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, and pumpkin pasties, all purchased by Harry. Spending merely 11 silver sickles and 7 bronze nuts. "Let us share," Harry generously offered. "Since I didn't get a sandwich, how about I trade you for some of these? See if there's anything you like." Ron pulled out a bulging paper box. Shaking his head, he eyed the pumpkin pasties and cauldron cakes, swallowing hard as he said, "No, they're too dry. You wouldn't like them. Mom always forgets that I detest corned beef. But she has to care for all 5 of us." Harry swiftly snatched the sandwich from Ron's hands, tossing the treats he had long coveted back to him. "Come on, I can't finish all of this by myself. I think your mom's cooking is quite good. The corned beef is delicious, but if you don't like it, just tell her what kind of sandwich you prefer when she's less busy. That is surely easier for her to remember than what you dislike." This marked the first time Harry had ever shared anything with anyone. The lack of companionship was one aspect. More importantly, during his years with the Dursleys, he had hardly anything to share. As they ate and conversed, Ron relished imparting knowledge to Harry, particularly about the trading cards within the chocolate frogs. "I've collected over 500. Look, you've got a Dumbledore. I only need Agrippa and Ptolemy for the complete set. If you happen to draw them, well, if you don't wish to collect them, could you pass them to me?" Harry had no interest in collecting the cards, but the information behind them concerning renowned wizards was a rare treasure trove of knowledge. He nodded at Ron, saying, "No problem, but you must let me see your collection." As the two continued munching on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans while perusing the cards, a brown-haired girl abruptly opened the compartment door. "Has anyone seen a toad?" Neville's lost one. Her tone was somewhat condescending, which irked Ron, who had just tasted a lemon-flavored bean, muttering to himself, "If I received a toad, I'd certainly do my utmost to lose it. The sooner the better." The girl seemed oblivious to Ron's remark, as she snatched Harry's copy of A History of Hogwarts from the snack-laden heap and admonished them. "This chapter isn't finished. Please turn to the next page for the continuation of this riveting content. If you're going to study, do it properly and don't toss it into the rubbish pile." Ron shot Harry a bewildered glance, as if to say, "Is she all right?" Harry shook his head and, drawing his wand, inquired of the girl, "All right, What does the toad look like? What's its name? Is it dead? Harry's demeanor unsettled the girl, but upon seeing him brandish his wand, her attitude shifted dramatically that Neville's toad is named Trevor. Have you never seen what it looks like? Why do you ask if it's dead? Does that pertain to casting a spell? You're going to perform magic, aren't you? Harry offered no explanation, giving his wand a shake and pointing at the compartment. Accio Trevor. Trevor flies here. Accio Neville's toad. Neville's toad flies here. There was no response. What kind of spell is that? Are you sure you pronounced it correctly? It doesn't seem very effective. The girl's tone dripped with sarcasm, but Harry simply put away his wand, stating that's the summoning charm. Neville's toad is either still alive or not on the train. Are you sure it's not because of your own failure to cast? Like, whether you pronounce the spell accurately or the angle at which you wave your wand. Harry shot a glance at Hermione, then opened the window, tossing his glasses out. Accio glasses. The glasses fly here. With a single call, his glasses, having been blown far away, suddenly soared back into his hands, defying the wind, before Ron and the brown-haired girl could register their astonishment. Harry pointed his wand at the shattered lens of his glasses, proclaiming, Oculus Reparo, repaired to perfection. The summoning charm could only affect inanimate objects and had a distance limitation that I've never seen Neville's toad. Trevor, but if it died on this train, that spell should have summoned it. Ron's jaw nearly dropped. Throughout their conversation, he had assumed the chosen one was no different from other children from Muggle families. Goodness, you're incredible. Are you from a wizarding family? The repairing charm you just used is something I learned from books too, among other simple spells that I truly envy you. No one in my family understands magic. So, I was utterly astonished when I received my Hogwarts acceptance letter. Are all wizards from wizarding families as remarkable as you? I mean, Hogwarts is the finest school of magic in the world. And I'm quite worried about keeping up with the coursework, so I've memorized all the first-year textbooks. Goodness, I just hope that is sufficient. By the way, I'm Hermione Granger. What are your names? Hermione's rapid-fire questions left Harry momentarily dumbfounded, only recalling her last inquiry about his name. Harry Potter. Harry inquired, Is it truly you? No wonder. I am well aware of your affairs. I purchased several reference books. Aside from the textbooks, at the Leaky Cauldron, Modern Magical History, The Rise and Fall of Dark Arts, and the significant magical events of the 20th century all mention you. I believe that one day your name will also be included in the annals of Hogwarts. Hermione's voice completely overshadowed Ron's mumbling introduction of himself as Ron Weasley. Their conversation veered increasingly off-topic, transitioning from Hogwarts to the sorting ceremony, and then to the exclusive library collection of Ravenclaw. It wasn't until she realized she needed to return to assist Neville in finding his toad that she afforded Harry or Ron another opportunity to speak. Both of you, swiftly change into your robes. We should be arriving shortly. Ron remarked, Regardless of which house I am sorted into, I certainly do not wish to share it with her. As he spoke, he rummaged through his suitcase for Bill's old robes. Harry and he exchanged idle chatter, almost extracting a black hooded cloak from the bag. Which house did your brothers belong to? I just heard Hermione mention a house with a dedicated library. Do the other houses have similar distinctive traits? Gryffindor. Our entire family, including Mum and Dad, are Gryffindors. Are you certain you lived with Muggle relatives before? Why do you seem so at ease when casting spells? Harry detected a hint of displeasure in Ron's tone, akin to having agreed to lounge lazily only to find the other surreptitiously engaging in study. Like Hermione, I independently studied after purchasing my books. Fearing I might fall behind in school, that I assumed everyone did the same. Oh, then you must ensure you're not sorted into Slytherin. Why not? Because all dark wizards graduate from that house, including you-know-who. Are you referring to Voldemort? Ron was taken aback, halting his actions, collapsing into a chair as if he could scarcely breathe. You said his name. He stared at Harry in horror, articulating each word. I knew it. Only you would dare to. Harry approached Ron, pulling him to his feet, and gently patted his back in reassurance. Ron, my ability to speak his name does not stem from any exceptional courage or uniqueness. I was entirely unaware that his name was off-limits. You understand what I mean. It's akin to my inquiries about the wizarding world and those chocolate frog cards. There is so much I do not comprehend, so much I must learn. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. You are remarkable. at least since I recognized myself as a wizard. You have been the one to teach me the most." Ron was on the verge of tears. The previous gloom dissipated entirely as he patted his chest, assuring Harry with the little confidence he had. "Rest assured, whatever you find perplexing, feel free to ask me that if I know it. I will definitely share all I can." Harry nodded, then seized the opportunity to voice a thought he had been holding in. "By the way, Ron, you have a bit of dirt smeared on your nose." After changing into their robes, Harry and Ron delved into a myriad of topics regarding the professions wizards engage in, gradually transitioning into discussions about their future aspirations. Harry, having limited knowledge of the wizarding world, and influenced by the constant reminders of his mission to vanquish Voldemort, pondered what he might do if the day ever came when Voldemort was completely eradicated. "I wish to earn a great deal of money and purchase a grand house for myself, if possible. I would also like to attain fame. Perhaps becoming a Quidditch star would be a splendid choice." "Don't you think, Harry? Can one earn that much money playing Quidditch?" "Absolutely. It is the finest entertainment in the world. The Quidditch World Cup finals last year endured for 5 days without any spectators leaving. Alas, the Scottish team lost to the Canadian team by a hair's breadth. There's a Quidditch World Cup?" "Indeed. I reckon the next Quidditch World Cup will occur before we commence our 4th year. We can go together." Just as Harry was about to agree, a sudden metallic grinding noise interrupted them as the train began to decelerate. The sky outside had transformed into an inky black. With only the silhouettes of mountains and trees swaying under the starlight, Ron's complexion paled, and the churning in his stomach made him regret indulging in so many snacks. "What is the matter?" "Nothing, it's just that Fred once said Hogwarts conducts a rather daunting test before sorting us into our respective houses. I always thought he was joking, but who knows?" Harry chuckled softly, first stowing away the unfinished snacks in his pocket, then drawing his wand and casting Scourgify to clean up the scattered wrappers. "And aren't you the least bit worried?" Ron joked while rubbing his chest. "You haven't even heard of the sorting ceremony. I am uncertain whether I should envy you." Harry, possessing a maturity far beyond his peers, understood that the so-called daunting test was merely a jest Fred used to tease his brother. Nevertheless, he was genuinely intrigued by the sorting ceremony. Reminiscent of his experience purchasing a wand at Ollivander's, it seemed as though the wizarding world incessantly emphasized destiny, undermining individual choice. "Do not worry, Ron," Harry reassured him. "Hogwarts would never harm its students. Besides, your parents and several brothers have studied here. And they're all well, aren't they?" Ron felt slightly relieved, but soon his imagination wandered into unnecessary territory. "But what if they conduct a magical test? I do not possess your extensive knowledge of spells. What if the school decides to expel me? I remember Fred taught me a spell that can turn a rat yellow. I must practice it immediately. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow. In 5 minutes." The train would arrive at Hogwarts. Students were instructed to leave their luggage on board, as it would be transported to the castle. The announcement echoed through the train. Nearly all first-year students instinctively swallowed hard. Harry sheathed his wand, hesitating briefly before addressing Ron. "I brewed some calming potions while self-studying potions class. They should be effective. Would you like some? You can brew potions?" "My goodness, Harry, how on earth do you manage that?" "Let us stand a bit farther away during the sorting ceremony. I do not wish to be tested right after you." Harry disregarded Ron's objections, having already retrieved a small vial containing the calming potion from his suitcase. "Have you tried them yourself?" Ron's teeth began to chatter, his stammering reminiscent of Professor Quirrell at the Leaky Cauldron. "No, but this potion is relatively safe, even if it does not turn out well. The side effect merely causes you to fall asleep. There is no risk to life." "Life risk?" Ron exclaimed loudly, instinctively leaning away from the vial. Meanwhile, Harry reminisced about his potion brewing experience, responding, "Indeed, it is far safer than the Scabbers remedy. According to the textbook, if the porcupine quills meant to be added after extinguishing the flame are inserted prematurely into the cauldron still ablaze, the cauldron will dissolve due to excessive heat. Anyone unfortunate enough to be splashed by this potion will develop a rash of red bumps all over their skin. It seems the train has come to a halt." Ron was nearly petrified with fear as he watched the throng of students outside the compartment jostling towards the carriage doors. He seized the test tube from Harry's hand, closed his eyes, and took a deep swig. For the younger students at Hogwarts, the first week after the start of term is typically quite relaxed. With only 2 or 3 classes each day, leaving the remainder of their time free for leisure. Ron had initially intended to indulge in merriment and revelry, like most of his peers. However, the presence of an exceptionally diligent scholar beside him instilled a profound sense of guilt for such indulgence. Within a single day, he found himself reluctantly entangled in Harry's quest to explore the wonders of Hogwarts. The Castle of Hogwarts, along with its dungeons, boasts 9 levels and is accompanied by 4 towers, with an astonishing 142 staircases. Contrary to what was depicted in the films, these staircases are not merely swaying from side to side. Some steps may inexplicably vanish mid-ascent, and without a keen memory of these peculiarities, one is likely to be caught off guard. Moreover, different doors possess their own temperaments. Some require a wizard to politely request them to open. Others necessitate a precise poke with a wand, while some doors conceal nothing but solid walls behind them. Remembering the ever-changing layout is a daunting task. Not only first-year students struggle, but even some second and third years must inquire of ghosts and portraits to navigate their way. Ron harbored a deep fear of the caretaker, Argus Filch, whose menacing appearance was compounded by his incessant threats to imprison students in the dungeons. Yet for Harry and Hermione, the mischievous Peeves was the true source of their vexation. Unlike the typical ghosts, Peeves, possessing a tangible form, often engaged in antics that sent one's blood pressure soaring, such as dumping trash bins on unsuspecting heads or leaping out from behind suits of armor to startle passing students. Hermione had never encountered Peeves in the films and was at a loss for how to contend with him, opting instead to steer clear. Fortunately, Peeves agreed to abide by the teacher's authority and promised not to wreak havoc during class hours. Otherwise, who knows what chaos he might unleash. Speaking of classes, Harry, under Hermione's guidance, had entirely lost interest in studying history of magic, astronomy, and herbology. After his first experience in Professor Sprout's herbology class, he and Hermione established a pact. Any class unrelated to battling Voldemort would see him relinquishing control of his body. Initially, Hermione was quite pleased, but after she covered for Harry in Professor Bin's History of Magic class, she profoundly understood the meaning of being too clever for one's own good. Hermione struggled to comprehend why Harry would so drastically differentiate between these subjects. On Wednesday evening, as they ascended the tower for astronomy class, the young witch seized the opportunity to inquire, under the pretense of returning a book. "Harry, why do you seem so listless?" Harry, with a hint of resignation, explained because some classes are simply tedious and pointless. Hermione was taken aback, unable to accept that someone as brilliant as Harry could harbor such extreme sentiments. How is that possible? Hogwarts is the finest school of magic, and all the professors here are elites in their respective fields and no matter how smart you are, you cannot be so arrogant. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at Hermione's indignant expression, teasingly remarking, "All right, let's see if you still feel the same after you take divination in your 3rd year." Hermione was momentarily puzzled, unable to grasp his meaning, but after some contemplation, she managed to pose a question. "Then tell me, what did Professor Dumbledore mean when he spoke of fools, whimpering, refuse, and twist during the opening feast?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's words for the first time, Hermione was also quite surprised, but having experienced the entirety of the Harry Potter saga from an omniscient perspective, she quickly deduced their significance. It's quite simple. Harry said, feigning nonchalance, "The 4 houses embody the traits of wisdom, bravery, pure blood, and integrity." The headmaster's words can be interpreted as the founder's perspectives on the other 3 houses, or as a satire on the excessive glorification of a single trait. Hermione's eyes widened in realization, but soon she noticed Harry's slightly amused gaze upon her, causing her thoughts to spiral. "You should focus on your telescope. Regardless of your feelings about this subject, exams are still ahead." With that hasty remark, Hermione dashed off, leaving a bewildered Harry pondering. Why did she blush again? On Thursday, the morning and afternoon were filled with transfiguration and charms classes, at which point Hermione was certain to return to her esteemed VIP viewing seat. Due to Harry and Ron's prior exploration of Hogwarts, Neville, who had overslept and lost his way, found himself the unfortunate target of Professor McGonagall's animagus demonstration. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous branch of magic you will learn at Hogwarts. If anyone dares to misbehave in my class, do not say, "I did not warn you." Leave and never return. Professor McGonagall's stern warning nearly brought Neville to tears, while the other students sat rigidly, afraid to utter a sound. Only Harry appeared unfazed, raising his hand to ask, "Professor McGonagall, when we advance to higher years, can we learn how to become animagi?" The previously stern Professor McGonagall turned to Harry with a rare smile, adjusting her glasses as she replied, "Becoming an animagus requires a month of practice, while mastering transfiguration can take several years. If a student demonstrates sufficient talent and potential, the professors will certainly assist them in becoming an animagus. But that is evidently not a field you are ready to explore just yet." With a flick of her wand, her lectern transformed into a pig. "What you must do is study diligently and establish a solid foundation." The students were awestruck by her extraordinary transfiguration skills, eagerly brandishing their wands, eager to begin their studies. Harry was quite fond of the headmistress who could transform into a cat, not only because she appeared in his dreams, but also due to her strict yet intelligent demeanor, which imparted a sense of reliability. He was certain that once he possessed the ability to become an animagus, Professor McGonagall would spare no effort in aiding him by the end of Transfiguration class. Harry and Hermione had successfully transformed matches into needles, earning 5 points for Gryffindor. This left Ron in a state of panic, pleading with Harry to teach him the spell, only to promptly forget it during lunch. In stark contrast to the stern Professor McGonagall, the charms instructor, Professor Flitwick, exuded a more welcoming demeanor. In his first lesson, the first years learned merely how to hold their wands correctly and practice their spell-casting stances. Although Harry felt a bit deflated, he did not underestimate Professor Flitwick in the memories that Hermione had read for him. This diminutive professor not only held the title of head of Ravenclaw, but had also claimed victory in the dueling championship. Building a rapport with such a teacher would undoubtedly yield benefits beyond merely improving grades. Friday marked a crucial day for Harry. His talent and interest in defense against the dark arts and potions surpassed even those for transfiguration and charms. Unfortunately, Professor Quirrell failed to deliver any surprises. His class was more akin to a farce than an enlightening experience, replete with the stench of garlic. Harry endured a stuttering rendition of Professor Bin's history of dark arts, feeling increasingly drowsy and wishing for his scar to throb once more, though it remained unscathed until class concluded. "That I hope Professor Snape teaches something useful," as Percy suggested, observing Harry piling meatballs onto his plate. Ron expressed disbelief. "You truly wish to attend his class? Snape is notoriously biased towards his own students. When we attend class with Slytherin, we're bound to lose 5 or 10 points. That I wish Professor McGonagall would show us some favoritism too." Harry understood that Ron was not yet grasping the notion that points do not matter and decided to redirect the conversation. "Are there any interesting news articles in the paper?" Ron glanced at the newspaper, pointing to a headline featuring a flurry of busy goblins. "Recently, an unfortunate soul illegally trespassed into Gringotts. The goblins confirmed that a dark wizard indeed infiltrated, stressing that nothing was stolen. The incident at Vault 713 had, in fact, been emptied several days prior to be honest. Even if there were items inside, they would not have been stolen. The vault door at Gringotts is designed to ensnare thieves. Yet, the newspaper made no mention of any thief being apprehended." "Did it? Wait, you mentioned Vault 713. Indeed. What of it?" Harry took the newspaper from Ron, somewhat astonished, and said, "Previously, when Hagrid took me to Gringotts to withdraw money, he retrieved something from there. What was it? I do not know. But it must be something of great significance to Hogwarts." That moment, Hedwig suddenly arrived, bearing a letter. Since the beginning of the term, over 100 owls had delivered letters and parcels to their respective owners. Yet Harry had received nothing. "Dear Harry, I am aware that you have no classes after 3 o'clock on Friday. Could you come over for tea afterward? I would like to hear about your first week at school. Please have Hedwig send me a reply." Hagrid's handwriting was exceedingly scrawled, but Harry paid it no mind. He was quite happy to write on the back of the letter, "Sure, I'd be delighted. See you in the afternoon." That moment, Harry remained unaware that from this day forth, he would have no free time on Friday afternoons and evenings. The potions classroom, akin to the Slytherin common room, was located in the basement. It was far more eerie than the main castle, and the specimens steeped in glass jars were particularly unsettling. However, for most Gryffindor students, facing anything was preferable to the countenance of Professor Snape. This class does not require you to foolishly wave your wands or recite incantations indiscriminately. With a loud bang, Snape entered the classroom like a great bat, and all fell silent instantly. I do not expect all of you to grasp the profound knowledge and intricate craft of potion-making. Some are destined to be unable to conjure the mesmerizing, mind-altering vapors from Cauldron. However, for those few with true talent who strive for greatness, I can teach you how to muddle minds and bewilder senses. I will assist you in gaining renown and brewing brilliance. I may even instruct you on how to stave off death. A.S. Snape concluded his introductory remarks. Harry noticed that many of his fellow Gryffindors had curled up like Neville, instinctively avoiding the professor's gaze. Among them, only Hermione Granger leaned forward with confidence, seemingly eager to prove that she was not a fool who could not comprehend the lesson. That said, perhaps some of you possessed extraordinary abilities even before arriving at Hogwarts. Let us see if you are merely a name without substance. Mr. Potter, Snape suddenly called out Harry's name. What would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to a mugwort infusion? It could be concocted into a potent sleeping draught. Sir, it is a dose of the elixir of life, scientifically known as the living hell potion. This potion is exceedingly dangerous and must be combined with a waking agent to revive from it. Moreover, when I attempted to brew it, I always felt that the ratio of ingredients was somewhat imprecise. It seemed as though 16 ounces of water was a bit too much, or perhaps adding more mugwort infusion might increase the success rate. I wonder if I misinterpreted something. Snape's expression shifted instantly, his voice softening slightly as he leaned closer to Harry, fixing his gaze intently upon him. Mr. Potter, I must remind you that improving potion-making techniques requires a substantial foundation of theoretical knowledge. If you do not wish to be suffocated by toxic fumes, refrain from presuming to experiment recklessly. The crux of brewing the living hell potion lies in extracting the juice from the sleeping beans and in how to obtain a pure liquid. The amounts of water in mugwort infusion are not the crux. They merely serve to, seemingly realizing his own lapse. Snape halted his speech and cleared his throat. Very well. Potter, you may have perused a book before the term commenced. Let us hope you did not fortuitously stumble upon this page. I shall ask you again, what are the magical ingredients required for brewing the polyjuice potion? The audience in the live stream was nearly speechless. This was hardly the answer a first-year student should know. Were we not supposed to inquire about where to find a piece of dung and the differences between the boat-shaped wolfsbane and the wolfsbane? Harry, having taken his potion studies quite seriously, promptly listed the names of the ingredients. There are lacewing flies, leeches, fluxweed, two-ear grass, African snake skin, and bicorn horn. All in the classroom were astonished, glancing back and forth between Harry and Snape, eager to witness how the latter would respond. Ground bicorn horn, Mr. Potter. Drawing upon prior experience, Professor Snape managed to maintain his composure this time. I have stated before that potion making is a precise discipline. You may have been somewhat careless. I apologize, Professor. Bicorn horn is exceedingly rare, and I have yet to encounter it, hence my oversight. Snape remained silent for a moment, but just as everyone expected him to chastise Harry further, he declared, Gryffindor gains 1 point. Just 1 point? Silence. Take out your notes. Class is commencing. The potions lesson continued, and today's curriculum was not overly complex. After imparting some basic theoretical knowledge, Snape promptly divided the students into pairs to concoct a simple potion for treating boils. Ron, having overheard Harry's description of the potion's precautions on the train, timely prevented Neville from tossing a hedgehog's spine into the still-boiling cauldron. Snape seemed to fixate on Harry, continually finding fault with his movements and criticizing him for not executing certain steps with enough precision. However, regardless of Snape's comments, Harry humbly accepted them, until ultimately, the professor had no further criticisms to offer, reluctantly stating, this is merely the simplest of potions. Hermione, grouped with Harry, was quite indignant, and once Snape had walked away, she whispered, he is utterly unreasonable. With your performance, you should have received at least 10 points. 5 for answering the question, and 5 for being the first to complete the potion. Harry shrugged. He did feel that Snape was somewhat targeting him, but this targeting did not seem entirely malicious. Perhaps, but he is indeed knowledgeable, is he not? No sooner had Harry spoken than Snape's voice carried over from Malfoy's side. You might do well to learn from Mr. Malfoy. His boiled tentacle slug is nearly perfect. Slytherin gains 5 points. Hermione shot Harry an exasperated look and exclaimed, "See." Harry suddenly felt as though he were being blamed, and he could only offer consolation. At least we weren't dock points. Right? And with you around, we can easily make up for it in other classes. Potter, have you completed your potion, or will you be helping your classmates, or studying quietly? Do you think idling there will showcase your excellence? The Gryffindor students took note of this, and due to their classmates' impudence, the house would be deducted 5 points. Another hour passed, and potions class concluded. Hermione had already expressed to Harry no fewer than 20 times how biased Snape was, and over 50 times her intent to earn back all the points in other classes. Just as they began to gather their belongings, Snape's ominous voice echoed once more, "Mr. Potter, stay after class," leading the way. Ron and the other first-year Gryffindors cast sympathetic glances at Harry as they exited the classroom, while Hermione appeared quite distressed, her eyes slightly glistening. She assumed that Harry had been detained as punishment for speaking with her. "It's all right. You all go ahead. I'll see you at dinner." After reassuring everyone, Harry approached Professor Snape's desk and inquired, "Professor, I have an appointment with Hagrid this afternoon. If you have no urgent matters, may I leave early?" Snape glanced at Harry and casually tore a small piece from a sheet of parchment, writing as he spoke, "From today onward, every Friday afternoon until evening, I shall be here to instruct you in potions. If you miss a single session, you need not return again. Now, come with me to my office. I will teach you how to brew the living hell potion." Harry was unable to attend the dinner on Friday evening. Although Snape instructed the house elf to prepare a meal exclusively for him, it was evidently insufficient. Due to overwhelming fatigue, Harry succumbed to the embrace of the dark entity, which inadvertently accelerated their plans. Originally, the intent was for Harry to seek guidance from the Half-Blood Prince on advanced potion-making. However, with the prince voluntarily stepping forward to tutor Harry, the tome chronicling Snape's darker days of youth became unnecessary. Thus, the priority shifted to locating the room of requirement. Harry, or rather Ran, muttered to himself, in the Harry Potter film series, the director only depicted Neville discovering the room of requirement. Yet in truth, entering this mystical space necessitated specific triggering conditions that if the room truly responded to all witches and wizards, its existence would hardly be a secret. On the 8th floor, opposite a tapestry depicting the hapless Barnabas attempting to teach a troll ballet, Harry paced back and forth 3 times that, "I need a place to practice combat. I need a place to practice combat. I need a place to practice combat," as the summoning process for the room of requirement unfolded. A remarkably smooth door appeared on the formerly pristine wall, resembling a biscuit floating atop milk. Harry, Ran, exhaled a sigh of relief. This was his 3rd location attempt that week. Grasping the brass doorknob, he pulled the door open and stepped into the room of requirement, discovering not only dummies and targets within, but also an array of books pertaining to combat. This was a far cry from the scenes portrayed in the films. The shelves housed a compendium of self-defense spells, a tome on counteracting poisons, and strategies to outwit dark magic, each one a title Harry had never encountered in the Leaky Cauldron. After casually flipping through a few ordinary spells and their counter curses, Ran felt a pang of regret for not having thoroughly read the entire Harry Potter series beforehand. Everyone's appearance is quite similar to that in the films, yet the settings and plots are so much more intricate. With this thought, Harry, Ran, seemed to recall something. He abruptly closed the book, shut his eyes, and began to silently chant, "Show me a place to conceal items. The larger, the better. Reveal all that has been stored and discarded in the room of requirement." The ground trembled slightly, and Harry, Ran, could even hear a strange wind whispering by his ears. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had transformed into a chaotic, colossal warehouse. Mirrors of Ariste. A plethora of brooms from the Flying series, crystal balls, and tattered portraits. These were some of the items Harry, Ran, could vaguely recognize. However, those buried beneath the surface were entirely unfamiliar. This was no mere room of requirement. It was a veritable paradise for scavengers. Trembling with excitement, Harry, Ran, began to collect the recognizable valuables as if perusing a theme park. But soon, he realized that even with a magically expanded suitcase, it would not suffice to carry away even a single hair from a cow. No. Harry, Ran, raised his hand to slap his own cheek, try to regain focus. Why am I behaving like a thief sneaking into a treasure trove? No one's here to contest me. Why the rush? Besides, what if I inadvertently touch a dangerous dark magic artifact? I might lose my life here. Dark magic, dark magic, dark magic. Ah, dark magic. The mention of dark magic sparked clarity in Harry M.O. Rand's mind. He may not have known what was the most valuable or precious in the room of requirement, but there was undoubtedly one item he could not afford to overlook: the diadem of Ravenclaw. As one of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes, locating and destroying this relic of Hogwarts founder was a task Harry must fulfill. Accio diadem. The diadem flies to me. Accio Ravenclaw's diadem. Ravenclaw's diadem flies to me. Accio Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem flies to me. After several failed attempts, Harry M.O. Rand gradually retracted his wand, suspecting that the summoning charm might be ineffective, yet he felt foolish for not trying. According to the film's narrative, Harry sensed the diadem's location through his connection with Voldemort, employing a method akin to echolocation. However, by the timeline of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Voldemort had been fully resurrected, and in the earlier films, Harry had never exhibited any signs of mental connection with Voldemort. This meant that locating the diadem during Harry's first year would essentially require a methodical search. All right, Harry M.O. Rand picked up a nondescript broom from the flying series. Riley, commenting, consider it a case of the foolish old man moving mountains. After all, the diadem is right here in this room, and I refuse to believe it can sprout legs and play hide and seek. Recalling the theoretical knowledge imparted by Madame Hooch in the films, M.O. Rand took control of Harry's body and mounted the broom of the tea that moment. The slumbering Harry could never have imagined that his long-anticipated first flight would be experienced in such a manner. The old flying series broom was not particularly fast, and the one Harry M.O. Rand had was slightly faulty, and no matter how tightly he gripped the handles, the broom veered uncontrollably to the right. M.O. Rand could hardly concentrate on searching for the diadem. He had to divide his attention to ensure that the host wouldn't crash into the haphazard piles of debris. Minutes turned into 10. Then 20, and eventually an hour passed, and a frustrated M.O. Rand descended back to the ground, one hand clutched the broom while the other pressed against his chest, gasping for breath. Merlin's knickers. Why must I do all the dirty and laborious work? Up high, I cannot see. Going fast, I cannot discern. This cursed broom seems to be malfunctioning. If I had learned the Fiendfire curse by now, I would have incinerated everything here. Amidst his furious outbursts, Harry's body began to convulse violently. His emerald eyes fading into a misty white, his form twisting and contorting. Within mere seconds, the young wizard's body ceased to exist, replaced by a darkness so profound that it consumed all light. The raging winds unleashed a cacophony of sounds, and as the dark entity fully manifested, anything within proximity to the black mist was instantly reduced to dust. M.O. Rand had intentionally harnessed the fury to unleash the dark entity. He had come to the realization that since Horcruxes could only be destroyed through specific means, he would first adopt the role of a purging master, obliterating all items within the room of requirement before seeking the diadem of Ravenclaw among the remnants. For the next several minutes, M.O. Rand refrained from succumbing to the thrill of destruction, meticulously observing and recording the potency of his attacks while pondering the advantages and disadvantages of wielding the dark entity. Firstly, the power of the dark entity was formidable. Its attributes of speed, destructive capability, and range were all exceptional. The IT could even disregard physical attacks that in the human world. Such power was virtually insurmountable, and even when facing other witches and wizards, the dark mist released by the entity would grant him a significant advantage. However, should he encounter a being of Dumbledore's caliber, the tables would swiftly turn, referencing the film portrayal of Credence Barebone's encounters with top-tier opponents. It was evident that the dark entity could only cause minor inconvenience to such formidable foes, unless Dumbledore and others were to compete in terms of efficiency and speed in exterminating ordinary humans. Harry and M.O. Rand's capabilities fell far short of being worthy adversaries. Secondly, those who could expertly control the dark entity possessed additional escape options compared to ordinary wizards. Even the mightiest of wizards, like Dumbledore, relied on apparition and disapparition to facilitate their movements. Only a select few, such as Voldemort and Professor Snape, could fly without any external aid. Lastly, and most crucially, the dark entity possessed an almost limitless evasion ability. Once fully transformed, the physical form of the dark entity ceased to exist, allowing it to move fluidly as a black mist, making it exceedingly difficult to strike. The enigmatic figure of M.O. Rand frequently transformed into a swirling black mist. He realized that he could freely maneuver his body through the woods without disturbing a single flower or leaf, in essence, as long as the embodiment of M.O. Rand reacted swiftly enough. They could theoretically evade the vast majority of attacks by contorting their form. Whether it be the fatal Avada Kedavra curse or other spells capable of inflicting harm on the body, mind, or even soul, M.O. Rand could, through his morphing advantage, nullify such threats. Remarkably, in Fantastic Beasts, Credence, in a near-desperate state, was bombarded by spells from Aurors, yet managed to restore his body with merely a fragment of M.O. Rand. This exemplifies the greatest advantage M.O. Rand possesses over ordinary wizards. Moreover, M.O. Rand harbored several uncertain hypotheses. For instance, what was the principle behind nourishing the host, Harry, by consuming creatures such as mice, insects, and venomous snakes while in his M.O. Rand form? Could he potentially devour larger and more formidable beings to enhance himself? Was Harry's remarkable talent a power coursing through his veins, or merely a random phenomenon resulting from the alteration of Harry's fate after his soul's transference? What enabled Harry to survive thus far? Why did Dumbledore remain inactive upon learning of M.O. Rand's existence? Did he disregard the fate of the Chosen One, or was he assured that Harry would not perish due to this newfound power? As the tempest gradually subsided, Harry, M.O. Rand, emerged from the swirling shadows, surrounded by all the objects that had survived the tornado's assault. Gazing at the multitude of magical items, surpassing even the tomes within his own trunk, M.O. Rand couldn't help but marvel internally. Indeed, the offensive capability of M.O. Rand is merely a high baseline. Now, not to mention Horcruxes and formidable wizards, even these artifacts housed within the Room of Requirement seem to be utterly unafraid of my black mist. What manner of items are these? How is it that I recognize none of them? Time slipped away unnoticed, and Harry, M.O. Rand, lost track of how many magical items he had sorted. Just as he numbly reached for the next blind box, a chilling shudder coursed through his soul. It was a diamond-studded crown shaped like an eagle, even in the faint glow of Harry's wand. The eagle's wings radiated a dazzling brilliance that, in stark contrast, a dark gemstone, set the crown's center as the eagle's belly, exuded a profound tranquility, seemingly bottomless amidst the surrounding brilliance. The base of the crown. An inscription read, "The extraordinary wisdom of Ravenclaw is the greatest treasure of humanity. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling." Harry, M.O. Rand, smote his forehead in regret. Had a seasoned fan of the series traversed to this world, they would undoubtedly prioritize seeking out items emblazoned with Ravenclaw's eagle insignia. Should he present it directly to Dumbledore? Would that enhance his favorability, alleviating concerns about any harmful intentions towards Harry? No, that might seem overly contrived, as he possessed no reasonable explanation for his knowledge of Horcruxes. Moreover, Dumbledore's initial words were not solely a threat. Yet, lacking the means to destroy the Horcrux, could he leave it be? Would that not be perilously reckless? Did he possess the ability to safeguard it? If this object bore a seductive influence akin to the diary, would he not be endangering Harry's classmates and friends? M.O. Rand never anticipated that what he had painstakingly sought would swiftly transform into a hot potato mere seconds after acquisition. As a mere bystander. He lacked the encyclopedic knowledge of fervent fans and could not recall every detail from the films. Nevertheless, he grasped the essence that J.K. Rowling sought to convey. Stripping away love, the paramount theme, those obsessed with magic or any object within the Harry Potter series, regardless of their virtue or vice, strength or mediocrity, met with dire fates. Voldemort and the Elder Wand, Dumbledore and the Resurrection Stone, as well as Helena and her mother's diadem. Magic is wondrous, yet far from omnipotent. The Elder Wand, symbolizing invincibility, has nearly brought death to every master and seeker, while the resurrection stone led even a wizard as formidable as Dumbledore to carelessness and a curse. Helena Ravenclaw's fate need not be elaborated upon. Such artifacts resemble traps set by demons and fables, ensnaring individuals in blindness and madness. Thus, the so-called diadem that enhances the wisdom of its bearer is merely a magical means of heightening one's focus. A truly wise individual should not, and would not, resort to such unreliable external forces for enhancement. Otherwise, Dumbledore and Voldemort would have long since secured him. Ran could assure himself that curiosity or a desire for wisdom would not compel him to don the diadem, even if Voldemort had not transformed it into a Horcrux. Yet, the pressing concern remained. Influenced by Ran, Harry had morphed into a child who would not relent until Voldemort was vanquished. At merely 11 years old, he might foolishly entertain thoughts of removing the diadem's dark magic, purifying it, and subsequently utilizing it to augment his own power. Was he to divulge the entirety of the film's plot to Harry? Such an act was utterly impractical, and the lessons conveyed by J.K. Rowling could only be distilled from a divine perspective. For those ensnared in the narrative, verbal education proved futile. They could only glean understanding through personal revelation. Ultimately, confronting Dumbledore might prove the safest course of action. Slowly rising to his feet, Harry, Ran, contemplated a potentially viable approach. Hours later, Harry awakened. Whether it was due to the discomfort of sleeping on the cold floor or not, he experienced an exceptionally vivid dream. In this dream, he remained in the Dursley household, where the joys of magic, friends, classmates, and Hogwarts were mere illusions that he had been sent by Uncle Vernon to a poorly managed boarding school for troubled youths, tormented by individuals as loathsome as Dudley. The suffocating sense of despair threatened to engulf Harry. He sincerely believed that even facing an adversary like Voldemort was preferable to returning to his previous existence. Harry surveyed his surroundings. Memories of another self were exceedingly hazy, and he could scarcely recall how he had arrived in this room. Had another version of himself followed some strange instinct to find this place? Was the object in his hand the diadem of Ravenclaw? A jolt of pain radiated from the scar on his forehead, and the face that had cursed his mother beneath the dark cloak began to sharpen in clarity. "Ah!" Harry cried out, clutching his head. Almost immediately, two versions of Voldemort's memory converged. Their skin was as pallid as that of the deceased, grotesquely contorted, resembling poorly crafted wax figures. The first Voldemort entered the room of requirement, placing the diadem upon the statue of the pockmarked wizard. Shortly thereafter, another version of himself, clad in Harry's robes, swiftly reclaimed the diadem, adorning his own head with the emblem of wisdom. Harry found it difficult to discern whether it was another version of himself seeking wisdom by donning the diadem, or if Voldemort had engaged in a similar act. Did a unique connection exist between him and Voldemort? Moreover, why did this vision materialize only after he had touched the diadem? Could it be the key to unraveling the mystery? I believe I should present it to Professor Dumbledore. The sensation was peculiar, as if he and Voldemort had fused at a soulful level. He could not ascertain whether all of this was a result of touching the diadem. Yet one truth remained. Anything associated with Voldemort was exceedingly perilous. Initially, he intended to destroy it, but no incantation seemed capable of inflicting harm or prevent other students from falling under its seductive influence and losing their lives. He brought it to Dumbledore, while Harry remained oblivious to the concept of Horcruxes. Based on Rand's modified memories, he believed he had been lured into the room of requirement by Voldemort using the diadem as bait, narrowly escaping disaster. Dumbledore's expression bore a grave intensity as he gently caressed the diadem, his gaze fixed intently on Harry, perhaps seeking clues from his mind or lost in profound reminiscence. Soon, the elder regained his benevolent composure, reminiscent of their previous meeting. "Harry, you have been learning at Hogwarts for a week now. How are you adjusting? I have heard several professors speak highly of you." "Professor!" Dumbledore raised his palm. Interrupting Harry, "I understand what you wish to convey, and I assure you that I do not take this matter lightly. Nor do I underestimate your feelings. On the contrary, I believe you have made a remarkably prudent decision. However, Harry, you are merely an 11-year-old boy, a newcomer to Hogwarts. You need not shoulder the burden of vanquishing Voldemort simply because of titles such as the boy who lived in the Chosen One. Attend your classes, play Quidditch, and share joyful moments with your friends. These are the pursuits that truly deserve your attention. Harry yearned to articulate more, yet in Dumbledore's presence, he could not shake the feeling that the man was already privy to his thoughts. Given that speaking would be futile, he chose silence instead. However, Dumbledore hesitated momentarily, his expression reminiscent of a child reluctant to share sweets with others. With your talents and disposition, it is certain that you will continue your investigations. And inevitably, you shall encounter specific knowledge and unconventional magic. If it does not trouble you too greatly, you are welcome to visit my office every Saturday afternoon from next week onwards that I will have Hedwig send you the changing password each week in advance. So you need not trouble Professor McGonagall. That moment. Harry's emotions soared like a roller coaster. Just a moment ago he had been despondent, but upon hearing Dumbledore's agreement to tutor him, he felt invigorated. Observing Harry's eager demeanor, Dumbledore gently reminded him, "Next week, Harry, next week. You must also attend your other classes diligently. I recall you have outdoor flying lessons with the Slytherins next week." He added, "If you find your studies too burdensome or if other commitments clash with this arrangement, simply send me a note." Harry shook his head vigorously, fervently assuring, "I won't, Professor. I promise I will come." As Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room, it was already midday on Saturday. After a brief tidying up, he made his way to the Great Hall to partake in lunch. Upon his return, Ron, Neville, Seamus, and Dean immediately surrounded him, bombarding him with a flurry of inquiries. Some were concerned about what punishment he might have faced from Snape, while others were curious about his absence the previous night. The most exasperating of all was Neville, who sought Harry's guidance on potion-making. Harry managed to deflect inquiries for some time, ultimately concealing the fact that he was taking extra lessons from both Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore, one he preferred not to disclose. The other he could not. In the afternoon, Harry, accompanied by Ron and the determined Hermione, visited Hagrid's hut. They discussed Snape's detention, exchanged light-hearted jests about Mr. Filch and his cat, and then Harry broached the true purpose of their visit. "Hagrid, have you heard about the incident with the dark wizard who attempted to rob Gringotts? Although he was unsuccessful, do you think the vaults he searched were merely coincidental, or was there a premeditated plan at play?" Hagrid grunted, ignoring the untouched rock cakes on Harry's plate, and offered him another. He was woefully inept at lying. Despite Harry providing an opening, he could not bring himself to utter even the word coincidence, which only confirmed to Harry that the contents of the small bag were indeed extraordinary. After a prolonged silence, Hagrid finally managed to ask Ron, "So, what has your brother Charlie been up to since graduation?" "He's in Romania, studying dragons That makes sense that he always had a knack for creatures. No one achieved better marks in care of magical creatures than he did." As Harry and his companions walked back to the castle, preparing for dinner, their pockets were stuffed with enough rock cakes to last a week. It was Ron and Hermione's first formal meeting with Hagrid, and out of politeness, they felt obliged to accept his offerings. As a friend, Harry, seeing his companions partake, had no choice but to join the procession of cake bearers by Sunday. The schedule for the first-year flying lessons was released, and the majority of the Gryffindor newcomers lamented their fate of sharing classes with the Slytherins. Since their arrival, they had heard too many tales of Malfoy's boasts regarding his prowess in Quidditch. Aside from his interminable stories that concluded with narrow escapes from Muggle helicopters, he frequently complained about Hogwarts' decision to bar first-years from joining the house Quidditch teams. In truth, Malfoy was not alone in his grandstanding. Nearly every child from a wizarding family had their own tales, as though they had grown up on broomsticks. Yet, Malfoy garnered the most disdain, primarily due to the wealth of his family, which made his boasts ring with a semblance of truth. Harry longed for the thrill of flying. Among all magical pursuits, the ability to soar freely on a broomstick was an unadulterated passion. Yet, with the release of the timetable, tension surged among his peers, and he began to worry that he might be utterly devoid of any flying talent. Thursday arrived swiftly, and during that week, Harry found himself mired in distress due to his inability to communicate with another aspect of himself. Whether in dreams or during moments when he relinquished control of his body, the consciousness that had accompanied him for a decade felt as though it had vanished entirely, leaving no trace. The prospect of attending mundane classes paled in comparison to facing Voldemort and other unknown dangers alone, but he even began to question whether the diadem connected to Voldemort had somehow done something to him. Harry was half correct. The narrative rewinds to 6 nights prior. Murmuring was manipulating Harry's body, lifting the diadem above his head, and feigning to don it. The intention was to utilize the reassembled sequence of memories to lead Harry to mistakenly believe that another version of himself had been seduced by the diadem, thereby alerting him to the artifact corrupted by Voldemort's influence. Faced with the unknown, Harry might succumb to temptation, yet having already made a grave error, his current character would undoubtedly prevent him from straying towards the diadem again. Ultimately, everything would align once he relayed the events to Dumbledore. However, Murmuring, who believed himself infallible, came to a profound realization the moment the diadem brushed against his hair. The adage that while man proposes, fate disposes, rang true. The diadem, imbued with fragments of Voldemort's soul, resonated with the portion of Voldemort within Harry, and as the two Horcruxes drew near, memories belonging to the Dark Lord began to flood forth. From the orphanage to his student years, and then to the moment Voldemort retrieved Ravenclaw's diadem to fashion it into a Horcrux, all the knowledge Tom Riddle had acquired, the lives he had taken, and the agony he experienced during the fragmentation of his soul were forcefully thrust into Murmuring's consciousness. This was no mere threat akin to meeting Dumbledore. It was the purest form of danger. Murmuring was certain that, as a unique Horcrux, Harry's body could serve as a vessel for Voldemort's resurrection. What should he do? Should he release Murmuring? No. Murmuring was dark magic. Wielding such power against the Dark Lord could easily backfire. After a brief moment of contemplation, Murmuring abandoned the idea of employing the Dark Mist's power that he drew his wand, pointing it at his own head, and uttered a spell Harry had yet to learn. Crucio. The excruciating physical agony forcibly dispelled the fragments of Voldemort's consciousness attempting to seize control of his body. Collapsing to the ground, Murmuring immediately expelled a large volume of bile. His arms, stomach, thighs, and even neck convulsed violently. Before he could catch his breath, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him from the depths of his soul. He needed to arrange everything swiftly, while pointing his wand at his own body and casting the spell. Episky, he hastily wrapped the diadem, which he had just thrown aside, in a piece of cloth. As the pain in his body gradually subsided, he found himself lacking the strength to remain upright, lying on the cold floor. He gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to piece together a coherent memory, before succumbing to a deep slumber. In the subsequent days, Mo ran and Harry nearly severed all communication. This was not solely due to his frailty. Rather, the crux of the matter lay in his need for time to assimilate the knowledge embedded within Voldemort's memories, unaware that Mo Ran had inadvertently stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. Harry grew increasingly agitated. The sight of Neville, who had secured the memory orb, and Hermione, who was incessantly chattering about a magical Quidditch team, only heightened his unease. He was in desperate need of an outlet. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Harry embarked on his inaugural outdoor flying lesson. Madame Hooch was a no-nonsense instructor, which provided Harry with a modicum of comfort. Well, what are you all waiting for? Stand next to a broomstick and make haste. Extend your right hand over the broom and shout, "Up! Up!" Harry's voice, though not particularly loud, resonated with an undeniable authority among his peers. He is beckoning. The broom at his feet leapt into his grasp, as if it were a soldier responding to a commanding officer's order. Such a compliant broom was a rarity among the 20-odd first years. Aside from Harry, only Malfoy managed to achieve the same feat. Noticing this, Ron raised his voice, turning to the broom that was tumbling on the grass, exclaiming, "Come on, get up, up!" After a brief interval, Madame Hooch blew her whistle, instructing the unsuccessful students to retrieve their brooms from the ground, and proceeded to demonstrate how to mount the broom without sliding off. "Remember the movements I taught you. Do not merely sit upon it. Your weight must press down on the broomstick. When I blow the whistle, push off the ground with your legs, lift off, and remember to exert force. Grip tightly with both hands, ascend a few feet, then lean forward and gently return to the ground. Listen for my whistle. Point 3, 2. Neville, overwhelmed with nerves, did not wish to be the sole fool left on the ground. And before Madame Hooch could blow her whistle, he propelled himself upward. "Come back. Longbottom, Madame Hooch called out, but Neville's broom soared skyward like a cork from champagne bottle. Several girls shrieked, while some boys from Slytherin guffawed. Madame Hooch drew her wand, but alas, Neville ascended too swiftly. With a resounding thud, he plummeted onto the lawn. With no time to concern herself with the broom's trajectory, Madame Hooch hastened to the crumpled figure of Neville. Both their faces pale as death. "Child, can you hear my voice? Take it slow. Your wrist is broken, but it's all right. Madame Pomfrey will mend you swiftly. Rise gently. Do not rush. I shall escort Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. Everyone else, remain on the ground. If I return to find anyone flying, I assure you, Hogwarts will expel them before they can utter a word about Quidditch." As Madame Hooch led the tearful and pained Neville away, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from the Slytherin contingent. "Ha ha! Malfoy," clutching his stomach, guffawed. "Did you see that oaf's face? Look at him cry. Shut up, Malfoy." Ron retorted, his face flushed with anger. Yet Malfoy seemed unfazed, pointing at the spot where Neville had fallen. "Look, what's that?" "A memory orb from Longbottom's grandmother. Honestly, that trinket is useless to him. He could never remember what he has forgotten." "Give it back, Malfoy," Harry interjected, his voice soft yet commanding, silencing the first years as effectively as he had silenced the broom. "You think I want this rubbish, Potter? I've told you not to associate with the likes of Longbottom and Weasley. They'll only drag you down. You should be grateful Madame Hooch didn't deduct points from Gryffindor." Harry stepped forward, undeterred by Crabbe and Goyle attempting to block his path. "Give it back, Malfoy," he repeated. "I don't think so." Malfoy, ever the picture of arrogance, leaned casually against his broom, hovering above. After circling the first years from Slytherin, he hovered the memory orb above Harry's head, taunting, "Come and get it, Potter." "No, Harry. Madame Hooch told us to stay on the ground. Besides, you could break your neck," Hermione cautioned. Ignoring Hermione, the pent-up frustration propelled Harry forward. He craved the rush of wind through his hair, the sound of his robes billowing behind him. The broom lifted him into the air. Gryffindor students erupted in cheers as he soared with astonishing grace. Every movement fluid and effortless. "Give it back, Malfoy," he implored for a third time, his voice trembling with exhilaration. This untrained ease was a sensation he had never experienced in any other subject, and even he felt it surpassed the skill expected of a novice. Malfoy, taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Weighing the memory orb in his hand, he remarked, "I said, come and get it, unless you think you can't catch me. How about hiding it in the tower? Let Longbottom search for it. Come on, Potter, unless you're afraid." As Malfoy ascended higher on his broom, Harry followed closely, his speed unwavering, as if instinctively aware of how to maneuver. Sensing Harry closing in, Malfoy executed a backflip, a maneuver he had practiced extensively at home. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Harry merely glanced and replicated the move flawlessly. "Go, Harry! Knock Malfoy off!" Ron cheered, now the leader of the Gryffindor pack, clapping and shouting encouragement. "Not bad, Potter," Malfoy retorted, feigning nonchalance, "but you're about to throw yourself off your broom. Since you're so keen on that piece of junk, let us see if you can catch it." He hurled the memory orb forcefully behind Harry. Harry watched as the glass sphere seemed to glide in slow motion over his head. Instinctively, he performed the backflip maneuver he had just witnessed, directing the broom towards the descending orb like a javelin. The wind howled in his ears, the blood pounding in his veins like a thunderous drum, and the shouts of his classmates on the ground faded into silence. Completely focused, Harry was oblivious to the perfection of his maneuver. His mind was fixated on counting down. 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet, just 1 foot above the ground. Harry's right hand shot forward like lightning, grasping the memory orb. Hermione and several other girls, unable to bear the thought of Harry crashing to the ground, instinctively shut their eyes. Yet, in that split second, Harry yanked hard with his left hand, arching his body backward, miraculously straightening the broom at an incredible angle. "Ah!" The Gryffindor boys erupted in jubilation. Not even professional Quidditch players could boast such skill at Hogwarts. Young wizards abandoned their brooms, rushing past the astonished Slytherins to embrace Harry. But before they could join in the celebration, a familiar voice cut through the elation. "Harry Potter!" Harry's heart sank faster than his recent dive. It was Professor McGonagall's voice that in all my years at Hogwarts. How dare you? You could break your neck. With his head bowed and words caught in his throat, Harry found himself witnessing Professor McGonagall in a state of agitation he had never seen before. It was not Harry's fault. It was Malfoy's impertinence that had provoked her ire. Several quick-thinking classmates were poised to intercede on Harry's behalf, yet they were all met with Professor McGonagall's stern rebuke. Mr. Malfoy will be dealt with by the head of Slytherin House. For now, Potter, you shall accompany me. During Thursday's feast, the entire Hogwarts community, students, staff, and ghosts alike, unanimously engaged in lively discussions about a singular topic. Harry Potter had become the youngest seeker for a house team in a century. What had initially intended to keep Harry's appointment as the new seeker for Gryffindor under wraps, but on the day of the announcement, another first year was spotted soaring through the skies on a broomstick. Draco Malfoy, having been granted a reprieve by Professor Snape, was eager to uncover the nature of Harry's punishment. Upon discovering that not only had Harry faced no repercussions, but had also been appointed as Gryffindor's seeker, he was rendered utterly unhinged by the reality. In his frenzy, Malfoy could scarcely contain himself, incessantly proclaiming Harry's new role to anyone who would listen and penning 11 letters to his father, decrying how Harry had flouted school regulations while attempting to persuade Lucius Malfoy, a school governor, to secure his own position on the Slytherin Quidditch team. Alas, the Slytherin team was not in dire need of a seeker, as Gryffindor was. Seventh-year Terence Higgs had proven himself quite capable in the preceding seasons. Even if Malfoy's father were to recommend his son for the position, such a breach of school protocol would require Dumbledore's approval. Ultimately, all of Malfoy's efforts were in vain. In a fit of rage, he forsook dinner and lingered by the entrance hall, awaiting the moment to confront Harry. Potter, dare you engage me in a wizard's duel tonight? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, sending Malfoy a look of bemused pity. You and me? Indeed. Who else could I mean? Have you never heard of wizard dueling? Of course, Harry had heard of it. As Ron spoke, a realization dawned upon him. You mean tonight? No wonder you have the audacity to challenge Harry. You intend to lure us out under the cover of darkness and then summon a professor to catch us. Dawn to you. Malfoy's face flushed crimson as he stammered. How could I? I fear that while I am administering a sound thrashing, the teachers might intervene. Ron, refusing to grant Malfoy any semblance of dignity, gave Harry a gentle push forward. Then why not commence right now? Harry is ready to duel you at any moment. Aren't you, Harry? Harry nodded in agreement, affirming Ron's assertion. Instinctively, Malfoy sought refuge behind Crabbe and Goyle. But after witnessing Harry's prowess and magic on several occasions, even his portly companions hesitated to confront Harry directly. Midnight, I shall awake you in the trophy room. Those who fail to arrive are nothing but cowards. As Malfoy and his cronies dashed off, Harry chuckled and remarked, Quick on the uptake. R&T they, Ron. I half expected you to accept right away. His excuse was utterly feeble. Don't be modest. I've always said you were quite clever. Harry's compliment rendered Ron's face a deep shade of crimson. However, as they made their way back to the Gryffindor common room, an even more unexpected figure materialized than Malfoy. Thank goodness, I have finally found you. Neville, why aren't you at the feast? Did you forget the password? This week's password is pig snout. No, I can't find Harry to AT this. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder and stepped forward to inquire. How is your arm? It is perfectly fine, Neville replied, raising his arm to show them. Madame Pomfrey healed it in no time. Harry, I heard about the situation with Malfoy. If you were to be expelled over this, I would never forgive myself. What I mean to say is, thank you, Harry. Thank you for retrieving the Remembrall and standing up for me. To be honest, every Gryffindor wanted to teach Malfoy a lesson, Neville, that I merely happened to be the first to soar up on a broom. Harry's reassurance, however, failed to lift Neville's spirits. He shook his head and candidly confessed, I am not like you. Harry, I am always afraid of this and that. Perhaps the Sorting Hat made a mistake in placing me in Gryffindor. I wish I could be as fearless as you, but I seem to fail at everything. That Neville's words rendered Ron silent. Indeed, compared to Harry, they both felt woefully inadequate, even if they occasionally exposed Malfoy's petty schemes. What of it? No, Neville, Harry suddenly interjected, I am not without fear. In fact, I may be more afraid than either of you. How can that be? You dared to face Malfoy in a broomstick duel without ever having ridden one before. Listen to me, Rhonda. A person devoid of any sense of fear is, at best, a fool unaware of their own limitations. That is not true bravery. To tell you the truth, when Professor McGonagall called my name from behind, I was terrified. I thought I was about to be expelled. As I walked toward the castle, I must have imagined 1,000 times how I would return to my aunt and uncle's home and face the ensuing days. At one point, I even regretted my impulsiveness in chasing after Malfoy. Neville lowered his head further, not wanting Harry to see the tears welling in his eyes. However, Neville, Harry continued, once everything had passed, I reflected upon the day's events and realized that I did not regret standing up for you. You are my classmate, my friend. In that moment, I could not allow Malfoy to insult you. If I had to make that choice again, I would still retrieve the remembrall for you. Though I would likely use my wand to resolve the matter rather than risk expulsion by pursuing him on a broom. Neville, he murmured, tears brimming in his eyes, I am not saying this to elicit your gratitude. What I wish to convey is that true courage lies in understanding fear, confronting it, and overcoming it. Do not feel ashamed of being afraid. Far too many people choose to flee before they even reach this point. If you are bold enough to acknowledge it and face it, one day you will find the courage within yourself to conquer it. Ron was left speechless by Harry's impassioned speech. After a prolonged silence, he finally stammered, Goodness, Harry, who taught you all of this? Harry shrugged, somewhat embarrassed. I suppose I taught it to myself. Time swiftly passed, and once more it was Friday. As in the previous week, Snape did not particularly torment the Gryffindor students in potions class. Although he still awarded Slytherin a few extra points, it was a marked improvement compared to his treatment of other year groups. Hermione was on fire this week. Aside from flying lessons, she managed to earn Gryffindor 5 points in nearly every class, prompting many to regard the young, which with newfound respect. As for Harry, he spent his time in Professor Snape's office not only studying potion making, but also receiving lessons in the art of the mind-shielding charm. The mind-shielding charm is a defensive magic used to prevent one's thoughts from external intrusion. It is quite obscure, highly advanced, and undoubtedly effective. It meant to shield against mind-reading, Professor. I believe I read about the legilimency spell in a book. Potter, pay closer attention. You must learn to recognize the most subtle distinctions. Since you have already encountered legilimency, you should understand that mind-reading is merely a term favored by muggles. The human mind is not a book to be opened and perused. Consider the myriad thoughts etched within your mind. They are never neatly arranged. Are they? The human psyche is a complex, multi-layered construct. Should you master the mind-shielding charm, I believe it will greatly benefit your future studies in potion making. Harry surmised that all of this must have been orchestrated by Dumbledore. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, he was the only one privy to the fact that he had once glimpsed Voldemort's memories. The very fact that Dumbledore entrusted such a pivotal task to Snape indicated that Professor Snape was most likely a teacher worthy of complete trust. Or at the very least, that was Dumbledore's belief. All right, Professor, I think I have a general understanding, Harry said earnestly, not yet inclined to unveil this intricate relationship. The art of legilimency resembled a sophisticated lie detector. As thoughts are dynamic and capricious, one could only infer the truth through the observation of memories and emotions, coming infinitely close to an accurate deduction. Snape nodded in satisfaction. It seems you possess a degree of talent. Potter, occlumency is employed to seal off memories and emotions that contradict lies and illusions, thus allowing you to deceive intruders into your thoughts, leading them to erroneous conclusions. However, I must remind you, you are now a wizard. Do not constantly resort to the vocabulary typically used by muggles. Very well, Professor. Does this magic require incantations? Snape, who had momentarily donned a pleasant demeanor, instantly reverted to his usual scowl. He exasperatedly explained to Harry, not all magic necessitates incantations. You are a wizard. A wizard. A mute wizard without a wand is still a wizard. But a muggle cannot wield a wand to cast spells. If you must chant an incantation to protect your mind, what will you do while you sleep? Shall you summon your wand in your dreams? I apologize, Professor. Snape scrutinized Harry's eyes for a moment before gradually calming himself. Very well. This is your first encounter with such advanced magic. Listen to me. For ordinary wizards and beginners, eye contact is often crucial in legilimency. You can discern whether your mind has been invaded through this. However, Once faced with a highly skilled wizard, such as Dumbledore, incantations, wands, and eye contact become irrelevant. They can effortlessly infiltrate your mind without your awareness. Unfortunately, both legilimency and occlumency are not arts that ordinary wizards can master, so should you encounter someone intent on invading your thoughts, their magical prowess will not be lacking. Now, Snape retrieved his wand. I shall enter your mind, and you will involuntarily recall certain memories. Remember, this is not voluntary. You must resist me, deceive me, or even wield your wand to thwart me. Only by first training your resistance can we proceed to the next step. Prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1. Legilimency. Harry's preparation seemed utterly futile as the office before him melted away like ink, and a series of images flashed through his mind like a film reel. One summer when he was 5. He had just finished tidying his room when he noticed Dudley, after riding his bicycle, had trampled the floor into chaos. Uncle Vernon scolded him for a moment, instructing him to clean it again, while Dudley stubbornly refused to listen to his mother's orders to go upstairs for a bath, instead running back and forth in the hallway. Harry toiled from afternoon until night before he was finally able to rest. That same year, Aunt Marge visited on Halloween, and her dog, Ripper, chased Harry up a tree. While the Dursleys roared with laughter on the lawn at T7, Harry began school, and Dudley, no longer bold enough to lay hands on him, gathered a group of followers who cornered Harry after class, taunting him for being a motherless, fatherless child. No. Snape's office returned with Harry's scream. Harry gasped for breath, his shirt soaked and clinging tightly to his chest as it rose and fell. He instinctively glanced at Professor Snape, eager to gauge his performance, but the latter had already stormed out without a backward glance. 10 minutes later, Professor Snape re-entered, his face darker than ever, believing he was doomed. Harry was about to apologize when he heard Snape inquire, "Potter, you have been residing with your aunt all these years, correct?" "Yes, Professor." "Has no one visited you? Or brought you anything?" "No, Professor." Snape took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions as if swallowing back vomit that had risen to his throat. "You live at 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, do you not?" Yes, Professor. What of it?" "Nothing." Snape retrieved a bottle of pale blue potion from his desk and handed it to Harry. "Drink this, rest for a while, and then we shall continue. I am already rested." "Professor, do not argue, Potter. When I instruct you to rest, you shall rest." Aunt Petunia had asked Harry to assist in the kitchen, and while handling the heavy frying pan, he accidentally burned his finger a month before school started. Harry resided in a room at the Leaky Cauldron, munching on bread while previewing his second-year potions textbook. Learning rapidly, Dudley had been using Harry for practice in boxing, and after Harry deftly escaped, Dudley sulked in Aunt Petunia's embrace, crying, which left Harry starved for 2 days. "You are feeling better, but I must remind you, Potter, you cannot rely on anger or other emotions. Emotions are genuine. To truly seal your mind, you must eliminate distractions and cast aside all feelings, maintaining strict control over yourself. Remember, the past cannot be altered. There are always matters of greater significance than memories. Thoughts and recollections are fleeting sensations. Control them, utilize them, create them." Once more, 3, 2, 1, legilimency. Harry found himself sprinting down the streets of Little Whinging, his subconscious urging him to consume as much food as possible and to exercise, so he might grow taller and thus avoid Dudley's bullying. As he ran, Harry transformed into a gust of wind, soaring into the sky, the visage of Little Whinging distorting into Hogwarts Castle. He did not halt. He was searching for someone, a man adorned with a purple headscarf. Enough. Harry jolted awake, noticing Snape still brandishing his wand, suddenly realizing he had escaped from the memories without engaging in conscious resistance. The fabricated memories you conjured are far too chaotic, failing to serve the purpose of deception. However, for your current self, this represents significant progress. We shall conclude here for today. Let us ascend to the Great Hall for dinner. Bewildered, Harry nodded, and after lingering in his chair for a moment, he bid farewell to Professor Snape. As he opened the door, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Snape using his wand to extract something from a basin. Thanks to Professor Snape's timely conclusion of Harry's detention, when he joined Ron and the others for dinner, 6 long-eared owls unexpectedly arrived under the cover of night, delivering a slender package, just as Harry was indulging in his meal. Curious about the identity of the sender, Hedwig followed closely with a letter, dropping it atop the parcel. Noticing Professor McGonagall's signature, Harry eagerly tore open the envelope. Do not open the package on the table just yet. It contains your new Firebolt 2000. Gryffindor's first match is against Slytherin, and I do not wish for other students to learn of your new broom. Keep it hidden. Oliver Wood will be waiting for you at the Quidditch pitch this Sunday morning to give you your first training lesson. Had Harry not undergone Snape's intense occlumency training, he would have at least shown Ron the note inside the envelope. However, now equipped with a nascent understanding of emotional control, Harry remained unfazed by elation or excitement. Amidst the inquiries from his classmates, he quickly cleaned his plate and retreated to the dormitory with his Firebolt 2000, observing Harry's hurried departure and the shape of his package. Hermione seemed to deduce something. She picked up her book, took a few bites of mashed potatoes, and directly followed him to Hogwarts. Boys were prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory. Should a male student attempt to enter, the stairs would transform into a slide, ejecting him. Conversely, girls could visit the boys' dormitory at any time. Harry was only aware of the former, which explained why he jumped in surprise when Hermione startled him while he believed he was alone unwrapping the package. "What is that?" With a sudden flourish, Harry drew his wand, poised to utter the incantation for the stunning spell, only to halt just in time. "Hermione, what brings you here?" "No, wait, how did you get in? Aren't boys' and girls' dormitories supposed to be off limits to each other?" Hermione approached Harry's bed, clutching a book. "Perhaps the founders of the school deemed that girls are more trustworthy than boys?" She replied, "Is that indeed your new broomstick?" Harry turned to examine the Nimbus 2000 alongside Hermione. Their knowledge of flying brooms was scant, yet they couldn't help but acknowledge the broom's stunning appearance. The polished mahogany not only gleamed but boasted elegant lines, with its tail bristles arranged in perfect order. Devoid of any fork. Coupled with the gilded tip of the Nimbus 2000, it was hard to fathom how Ron or Malfoy, both Quidditch enthusiasts, would react upon seeing it. "So, you're about to commence Quidditch training. Are you?" "Yes, starting this weekend." "Well, I had intended to study with you in the library. Are you free on Saturday? I have to meet Professor Dumbledore on Saturday, but if I finish early..." "No worries, I can manage on my own. I'll keep the broomstick matter a secret, rest assured." Honeydukes. Harry had to admit that upon receiving the note with those words, he thought it was a prank. However, as he later surmised, it was the secret password to Dumbledore's office. The enormous stone guardian, upon hearing Harry's voice, shook its grotesque head and stepped aside. The wall behind it cracked open, revealing a spiral staircase. Harry gently tapped on the gleaming oak door and called out, "Professor Dumbledore, may I enter?" The door swung open automatically, revealing Dumbledore dressed much more casually than usual. "You've arrived, Harry. Congratulations on joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team. How has your week been?" "It's been all right, Professor," as Harry surveyed the layout of the office. He approached Dumbledore briskly. "I heard that Severus will be tutoring you every Friday. He is quite a strict teacher. If you find the workload overwhelming, you can," without allowing Dumbledore to finish, Harry hurriedly interjected, "Professor, I can keep up." "No problem." "Very well." Dumbledore's tone conveyed a hint of disappointment, indicating his lack of enthusiasm for tutoring. "Professor, what shall we study today? Have you destroyed that object?" Dumbledore glanced at Harry, who had reached his desk, and waved his hand. A piece of candy flew through the air, transforming into a chair behind Harry. "Have a seat." Harry was astounded. He gently caressed the brass handle shaped like a griffin and slowly sat down. It was well known that Transfiguration had strict limitations regarding the size and shape of objects. Even a wizard with thorough knowledge of the object could not transform a sesame seed into a dragon. Harry had never imagined a mere candy could morph into something as large as a chair. More astonishing was that Dumbledore had performed this intricate and detailed transfiguration without a wand or sound. "Let us temporarily set aside the matter of the crown, Harry. Some things require the right timing to accomplish, and I would like to have a proper discussion with you before we commence formal lessons." Dumbledore's words made Harry realize that the topic was about to take a serious turn. He straightened his posture and nodded solemnly at Dumbledore. "Tell me, Harry, what do you believe magic is?" Harry hesitated for a moment, then slowly articulated, drawing from the knowledge he had just acquired from Professor Snape the previous day. "Professor, I think magic refers to extraordinary means exhibited through magical power, a force that distinguishes wizards from muggles." Dumbledore offered no immediate evaluation, but continued to inquire. Do you think this power is inherently noble or superior? Harry seemed to grasp Dumbledore's intent, and his speech quickened slightly. Magic is wondrous, and I adore it. Since arriving at Hogwarts, I discover something new nearly every day. However, I have never considered it noble or superior, Professor. Can you tell me why? Harry, I grew up in the world of Muggles, Professor, in a technological environment devoid of magic. We have televisions, telephones, and computers. We can predict the weather and cure diseases. We even sent something called a satellite into space that in terms of intelligence, I do not believe that so-called Muggles are inferior to wizards. And in the coming decades, I think wizards will soon find themselves catching up to Muggles. Of course, I do not imply that technology can surpass magic. The ability to wield magic is undoubtedly fortunate. But I wish to convey that it is precisely because most wizards harbor notions of nobility and superiority that the development of magic progresses at a glacial pace, whether in Flourish and Blots or the library at Hogwarts. All knowledge is ancient and outdated, as if the new generation of wizards merely stands on the shoulders of their predecessors to enjoy the fruits of their labors. Observing Harry, growing increasingly impassioned, Dumbledore smiled and raised his hand to interrupt him. All right, my child, you have articulated your thoughts very well. It is quite rare for someone of your age to contemplate such matters. Just as you said, Harry, magic is a special gift. Regardless of how many individuals inhabit this world, the ratio of wizards to muggles remains constant. In recent decades, the number of wizards born to muggle families has surged. This phenomenon cannot be explained merely by intermarriage or other implausible reasons. Yet those obstinate pure-blood families steadfastly cling to the belief in blood purity. Indeed, children with magical blood almost invariably become wizards. But during my tenure at Hogwarts, I have encountered many exceptional students from Muggle backgrounds. Like Hermione, Dumbledore turned to Harry with a smile and continued, yes, just like Miss Granger, SOUC, Harry, to become an outstanding wizard. Bloodline is inconsequential. Even magical ability itself pales in comparison to what, Professor? Dumbledore picked up his wand from the desk and rose, saying, you will come to know in due time. Harry, now, it is time for our lesson. Please take out your wand. Harry stood and complied, filled with anticipation as he imagined the wondrous magic the headmaster would demonstrate. To his astonishment, Dumbledore uttered a series of familiar incantations. Incendio! As the red flames slowly ascended into the air, Harry silently reassured himself. This is excellent control. All the flames are concentrated together. Perhaps the headmaster intends to teach me the nuances of controlling magical power. Harry, Dumbledore softly inquired, have you mastered the Incendio spell? Yes. Then cast it. Incendio. The orange-yellow flames that erupted from Harry's wand shot directly toward the red fireball conjured by Dumbledore, with a soft hissing sound. Harry's flames vanished in a thin air. Dumbledore's voice resonated at that moment. This is the eternal flame, also known as the flame that never extinguishes. It is a profoundly advanced form of magic. Unlike the knowledge gleaned from textbooks, you cannot simplify it with spells or wands. The most remarkable aspect of the eternal flame is its independence from fuel and air, even underwater. As long as the wizard who created it does not intentionally extinguish it, it will never disappear. Harry stood frozen, his gaze fixed upon the swirling mass of crimson flames, his mind incessantly replaying the words of the esteemed headmaster. You cannot simplify it using spells or wands. As if attuned to Harry's thoughts, Dumbledore took the initiative to elaborate. Wands and spells serve as tools for wizards, remarkably convenient instruments that, once widespread, become utterly indispensable. However, Harry, casting spells is merely the facade of magic. To truly comprehend how to master it, one must look beyond the surface to grasp its essence. Otherwise, you will remain confined to the mere application of magic. Professor, what about us? You need not worry. Harry, mastery of magic requires extraordinary talent and extensive practice. Learning about the Goblet of Fire is an excellent means of training. Today, we shall commence by understanding the principles behind its eternal flame. Compared to certain dark magical flames, the Goblet of Fire is relatively safe. It burns spontaneously. If handled correctly, it can even save you the expense of firewood for your hearth. Moreover, once summoned, it requires no further effort to control. It will obediently remain in the place it was conjured. Even if the caster were to perish, it would continue to burn indefinitely. There's no magic that can extinguish it, to my knowledge. None. Thus, Harry, I reiterate, it is relatively safe. Dumbledore spoke. He summoned a photograph from a distant shelf. Behold, I once gifted this to the giants of the East. They enshrined it on an island in the lake, only taking a portion of the flame during their rituals. Harry pondered. I understand, Professor. If the flame taken from the goblet ignites something else and spreads, it could lead to disaster, so it must be used with restraint. Dumbledore gently shook his head and clarified. You need not concern yourself with that, Harry. The flame extracted from the goblet is merely ordinary fire, even when fuel is added or other flames are used to stoke it. The goblet's fire will absorb them while maintaining its original form. The true danger of the goblet's flame lies in its extreme heat and destructive potential. I have regulated the temperature, so you do not feel it. But were its full power unleashed, this office would likely melt away. Therefore, you must promise me, Harry, that you will only wield the goblet's flame while practicing with me. Not jest with the safety of your friends and fellow students. Harry swallowed hard and nodded earnestly at Dumbledore. For the next several hours, Harry grappled with theoretical knowledge while attempting practical application. Yet, as Dumbledore had described with two emphatic veries to illustrate the difficulty, Harry failed to conjure even a single spark of the goblet's flame, and on his way back to the dormitory, thoroughly exhausted, Harry continued to mentally review the key points about the goblet of fire. According to the headmaster, even he had succeeded in mastering the flame thanks to familial lineage and the assistance of a phoenix. Harry was uncertain whether this was merely a comforting fabrication by Dumbledore, but it certainly had the opposite effect. If even a genius like Dumbledore required external aid in fortuitous circumstances to succeed, what hope did someone like him, devoid of a phoenix, have? Should he sneak into the headmaster's office to steal Fawkes? Or perhaps he should begin by studying simpler magical flames. Perhaps he could uncover some valuable insights from that. The mere thought of accelerating his learning progress made Harry forget his hunger, and he nearly sprinted to Madame Pants, the librarian. Mr. Potter, it is time for dinner, and I have made it abundantly clear that without a professor's authorization note, I cannot allow you to borrow books from the restricted section. Madame Pants, I'm not seeking to enter the restricted section this time. Oh, how novel. Very well, but remember, no eating in the library and do not damage the books. Rest assured I shall not. Books on distinguishing herbaceous plants, vampire defense manuals, and comprehensive guides to magical flames were easily found in the Hogwarts library. Within mere seconds of reaching the shelf marked with the letter F, Harry spotted the book he desired. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for further excitement. The Guide to Magical Flames detailed numerous types of magical fire, showcasing the ingenious methods wizards devised to ignite flames underwater, burn wood and charcoal without smoke, or deceive medieval witch-hunting muggles. However, most of these involved applying magic to ordinary flames or utilizing magical potions, with few truly deserving the title of magical flames. Interestingly, dark wizards appeared to create more fascinating forms of magical fire to enhance their combat prowess, including poisonous flames that emitted toxic smoke, invisible flames undetectable to the naked eye, and the deceiver's fire, which began cold but grew increasingly hot. Just as Harry intended to jot down the names of the magical fires that piqued his interest for future study, he caught sight of Hermione, who had also arrived at the library. Harry, have you finished your magical studies with Professor Dumbledore? Harry closed the book, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Yes, that you're here, so late to study. Hermione hefted two hefty tomes that seemed heavier than herself, and said, I came to return these, but I will likely borrow another for bedtime reading. Are you self-studying a particular subject? Perhaps we could study together? Harry smiled and shook his head, returning the Magical Flames guide to the shelf. Dumbledore had not strictly forbidden him from sharing his self-study topics, but he instinctively wished to keep this secret, leaving her with a parting remark. No, I was just browsing for something that piqued my interest. I'm off to dinner now. Goodbye, Hermione. He then hurried away. The next morning, as Harry awoke from his slumber, he felt an invigorating sense of clarity. This was not solely because it marked his first day of practice with the Gryffindor Quidditch team. What truly grounded him was the return of another self, Mo Ran. Unlike previous dreams, last night's experience of revisiting the study of the Goblet of Fire felt indistinguishable from reality. The portraits of past headmasters in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's spoken words, and even the Phoenix Fox, which merely circled around him, all replayed in sequence. Harry even thought that had he not already experienced the same content once before, he might have mistaken it for reality. Mo Ran, hidden within Harry, was equally astonished. The mind-blocking spell and the previously unheard-of Goblet of Fire. If this pace continued, their arsenal of tactics against formidable foes would expand. And many characters who had perished in the original narrative while confronting Voldemort might have the opportunity to survive without sacrificing their lives. Such deductions were not mere wishful thinking or baseless optimism. Mo Ran was never one to indulge in blind optimism. In fact, while sorting through Voldemort's memories and knowledge, he had uncovered a perilous soul spell. This insidious magic allowed Voldemort to possess living beings, siphoning their life force to bolster his own. This, evidently, was the method employed by the Dark Lord to control Professor Quirrell. However, upon grasping the principles of the spell, Mo Ran found himself even more curious about how Voldemort could possess Quirrell. Logically, this magic could only be utilized when a host was in a state of near death, indicating significant limitations. Take Voldemort, who possessed Horcruxes. Upon the demise of his physical form, his consciousness was preserved within a fragment of his soul, meaning his magical prowess should only allow him to inhabit small creatures or insects. Perhaps after languishing for a decade or so, he could barely manage to possess a creature tainted by dark magic or a newly born human infant. As for Quirrell, who was a fully fledged adult wizard, he had not been a loyal Death Eater. As long as he harbored even the slightest desire to resist, he should not have been so easily dominated, even with diminished magical power. Thus, the only plausible explanation remained. Quirrell was, at his core, a cowardly individual who willingly surrendered his body to Voldemort under the Dark Lord's duplicitous charm and coercive threats, coexisting with him. Moreover, Voldemort refrained from directly seizing Quirrell's body to resurrect himself because he currently lacked the magical strength to consume the soul of an adult wizard. Instead, he could only manipulate and coerce Quirrell into performing various tasks to prepare for his rebirth. Mo Ran did not possess a fervent desire to rescue Quirrell. Despite being a pitiful figure, many unforgivable sins had already been committed during Voldemort's possession of him. He devoted a considerable amount of time to the study of Voldemort's soul magic, aspiring to harness his unique, latent physical attributes to absorb dark magical energies and grow stronger. Within the expansive universe of Harry Potter, the wizarding world is replete with perilous dark magical creatures. Without venturing far, even within the vicinity of Hogwarts, Moran could encounter a basilisk, a giant spider, and the impending dementors that would arrive in the third year, should this magic be refined into Moran's exclusive northern divine skill. The future he and Harry could forge together would indeed be boundless. Good morning, Harry. Are you heading practice? Good morning, Ron. Yes. Can I accompany you to watch? I merely wish to observe the Firebolt 2000. Just a look. Not to ride or touch. Actually, you could sneak a few touches in the dormitory. I've tucked it under my bed. But you must be discreet, for I shouldn't flaunt it before the official matches. It's my secret weapon. Ron swallowed hard, shaking his head. Then I 1T touch it, lest someone sees and spills the beans that I'll simply watch you practice. Harry jested. Perhaps you should join Hermione in the library. Your grades would surely improve. Absolutely not. She's brilliant and formidable, but being around her would only result in endless reprimands. She dares not lecture you, however. Observing Ron's disdainful expression, Harry patted his shoulder, and together they made their way toward the Quidditch pitch. Harry's practice session unfolded smoothly. Having previously acquainted himself with the rules of Quidditch through his readings, or was able to save much time on explanations, he gathered a number of players, including the Weasley twins, to assist Harry with practice using a golf ball, while also offering guidance on flying techniques. Yet, even as dusk approached and exhaustion set in, Harry maintained an impeccable record of successful shots. This brought immense joy to Wood, who proclaimed to all on their return to the banquet hall, "Gryffindor is certain to win this year." Have you seen Hermione? After loading his plate with a generous serving of roasted ribs, Harry suddenly inquired of those around him. Oh, who cares? She is probably off to the library again. That girl knows nothing but books and shows no interest even in our new Seeker-S training. Ron's words did little to ease Harry's concerns, and just as he intended to rise and scan the room, a man with a terrified expression and a scarf burst through the great hall doors. Professor Quirrell. "Troll, in the dungeon," he shouted. "I thought you ought to be informed." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. With a thunderous crash echoing from the ceiling above, chaos erupted in the hall, except for Harry and a handful of upperclassmen from various houses. All the younger witches and wizards abandoned their dinners and rushed toward the exits. Silence! Professor Dumbledore's voice resonated like a bell, instantly commanding attention. "Please, remain calm. Heads of houses, escort your students back to their dormitories at once. Teachers, follow me to the dungeon." Percy reacted swiftly, moving to direct the first-year students. "Follow me. First years, stay close. Everyone else, make way. I am the head boy." With his older brother leading the way, Ron felt considerably reassured. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and remarked to Harry, "I can't fathom how a troll got in here. They're supposed to be dreadfully dim-witted, don't you think, Harry?" Amidst the throng, Harry was bent on making his way to the library on the second floor. Just moments earlier, when Quirrell had burst into the banquet hall, another voice, Moran's, had echoed in his mind for the first time while he was still conscious. "Find Hermione, to the library and the girls' restroom on that floor." Quickly, uncertain why Moran was so anxious, but understanding that Hermione might be in danger due to the troll's presence, Harry complied. Upon reaching the second floor, the library was already closed, before Harry could peer through the door's crack. A nauseating stench suddenly filled the air. An olfactory assault reminiscent of Dudley's soiled socks melded with an unkempt public restroom. Following the source of the odor, Harry glimpsed a colossal shadow advancing toward him, accompanied by heavy footfalls from the far end of the corridor. The figure stood a staggering 12 feet tall, causing the floor to tremble with each step. Hastily, Harry crouched into the shadows, his mind racing. Should he flee, or attempt to divert its attention? Although he had yet to locate Hermione, summoning the teachers to deal with the situation seemed the most prudent course of action. Before he could finalize his thoughts, a girl's piercing scream nearly caused his heart to cease. Hermione, who had just emerged from the girls' restroom, looked up to see the monstrous creature lumbering toward her from around the corner. Its skin resembled filthy granite, rough and dull, even the moonlight merely casting it as a massive heap of dirt. The troll, evidently surprised to encounter such a small creature, raised its long, thick arm and scratched its head, pondering for a moment before deciding to eliminate the girl who had shouted and then hidden away. Roar! With a bellow, the troll swung the heavy club it had been dragging across the ground, effortlessly smashing the restroom door to splinters. The sound of shattering would drown out Hermione's scream as she cowered in the farthest corner of a stall, oblivious to the approaching troll's massive foot. Resembling a tree stump, Harry sprinted swiftly, his wand finally gripped firmly in hand. Since beginning his magical education, he had been preoccupied with various distractions, never having the chance to properly hone his combat skills. Little did he anticipate that his first trial as a novice would pit him against such an overwhelming foe. Reductio. In a moment of urgency, Harry's shrinking spell struck the heavy club just before it could crush Hermione's stall. The troll, relying on its weapon, was caught off guard as it lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the sink, wall, and pipes were obliterated under the weight. Hermione, terrified and on the verge of fainting, heard a familiar voice urging her not to surrender. "Hermione, wake up! Move! Quickly, grab this pipe. Hold on tight. Accio water pipe." Hermione could hardly remember how she escaped the troll. She only recalled that Harry had thrown something to her, urging her to hold on, and then she was yanked away by a powerful force. Looking down at Hermione, who was too weak to stand, Harry hoisted her onto his shoulder. He then aimed his wand at the troll's rear and unleashed a barrage of 3 spells. Stupefy, Reducto, Confringo. In Harry's recollection, the potency of these spells escalated from one to the next, and indeed, they proved effective, tearing through the troll's ragged clothing, breaking its tough, callous skin, and leaving a small wound on its backside. Roar! The troll bellowed in confusion, its voice lacking any real pain, instead filled with bewilderment. Harry recalled the descriptions of trolls from his readings. Immensely strong, brutish, yet astonishingly foolish, due to their skin's formidable resistance to magic. Wizards facing trolls were advised to rely on cunning rather than brute strength. Emerging from the debris, the troll soon located the source of its discomfort, having found no weapon after a cursory search. In a fit of rage, it ripped a thick pipe from the wall, sending water spraying everywhere within the restroom. Impedimento, reductio, quickly shrink. As Harry conjured a barrier spell before the troll, he simultaneously diminished the pipe he held in his hand. Unable to devise a method to vanquish the creature, he focused on ensnaring it as much as possible, hoping to secure a means of escape for himself and Hermione. Sensing the sudden emptiness in his grasp, the troll glanced down in confusion, bewildered by the disappearance of the stick it had just picked up. After repeatedly yanking at the pipe until it was thoroughly cleaned out, it grew furious. Though its mind resisted connecting the vanished stick to Harry, the diminutive figure before it became the sole target for its rage. With a thunderous crash, its massive body collided with Harry's barrier spell, causing the entire restroom to tremble. Increasing amounts of water cascaded from the restroom into the corridor. Impervious, waterproof. Having regained some composure, Harry promptly cast a waterproof charm upon himself, unwilling to meet his demise due to a clumsy misstep. Shortly thereafter, he uttered, Wingardium Leviosa, levitation charm. In Forjo, rapid growth, aiming at several larger tiles and fragments of wood among the debris, he enlarged and levitated them into the air, then with a flick of his wand, hurled these heavy projectiles at the troll. Roar, roar. The wooden stakes and boulders enchanted by Harry were not magical. The immense force they generated upon impact delivered genuine physical damage. The troll felt as if it were being savagely beaten by multiple kin wielding heavy clubs, its roars growing increasingly anguished. Recognizing the efficacy of this tactic, Harry swiftly replicated the process to conjure more ammunition, and after loading the projectiles, he cast an additional spell to augment their destructive power. A Puño all-out attack. The accelerated projectiles could no longer be described merely as being thrown. They soared forth like cannonballs. Faced with such a cunning combination of spells, even an adult wizard might struggle to cope. Let alone the dim-witted troll that pain-ridden. The troll weakly raised its arm in a futile attempt to shield itself from Harry's onslaught, but within mere seconds, it collapsed into the rubble, howling in despair. Boom! Incarcerus, immediate confinement, rather than delivering a lethal blow to the already battered troll. Harry utilized the surrounding debris to bury it, additionally casting a binding spell atop, before gently setting Hermione down from his shoulder. The young witch's legs felt weak. After supporting her for a couple of steps, Harry simply picked her up, saying, "We are safe now. Let us go." The air was still permeated with the foul odor of the troll's body, yet Hermione seemed oblivious, burying her head in Harry's robes. Inhaling the crisp, refreshing scent of citrus, Harry appeared to notice this as well. Feeling the warmth radiating from his chest and arms, he suddenly recalled that he had not bathed since finishing Quidditch practice with Wood and the others, causing his face to flush even deeper. Hidden away in a live broadcast room, Mo Ran was left speechless. Just moments before, he pondered whether Harry's exceptional combat intelligence was linked to his reflexes. In the next moment, these two youngsters were embracing that "You're only 11. Why do you look ready to start a romance?" He mused. What was I doing at 11? I was still playing in the mud with classmates in elementary school. Then again, ordinary children don't have to face trolls, so I suppose I should refrain from meddling in their romantic affairs and let nature take its course. After venting his frustrations, Mo Ran quickly redirected his thoughts to the matter at hand. He had initially been conflicted about whether to advise Harry to spend less time on Quidditch, but now it seemed that a Seeker's reflexes and adaptability could indeed translate into combat prowess. Thus, why should he be the villain who stifled a child's passion? Harry should not only play, but play well. Boom! A sudden thunderous sound startled Harry, Hermione, and Mo Ran. They turned sharply, only to realize that the noise did not emanate from the ladies' restroom. Hermione whispered, "Put me down, Harry. I can stand now." Harry glanced at her and nodded, complying, yet even after releasing the young witch from his embrace, he instinctively shielded her behind him. Boom! The second crash was even closer, prompting Harry and Hermione to draw their wands. Yet they could not discern the source of the noise. Boom! The wall at the end of the corridor crumbled, sending debris flying, as a voice filled with bloodthirst emerged from the swirling smoke. Harry could not make out the creature's form, but he was certain it was far larger than the previous troll. Petrificus totalis, full bodybind curse, reducto, reduction curse. Harry and Hermione struck together, but their attack evidently had no effect. A massive, humanoid figure charged forth that it was a troll with two heads, cloaked in darkness. Unlike the one Harry had felled, this one stood a towering 18 feet tall. Harry and Hermione had read extensively, yet they had never encountered such a creature. The troll's skin was rough and sagging, but the creature before them was rippling with powerful muscles. In fact, muscular seemed an understatement. No creature should possess muscles so robust that they would stretch the skin to the brink of tearing. In Forjo, Wingardium Leviosa, a Puño, Harry replicated the spells he had used against the previous troll, but to everyone's astonishment, every projectile launched was deflected by the mysterious creature's arms. Upon closer inspection, Harry noticed that the creature's arms bore numerous jagged bone protrusions. Roar! The two heads of the creature let out a simultaneous roar, and then it charged at Harry and Hermione, moving on all fours like a beast. Impediment, jinx. Harry felt a pang of panic. He indeed had many spells at his disposal, but facing this behemoth, he doubted their effectiveness. Unless, switch! M.O. Rant's voice suddenly echoed in Harry's mind. Deal with this monster, and then we'll switch back. Remember to think of a good reason to explain it to Hermione. The next moment, an unstoppable black wind surged forth like the Grim Reaper, causing Hermione to lose her grip on her wand and tumble to the ground, her astonished gaze fixed on the swirling mass of darkness that engulfed the two-headed troll. A monstrous roar reverberated throughout the second-floor corridor. No one could discern whether it was the creature's agonized wail or a silent scream of fury. When Harry reappeared before Hermione, panting heavily, the once menacing two-headed troll had been utterly obliterated. Reduced to nothingness. It's all right, Hermione. Harry leaned on his knee. Forcing himself to stand, he looked up at Hermione, only to find her staring at him with a mixture of fear and confusion. Harry silently lowered his gaze, and after a moment of contemplation, he intended to provide an explanation as M.O. Rand had instructed, but no excuses came to mind, just as he pondered whether to tell Hermione the truth. She suddenly embraced him tightly. Hermione's arms wrapped around Harry, as if afraid to lose her beloved toy, holding him without uttering a word. Harry felt the warmth against his cheek and the warmth of her breath as she sobbed. Unsure of what to do or say, but he understood that everything was not as dire as he had imagined. Harry lost track of how long they embraced, until the sound of footsteps approached from behind them, prompting them to release each other and stand. When Professors McGonagall and Snape arrived, they were alarmed. Had Harry and Hermione not pulled away and stood up, they might have thought a student had met with disaster. "My heavens, what sort of foolishness are you two engaging in?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her voice trembling with agitation as she addressed Harry. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Hermione stepped forward and said, "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. Harry was looking for me. I went after the troll because I read about them in a book, and I thought I could handle it. Had Harry not arrived in time, I might have met my demise." Professor McGonagall took a few moments to digest this narrative before she mused. "Oh, Miss Granger, I had thought you possessed more prudence in your endeavors. If that is indeed the case, Miss Granger, I must deduct 5 points from Gryffindor for this incident. How could you possibly believe you could contend with a mountain of a troll? As for you, Mr. Potter, I trust you realize how fortunate you are. Not every first-year student gets to recount their daring exploits after battling a troll and live to tell the tale. In recognition of your sheer luck and your friend's courage in the face of adversity, Gryffindor shall receive 10 points. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's allocation of points, Hermione discreetly nudged Harry with her finger, yet Harry's attention was entirely captured by Professor Snape. For reasons unknown, he noticed that his potions instructor walked with an odd limp. When Harry and Hermione returned to the common room, nearly students from all years had congregated there, unaware of the harrowing ordeal they had just faced. The students exchanged brief greetings before returning their focus to the food that had been served. Harry assisted Hermione in gathering some meat and salad, guiding her to a seat near the window. "Thank you," Hermione said, taking the plate with a look of surprise. "Thank me. You saved my life, but you helped me keep the secret in front of the professor, and you still wish to be friends with someone like me." Hermione seemed a loss for words, her cheeks flushing once again. After a prolonged silence, she finally murmured, "I'm not very hungry. I'm going to good night. That not Granger. The know-it-all of Gryffindor. Where are you off to?" "None of your business, Malfoy. Step aside. Are you heading to the Quidditch pitch to watch Potter practice? I advise against wasting your time. Consider this. Your classmates regard you merely as a tool for earning points for the house. No one sees you as a friend, that if Potter truly valued your friendship, would he be gallivanting around with Weasley instead of you? I suspect you are merely envious of Harry's place on the Quidditch team. After all, true talent doesn't require a father to bribe the school for a spot on the team. What would someone like you understand about Quidditch, you filthy little mudblood?" "Harry, what are you doing?" Hermione exclaimed, grabbing Harry's arm as he reached for his wand, intent on confronting the Slytherin table. "It's all in the past now. Besides, the Great Hall is crowded. If you act out here, it's a minor issue. But should someone use it against you, you could be barred from Quidditch, and that would be far worse." Ron chimed in, "Yeah, Harry, it's not worth it that we can think of another way, like asking Fred and George for some special candies. They've concocted plenty of things that can cause a bit of trouble." Harry retracted his wand and sank back onto the bench. He had read numerous books and was well aware of the implications of mudblood. But he had not anticipated Malfoy's despicable behavior. He had thought Malfoy was merely arrogant, but it seemed it was time to find an opportunity to deal with him. Fearing that Harry might again be tempted to cast dark spells upon Malfoy, Hermione hurriedly changed the subject. "By the way, Harry, how did you find me?" "Oh, I saw you the day before in the library, and I thought you were just refusing to study with me." So, Harry's words were a blend of truth and half-truth. He certainly could not divulge that Morin had prompted him to seek out Hermione, yet he did feel a twinge of guilt for repeatedly rejecting her. "So you thought I skipped dinner because of you, did you?" Harry nodded, somewhat embarrassed, and turned his gaze toward Ron. Ron shrank back, as if to say, "Don't look at me. I had nothing to do with it. I am not going to the library." An awkward silence ensued, and just as the conversation between the three faltered, Hermione unexpectedly inquired, "So when I invite you to study in the library in the future, will you join me?" As long as it's not history of magic or astronomy," Harry instinctively responded, showcasing his obliviousness to the moment. Had he not turned to meet Hermione's gaze, he might not have realized his response was inappropriate. Observing Harry's forced smile, Hermione could only shake her head in resignation before jokingly completing his thought. "Also, you can on Fridays, Saturdays, or Sundays, as you'll be busy with professors for extra lessons and Quidditch practice." After a delightful breakfast, Harry, Hermione, and Ron made their way to class. Harry felt it was rather unfair to have Morin attend the dull lessons on his behalf, though Morin understood that Harry's true desire was to be with Hermione. Morin was uncertain whether the concept of suspension bridge effect existed in the wizarding world. If not, perhaps future wizards could describe the sensation of anxiety as a phenomenon of someone causing one's heart to flutter. Akin to the troll incident in the film adaptation of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. The troll incident occurred after Hermione was brought to tears by Ron, while Morin was unsure of the exact timing in the movie. Professor Flitwick's teaching curriculum had not yet reached the chapter on levitation charms. Additionally, Quirrell had not arrived at the troll attack site alongside Professors McGonagall and Snape, which raised suspicions in Morin's mind. Why did Quirrell bring the troll to Hogwarts ahead of time? Was it because Snape failed to apprehend him? What was his true purpose? Furthermore, what was the second two-headed creature? Why had he absorbed a considerable amount of dark magic while defeating it? Was it related to the troll, or was it an entirely different magical creature? Morin understood that these questions could not be resolved through discussions with Harry. Thus, even if Harry mentioned his thoughts in a dream, he would only advise him to seek out Professor Dumbledore, a traveler from another world. Morin's greatest advantage lay in his knowledge of the plot. Therefore, he did not wish to significantly alter the storyline until he had vanquished Voldemort or gained absolute power. Otherwise, any shift in the timeline could lead to uncontrollable consequences due to a mere butterfly effect. Now that Quirrell had taken preemptive action, the strange dark magical creature served as proof that the plot was veering off course. Morin needed to attempt to steer the story back on track to prevent Harry and his friends from falling into peril or suffering misfortune. "Harry, We are supposed to have herbology class in the greenhouse outside the castle. Where are you headed? After following Harry up and down the stairs a few times, Hermione sensed something was amiss. In truth, Harry was also unsure why he was wandering in circles, as if some inner voice were directing him haphazardly. My lord, there is still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come. Sorry, I'm a bit lost. But Harry, we've had herbology class several times before. You've never gotten lost. Ron, who had previously explored the campus with Harry, also noticed the oddity. However, just as he began to speak, a rumbling sound erupted from beneath their feet. What's happening? Ron clutched the stone railing tightly, glancing around in alarm. All the staircases can change direction. Don't you remember? Hermione's brow was furrowed, though her concern seemed more about being late for class and losing points. After what felt like an eternity, the stone stairs finally stabilized. Harry, feeling somewhat irritable, no longer cared where the stairs led. He quickly strode forward, stating, "Let's head this way. Otherwise, the stairs will shift again," as the three of them pushed open the grand door before them. A chilling atmosphere enveloped them, causing them to shiver. Faced with eerie statues, crumbling walls, and dust-laden cobwebs, Ron's hair stood on end, resembling red seaweed adrift in the ocean. Does anyone else feel like we shouldn't be here? We should never have come here. This is the 4th floor, a forbidden area mentioned by Dumbledore at the start of the term. Hermione's warning made Harry acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Let's hurry. Unfortunately, matters were not so simple. Just as the three young wizards were about to turn and leave, something suddenly darted in through the doorway. Oh, look what I've discovered. Those pesky first-year brats, running amok in the Forbidden Zone instead of attending class. TSK, such mischief makers ought to be caught. It's Peeves. Goodness, Peeves, I implore you, do not cause trouble. You'll get us expelled. Oh, that simply won't do. I'm doing this for your own good. Why should you disregard school rules? I'll be off to find Filch. Ron, already on edge, lunged at Peeves, striking him and snapping, "Get lost. Don't block our path." This mistake proved catastrophic. Peeves puffed up like a balloon filled to the brim, then bellowed at the top of his lungs. Students skipping class, wandering in the Forbidden Zone on the 4th floor. Harry pulled Ron and Hermione down, ducking past Peeves, intent on escaping. But Peeves was unwilling to let them go. He slammed the door shut and locked it. Harry shot Peeves a furious glare, swiftly drew his wand, and incanted Alohomora, unlocking charm. Click, click, huh? Little wizards tried to use magic to escape. Not a chance, I won't let you open that door. Peeves cackled, making faces at Harry while pointing at the door he had just locked again. Before Harry could unleash a torrent of curses upon Peeves' shamelessness, they heard Filch's voice from the other side of the door. Where are they, Peeves? At this critical moment, keen-eyed Hermione suddenly pointed to a dark corner at the end of the corridor, exclaiming, "This way! There's another door!" A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed in the darkness, and Harry and his friends ran for their lives, with Hermione wielding her wand, directing it towards the door lock before they reached the end of the corridor, chanting Alohomora. The unlocking sound echoed only once, and the trio surged through the opening, hastily shutting the door behind them, pressing their ears against the door to listen intently. "Peeves, are they in there? Help me open the door. You must say please. Stop messing with me. Peeves, just open the door. If you say please, I absolutely will not help you open it. All right, please help me open the door." Haha. What I'm telling you is if you say please, I definitely will not help you open the door. You fool. Ha! Peeves' laughter gradually faded away, along with Filch's furious cursing. Alohomora. Ron, feeling a sense of safety wash over him, relaxed considerably, shifting all his focus to the spell Harry and Hermione had just used. You can look it up in Chapter 7 of Standard Spells if you have time. All right, I'll check it out when I can, or I could ask Harry to teach me. Right, Harry? Receiving no response from his friend, Ron slowly turned around, only to find his hair standing on end once more. Dumbledore's warning from the beginning of the term echoed in the minds of Ron, Harry, and Hermione. The corridor on the right side of the 4th floor was also forbidden, if they wished to avoid a ghastly fate leaving Hogwarts. They must steer clear of that area. The three young wizards could hardly discern the nature of the room they found themselves in, for a massive 3-headed dog filled every inch of space from ceiling to floor. The creature's 6 menacing eyes fixated on the intruders, its throat emitting threatening growls, thick drool hanging like ropes from its jaws to the floor. Impedimento. Impediment jinx. Run. Harry reacted swiftly, realizing that the giant dog had not attacked at first because it had not anticipated anyone's presence. But now, it was fully aware. Oh, bang, bang, bang. Amidst the deafening roars and violent crashes, Harry and his companions fled the fourth floor in a frenzy. After being deceived by Peeves, Filch had scampered off elsewhere. Yet even if he had not, no one would choose death over Filch. When they finally stumbled, breathless, into the greenhouse, Professor Pomona Sprout, their herbology instructor, lightheartedly addressed the tardy trio. Next time you wish to race to see who can reach the classroom first, perhaps start a bit earlier to avoid being late. During that herbology lesson, none of them spoke. Hermione even forfeited the chance to earn points from Professor Sprout. Last, when dinner time arrived, Ron could no longer contain himself. He slammed his palm on the long table, fuming. Were they thinking? Keeping such a dangerous creature locked up in the school, in our sleeping quarters? Did you not notice what it was standing upon? At Hermione's words, Ron's anger flared even more. He pointed at his own head, enunciating each word. I had no time to look at its feet. I was too busy staring at its heads. Oh, and if you didn't notice, let me remind you, it has 3 heads. Goodness, Ron, what are your eyes for? It was standing on a trapdoor. Clearly, it was there to guard something. Remember when Harry took us to Hagrid's hut? If something needs to be stored in a place safer than Gringotts, the school certainly wouldn't hide it in the student dormitories or the faculty offices. Ron understood Hermione's point, yet he was reluctant to admit she was right. There are countless ways to guard treasures. Why resort to such a dangerous creature? Besides, we just narrowly escaped death. Why are you so calm? Why is she so calm? He turned to Harry, only to find Harry devouring a chicken leg for dinner. Harry acknowledged, then addressed the two. Perhaps we should find a time to visit Hagrid again. Ron was nearly speechless. He had no idea that Harry and Hermione had encountered creatures far more terrifying than a 3-headed dog. To him, it seemed like an adventure worthy of boasting about, but if Harry and Hermione were unconcerned, he felt embarrassed to brag. After managing to divert Ron's attention, Harry fell into deep thought once more. Why had he been wandering around like a lost soul before herbology class? And when faced with a creature more fearsome than a 2-headed monster, why had his other self not taken action? Did he genuinely believe he would be safe? In the live stream, Rand shuddered upon sensing Harry's thoughts. As Harry perceived, being lost in the castle's stairwell was not a matter of his own volition or error. However, if he did not intervene promptly, Harry would veer off the plot of the first film with his friends. The plan had originally been nearly flawless, except for the 11-year-old savior, Harry, who, relying solely on intuition and deduction, had detected the anomaly and accurately suspected Rand. After dinner, I'll take you to a place to Hagrid's hut? No, to a safer and more private location, as Harry led Ron and Hermione towards the 8th floor. Rand felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He sensed Harry's inner turmoil, unsure of what course of action to take. Should he reveal his true self? Or did he have some other plan? Even if he doubted me, would he do anything too outrageous? Just as the trio approached the tapestry depicting the foolish Barnabas attempting to teach a giant troll to dance ballet, a sneaky figure suddenly appeared ahead. It's Peeves. Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth and gestured for silence. Shoo. After traversing the room of requirement 3 times, Quirrell finally appeared. Yet curiously, he hesitated at the threshold upon opening the door. Master, is it not a tad perilous at this hour? Moreover, the other professors have yet to be diverted. Oh no, Master, I'm utterly devoted to you. However, as you witnessed last time, the room of requirement was left in utter disarray. It hardly seems the work of Dumbledore or any esteemed professor. It is most likely the doing of students who have come here to cause trouble. Oh, forgive me, Master. How could I ever question you? You are the greatest, as Quirrell rambled on, even descending into tears. Harry and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. Before they could decipher the situation, Quirrell, in a state of distress, began anew. Master, oh Master, I have learned that the object in question has likely been placed on the 4th floor, where it is being safeguarded by a cadre of professors. It is highly probable that it is not here. Master, trust in me. I have prepared extensively. Those obstacles shall not deter me. If only you grant me a little more time. I shall seize the opportunity. Oh, master, master, thank you, thank you. With that, the door to the room of requirement closed, and neither Quirrell nor the newly arrived trio of first-year students entered. They departed in tandem, one group following the other down the staircase. We ought to inform Professor McGonagall or seek out Dumbledore directly. No, Hermione. No one will investigate a Hogwarts professor based solely on the accusations of 3 students. We require more evidence. Let us head to Hagrid's hut. Under the relentless inquiries of the trio, the kind-hearted yet naive Hagrid divulged the origins and name of the 3-headed dog, inadvertently offering clues regarding its role as a guardian of treasure. This revelation thrilled Harry, for while he may not have cared whether the 3-headed dog, procured from the Greeks, was named Fluffy, the secret between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel provided a clear lead for their investigation. Thus, they searched tirelessly, perusing hundreds of tomes, yet finding no mention of his name. Time slipped away quietly. When Professor Flitwick taught the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, and as Harry began to acclimate to weekend tutoring sessions. And with Halloween and Gryffindor's first Quidditch match approaching, our little savior realized he had been at Hogwarts for nearly 2 months. With the game looming, Ron grew impatient, leaving the task of locating Nicholas Flamel entirely to Hermione. She diligently combed through tomes on the great wizards of the 20th century, contemporary renowned sorcerers, significant discoveries in modern magic, and studies on the evolution of witchcraft, yet not once did she find Flamel's name. A wizard acquainted with Dumbledore and concealing secrets within Hogwarts must surely have achieved remarkable feats. It stands to reason that he would not be omitted from the annals of literature. Ron, either assist me in the search for books or focus on your revision instead of endlessly playing with your cards. As Ron opened a box of chocolate frogs, he recoiled slightly. Among the 3, he was indeed the most leisurely. Yet Hermione, even while he helped her search, would criticize his efficiency, which ultimately led him to abandon the endeavor altogether. This blind searching proved futile. The library housed hundreds, if not thousands, of tomes related to wizards. Perhaps we should postpone our search and ask Hagrid later, suggested Harry. Hermione immediately dismissed his idea, shaking her head. Impossible. Hagrid has been avoiding us lately. Just focus on preparing for Quidditch. Harry, I shall handle this matter. Ron, feeling distinctly singled out, cast an indignant glance at Hermione before slamming his cards onto the table in silence. Little did he realize, this seemingly trivial act would become the pivotal moment in uncovering Nicholas Flamel's identity. Wait a moment, Ron exclaimed, picking up a card and addressing the others. I have found Nicholas Flamel. Look, Dumbledore's well-known contributions include defeating the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood, and achieving significant advancements in alchemy alongside his partner. Nicholas Flamel, I understand now. Hermione nearly leaped from her seat, her excitement reminiscent of the time she received her herbology and astronomy assignment grades. That is why I could not find his name. He is not a modern wizard at all. Her voice rang out so loudly that it startled Seamus Finnegan, who was practicing the levitation charm. In the ensuing laughter, Harry retrieved his wand to assist Seamus with his singed robes and soot-covered face, responding, Scourgify, Reparo. Hermione, do you mean to say he has passed away? Or, Hermione shook her head vigorously, pulling Harry and Ron from their chairs, her tone reverting to its original fervor. Harry, I have told you before, every subject taught at Hogwarts is of value. If I had not borrowed a history of magic book from the library, we might never have discovered Nicholas Flamel. Clearly, it was I who found it. Ron protested, but his words fell on deaf ears, as Hermione promptly led him and Harry back to the common room. With less than 10 minutes before their first class on Monday, Ron, watching Hermione sprint upstairs, muttered under his breath, I feel as though we have corrupted her. Harry concurred with this sentiment, but before he could raise an eyebrow at Ron, Hermione returned, clutching an enormous, ancient tome. Bang! Whoosh! Hermione's expression was a blend of mystery and excitement, rendering Harry and Ron silent. After what felt like an eternity, Hermione suddenly leaned down, pointing to a passage in the book and whispering, Nicholas Flamel, the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone, a substance of astonishing capabilities. The Philosopher's Stone can transmute any metal into gold and is also used to concoct the elixir of life. which grants immortality to those who drink it. For centuries, the magical community has produced numerous tales regarding the Philosopher's Stone, yet the only verifiable one belongs to the renowned alchemist and opera lover, Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now resides in Devon with his 658-year-old wife, Perenelle. In that moment, everything clicked into place. The treasure guarded by the three-headed dog was indeed Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. He was aware that someone sought to steal it and understood that the security at Gringotts was inadequate, which is why he entrusted it to Professor Dumbledore for safekeeping. Master, this chapter has more to unfold. Please turn to the next page for the continuation. Ron scratched his head in confusion, asking, "But if what you say is true, what does Quirrell, who wishes to steal the Philosopher's Stone, intend to do with it? Create gold or seek immortality for himself?" Harry recalled the instances when his scar had burned, instinctively touching his forehead, and explained to Ron, "I fear he does not seek the stone for himself. You remember the peculiar things he said before the Room of Requirement? I suspect his master is Voldemort, who wishes to utilize the elixir of life or other properties of the Philosopher's Stone to regain his life." Harry's words startled Ron and Hermione, despite their shared experiences. No adventure could rival the danger posed by Voldemort. Ron gulped nervously before proposing, "I believe we should inform Dumbledore. This is beyond our capacity to resolve. It would be prudent to let an adult handle it." "Indeed, Harry, go speak with Professor Dumbledore. It is convenient for you to meet with him, a essay student. Your primary focus should be on your studies." Hermione's attitude was surprisingly aligned with Ron's this time, to the extent that when Ron added a remark about Quidditch, she did not express any anger. The concern from their friends filled Harry's heart with warmth, and he glanced at Ron and Hermione, nodding solemnly. With the arrival of late autumn, the weather at Hogwarts turned increasingly cold following Halloween. Harry did not, as he had promised his friends, unload all his questions on a Dumbledore. During his interactions with the venerable headmaster, Harry profoundly grasped the old wizard's penchant for riddles. He preferred to strategize before taking action. Indeed, upon reflection, even if Quirrell was, as they suspected, a pawn seeking to aid his malevolent master's resurrection, capturing him would merely delay Voldemort's return. Given Dumbledore's capabilities, Harry found it hard to believe he was unaware of the troubles amongst his own staff. Moreover, if Dumbledore was indeed orchestrating a grand scheme, then indiscriminately stirring the pot could potentially hinder rather than help. Thus, what was most prudent for him at present was to focus on his studies, absorbing knowledge to prepare for the eventual confrontation with Voldemort. The day of the match swiftly arrived, and the Great Hall was buzzing with excitement as the four houses expressed their differing opinions on the first-year seeker about to take the field. Naturally, the Gryffindor students believed that Harry would perform splendidly, while the Slytherins, led by Malfoy, claimed the school should send someone to hold a mattress beneath Potter. Harry himself paid no mind to such remarks. Having test-driven the Firebolt 2000 the previous night, he was brimming with confidence that he would win the match. "Harry, why are you eating so little? Are you too nervous?" "Yes, Harry, have some more toast, and the sausages are quite good too." "Come on, Harry, you must maintain your strength. Seekers are always the primary targets during Quidditch matches, and our opponents this time are Slytherin." With plates of food in hand, Seamus, Neville, and Andy regarded Harry, who had only consumed a few bananas and some scrambled eggs, as if he were far too anxious. "Thank you for your kindness, Seamus, Neville, Andy, but seekers shouldn't eat too much before a match. It might affect their performance at 11 o'clock as the sun's rays finally dispelled some of the chill. The entire school gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. In addition to various telescopes, there were numerous peculiar cheering props, including a gigantic banner painted by Gryffindor students encouraging Harry to eat more that morning. After escorting Harry to the players' tunnel, Hermione and Ron joined Seamus and the others in the highest row. They recognized the banner boldly proclaiming Potter for the win, which had been crafted from the bed sheets stained by Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. Alongside the striking headline, there was a depiction of a Gryffindor lion painted by Dean. Though Hermione had previously harbored little interest in Quidditch, the increasingly fervent atmosphere over the past few days allowed her to begin appreciating the sport's allure. She took out her wand and waved it at Seamus's banner, transforming the once monochrome paint into a dazzling array of shimmering colors. Before long, amidst the thunderous cheers, the two teams, Gryffindor and Slytherin, took to the field. Harry preferred their vibrant red Quidditch robes to the pre-match speech would have been interrupted with by the Weasley twins jokes in the locker room. They were undoubtedly the most aesthetically pleasing colors among all the houses. Huzzah! Hooray! Potter for the win! Gryffindor for the win! As the most talked-about first-year Seeker and his Firebolt 2000 made their entrance, an uproarious cheer erupted from the Gryffindor stands. To the uninitiated observer, it would seem Gryffindor had already claimed victory. Seeing Harry's new broomstick, Madame Hooch raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by the surprise Gryffindor's team had brought to the match. Welcome, everyone, to the first Quidditch match of this season at Hogwarts. Today, we have an exhilarating contest between Slytherin and Gryffindor. The announcer, Lee Jordan, elevated the atmosphere further, and even the Slytherin supporters, recently disheartened by Harry's Firebolt 2000, began to cheer loudly. Now, the players are in position, awaiting Madame Hooch's whistle to officially commence the match. Listen, I hope everyone plays fair and honest. Madame Hooch's words were succinct. After confirming all players were mounted on their brooms, she kicked open the box containing the Quidditch balls. The two bludgers and the golden snitch soared into the air, eager to escape their confines like excited children. Ready, to it! With the sound of the silver whistle, the quaffle was launched into the air, and the match officially began. Angelina Johnson, the first to seize the quaffle, was remarkably swift. She was not only a talented chaser for Gryffindor, but also an enchanting young woman. Jordan! Sorry, Professor. She flying up there. Good heavens, she so fast. She evaded Marcus Flint's interception. Angelina, she still advancing. She about to score. Watch out for that bludger. What a feint. She nearing the goal, dodging the keeper. Angelina scores. Gryffindor leads by 10 points. Harry, who had ascended high in search of the snitch, performed a somersault in his elation. During practice, he hadn't witnessed his teammates' flying prowess. Having heard Wood's complaints, Harry had assumed Gryffindor's players were of average skill, but now it seemed he must catch the snitch to meet everyone's expectations. Slytherin seized the quaffle, passing it to their captain Flint, who relayed it to Adrian Pusey as they charged towards the goalposts. Oh, splendid! Gryffindor's beater, Fred Weasley. Oh, wait, that appears to be George. It's so hard to tell them apart, but splendidly done. Jordan, apologies, Professor. Oh no. Angelina is blocked. Flynn has captured the quaffle. He's south very close to the goal. Wood has knocked Flynn's assured goal attempt away with his broomstick. Gryffindor's Aaliyah Spinnet has the ball. And now Gryffindor is on the offensive. The Slytherin seeker, Terrence Higgs, who had been gliding alongside Harry, began to descend, evidently intending to redirect some of his energy to assist his teammates in disrupting Gryffindor's attack. This tactical approach was entirely different from Wood's plan. In his own words, "You're small, light, and faster, but you also fear being double-teamed, so at the start of the match. Just hide high up and focus on catching the snitch." Suddenly, a flash of gold appeared near the stands by the teacher's box. Harry spotted the snitch. The Firebolt 2000 unleashed its full potential, and within 2 seconds, Harry reached the snitch's last known location. Potter's on the move. "Intercept him," Flint shouted, and soon, Higgs charged towards Harry. With his eyes fixed firmly on the snitch, Harry failed to notice that the two Slytherins were barreling directly toward him. Had Wood not called out in time, he might have been knocked off his broom by the two hulking figures. Bang! Foul! Send him off! Referee! That's a straight red card. Dean, this isn't football. Quidditch doesn't have red cards. Nor can players be sent off. Then they should change the rules of the game. The recent foul resulted in a penalty for Gryffindor, yet the golden snitch had vanished in the meantime, indicating that Potter would need to search for it anew out of course. One must commend Potter's flying skills and his Firebolt 2000. Under such underhanded tactics from Slytherin, it was only Jordan. Under such foul play, ordinary players could easily be injured, or even worse. The match continued. Angelina's performance today was extraordinarily valiant. Capitalizing on the earlier penalty advantage, she had secured a 20-point lead for Gryffindor within the first 10 minutes of play. Such a performance naturally attracted the attention of the Slytherin team. After discerning the tactics that Wood had devised for Harry, Flint promptly incorporated Higgs into the offensive lineup, with a score of 7-6. In employing occasional foul tactics, the score quickly reached a deadlock of 50. Harry was in a state of urgency. He had to seize the golden snitch as swiftly as possible. However, just as he caught a glimpse of a flash of gold, the Firebolt 2000 suddenly became more unruly than the old shooting star. It twitched, wiggled, and jolted as if it were intent on throwing Harry off. What on earth was happening? Had Flint and his team inadvertently damaged the broom when they collided with Harry? Impossible! Hagrid's voice suddenly boomed, having somehow made his way to the Gryffindor stands, his lips quivering slightly as he pointed towards Harry's position. Harry's broom is a Firebolt 2000. Not even an adult wizard could interfere with it, let alone a child. Only powerful dark magic could affect it. Upon hearing this, Hermione snatched the binoculars from Ron's hands. Rather than continuing to observe Harry, she aimed them at the professor's viewing tower, being the only one who had been intently muttering incantations while focusing on Harry. Snape was immediately regarded as a suspect by Hermione. Yet, just as she was about to share her discovery with Ron and Hagrid, Harry's earlier words echoed in her mind, calming her down out of course. How could he be so foolish? With other professors sitting nearby, such overt spellcasting could hardly escape their notice. There must be someone else. Could it be Quirrell? Hermione exclaimed, "He is casting a spell on Harry's broom." Among all the teachers, he is the only one sitting there with a blank expression. Ron grabbed the binoculars, took a look, and then asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you didn't misname someone? I see Snape over there casting spells nonstop." Hermione. When Ron turned back, Hermione had already vanished. He aimed the binoculars back at Harry and noticed that the Firebolt 2000 seemed to have calmed down considerably. Finite incantatem. He heard Harry chant repeatedly. Clinging desperately to the broom's handle, Harry extracted his wand and continued to recite the counter curse. Under the influence of the potion, he was physically and magically stronger than his peers, yet he was astonished to find himself unable to dispel the malevolent curse affixed to the broom. The Weasley twins, the first to notice the anomaly, flew beneath Harry, clearly intent on ensuring they could catch him should he fall. The score was now 60-50, with Slytherin leading .70. 50, Flint scored again. 80-50. Oh no. Harry was sweating profusely. He desperately wanted to tell George and Fred to assist the team in their attack, but with his continuous incantations, he couldn't find the breath to utter anything else. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a flicker of fire, and the Firebolt 2000 returned to normal amidst the shrieks of flames. With no time to ponder the situation, he dove straight towards the ground. "Go save Harry!" George shouted in alarm, prompting Fred to join in, but he soon realized that Harry was not falling. "Our brooms can't keep up?" "Wait, Fred, he seems to have seen the snitch." Harry's speed exceeded that of his previous capture of the memory ball. The ground rushed towards him, growing larger by the moment. Just as the tip of his broom was half a yard from the ground, the Firebolt 2000 suddenly lifted, executing an almost perfect right-angle turn. Lee Jordan exclaimed, "The Wronski feint. A perfect Wronski feint. Long live Potter." "Jordan! Oh no, Professor, this isn't a feint. The snitch is just a few feet in front of Potter. Catch it, Potter. Show Slytherin what you're made of." Harry's shoes scraped against the grass. He was perilously close to the ground, so much so that any slight tremor in his wrist could result in a catastrophic fall. The entire audience held their breath. In the next moment, amidst the jubilant cheers of Gryffindor and the furious roars of Slytherin, the Firebolt 2000 soared skyward. The golden snitch, a symbol of victory, was firmly grasped in Harry's hand. "This is absurd. Quirrell is a Hogwarts teacher. How could he possibly be a servant of the Dark Lord? Have you forgotten how cowardly he is?" Hermione exclaimed. The events of the match had drastically shifted her perspective. Clearly, the initial proposal to leave the matter to the teachers had proven ineffective, as the adults, including Professor Dumbledore, seemed willfully blind to Quirrell's suspicious behavior. First, I thought it was Professor Snape casting a curse on Harry. But his actions were too conspicuous. If it were truly him, the other professors sitting nearby wouldn't have been oblivious. So, in a moment of desperation, I set Quirrell, who was lurking in the corner, ablaze. And guess what? Harry's broom immediately returned to normal. That's impossible. Professor Quirrell is just as responsible for guarding the trio suddenly realized they were again tricking Hagrid, which made him even angrier. Of course, he was not angry with Harry, Hermione, and Ron. He was frustrated with himself for being so slow-witted. Guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Now we know Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel's secret. Upon hearing Ron's triumphant tone, Hagrid quickly gestured for silence, glancing around to ensure no one had overheard before lowering his voice. Don't shout. Can't you all behave like other first years and be children? We certainly won't tell anyone else. Hermione said, adopting a sweet tone that we really are children. How could we possibly handle such matters? We just want to know, aside from Hagrid, who else Dumbledore would trust to help him protect the Philosopher's Stone? Hagrid scratched his chin sheepishly upon hearing Hermione's words. Well, if it's just that, then I suppose I can share. Professor Dumbledore borrowed Fluffy from me, and also enlisted several other professors to cast spells. There's Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell, and Professor Snape, of course. Dumbledore himself has his own means. With him on the job, no one could possibly steal anything from Hogwarts, so I suggest you forget all about the Philosopher's Stone and Fluffy, and quickly return to the Gryffindor common room to join the celebration. Perhaps fearing he might say too much, Hagrid hurried off after delivering this information. Watching his hulking figure retreat, Harry first gave Hermione a thumbs up and then said with a hint of exasperation, I am really worried about Hagrid. He can't keep a secret to save his life. We can only hope he exercises caution if anyone asks him how to get past Fluffy. Hermione and Ron shared his concern. After attending the celebration, the trio promptly devised a plan centered on monitoring Hagrid's movements. Anyone who got too close to Hagrid or broached any inappropriate topics would be considered a dark wizard intent on stealing the Philosopher's Stone. In fact, given the events of the Quidditch match, Harry was already 90 certain that Quirrell was the one secretly aiding Voldemort's resurrection. He had even appeared at the Leaky Cauldron on the day Harry and Hagrid visited Gringotts. If this hypothesis held any truth, the only reason Dumbledore had yet to act against him was that he might want to use Quirrell to draw out Voldemort. The thought of potentially encountering his arch-nemesis within the school filled Harry with both excitement and trepidation. If all went well, he might never again need to worry about Voldemort's threat for the rest of his life. However, if events were to take a turn for the worse, he would find himself nearing the end of his life's journey less than a year after arriving at Hogwarts. Thus, with trepidation, Harry prepared to celebrate his first Christmas at the magical school. Most young wizards eagerly anticipated the holiday, not only for the prospect of receiving Christmas gifts, but also for the cherished reunions with family. Last week, when Professor McGonagall came to register the students who would remain at school, Malfoy brazenly approached to mock Harry for lacking a proper family. This provoked the Gryffindor students immensely, with even Neville throwing punches at Goyle. Had it not been for Snape's timely arrival, Professor McGonagall would have likely waited until Malfoy had received a couple of black eyes before intervening. Following that incident, many classmates readily promised Harry that they would write to him and send gifts for Christmas. Don't be so down. Harry and my parents are going to Romania to visit Charlie this year, and George, Fred, and I will stay behind to keep you company. Yes, Harry, you must not have visited the Great Hall yet? Perhaps you should skip your tutoring for a few days and accompany me downstairs to see it and enjoy some delightful food. It's truly magnificent. In truth, Harry was indifferent to Malfoy's taunts. Yet the feeling of being cared for by his friends was profoundly touching. Responding to Ron and Hermione's invitation, he decided to write a note to Dumbledore, stating his intention to skip the last weekend of tutoring before the Christmas holiday. Dumbledore was overjoyed. Not only did he promptly reply to Harry's letter, but he also sent along a copy of the Goblet of Fire study notes, ensuring that Harry could study diligently during his Christmas devoid of festivities. Upon entering the banquet hall, 12 towering Christmas trees loomed majestically on either side, each taller than a troll, adorned with cascading ribbons and crystal ornaments. The surrounding walls were equally festooned with holly and mistletoe. Gazing at the floating candles and shimmering icicles, Harry couldn't help but lament the years wasted at the Dursleys. After shedding the weight of his worries, Harry found his appetite had notably increased, and he happily devoured 3 plates of food. While some students who had finished dining rushed outside to play in the snow, others strolled in groups around the hall, admiring the enchanting Christmas decorations meticulously arranged by the professors. Only Hermione remained beside Harry, quietly resting her chin on her hand. Harry, when I'm not here, I will miss you, and I'll remember to write to you that I was going to say, you all need to continue investigating Quirrell. And if you discover anything, remember to send an owl. Hermione's voice trailed off, clearly taken aback by Harry's words. Fortunately, their mutual friend, Ronald Bilious Weasley, did not allow the awkward silence to linger for long. Harry, have you finished eating? Come, Let me teach you how to play wizard chess. Once the holiday officially began, Harry found himself with a newfound leisure. Not only was Dumbledore no longer giving him extra lessons, but even Professor Snape, Quidditch practices, and regular classes were all put on hold. Aside from continuing his painfully slow study of the Goblet of Fire, the only other task left for Harry was to peruse the textbooks of the 3rd and 4th years. Ron had advised his twin brothers not to disturb Harry too often, yet George and Fred insisted that a balance of work and play led to greater efficiency. Thus, whenever they had finished their mischief with Filch, they would drag Harry from the dormitory or common room to partake in outdoor games. After a few days of such blissful relaxation, a pang of guilt began to stir within Harry. Unbeknownst to him, his second persona had been diligently researching Voldemort's possession technique, and he mistakenly believed that his prior distrust had angered Morn, prompting him to withdraw from their communication. Therefore, in a bid to reconcile, Harry willingly relinquished control of his body on Christmas Eve. Initially, Morn felt quite moved upon awakening, until he discovered a chessboard laid out before him, at which point realization dawned upon him. So, you were waiting for me here. Harry's chess skills were abysmal. The pieces that once belonged to Seamus Finnegan had become accustomed to guiding him after several matches. Morn, having only seen the films, was wholly unprepared for the cacophony of commentary that erupted as soon as he made his first move. Don't send me over there. Can't you see his castle is watching me? Hey, keep an eye on his knight. I might get trampled in the next round. Send that pawn to block the queen's path. It's fine if he sacrifices himself. We're going to lose. The king is trapped. Harry Potter, I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. Morn had never anticipated losing to an 11-year-old during a game of chess. But it turned out that Ron Weasley's skills in chess were indeed formidable. The following morning, when Harry awoke, the Christmas he had only imagined became a reality. Gifts and letters arrived from Hermione, Hagrid, Neville, and even Professor Snape and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, though the latter contained merely a hastily scribbled line and a 50-penny coin. Merry Christmas, Harry. Merry Christmas, Ron. I never thought I would receive so many gifts. Harry's voice rang out, far louder than Ron's, as he tore through one parcel after another, his speed far surpassing that of the bleary-eyed Ron. A handmade owl whistle from Hagrid, a book from Hermione. And look at this sweater with my initials. I wrote to Mom before and told her you had never received a Christmas gift, so she knitted you a special Weasley sweater, Ron said, proudly displaying his own sweater emblazoned with the letter R, his face flushed with embarrassment. Harry and Ron shared a hearty embrace, after which Harry produced a large box of chocolate frogs he had bought for Ron, declaring, "She's truly wonderful, and thank you, Ron. I adore this gift. I hope you draw the cards you desire." Just when both boys believed that this Christmas could not possibly get any better, an extraordinary fabric shimmering with a silver-gray hue slipped from the final parcel in Harry's hands. "Bloody hell!" Ron gasped, tossing aside his chocolate frog. "What is this? Is this?" Harry picked up the sparkling robe from the floor and gently stroked its wondrous texture. This thing expensive. More than just expensive. Harry, it's incredibly rare. You must try it on. I bet it's the legendary invisibility cloak. Ron's voice was tinged with excitement, reverence for the very notion of an invisibility cloak evident in his tone. Harry draped the cloak over himself, and instantly, everything below his neck vanished. "It really is. My goodness, who on earth would gift you such a precious item?" At Ron's prompting, Harry noticed a note hidden among the wrappings. "Your father entrusted this to me before his passing. It is time to return it to you. Use it wisely, and I sincerely wish you a Merry Christmas." The note wasn't signed, but Harry recognized the elegant, looping script, one that also appeared in the Goblet of Fire study notes. "If only someone could give me such a present, I could forego Quidditch altogether." "Hey, Harry, you don't seem very happy at all." "No, I'm just pondering who might have sent it to me, the Christmas feast." Harry finally comprehended why Dumbledore had bestowed the invisibility cloak upon him. Aside from wanting to allow him to cause a bit of mischief around the school and reduce his need for extra lessons, the headmaster likely found himself constrained by circumstances beyond his control, or perhaps under constant surveillance, making it inconvenient for him to intervene directly. This cloak not only offered convenience, but also served as protection when Dumbledore could not be present. With this realization, Harry was no longer hesitant. Since Hogwarts had opened its doors to him, it would be a disservice not to indulge in a bit of fun. fully embracing the notion of using it wisely. In the darkness and silence, the moonlight poured down, and the castle in the snow appeared as a scene from a fairy tale that Harry's heart raced incessantly. For this was his father's legacy. How many years ago had he, too, wandered the campus clad in an invisibility cloak, much like Harry did now, with the fat lady no longer able to see him and Filch unable to stop him? Where was he meant to go? Should he venture into the restricted section of the library, or perhaps simply meander aimlessly for a while? Unbeknownst to him, Harry found himself at the threshold of an abandoned classroom, perhaps guided by fate. The mirror of Ariste appeared silently. Just as it had in the film, Harry's gaze swept over the mirror's golden frame and ornate carvings until he softly recited the inscription etched at the top. Aristra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Without the need for any prompting, Harry quickly deciphered the seemingly nonsensical incantation. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. After a moment's hesitation, Harry removed the invisibility cloak and stepped forward. To his astonishment, the reflection that greeted him did not show him capturing Quirrell, mastering legendary spells, or vanquishing Voldemort. Yet in an instant, he recognized the beautiful woman with deep red hair and the gaunt man wearing glasses. Mom? Dad? Lily and James smiled and nodded at Harry, and his nose tingled with emotion. This was the first time in his life he had seen his family, the first time standing beside his parents. I am thriving at Hogwarts. The teachers care for me, and I learned swiftly that Harry's voice trembled, and he felt his heart pounding violently, unable to discern whether it was from sorrow or joy that I even joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team. And many say I'm the youngest Seeker in a century that I do not wish to disappoint my teammates or classmates, so I practiced diligently. Recently, we just won against Slytherin. Lily Potter occasionally smiled at Harry, only to cover her face with her hands in tears, prompting James to gently embrace his wife, silently comforting her. Harry continued to speak, fully aware that the figures in the mirror were mere illusions. Yet he could not tear his gaze away. It wasn't until the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the window that he reclaimed the invisibility cloak. Mom, Dad, I probably won't return to see you again. Harry's voice quivered with emotion that I wish I could be with you. But you are gone, so I cannot stay here. I am truly sorry. Lily and James' eyes glistened with tears, filled with reluctance, yet resolutely they nodded at Harry. I will always miss you. I will always love you. Harry truly wished to remain before the mirror forever, but he understood he could not linger in this place. The moment he turned to leave, all the tears he had never shed in front of his parents burst forth like a flood. Watching the 11-year-old Harry break free from the illusion with sheer will, moaning Myrtle felt a profound shame. She had dared to hope to see Harry defeat Voldemort in the mirror. Reflecting on her own past, she realized that at 18, her choice to escape life's burdens had been a form of evasion as well. Though she had no tears left to shed, as a spirit attuned to Harry's emotions and thoughts, Myrtle resolved at that moment, even at the cost of everything, to ensure Harry had a happy ending. The fading footsteps gradually disappeared down the corridor. In the classroom housing the mirror of Ariste, the silhouette of an elderly man in dark robes slowly materialized. He sighed and approached the mirror, casting his azure eyes, hidden behind half-moon spectacles, into its depths. Wool socks, he murmured to himself. One can never have enough. Harry did not mention the mirror of Ariste to anyone, yet his closest friend Ron noticed his change in demeanor. To prevent further suspicion, Harry relinquished most of his physical control to Myrtle. Harry, could you take me along? No, while retrieving the invisibility cloak from the trunk, Harry, Myrtle interrupted Ron's request with a definitive refusal. This isn't just a jaunt around school. Where I'm headed is a bit perilous. I know it's dangerous. Ron insisted, unwavering. Ever since Christmas night, you've been acting strangely that I don't know what you've been up to these past few days. But I can guess where you're going. If you don't trust the professors to protect the Philosopher's Stone, at least you should have your friends with you. Faced with such courageous and loyal Ron, Myrtle felt both surprised and unfamiliar. Having only seen the film, she was unaware that many of Ron's glorious moments and lines had been appropriated for Hermione. Don't worry, Ron, Harry Myrtle smiled, patting Ron on the shoulder. I am not foolish enough to venture into danger alone. The reason I wear the invisibility cloak every night is to complete some academic tasks assigned by Dumbledore, so you need not worry. With that, before Ron could protest further, he donned the invisibility cloak and vanished from the dormitory. Alohomora, skillfully avoiding Filch and Mrs. Norris's patrol routes, Harry, Myrtle, passed through the final barrier, reaching the open space outside the castle. Thanks to the traces left by Hagrid's dragging of a fir tree, Harry, Myrtle, had never been discovered while visiting the Forbidden Forest. The January moonlight was even brighter than that of December, quietly illuminating the silvery snow, as if to brighten the entire world. Both Harry and Myrtle cherished this journey, especially when cloaked in invisibility, a wondrous sight that words could scarcely capture. Upon reaching the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Harry, Myrtle, removed the invisibility cloak and secured it around his waist. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Then a darkness denser than that within the forest gradually enveloped the young wizard's form. Myrtle, invisible to ordinary eyes, appeared as a shadow to wizards, a black mist more conspicuous than storm clouds. Thus, even within the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Myrtle could only crawl along the ground after transforming. In the past few days, Myrtle had nearly explored the forest's edge, one of the few wild areas untouched by muggles. The Forbidden Forest was home to a myriad of magical creatures. Some possessed near-human intelligence, like centaurs, while others were fierce and unruly. However, most were exceedingly dangerous, appealing only to those like Hagrid and Newt Scamander. Following a familiar narrow path, Myrtle floated towards her destination, the lair of the Acromantula. According to textbooks, the Acromantula was an enormous, carnivorous spider with a penchant for human flesh. They were first discovered deep in the jungles of Borneo, but due to their unique structure and behavior, magical biologists speculated that Acromantulas were a product of wizarding breeding. Initially, they were cultivated and trained as guardians of wizarding homes and treasures, but following the enactment of the 1965 animal breeding experimental law, they reverted to the wild. Acromantulas were typically covered in thick black fur, which faded to a grayish hue as they aged. Their bodies and legs were robust, although they could strike swiftly while hunting. Their weight made them poor jumpers and climbers. When agitated, their massive pincers emitted a warning, clicking sound, and due to their social nature, wizards hearing this sound typically chose to disapparate away. For these reasons, Newt Scamander classified them as a 5X, leveled dangerous creature in his book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, with venom worth up to 100 galleons per drop. Click, 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 listening to the resounding echoes of the giant crab from all directions. M.O. ran once again, fixed his gaze upon the grotesque creatures that infested the woods and the webs. In recent days, he had pondered more than once whether it was Aragog who had been tamed by Hagrid, or if it was the inherent peculiarities of its nature that enabled it to comprehend human speech and engage in communication. Despite having hunted for several days, this group of creatures stubbornly failed to learn to fear their natural enemy. Whoosh! The sound of a fierce gale suddenly erupted, and the previously sluggish M.O. ran transformed into a tempest of fury, akin to a ravenous black wind with a gaping maw, beginning to voraciously consume the 8-eyed giant spiders that crawled amidst the forest and webs. This was a one-sided massacre devoid of disparity. M.O. ran, embodying a nearly intangible wind, possessed a form of black mist that was nearly immune to physical harm. Thus, no matter how robust the 8-eyed spiders were, how sharp the claws of the giant crabs, or how lethal the venom, M.O. ran regarded them with utter indifference. Conversely, when M.O. ran fully expanded his form, the power capable of obliterating everything in its path rendered the complex advantages of the 8-eyed spiders into mere folly. The cacophony of clicking sounds was soon replaced by the pitiful squeaks reminiscent of a dying mouse. One after another, the 8-eyed giant spiders were shredded by the black wind, their remains reduced to dust and falling back to the ground. M.O. ran cared little whether the spiders that charged at him were blind or foolish. In fact, he felt a twinge of gratitude. Just imagine if they truly fled upon witnessing their comrades meet a gruesome end. His hunting plans would have been significantly thwarted. As time passed, the ground became increasingly littered with the corpses of 8-eyed spiders. For M.O. ran, the spiders he sought to enhance his dark magic needed to reach a certain age before they could be consumed. Thus, he adhered to the principle of not wantonly slaughtering the innocent during his initial hunting forays. However, as he absorbed more eight-eyed spiders, he was astonished to discover that the pace of his magical enhancement had begun to slow. In fact, since yesterday, even the medium-sized spiders could no longer contribute to his accumulation of dark magical power. Subsequently, he abandoned the tedious task of discerning their sizes. Any spider that charged at him, regardless of its dimensions, was met with death. It is your grotesque appearance that bears the brunt of my ire, Mo Ran mused, as he began to calculate how much magical power he could still extract from these eight-eyed spiders at this pace. 3 days? No, perhaps even less. Although he had yet to encounter Aragog, he could sense that the dark magic drawn from those oversized spiders was becoming increasingly insufficient for enhancing his power. It would be best to find even larger specimens. Otherwise, in a few days, he might find himself unable to rely on the eight-eyed spiders for advancement. Stop! You monster! Accompanied by a series of clicking sounds, a swarm of eight-eyed giant spiders, each the size of a half-bus, erupted from the depths of the forest. They brandished their formidable claws in anger, droves of venom dripping from them in viscous strands, emitting a hissing sound upon contacting the ground. Upon hearing that raspy voice, Mo Ran's heart leaped with joy, and without a moment's hesitation, he surged towards the group of large spiders. No, it hurts. It hurts so much. Ah! The wretched cries echoed through the forbidden forest, countless torn legs scattering like dead twigs in the wind. Feeling the influx of abundant, dark magical power surging within him, Mo Ran was almost euphoric. He had never realized that, aside from Aragog, there were other talking giants among these spiders. But now it seemed that the eight-eyed spiders capable of human speech were his most ideal prey. The Harry Potter films had indeed underestimated the situation. These spiders had grown to lengths of 3 to 4 meters. No wonder he had never encountered them before. It turned out they were lurking deep within their territory. This suggested that the activity range of these eight-eyed spiders could span over 100 square kilometers. Come, more of you, he recalled Aragog's words in the film, which stated that they harmed only Hagrid, disregarding the safety of other humans. Therefore, for the safety of the Hogwarts students and staff, he would relentlessly slaughter them, no matter the personal cost. This routine persisted for a week, and even though Mo Ran had lost count of the number of oversized spiders he had slain, he continued to extract considerable dark magical power from these creatures. However, many occurrences in this world are intertwined with fortune and misfortune. While the oversized eight-eyed spiders served as an excellent source of magic, they had also become acutely aware of Mo Ran's threat, having acquired enough intelligence to comprehend human speech. Now, Mo Ran found himself spending the majority of each night searching for and tracking the eight-eyed spiders, only to indulge in a feast during the few hours approaching dawn. Were it not for the valuable giant spider venom he could extract from the remains of these oversized arachnids, he might have already been cursing under his breath. Notably, during his time hunting the eight-eyed spiders, Mo Ran also observed an increase in magical creatures that had previously not crossed his path. Coinciding with the shrinking territories of the spiders, upon reflection, this was only logical. After all, the eight-eyed spiders were not native to the Forbidden Forest, had it not been for Hagrid setting them loose. How could such a vast horde of spiders have infested the Dark Forest? This was clearly an invasion of an exotic species. Thus, even should he encounter Aragog, he would not spare it due to Hagrid's influence. With such thoughts in mind, Mo Ran continued his hunting until the second Monday of January, the day Hogwarts spring term commenced. Isn't he usually quite the eater? Why did he leave so early today? Noticing Harry's condition, Hermione inquired of Ron, only to receive a disgruntled reply. He no longer shares secrets with me. If you want to know, you'll have to ask him yourself. Soon, the clock tower at Hogwarts chimed 12 times. And by this time, Harry had already ceded his body to Mo Ran and appeared within the Forbidden Forest. After traversing a familiar path for a while, Mo Ran was delighted to discover that today, the eight-eyed spiders had gathered en masse, seemingly preparing to retaliate. Kill, tear it apart, drain its blood, transformed into the embodiment of the Tempest. Mo Ran could not articulate his thoughts, but had he possessed a voice, he would have surely chuckled, "What a mindless bunch." Having absorbed the dark magic from the eight-eyed spiders during the holiday, Mo Ran was now far more formidable than before. Whether in speed, coverage, or destructive capability, He surpassed even Credence from Fantastic Beasts. Hundreds of eight-eyed spiders were like shrimp tossed in a boiling soup, barely having the chance to scuttle before facing near annihilation. Incendio, flames ablaze. The searing heat and the sting of the flames startled M.O. Ran. He recognized that robust voice all too well. Hagrid, gazing at the figure wielding an umbrella and a giant crossbow, M.O. Ran was momentarily speechless, for as a human, standing beside him was not a Hogwarts teacher, but rather an enormous eight-eyed spider, its coat a muted gray. "I did not deceive you, Hagrid. The Dark Wizard is right here." Aragog's voice sounded weary, yet its mandibles clacked incessantly, radiating fury. "He is too powerful. I cannot comprehend this dark magic. Perhaps only Professor Dumbledore could thwart him. Kill him, Hagrid. The wife you found for me, Mozag, was slain by him. Bring help. Anyone will do, without evidence of his assault on the unicorn. Or even if such evidence existed, Professor Dumbledore would not intervene without certainty." M.O. Ran acknowledged Hagrid's loyalty and kindness, yet the scene before him inevitably stirred a twinge of displeasure. Magical creatures possess their own unique traits, yet those categorized as bloodthirsty beasts cannot be deemed harmless. Should Harry and Ron truly fall to the offspring of Aragog, it would mean their deaths were indirectly caused by him. Moreover, what warranted labeling someone solely for slaying eight-eyed spiders as a dark wizard? Simply for their association with Aragog? And what of Mozag? Was it to breed with Aragog that Hagrid had procured a female spider? Wouldn't that render Hagrid solely responsible for the invasion of exotic species in the Dark Forest? The escalating fury within M.O. Ran has augmented his power, yet rendered his strikes increasingly imprecise. Countless trees have begun to splinter like mere toothpicks beneath the swirling black mist, according to the pact made with Harry. He had resolved to cease the slaughter of the Acromantula after this night. First, as his strength had grown, the dark magical essence of the giant spiders had become increasingly trivial. Second, neither of them wished to obliterate an entire species. Yet now, M.O. Ran yearned for these spiders to vanish from the Forbidden Forest forever, as if they had never belonged in this realm. With his full might unleashed, M.O. Ran moved with a velocity surpassing sound. In one moment, Hagrid was merely staggered by the dark winds. In the next, the air was filled with the severed limbs of spiders and a wasteland strewn with splintered wood. "No!" Aragog, at Hagrid's anguished wail. M.O. Ran did not even pause to gather the spider venom. Propelling himself toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest and the castle, he felt no regret in his decision, though a flicker of guilt stirred within him. Unexpectedly, before he could venture far, a frantic, pure white figure suddenly darted into his path. Was it a unicorn? As M.O. Ran beheld the silvery creature, all his prior anger and unrest gradually dissipated upon making contact with its ethereal form. For reasons unknown, he instinctively reverted to his human form, landing beside the exquisite being, whiter than snow. Episky, a soft azure light enveloped the unicorn's wound, tinting its flowing blood a shimmering blue-silver. Seemingly sensing Harry's, M.O. Ran's goodwill, the unicorn turned its head and gently nuzzled his cheek. M.O. Ran understood that unicorns are magical beings endowed with formidable protective powers, rarely susceptible to injury. Thus, the magic that could inflict wounds upon them would not be easily mended by a simple healing spell. He merely hoped his magic would staunch its bleeding that moment. A searing pain pierced through Harry's head, reaching deep into M.O. Ran's soul, without the need to hear the unicorn's warning whinny. He recognized the approaching presence. Run, Expulso, Reducto. After a period of magical enhancement, the two spells M.O. Ran cast displayed a potency starkly different from Harry's previous efforts against the troll. The shadowy figure hovering in the air hesitated for a moment, then swiftly drew its wand to deflect Harry's, M.O. Ran's, onslaught. Bang! Boom! The violent collision reverberated from the transparent barrier conjured by the shield charm, the explosion so tremendous that even the aftershocks shattered the surrounding trees. Voldemort, cloaked in black, scrutinized the scene ahead with caution. Although weakened and unable to fully exert his power through Quirrell's form, the strength of those spells evidently surpassed that of an average adult wizard. Just as Voldemort pondered which professor had dared to impede him, he became aware of the encroaching black mist that had stealthily crept to his feet. Huh. In Voldemort's view, Hogwarts professors were entitled to dabble in dark magical knowledge. Yet such overwhelming dark power could only be cultivated through time and copious bloodshed. Buzz, Harry, M.O. ran, struggled to discern the spell-casting actions beneath the black cloak, but as the dissipating dark mist began to ensnare Voldemort in a binding web, it abruptly froze as if paralyzed by a resounding bell. It was painfully evident that employing dark magic against the Dark Lord was a naive, even comedic endeavor. With no time to utter an exclamation of disbelief, Harry, M.O. ran, quickly raised his wand, intent on altering his combat strategy. However, within the protective confines of Hogwarts, where Dumbledore's influence prevailed, Voldemort had no inclination to engage in battle. Before Harry, M.O. ran, could utter another incantation, Voldemort vanished into the depths of the night. As tranquility returned, the unicorn's form had long since faded from view. Harry, M.O. ran, let out a sigh, then removed the invisibility cloak from his waist and draped it over himself. Muttering to himself, "How am I to show Harry this memory of tonight?" From a sequence of memories M.O. ran presented to Harry, they had first rescued the unicorn and subsequently engaged in a confrontation with a figure who might be Voldemort. Then, while pursuing M.O. ran's transformation, Hagrid and the Acromantulas had attacked, prompting him to exterminate the hundreds of giant spiders in a fit of fury. Harry was thoroughly convinced by this account, particularly upon learning that M.O. ran had not hesitated to strike against Voldemort, rendering the plight of the Acromantulas a trivial concern. Moreover, when Hermione later inquired why he had stealthily ventured out every night during the break, he readily concocted a plausible explanation that I was monitoring Quirrell. Although he had left the school for a time during the break, I still managed to uncover his trail. Last night, I followed him into the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? Are you insane, Harry? Dumbledore explicitly stated that it is strictly off-limits to students. Hermione exclaimed, her brown hair nearly tangling with Harry's in her agitation. I didn't go into the Forbidden Forest with him. Hermione, calm down. Besides, I still have the invisibility cloak. I was in no danger. Ron scoffed, seemingly indifferent to Harry's pursuit of Quirrell, that if I had an invisibility cloak too, I would want to explore the Forbidden Forest as well. Well, Ron, if you insist, we could plan a night to go. No way. Harry, this is absolute madness. If you continue this way, I shall report you to Professor McGonagall. Ignore him, Harry. When shall we set off? Tonight. As the trio continued their spirited discussion, an unexpected figure appeared in the library. Hagrid, have you taken a wrong turn? Madame Pants, the librarian, brandished a feather duster and spoke in a tone laced with apprehension. Not at all, Madame Pants. I'm here to borrow some books. Wash your hands. No, leave your boots and coat behind. What type of book do you seek? I shall help you find it. I wish to read about magical creatures, particularly concerning dragons, their habits and care. You know I'm quite fond of them. All right, I understand. You wait here, don't touch the shelves, and don't break anything. Ron wore an expression of disbelief, lowering his head to speak to Harry and Hermione. Can you believe it? Hagrid, in the library borrowing books. I thought his mind was filled only with those monsters and rock cakes. Hermione tossed her hair with pride, lifting her chin high. Reading is the most effective and essential means of acquiring knowledge. Ronald, if you wish to avoid consulting Harry and me every time you have homework or an exam, I suggest you read more. I have no intention of. Harry, with a serious demeanor, interrupted Hermione and Ron, as if he had uncovered the final piece of a puzzle in his mind. Did you not hear what book Hagrid intends to borrow? He seeks information about dragons, particularly their habits and care. So what? Everyone knows he is obsessed with dragons, Ron replied nonchalantly, yet Harry was not inclined to let this lead slip away. Not so. Ron, it is precisely because of his obsession with dragons that this matter is peculiar. Consider this. If one day you were to come to the library seeking books on broomstick care, what might be the underlying reason? Ron quickly grasped Harry's implication, exclaiming, But that's illegal. The Ministry formally passed a law prohibiting the keeping of dragons at the 1709 Wizarding Conference. Everyone knows this. Hermione seemed concerned about Ron's knowledge of magical history, whispering a retort. Not everyone. Think about it. If every wizard were to keep dragons in their backyards, muggles would surely take notice. Moreover, even a wizard as powerful as Dumbledore would find it exceedingly difficult to fully tame a dragon. Even the most docile dragon remains one of the most dangerous creatures. You should see the scars my brother Charlie bears from his time in Romania. Harry stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Before asking Ron, in Romania, are there any wild dragons in Britain? Certainly. As Ron spoke with great enthusiasm, he couldn't help but steal glances at Hermione's reactions. They're the Welsh green and the Hebridean black. Yet both are rather commonplace fire dragons. Lacking any distinctive features, my father informed me that there exists a department within the Ministry of Magic dedicated solely to concealing the existence of fire dragons. They are exceedingly difficult to tame and, among all magical creatures frequently observed by muggles, they cause the most trouble. Besides having to frequently cast oblivion charms on muggles, it is also imperative to drive any fire dragons that wander in a muggle areas back to safety. If Hagrid truly has discovered a wild fire dragon, we would be able to see it from the astronomy tower. Hermione reminded Ron, don't forget what Hagrid just said. He mentioned wanting to read books related to their habits and care. Harry nodded in agreement. Finishing her thought, he might have obtained a baby dragon, or even a dragon EGGS. Oh, what are we waiting for? Ron exclaimed, jumping to his feet. However, judging by his excitement, it was clear he was not intending to report Hagrid. Hermione found it quite unusual to be so distracted during her biology class, considering she usually paid far more attention even during Professor Bin's history of magic lectures. For the past 2 hours since leaving the library, her thoughts had been consumed by matters concerning Hagrid. After all, during her absence from Hogwarts, Harry had been left to keep an eye on Quirrell alone. Now that she had returned, it was unfair for Harry to bear all the pressure alone. Sure enough, when the trio arrived at the keeper's hut, they were astonished to find that all the windows had been obscured by Hagrid with curtains or other coarse fabrics. Hagrid, are you in there? Who is it? It's us, me, Harry, and Ron. Hagrid opened the door crack, confirming their identities before allowing them inside, promptly closing and locking the door behind them. Despite it still being winter, the temperature inside his hut was uncomfortably warm. Even after Hermione had removed her scarf and robes, she still felt a suffocating heat. What brings you here? Haven't you already heard about that thing? Harry and the others paid little heed to Hagrid's words, immediately searching the room. Hagrid, what is that? Ron, being the most knowledgeable about fire dragons, was the first to spot the dark, murky dragon egg lying beneath the kettled. Oh, that is, Hagrid's expression shifted to one of anxiety, his large hands rubbing his beard as if seeking a suitable excuse. Where did you get that? Hagrid, my goodness, that's a Norwegian ridgeback egg. You must have spent quite a fortune. Hagrid, rather single-minded, often divulged the truth when the topic was diverted. I didn't spend a single coin. I want it. Let us skip the sad part that happened the night before last. Anyway, last night, I went to a pub in Hogsmeade to drink, and a stranger came over to play cards with me. His card skills were dreadful. He lost 3 rounds in a row. Harry and Hermione remained silent, exchanging glances, encouraging Ron to extract more information. Are you planning to raise it yourself? Yes, I even borrowed some books from the library. Though they're a bit outdated, he said, pulling out a book on raising fire dragons for profit and amusement from beneath his pillow. But fortunately, the content is quite comprehensive. Look here, it states that the egg must be placed in a fire of no less than 200 degrees, as their mother breathes on them while incubating. Then, once they hatch, feed them a bucket of chicken blood mixed with brandy every half hour. I got everything prepared. Ron, you might end up studying dragons in Romania like Charlie. I spent a long time figuring out what kind of dragon egg this is, and you recognized it at a glance. Flattered by Hagrid's praise, Ron still remembered his purpose for being there. After rubbing his nose, he continued to inquire, the person you lost a dragon egg to, you said you didn't know him, but do you remember what he looked like? I don't know. He refused to take off his cloak. But that's not unusual. There are plenty of odd individuals at the Hog's Head Inn. Whether they are peculiar people or those carrying questionable merchandise, they frequently visit. Your professors often trade there too. I suspect he might just be a seller of magical creatures. But that day he happened to have a dragon egg. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. Before Ron could speak again, she directly asked Hagrid, did you talk about anything? 2 strangers don't just start playing cards without exchanging words, right? Did he ask you about Hogwarts? It seems so, Hagrid replied, furrowing his brow in concentration, that he noticed I was downcast, and bought me several drinks. Asking why I was drowning my sorrows here, I told him that over a week ago, my old friend Aragog and its children were killed by some wicked people in the Forbidden Forest. Aragog? Hermione and Ron exclaimed in unison, covering their mouths. Yes, he was a friend for decades. I hatched him myself from an egg. Hagrid appeared profoundly sorrowful as he reminisced, but upon uttering the word hatched, he had already lost Hermione and Ron's empathy. Well then, what did you two discuss afterward? We talked. Right, he asked what I do for a living, and I told him I'm the keeper of the grounds. Then he was curious about which creatures I oversee, and I shared a bit with him. I remember he seemed knowledgeable, and I mentioned that it would be wonderful if I could raise a dragon. Then he said he just happened to have a fire dragon egg that he needed to get rid of, and if I won the card game, he would give it to me. But before that, he needed to ensure I could handle a fire dragon. He was worried I might let it escape and drag him into trouble, but I told him that even Fluffy obeys me. So a fire dragon would be no problem. Hermione tried to keep her voice calm. Was he interested in Fluffy? Of course. Just think, when have you ever seen a three-headed dog? Not even in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. But I suppose no one would guess that Fluffy, despite his fierce appearance, is just a dog at heart, as long as you know how to make him quiet, like playing some music for him. He'll fall right asleep. Hagrid finally realized what he had done, and as a look of terror crossed his face, Harry, Hermione, and Ron had already risen from their seats. We did this on purpose. No, I shouldn't be telling you this. Nor should I have told that guy. Harry approached Hagrid and patted his shoulder, saying, we did it intentionally. But Hagrid, revealing Fluffy's secrets to a stranger is extremely unwise, and the same goes for the dragon egg. However, perhaps recalling how his second persona had ruthlessly slaughtered Aragog, Harry's tone softened. But Hagrid, this isn't entirely your fault. You were merely manipulated by someone with ill intent. That's so. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. As a friend, if you consider me one, you really should try to view the situation from another perspective. We won't disclose the matter of the dragon egg to anyone for now, but the law strictly prohibits wizards from raising fire dragons. You should think of a way to deal with it soon. Ron chimed in, I'll give you Charlie's address. Hagrid, if you need his help, just write to him. Hagrid, Harry, and Ron are right. Just think about it. You live in a wooden house, and even if you seal the windows, it will be discovered sooner or later. Hagrid, forcibly dragged back to reality by the little wizards, appeared utterly bewildered. After a few minutes, this half-giant unexpectedly burst into tears before three first-year students whose legs were still thinner than his. I'm so sorry for disappointing Professor Dumbledore. I've always been a burden to him, decades ago. It was the same, and it still is now. I'm just so useless. Please, go find him and tell him about this. I can't bear to speak to him myself. Witnessing this scene, Hermione and Ron suddenly felt a pang of regret. Indeed, if not for Harry's steadfast presence, they might have even encouraged Hagrid to keep the dragon. Hagrid, Harry said gently, pulling an owl whistle from his pocket. You don't always cause trouble. Ever since you took me to Diagon Alley, I've considered you a lifelong friend. Yet, it is because of friendship that we sometimes must speak harsh truths. As you mentioned, Professor Dumbledore is the most accomplished wizard. With him around, there's no need for anyone else to guard the Philosopher's Stone. The reason he borrowed Fluffy from you must be part of his own plan. Perhaps he already knows who seeks to steal the stone. However, to avoid causing him further trouble, you should deal with this dragon. Hagrid's tears flowed even more dramatically. He had never imagined Harry would carry the Christmas gift he had given him. All right, I won tea. I won tea. Let Professor Dumbledore suffer embarrassment because of me. You must go notify Professor McGonagall as well. She would never betray Professor Dumbledore. On their way back to Hogwarts Castle, Ron and Hermione exchanged not a single word. Clearly, they had yet to regain their composure from the complex shock of emotions. It was tea until they followed Harry back to the Gryffindor common room that they began to snap back to reality. R&T, we going to find Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall? Ron said. Hagrid revealed how to bypass Fluffy to a stranger. That cloaked figure who gave him the dragon egg was either Quirrell or the Dark Lord himself. Harry shot Hermione a bewildered glance and asked, I remember you used to say Voldemort's name directly. Why are you calling him the Dark Lord now? Hermione pursed her lips, unsure whether to feel embarrassed or something else. Harry, I didn't understand before. But during the Christmas holidays, I read a lot. The name of the Dark Lord is cursed. Once spoken, he can sense it through magic. I'm saying this for our safety. Harry chose not to argue with Hermione. He nodded and smiled reassuringly at the two, saying, "Don't worry. This is Hogwarts, the safest place in the world that I will inform Professor Dumbledore of everything. With him around, you are absolutely safe," without waiting for further words from them. Harry turned and walked away as he crossed the stone gargoyle and the spiral staircase. The door to the headmaster's office opened automatically, just as it always did. Dumbledore's voice remained calm and wise. "Harry, it's not Saturday yet. What brings you here? Professor, you are well aware of everything, and nothing surprises you. Am I right?" "No, Harry." Dumbledore seemed to understand Harry's implication and slowly rose to his feet. "I felt far too many surprises through you alone. So, you know about Professor Quirrell and Voldemort." Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "But why don't you?" Dumbledore raised his hand to interrupt Harry. Speaking gently, "I'm nearly 110 years old, Harry. One cannot live forever. Nicholas Flamel is your friend. You could live forever with the elixir of life. And then what? Should all of London, all of England, indeed the entire world rely on an old man to combat darkness?" Harry was momentarily speechless. He understood Dumbledore's perspective, but found it difficult to articulate whether he should agree with such a notion. Observing Harry's perplexed expression, Dumbledore refrained from providing further explanations. "I cannot tutor you this weekend. Clearly, the Ministry of Magic and the Hogwarts Board of Governors have something of utmost importance to discuss with me. However, I believe I can teach you a few things today. Harry, and no matter how great the power, if it is solitary and fragmented, it is ultimately vulnerable. Trust your friends, Harry. Believe in friendship, trust, and love. They're far more potent than any magic." The first week of the new term passed quietly. Just as in September, Hogwarts provided students ample time to adjust to the academic routine. Upon returning from the headmaster's office, Harry unusually immersed himself in this atmosphere. Such performance could fool other classmates. But it did not deceive Ron and Hermione. Just as he planned to sneak out under the cover of night, two figures that had been lurking by the fat lady's portrait swiftly apprehended his already invisible form. "You really going to sneak out alone, Ron? Hermione, what are you two doing here? You are acting far too deliberately that I've never seen you take notes so earnestly in history of magic class. Plus, we've been keeping an eye on Professor Dumbledore's movements for days. Goodness, Harry, how are you so strong? Don't struggle. Let us return to the common room and talk," reluctant to create a commotion in the hallway. Harry complied and followed Ron and Hermione back. However, upon returning to the common room, Hermione promptly pulled off his invisibility cloak that you're going to confront Quirrell alone, just because you know how to bypass Fluffy. "Harry, think. How many challenges set by professors will you have to overcome before you can find him? And have you ever considered the worst-case scenario?" Faced with an irate Hermione, Harry stood his ground, reclaiming the cloak from her hands. "The worst-case scenario is that we do nothing and allow the Philosopher's Stone to fall into Voldemort's hands." Ron interjected. Having reached his limit, he patted Harry on the shoulder and said firmly, "Harry, we're not trying to stop you. We want to go with you. No, that is far too dangerous. You could get hurt, or worse. That is why we can't let you go alone. Dante, you understand? Harry, the worst-case scenario is encountering Voldemort himself. If that happens, having another person at least doubles your strength." Harry's expression grew even more astonished. He distinctly remembered Hermione being too afraid to utter Voldemort's name just days ago. "Harry," Ron continued slowly, "Hermione has been running to the professors whenever she has a moment, urging them to keep a closer watch on the Philosopher's Stone. But no adult wizard will heed a first-year student's advice on this matter. Several times, she was even warned that if she meddled again, Gryffindor would lose 50 points. So your best plan is to accompany me. But haven't you thought of any good ideas either?" Harry fell silent. The words Dumbledore had left him with swirled in his mind, that he glanced at his two most important friends and, for the last time, earnestly advised, "All right, when we reach the fourth-floor corridor, you two stay outside under the cloak and keep watch for me. In a way." Hermione's face flushed red with anger. As she rummaged through a small bag, she displayed it to Harry. "The invisibility cloak can protect your life in a crisis. Besides, what else have you prepared for this venture apart from a wand? Have you brewed a potion of white fresh essence? Or perhaps a healing draught? Admit it, Harry, you need us." "Yes, Harry, I assent that how friends should be." As night deepened, Hogwarts Castle lay shrouded in darkness. The invisibility cloak was barely large enough to accommodate the three young wizards, but to ensure that Ron and Hermione's feet wouldn't occasionally peek out from beneath the fabric. They had no choice but to lower their heads and walk closely together. After narrowly evading the patrols of Filch and the pesky Peeves, Harry and his companions found themselves merely a few steps away from the corridor on the fourth floor. Thump, thump, thump. Amid rapid breaths, the heartbeats of the three intertwined, and in an effort to alleviate the increasingly tense atmosphere, Harry hastily brought up a less-than-ideal topic. By the way, Hermione, aren't you eager to secure the House Cup for Gryffindor? Why do you seem utterly unconcerned about losing points now? Hermione, having encountered Harry's bluntness before, cautiously surveyed the portraits around them. Once she confirmed that the figures within were sound asleep, she whispered, "If Voldemort truly returns, the entire wizarding world will suffer. It's not just you, Harry. Anyone who defies him, including wizards like me from Muggle families, will become targets of persecution. At that point, the loss of points or the threat of expulsion will be of little consequence." Upon hearing Hermione's declaration, Ron chimed in defiantly, "Our family would never ally with the dark forces. That Voldemort is a cold-blooded murderer, a monster. Avoiding him is merely postponing the inevitable. Don't worry, Harry. Even if we get caught, we won't be expelled. Our grades are too good. The professors wouldn't want to lose such talented wizard from Hogwarts. Then I suggest you stop coming to me and Harry for help with your homework every time. I heard Professor McGonagall say that the quills we'll use for our final exams have been enchanted against cheating. This is utterly insulting. Shouldn't they trust us a bit more? Shoo! Keep it down." Ron and Hermione had veered off topic, yet this diversion effectively eased their tension. Moments later, they reached their destination. Gazing at the door at the end of the corridor, which had been left ajar, Harry swallowed hard and said, "It seems someone has gotten there first. We need to move quickly. If anyone wants to turn back now." "Oh, don't say something foolish. We can't let you go alone." Harry hesitated no longer. He swiftly retrieved Hagrid's owl whistle, waved his wand, and soon an unmelodious tune began to resonate. "Let's go." As Harry and his companions pushed open the door, the three-headed dog sniffed vigorously, but the noise was evidently insufficient to rouse it from slumber. Ron emerged first from beneath the invisibility cloak, stealthily maneuvering around the massive paws pressing down on the trapdoor. Fluffy did not appreciate being disturbed while sleeping. All three heads frowned in unison, and a hot, foul breath blew Harry and Hermione's invisibility cloak away. "I think I have enough space to pull the trapdoor open." Accio invisibility cloak. Upon hearing Ron's voice, Harry was about to use magic to swiftly retrieve the cloak. But to his surprise, the summoning charm, typically reliable, faltered at that moment. With the task of guarding the Philosopher's Stone pressing down on them, Harry had no time to ponder this failure. After muttering, "The summoning charm isn't working," he quickly crouched down to gather the invisibility cloak, directing them onward. "We need to ensure Fluffy has music to listen to, so the person holding the flute must be the last to descend." Hermione asked anxiously, "Can you see anything under the trapdoor?" "Nothing at all, and there's no ladder to climb down. It looks like we'll have to jump. If you don't hear my voice after I jump, follow me. Just go find Professor McGonagall and tell her that your foolish friend went alone to protect the Philosopher's Stone. That should give Professor Dumbledore sufficient reason to return to Hogwarts." With that, Harry shoved the owl whistle into Ron's hands, cast a featherweight charm on himself, and jumped down. Due to the charm, Harry floated in the darkness for a full 10 seconds before finally touching down. Lumos Maxima. No problem. There are no terrifying creatures down here. Ron, remember to pass the whistle to the last person to jump. Harry called out while scanning his surroundings that he seemed to be in an environment filled with some sort of sprawling vine plant. Before long, Ron and Hermione floated down as well. As the flute's melody faded, Fluffy quickly awakened, its fierce and boisterous barks echoing clearly even from a distance. "Thank goodness we learned how to get past Fluffy from Hagrid." "What?" Before Ron could finish, Hermione screamed, pointing at the plants beneath them. "The things beneath our feet are the second obstacle." Upon hearing Hermione's warning, Harry and Ron glanced down sharply, only to discover that the two who had descended first were already ensnared by the long vines. Finite incantatum. They're not spells, Harry. Don't use magic against them. You might hurt yourself." Hermione exclaimed while dodging the vines that sought to ensnare her legs. These things are called devil snare, a magical vine plant. Ron appeared quite frightened by the dark, tentacle-like creatures, exclaiming, "Oh great, now we know what will kill us before we die." "Don't struggle. The more you fight, the faster they wrap around you." Professor Sprout mentioned that devil's snare prefers darkness and dampness, but it recoils at the sight of fire. "Use fire, but where will I find firewood?" "Incendio." Harry acted swiftly. As soon as he heard Hermione mention that it recoils from fire, he had already raised his wand and cast the spell. Under the intense flames, the devil's snare retreated as if burned by hot water. "Phew, I suppose I really need to pay more attention in herbology class," Harry remarked, wiping sweat from his brow, sincerity evident in his tone. As soon as Hermione heard Harry admit his oversight, her previous trepidation vanished, replaced by a more composed demeanor. "I told you that all subjects are useful. Then you need to be as calm as Harry." Ron chimed in, his voice strained. "But where will I find firewood?" As Ron and Hermione prepared to bicker once more, Harry hastily pointed down a nearby corridor and said, "Enough squabbling. Let us move." The temperature in the air began to drop, accompanied by the sound of dripping water, as more stalactites and stalagmites emerged on either side of the descending corridor. In such an environment, Harry and his companions simultaneously recalled another location. Gringotts. They would possibly have a dragon guarding the Philosopher's Stone here like they do at Gringotts. Would they? Ron's hypothesis held some merit, but was quickly dismissed by Hermione. "Have you forgotten which professors Dumbledore enlisted for help? We began with Hagrid's Fluffy. We shouldn't encounter any more magical creatures. Aside from Professor Sprout's Devil Snare, we still have to get through Professor McGonagall's, Professor Flitwick's, Professor Snape's, and Quirrell's challenges at O. What does that sound ahead?" Through the door at the end of the corridor, the trio soon discovered the source of the swishing noise, a multitude of winged keys flitting about in the air. Resembling small birds, beneath them lay several relatively intact Nimbus 2000 brooms. Has Hagrid made a mistake? ISNT this challenge designed by Madame Hooch. Hermione, who was not particularly adept at flying, sounded quite disheartened. Although she immediately recognized the requirements to pass, she also understood that she wouldn't be of much help. Harry extended his wand and recited the spell Stupefy several times. However, as before, he was unsuccessful in dispelling the enchantment that clung to the key. This was not a simple transfiguration spell. It must have been a sophisticated magic cast by Professor Flitwick. Yet at this juncture, Harry hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and proceeding towards the broomstick. "Never mind that for now. The key we seek should be an older one, like that silver key with slightly damaged wings. Yes, that Esset, as the youngest seeker at Hogwarts in a century." Harry's talent for flying was undeniable. Even without the assistance of Ron and Hermione, he managed to catch the key that unlocked the door in just 3 minutes. Soon, he brought Ron and Hermione to the entrance of the fourth challenge. The pitch-black darkness dissipated instantaneously as the three entered the room. Illuminated by bright flames, a massive chessboard stood between them and the exit at the far end of the room. Harry gazed at the towering chess pieces atop the board and quickly abandoned the idea of using Stupefy. Given his current abilities, he was not yet capable of forcibly overriding the rules set by the professors. To reach the door at the end of the room, they would have to play a game of chess. But therein lay the dilemma. Why were the challenges designed to align with the talents of him and his friends? As Harry pondered this, Ron stepped forward. "Please don't take offense, but honestly, Harry, your and Hermione's chess skills leave much to be desired. So you two must follow my lead this time, that we're not angry. Just tell us what to do." "All right, Hermione, you take the position of the castle on the edge. And Harry, you'll be the bishop on the same side. As for me, I'll be a knight." And no sooner had Ron spoken than the pieces began to move, clearing a path for the three of them. Harry quickly realized that the powerful transfiguration spells affixed to the pieces were not something that could be undone with a counter curse. The white pieces moved first, followed by the black. Both sides exhibited an intense desire to attack in this fierce battle. Harry could discern that Ron's chess skills were somewhat superior, yet the presence of 3 living pieces on their side often led to wasted opportunities for capturing and even winning. Before long, heaps of black and white fragments piled up at the edges of the board. "Wait." Harry's eyes scanned the White Queen, the Black Knight Ron, and his own position, suddenly realizing something. "Are you suggesting There's no other way. Harry, I must be sacrificed, allowing you to checkmate the white pieces. No. Hermione shrieked. Harry, think of a spell that could help. Ron, maintaining his composure, replied, This is chess, Hermione. To win, sacrifices must be made. Besides, when we confront Quirrell and Voldemort later, either you or Harry will be far more useful than I am. We must not hesitate. If we dawdle, the Philosopher's Stone may be stolen. Harry, you know what to do next. Knight to h3, check, after Ron made that move. The White Queen lunged at him, but thankfully, unlike her previous brutal attacks, she merely raised her stone arm and delivered a light punch to Ron's head. Don't move, Hermione. The game isn't over yet. Harry quickly stopped Hermione from rushing towards Ron, then moved 3 squares to the left and shouted at the White King, Checkmate. The White King bowed to Harry and promptly discarded his sword and crown upon the ground. With the chess match finally concluded, both Harry and Hermione could no longer suppress their anxiety and hurried towards Ron. Episky. Harry produced his wand and gently murmured the spell over Ron's forehead. Hermione retrieved a vial of healing potion from her bag and began to apply it to Ron's wounds sustained from his fall. He should be fine, but he might not wake up for a while. What do we do next? Listening to Hermione's voice, Harry rose. He first transfigured the debris from the chess pieces into a simple yet sturdy hemispherical barrier to shield Ron, then said to Hermione, Drape the invisibility cloak over Ron. Hermione, to prevent any nefarious individuals from finding him, we need to move forward. The remaining pieces on the chessboard parted, creating a clear path to the door at the other end of the room. With heavy hearts, Harry and Hermione took one last glance at Ron's position before they pressed onward. A foul stench assaulted their senses the moment the door swung open, and both Harry and Hermione simultaneously recalled their previous encounter with the troll. However, when they raised their wands to guard their chests, the 2-headed troll that should have lunged at them lay motionless upon the floor. It was indeed the same 2-headed troll, but why had its corpse appeared here? No, wait. Hermione noted that this creature was even larger than the previous 2 they had encountered, yet it appeared emaciated, as if drained of life. Regardless, at least we don't have to fight it now. Let us hurry, Harry. I can hardly breathe. All right, Harry replied, but a sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind. This is bad. The potion that allows one to pass through the black flames has already been consumed. Hermione's voice quavered with tears as she glanced at the empty vial in her hand, sinking down in dismay. Harry reread the parchment's contents, confirming Hermione's logical deduction was correct. He then helped the young witch to her feet and said, Hermione, listen to me. You need to drink this potion that allows you to pass through the purple flames, then go back to the previous room and retrieve a broomstick. Use the invisibility cloak to cover yourself and Ron. This way, you won't be seen as you fly past Quirrell. Bring the empty potion vial to the professors. They will understand that someone has attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I will hold Quirrell off for the time being. But Harry, what if Voldemort is there too? How can you possibly face both of them alone? Oh, what am I saying? You can't even pass through the black flames. Just come back with me. We've already found the evidence. Haven Tiwi. Besides, I can't ride a broomstick. Harry faltered for a moment, then wrapped his arms around her. Hermione, you are an exceptionally talented and remarkable witch. Without you and Ron, I would never have made it this FAR.S. Oh, trust me, and trust yourself that Oh, you remember what the book called me. They say I'm the boy who lived, Voldemort's nemesis. I will be fine. Hermione trembled slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she hugged Harry tightly, struggling to suppress her sobs as she said, Good luck. Promise me you'll be careful. Harry smiled, ruffling Hermione's hair. I still have to go back and help Gryffindor win the Quidditch match. I can't let you bear the pressure of the House Cup alone. Now, let us go. Hermione nodded, drank the potion from the round vial on her right, and turned to pass through the purple flames. Harry took a deep breath, raising his wand to his chest. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Dumbledore's seemingly incoherent teachings were beginning to crystallize, becoming clear and structured. Time and space seemed to dissolve. Harry could hardly perceive where he was. He pondered the phrase, you must first find your own eternity. He reminisced about Hagrid, Ron, Hermione, and the parents he saw in the mirror of Ariste. And then, Gobrathian, a gentle blue flame flowed softly from the tip of Harry's wand, resembling a serene stream. The moment the enchanted fire ignited, the parchment inscribed with Professor Snape's logical conundrum spontaneously combusted, and the various bottles on the table began to melt like icy. As Harry slowly opened his eyes, he watched the enchanted fire gracefully dance around him, dispelling the cold that enveloped his body and spirit. The two streams of purple flames and black fire, which had initially blocked the entrance, melted into the essence of the blue celestial fire, as if they were obedient children called home for dinner. Without the need for Harry's summoning, the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges, yet Harry's tone remained resolutely steadfast. "I have arrived." In the final chamber stood a figure, enduring the searing pain on his forehead. Harry addressed the silhouette before him. "Professor Quirrell, it is indeed you. Potter, haha, I never imagined you would manage to pass through that fiery door. Yet, it is unsurprising. You visited Snape nearly every week last semester. So it was you who cast the hex on my broom during the Quidditch match." Huh. Quirrell's laughter was not the shrill, manic sound one might expect. Rather, it bore the weight of a plot come to fruition. "Did you truly believe I could have harmed you during the match? Absurd, with Dumbledore present. Even if you were to fall, he would effortlessly catch you. That my intention was merely to convince them that I am an inept wizard." Harry noted Quirrell's pallor, which seemed to offer him a greater opportunity to triumph over his adversary. Yet, as Quirrell had just asserted, he wished to be perceived as a wizard of little merit. Thus, despite envisioning numerous incantations for a surprise attack, Harry held his wand steadfastly, refraining from action. "You are indeed lacking in prowess. Otherwise, you would have already seized the Philosopher's Stone and fled." Harry taunted Quirrell, hoping to provoke an emotional response that might grant him an advantage in the impending confrontation. His astonishment, Quirrell readily concurred. "You speak the truth, especially when compared to my great master. My power is indeed feeble. Had I not encountered him, I would still be a naive fool clinging to notions of right and wrong. So, Potter, do you understand? In this world, only power is unassailable. Not allow the inept and the cowardly to hinder your progress." As he finished speaking, the mirror of Ariste surged towards Harry. Assuming Quirrell had initiated his attack, Harry instinctively rolled to the side, raising his wand to target the hooded figure's head, chanting, "Reducto, Protego, young master, there is more to this chapter." Please click to the next page to continue reading, for the excitement only intensifies. Quirrell, his expression grave, deflected Harry's spell, indicating that this was no easy feat for him either. "Calm yourself, Potter. Think carefully. My master has no desire to oppose you. Otherwise, I would have attacked you the moment you entered. Retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from this mirror, and my master can help you achieve greatness." Harry slowly rose to his feet, realizing that Quirrell indeed had no intention of attacking him. Cautiously, he gazed into the mirror of Ariste. Unlike the previous scenes where his parents appeared, Harry saw himself smiling as he extracted a crimson stone from his pocket, only to return it to its original place. Simultaneously, a heavy object truly fell into his pocket. "Accio Philosopher's Stone." A piercing voice suddenly erupted from Quirrell's direction, and Harry felt a tremendous force attempting to pull him, along with the stone in his pocket, towards it. "Arresto momentum, finite incantatum." After managing to stabilize himself, Harry prepared to cast another spell, but he abruptly halted. He discovered that Quirrell had removed the hood from his head, revealing a horrifying face that sprouted from the back of his skull. "Harry Potter, you possess considerable talent and great bravery, much like your parents." The voice emanating from that grotesque visage slithered like a serpent. "Thanks to you, I have become a being neither fully human nor ghostly. However, I shall not quibble with a mere child. If you grant me the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket, I can fulfill any wish of yours, including the resurrection of your parents." In response to Voldemort, a blazing incantation erupted forth. "Foolish creature." Voldemort effortlessly countered the oncoming flames and continued, "Do you underestimate me? The blood of unicorns and the flesh of a two-headed giant have restored much of my strength. I now fully control Quirrell's mind and body, of course. He is not powerful enough. I require the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life to forge a new body." Harry coldly retorted, "Do you think that repeating these words will alter anything?" Voldemort chuckled, his twisted mouth resembling a knife scraping against a dry carrot. "I'm not speaking to you alone, Harry. There's another entity residing within you. I am aware of it. It may lack a face, but I can sense its soul. You are not Harry Potter. You need not oppose me. Seize his body. Extinguish Harry Potter's soul. With the power you have amassed, you are already capable of suppressing his consciousness. I will teach you how to fully control his body. Together, we shall... Mo Ran had no desire to continue listening to Voldemort's incessant prattle. Even without witnessing the Dark Wizard's infamous declaration that only he could attain immortality before killing Snape. He would never betray Harry, becoming a traitor he despised. In a furious surge, Mo Ran lunged toward Voldemort. Despite the Dark Lord's mastery of dark magic, he could not evade the harm inflicted by Mo Ran's full-on assault. He manipulated Quirrell's hands, gripping the wand in an uncanny manner, struggling to fend off Mo Ran's onslaught. Moments later, the chamber around Harry was reduced to a pile of rubble, with every tile, pillar, and even the stone ceiling shattered. "Kill him! Harry! Do not be swayed." Mo Ran decisively dispelled Harry's doubts. Before Voldemort could rise, Mo Ran's dark mist and Harry's spells surged towards him. "Expulso! Apugno! Confringo!" Witnessing Voldemort's capabilities, Harry abandoned his plans for concentrated destructive spells. Instead, he utilized the debris scattered by Mo Ran to launch widespread, disruptive attacks. Mo Ran instinctively understood Harry's intentions, circling Voldemort, darting in and out of his blind spots, and occasionally shrouding himself in black mist to evade Voldemort's counterattacks. Thus, the Dark Lord, feared by many wizards, was surprisingly held at bay by a first-year student. Reparo. Suddenly, with a flick of his wand, Voldemort summoned all the debris that Mo Ran had destroyed back to their original positions. Everything, except for the dark mist still assaulting him, appeared to rewind in reverse. The shards reformed into stones, which then coalesced into bricks and columns, floating and bouncing as they restored the room to its former state. Mo Ran instinctively reached out to shatter everything anew, only to discover that Voldemort had placed a sturdy shield charm upon the walls. A silencing charm. He has secretly fortified the room. If the space shrinks, I want to be able to fly as swiftly. Be cautious of his attacks. Harry. Mo Ran's voice echoed in Harry's mind just as a curse shot towards them from Voldemort's direction. Thanks to his seeker instincts honed during Quidditch, Harry deftly dodged the crimson beam. Beware the green curse. It is the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. You must evade it, understand? That spell cannot be blocked by any magic. Also, do not merely heed his voice. Voldemort casts silencing charms with ease, and we have already fallen for this trick once. We cannot be deceived again. Harry did not ponder why Morn possessed such extensive knowledge. In fact, he hoped that his adversary understood as many combat techniques as possible. Unfortunately, even when faced with a weakened Voldemort, who was clinging to Quirrell, he found it impossible to maintain a stalemate against Morin for an extended period. Avada Kedavra. Suddenly, a green beam accompanied by Voldemort's low, furious incantation surged forth. Harry and Morin reacted almost in unison. The murderous light narrowly grazed Harry's head, shattering the stone pillar reinforced by the ironclad charm. Subsequently, the debris that splintered behind Harry transformed into glinting blades under Voldemort's control. Whoosh! Countless icy gleams pierced through Harry's form, now shrouded in dark mist, crashing against the stone floor with a series of sharp clangs. As Voldemort's counterattack grew increasingly lethal, Harry could no longer afford to withhold his trump card. The moment his body coalesced, the ethereal blue flames of Gabrathian materialized once more. The terrifying heat ignited sparks from Quirrell's garments, and Harry distinctly heard the cracking sounds reverberating from the stone walls. He shouted, "Professor Dumbledore and the other professors are on their way. Voldemort, you cannot escape." Harry was uncertain whether Hermione had successfully fled with Ron. But considering the situation outside the trapdoor, Voldemort was likely unaware of the truth, so any delay tactic would suffice. Voldemort had not anticipated that Harry could conjure the profoundly complex Gabrathian flames. He was already sufficiently astonished by Harry's abilities, but what truly instilled fear in him was the name Harry had uttered earlier. "You think I cannot kill you?" Voldemort bellowed, his voice rasping as if it were being ground to dust. Yet, before he could unleash any terrifying spell, a calm voice rendered him motionless. "I believe you cannot kill him. Voldemort gasped sharply. Dumbledore, devoid of his customary wizard's hat, was leisurely descending the stairs behind Harry. Draped in his robes you intend to kill a teacher at your school? Voldemort squinted his crimson eyes and inquired, would you commit such a heinous act if there's a chance to save him? I will do so, but Quirrell is not your safeguard, Tom. Dumbledore's voice remained composed, as if Voldemort were merely another student at Hogwarts. Avada Kedavra! Beware, Harry shouted. Yet neither his warning nor the green light emanating from Quirrell's wand could match the speed of the stone pillars in the chamber. These colossal supports had transformed into pliable tendrils, two of which timely shielded Dumbledore from the killing curse, while the others elongated to bind Voldemort firmly in place. Expelliarmus! In a mere exchange, Quirrell's wand flew into Dumbledore's grasp. Even more alarming was that throughout the confrontation with Voldemort, Dumbledore's pace remained unaltered. You cannot evade, Tom. Emerge from Quirrell's body. Stepping before Voldemort, Dumbledore raised his wand, articulating each word with precision. You are ever so confident. Dumbledore, do you truly believe you can surpass me in every aspect? You will not detain me. And as for this worthless life, ha ha ha. Quirrell, who had been unconscious for quite some time, suddenly regained awareness. However, before he could comprehend the situation, a chilling tremor coursed through his bones. Ah, boom! Amidst his brief cry, his body imploded and exploded. Dumbledore flicked his sleeve, arresting the splattered blood in midair, then solemnly shook his head at Quirrell, who was now beyond recognition. Harry longed to approach for a clearer view, but an unexpected and overwhelming wave of fatigue mercilessly engulfed him. Good afternoon. Dumbledore smiled at Harry Morin and asked, how shall I address you? Awakening from slumber, Morin propped himself up, rubbing his forehead as he replied, Professor, you may simply call me Harry. Dumbledore's smile broadened, and he jested, of course. However, to distinguish you, I might refer to you as Inner Harry. Morin quickly assessed Harry's condition, confirming he was merely fatigued, then hurriedly inquired of Dumbledore, Professor, how are Ron and Hermione? You have defeated Voldemort, right? And what of the Philosopher's Stone? Calm yourself, my child. You and Harry's friends are all well. Additionally, regarding Voldemort, while I have vanquished him, he will undoubtedly return. However, you are already well aware of this, are you not? This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Professor, Dumbledore raised his hand to interrupt Morin. It is all right. Some matters do not require explicit clarity. Since you have made the most crucial decision, the path forward is yours to choose. Morin fell silent for a moment, then lowered his voice to ask, so, the challenges you designed were also a test for me, correct? Dumbledore did not respond directly. Instead, he feigned interest in a small bird outside the window, and after a prolonged pause, he remarked, sometimes, I truly wish students would emulate the Weasley twins, utilizing their cleverness for mischief and merriment. Such a choice would be splendid. However, if this is acceptable to you, you're truly the most vexing student I have encountered at Hogwarts in many years. More troublesome than Tom Riddle, Dumbledore appeared unfazed by Morin's direct reference to Voldemort's true name. He merely sighed theatrically, feigning exasperation. Now you and Harry both surpass him in causing me distress that I once thought Gabrathian flames would suffice for you to study for 3 or 4 years. But it matters not. I have cultivated some well-connected friends who will help alleviate some of my burdens in the future. Morin smiled, fully comprehending Dumbledore's various insinuations. Very well, my child. Dumbledore adjusted his expression and softly stated, if you do not mind, I wish to converse with the other Harry, who also gives me headaches. You know, the elderly are not as vibrant as you young ones, and he will undoubtedly have more questions than you. If you have any pity for your old headmaster and hope he can return to enjoy a cup of honeyed brew. Then, before Dumbledore could finish, Harry suddenly grew anxious again. Where am I? Professor? Dumbledore? No, Professor, where are Ron and Hermione? Are they all right? Dumbledore smiled gently once more, saying, they are all well. Harry, you must lower your voice or Madame Pomfrey will have me ejected. Ultimately, Dumbledore was rescued by Madame Pomfrey, just as he had anticipated. Harry's questions continued to cascade one after another. Besides the answers Morin already knew from the films, Dumbledore elaborated on why Harry had suddenly fainted. You are still too young. Prolonged use of such high levels of magical energy can overwhelm your body. So I recommend indulging in more sweet treats, such as candies, cakes, and puddings at O. By the way, I recently discovered a confection called Cockroach Cluster. Its exterior is made of chocolate and hard candy, with a filling of fruit preserves. Honey and cream.it is quite delightful. After a well-deserved night of restful sleep, Harry finally received Madame Pomfrey's discharge approval. Yet before he could reunite with Ron and Hermione, the two prominent figures had already come seeking him under Dumbledore's introduction. Oh, this child is truly an interesting one. He like the young man we encountered last time. Oh, help me remember, what was his name again? Credence, Mr. Credence. Yes, Credence, indeed he's somewhat different from Credence, don't you think? Indeed, he is rather dissimilar. I can hardly perceive him as a silent one. Clang. The door to the headmaster's office swung open behind Harry, followed closely by the voice of Dumbledore. I apologize for the delay. I was momentarily occupied. Harry, these two gentlemen are my old friends, one of whom, like you, was once a student at Hogwarts, back when I had not yet assumed the role of headmaster. Nicholas Newt, I entrust young Harry to your care for the time being. Harry had never encountered the two elderly men standing before him. Yet even without Dumbledore uttering their names, he instinctively recognized the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel and the author of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Newt Scamander, oh, by the way, Harry, Mr. Flamel will be residing in Hogsmeade for the time being, and first-year students are not permitted to visit there, so do take care not to be seen while you are out and about. As for Mr. Scamander, he has been invited by Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn to join Hogwarts in co-teaching the care of magical creatures class. In theory, you could visit his office whenever he is available. But I would still advise you to keep this matter confidential. Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Harry finally returned to the Gryffindor common room. However, as he passed through the entrance guarded by the fat lady, he discovered that the circular room was even more boisterous than during the troll incident, with nearly all the students eagerly awaiting the triumphant return of their hero, Harry. Fred and George, hiding by the door, hoisted him onto their shoulders the moment he entered. They waved their arms and shouted, "Our hero has returned. The boy who lived. Tell everyone who thwarted Quirrell's scheme. Quickly, use that silvery voice of yours to shout it out. 3 cheers, 4 cheers. We knew you could handle that turban one. Perhaps he could have broken one of your arms, a leg. But to take your life? Not a chance." Harry remained aloft for a good 10 minutes before the exuberant Gryffindor students finally set him down. Just as he had dreaded, the entire school was now abuzz with talk of that event. "Come on, tell us what happened in the last chamber." "Yeah, Harry, how did you get through that fire door?" Ron and Hermione had slightly reddened eyes, yet like the others, they were immensely curious about the events that had transpired. All right, Harry said, raising his hands in surrender. "You know, I was often left in detention by Professor Snape last term. I had seen some notes on magical flames in his office. Keeps certain necessary secrets." Harry embellished parts of his tale while recounting his experiences. Even so, this half-true adventure was far more thrilling than baseless rumors. Each time he mentioned Quirrell's turban, the Mirror of Ariste, the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort, even the older students gasped in astonishment. Harry could not recall how many times he heard girls scream, but he could certainly guarantee that Hermione had shouted in his ear no less than thrice. "Merlin's beard. A first year has defeated a professor and the Dark Lord." "You are mistaken. Harry has not faced the Dark Lord for the first time. It was Professor Dumbledore who arrived just in time to save me. Had he been a moment later, I would have collapsed before Voldemort." "Oh dear, Harry, perhaps you should refrain from speaking that name." Harry nodded at the unfamiliar older student and then turned to Ron and Hermione, asking, "Did you two encounter any trouble afterward?" Hermione wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and smiled, saying no. "Ron has recovered quite well thanks to the healing charms and the white essence. He had already awakened when I returned with the broom. Our flight on the broom took a bit longer than expected, though by the time we passed through the trapdoor and made our way back to the 4th-floor corridor, Dumbledore was already on his way." "Hey, you didn't know, did you, Harry? It was Neville who sent word to Dumbledore. When we were passing the 3-headed dog, he used Devil's snare to record our voices and those of Ron and me outside the door. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue the thrilling tale." Neville, mentioned by Hermione, was somewhat uncertain of the other's attitude and quickly explained, "Oh, I didn't mean to inform on you. Harry, I thought that bringing Dumbledore back would require some evidence, so I stealthily followed you. You were a tremendous help. Neville, Harry exclaimed as he embraced Neville in a bear hug. Without you, I might have been in real danger. Thank you. Neville's face shifted from pale to one of relief, and he opened his mouth to say something to Harry, but was soon engulfed by the crowd that rushed over to embrace him. Cheers in the Gryffindor common room rose in waves, making everything else, including Quidditch matches and the House Cup, seem trivial. Everyone, including Wood and nearly headless Nick, along with all the ghosts and characters from Portraits, joined in the celebration, and even many other figures from corridor paintings rushed in to join the festivities. To tee the feast in the second week of the new term, Dumbledore awarded points to Gryffindor to honor Ron's chess prowess, Hermione's cleverness, Harry's bravery, and Neville's loyalty. Although such points may not have fully reflected their remarkable contributions, they were sufficient to propel Gryffindor far ahead of Slytherin in the House Cup standings. Following this, after the trio had comforted Hagrid and tended to the baby dragon Norbert, life returned to its tranquil pace once more. Harry found himself busier than ever, as he now had to practice Quidditch bright and early on Wednesdays. For on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, Snape, Nicholas Flamel, and Newt Scamander would each be giving him supplementary lessons. Fortunately, Wood was an utterly devoted Quidditch fanatic, always eager to train with Harry at any hour. Newt Scamander held a profound love for magical creatures. Besides instructing Harry, the Silent One, on better controlling his silent powers, he also sternly criticized their previous mistreatment of the Acromantula. You do not understand their nature. Acromantulas will not pose a threat to other species. Think about it. Since they have become part of the ecological chain in the Forbidden Forest, your actions merely disrupt that balance. Do not repeat such behavior. It is unacceptable towards any creature, anywhere. I am not saying this to frighten you. Harry, though your silence has yet to manifest harmful characteristics, we currently do not know what is causing all this. If you truly value your life, refrain from such cruel actions henceforth. Harry readily agreed to Newt's admonition. But both he and the Silent One understood that it would be wise to disclose less to Professor Scamander in the future, as for Nicholas Flamel, in comparison to the youthful Newt Scamander. He was far more easygoing, albeit somewhat eccentric. Harry, you need not exert yourself so diligently. Alchemy is a profoundly intricate and esoteric discipline. I have spent centuries and would not dare claim to have mastered all its knowledge. When I am gone, you may learn from the writings of the ancient Abraham of Judah and my manuscript of symbolic glyphs. Oh, and you will need to study some French, Latin, Greek, and ancient languages like Hebrew to comprehend them. Dead? Huh. But sir, do you not possess the Philosopher's Stone for immortality? I have already destroyed the Philosopher's Stone. To be frank, Harry, I had no intention of preserving so many elixirs of immortality, had it not been for Albus summoning me to teach you. I would have departed with my wife next month. Oh, Harry, watch out. You're about to boil that mercury. It is toxic. Ah, where was I? Let me think. In any case, alchemy is not merely about turning stones into gold. Do not regard the Philosopher's Stone and elixirs of immortality as the ultimate goals of this discipline. When you find the time, you might consider visiting Egypt, Greece, India, China, and the Mesopotamian plains. Such experiences will undoubtedly enrich your life immensely. Thus, Harry and Meatseye completed their studies for the latter half of their first year at Hogwarts with the mechanical precision of machines. Only upon finishing all their examinations alongside Ron and Hermione did they realize that 5 months had elapsed. Gryffindor triumphed over Ravenclaw in the finals to secure the Quidditch Cup. Neville barely passed his practical potions exam, and Seamus Finnegan caused an explosion during his transfiguration exam. Professor McGonagall granted him a second chance. While Nicholas Flamel and Newt Scamander departed Hogwarts during this time, on the day of the end-of-year feast, Hagrid made a point to visit Harry at the castle. Harry, now that you have completed your studies for the term, I believe it is time to present you with this gift. Hagrid prepared to retrieve something from within his cloak. Harry, who had not relaxed in quite some time, attempted to jest. It isn't another rock cake and ferret sandwich. Is it? Hagrid chuckled heartily, realizing that his previous encounters with Harry regarding the troll and the dragon had not created any rift between them. No, it's something that Professor Dumbledore asked me to gather for you earlier. I was concerned it might distract you from your studies, so I waited until now to present it. I contacted your parents' old classmates and the professors who taught them. requesting photographs that I know you have never seen your mother and father. And I hope you will cherish this. As he spoke, he carefully opened a beautifully crafted album. The photographs within were quite old, some even in black and white, yet each one unmistakably featured James Potter and Lily Potter. Gazing at his parents, who were waving and smiling at him, Harry choked back tears for a long while before enveloping Hagrid in a heartfelt embrace. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. That evening, the Great Hall, filled to capacity with students from all four houses, erupted in thunderous applause upon the arrival of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Slytherin's hopes of winning the House Cup for the 7th consecutive year were dashed. Now, the ceiling and the walls of the main guest area were adorned with vibrant red ribbons and a majestic golden lion. "Well done, Harry!" Numerous voices shouted in unison, and my little brother played a part in this too. "His name is Ron. Did you know? My youngest brother passed Professor McGonagall's giant chess challenge." "Of course we know. Is our brother too. You forgot to mention you're a prefect, Percy." "Silence, Fred." Hyacinth Fred. "I am." Hermione Granger had earned at least 100 points for Gryffindor this year. I truly wish she were a Ravenclaw student. Apart from the Slytherin students, the other 3 houses' young witches and wizards were nearly lifting the ceiling off the Great Hall. Even Dumbledore had to resort to a sonorous charm to bring the exuberant crowd to a semblance of calm. All right, my dear students, I understand your joy, but before you indulge in tonight's festivities, you must endure the ramblings of this old man. It has truly been an extraordinary year. Whether you have acquired knowledge at Hogwarts, participated in Quidditch matches, or embarked on adventures, I hope your minds have expanded beyond what they were before. The summer break is almost upon us. You will finally have the opportunity to digest your knowledge and explore other delightful places. And no matter how gifted one might be, it is essential to occasionally clear the mind to better absorb new information. Next, we shall proceed to the awarding of the House Cup, that a cacophony of cheers and stomping once again drowned out Dumbledore's voice. To ensure the students could hear him, the esteemed headmaster had no choice but to raise his volume, to the dismay of Professor McGonagall, who sat beside him. Now, the scores for each house. 4th place, Hufflepuff, with 392 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, with 460 points. 2nd place, Slytherin, with 472 points. And finally, 1st place, Gryffindor, with 506 points. It is unfortunate that Slytherin could not secure a 7th consecutive victory. Yet we must acknowledge that Gryffindor performed remarkably well this year. Congratulations to you all. You have earned this year's House Cup. Only after confirming she had heard Dumbledore's final words did Hermione join in the celebrations with her fellow classmates. Having been under an immense amount of pressure that made her oblivious to Professor Snape's grimacing smile as he shook hands with Professor McGonagall, Harry and Ron, who had long since been cheering on their seats, noticed Draco Malfoy sulking on the Slytherin benches. Observing him with his head down and an expression of discontent, the two found themselves laughing even harder. The joy of the end-of-year feast persisted until the day the final grades were announced. Hermione naturally secured the top spot in the year, her scores in potions, charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts slightly trailing behind Harry's, yet she had far outperformed him in history of magic. More delightfully, sandwiched between 2 academic prodigies, Ron did not let his friends down. Aside from his comparatively lower score in potions, his results exceeded those of many Ravenclaw students. Almost everyone boarded the Hogwarts Express with laughter and merriment. Harry bought another large stash of chocolate frogs, and Ron finally seized the opportunity to complete his grand collection of cards. The scenery outside shifted from ancient to modern, and unlike their journey to Hogwarts, Harry and his companions had to stow their wizard robes before entering King's Cross Station. Hermione's eyes grew increasingly red as she pulled out a piece of parchment for the 3rd time, writing down her address and phone number to hand to Harry. "All right, Hermione, I promise to write and call you, as I have memorized them all." After Harry's teasing elicited a smile from Hermione, her expression softened somewhat. Yet she solemnly insisted, "Write me a letter every week, Harry. It doesn't have to be lengthy. Just a few sentences will do, of course. If you can call or come to my house, that would be even better. Why don't you all come to my house for a visit? My parents would be delighted to meet you." "All right, if I have the time, I shall come." Upon returning to the Muggle world, Harry instantly spotted Uncle Vernon's plump face amidst the crowd. To his surprise, the Dursleys had all come out to greet him. "Let us go." Uncle Vernon showed no inclination to help Harry with his luggage, yet he no longer dared to speak to his nephew with the same fierce and angry demeanor as before. Harry turned to wave at Ron, Hermione, and his classmates, heading towards Little Whinging amidst a chorus of goodbye, Harry, and see you, Potter. After returning home from Hogwarts, Harry wasted no time diving into a second round of preparatory studies. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. In addition to the foundational materials from school, he also had to allocate substantial time to studying the various languages mentioned by Nicholas Flamel. This drove Meatsai to distraction. As a time traveler, he bore no complaints about learning magical knowledge, but studying foreign languages? Not just one. It felt utterly overwhelming. Fortunately, Uncle Vernon had become considerably more timid after the crisis with the Dementors. He dared not touch Harry's wand or spell books, nor did he bring up the peculiar abilities he so despised. Although the Dursleys still regarded magic as a family disgrace, Harry could at least don his invisibility cloak and ride his Firebolt 2000 in the night sky to clear his mind. Days passed, and Harry occasionally sent Hedwig to deliver messages to Ron and Hermione. Yet strangely, he received not a single reply. But on July 31 SD, the day of Harry's 12th birthday, Uncle Vernon welcomed what would be the most significant family gathering of his lifetime. A wealthy couple, Mr. and Mrs. Mason, were considering placing a large order with Uncle Vernon's company, which manufactured drilling equipment. "If all goes according to plan, we can select a villa in Mallorca tomorrow. Quickly, Petunia, Dudley, let us run through tonight's arrangements." It is now 8 o'clock. Everyone to your positions. Petunia, I will be in the living room preparing to welcome Mr. and Mrs. Mason. Excellent. And what about Dudley? I will be waiting at the door to greet them. As Dudley mimicked the act of opening a door, he forced a sycophantic and affectedly nauseating smile upon his face, and in a high-pitched voice, exclaimed, "Shall I fetch your clothes for you, Mr. Mason? Mrs. Mason?" Aunt Petunia's lips curled into a broad grin as she joyfully ran to Dudley and planted a kiss on his plump, round head, subsequently declaring with pride, "What a quintessential little gentleman. They're sure to adore you. Oh, my precious little Duddekins, you bring me to tears." Standing nearby, Harry felt utterly repulsed by this scene. He sighed, and, for the final time, inquired of Uncle Vernon, "Are you quite certain you wouldn't like me to cast a spell for them? Or perhaps add a dash of potion to their Earl Grey? I mean, such methods are remarkably efficient, and you wouldn't have to. You cannot use magic outside of school." Uncle Vernon bellowed before Harry could finish. "Stop bringing up all that nonsense from your world. You'll only harm Dudley with such thoughts." Harry paid little heed to Uncle Vernon's tirade. Based on his understanding of the rotund man, as long as his complexion remained a healthy hue rather than turning crimson, it signified that he was not truly angry, but on the contrary. Harry sensed that his suggestion had stirred more than a fleeting interest in Uncle Vernon. "Very well," Harry shrugged. "I genuinely wish to assist you. After all, this summer has been quite undisturbed for me. Rather pleasant, in fact, but since you declined my offer, I said I don't need it." Uncle Vernon shouted, his gaze darting anxiously. "Just retreat to your bedroom. Pretend you don't exist in this house, and I shall consider it a blessing." Harry nodded and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Uncle Vernon, regaining his composure, resumed discussions with his wife and child about the flattering remarks to be made at the dinner table. "Harry Potter, the great savior, Dobby has always dreamed of witnessing your esteemed presence," exclaimed the peculiar creature that had suddenly appeared on Harry's bed upon the door being flung open. Instinctively, Harry prepared to cast a silencing charm. But noticing the creature bore no intention of aggression, he merely guardedly asked, "You said your name is Dobby? You are a house elf?" Upon hearing his name, Dobby's bat-like ears perked up. He clasped his hands together and gazed at Harry with wide, glistening green eyes filled with admiration, saying, "Sir, you are truly learned. Dobby is indeed a house elf." Harry found such empty flattery insufferable, especially after just witnessing Dudley's insufferable demeanor, which only heightened his distaste. Ding-dong. Hearing the doorbell ring downstairs, Harry lowered his voice and remarked, "Today, this house will be hosting other guests. If you don't mind, you may sit on my bed for a while, and once the Masons depart, we can proceed to the living room." "Sit." Dobby's expression shifted from surprise to immediate sobbing. "Huh. Never have I." Silencio. Harry's response was swift, Before Dobby's cries could escalate, he raised his hand to halt him. Dobby, clearly taken aback by Harry's silent spell, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Hush, Dobby. I just mentioned that there are other guests in the house. If you can comprehend my words and promise to keep quiet, I shall lift the spell." Dobby nodded earnestly, and without Harry needing to utter the countercharm, he snapped his fingers and dispelled the silencing charm himself. Impressive. Harry instinctively praised. "I heard Professor Scamander say that all house elves are adept at nonverbal magic. They can even apparate and disapparate within Hogwarts grounds. That it seems that is no exaggeration." Dobby, feeling somewhat elevated by the compliment, bashfully scratched his entirely hairless head and replied, "Harry Potter, you flatter me. Wizards of your age who can perform nonverbal spells are the true geniuses. No wonder you deserve the title of savior." However, before he could finish, Dobby once again began to act erratically, but this time Harry was prepared. Before Dobby could dash his head against the window, Harry swiftly pulled him back. "Dobby," Harry admonished, "what are you doing? If you continue this foolishness, I shall resort to other spells." Harry's threat was largely bluster, not to mention his limited ability to perform nonverbal magic beyond silencing charms, levitation charms, or other mundane spells. Even if he could wield his wand for more complex incantations, he had to consider the severe repercussions of being detected by the trace. The trace is only used to determine if magic has been performed in a specific area. Unless a crime has occurred, it typically does not detect wand use. Thus, as long as Harry ensures his wand's record remains clean, he can attribute any magical fluctuations to Dobby, enabling Dumbledore to assist him in evading the Ministry's scrutiny. Wah! Dobby nearly spoke ill of his master. Dobby must punish himself. Your master? Who is it? Dobby cannot say. Dobby cannot say. The little elf lacked the strength to match Harry's, and regardless of how earnestly he struggled, he could not manage to bang his head against the glass or bedpost. Observing this peculiar creature before him, Harry's patience began to wane. Very well. The atmosphere in the bedroom suddenly chilled and bewildered. Dobby turned to find Harry's expression had transformed into that of a different person altogether. "Dobby, is it? Who informed you of my residence?" "Your master." "Who sent you to spy on me?" "How long have you been doing this?" Harry and Dobby now resembled the contrasting roles of good cop and bad cop, leaving Dobby utterly petrified. "Sir, Dobby cannot disclose too much, but Dobby is certainly not sent by his master. Dobby came to see you on his own accord. He must punish himself severely upon returning by putting his ears in the oven." "Put your ears in the oven? Nonsense! Your ears are perfectly fine." "Oh, sir, Dobby has already punished himself many times, but Dobby's injuries heal very quickly." Harry, in a stern tone, feigned realization. "So, you've done this many times. That implies you've been spying on me for quite a while. That I suppose this explains why my friends Haven T written to me." "ISNT that right, Dobby." Suddenly exposed, Dobby resembled a child caught misbehaving. He retrieved a thick stack of letters from the tattered pillowcase he wore, and, with great remorse, confessed, "Harry Potter is understandably angry with Dobby." Dobby hoped that Harry Potter would think himself forgotten by his friends, thus not wishing to return to school. Harry, in a stern tone, shot Dobby a disapproving glance. "Not allowing me to return to school? So, you wish for me to remain here as an ordinary person in a Muggle household, rather than learn magic? Is your master Voldemort, perhaps?" Dobby, in anguish, covered his ears and exclaimed, "Sir? No, sir, please do not say that name." "Then how am I to know whether you are deceiving me? Why else would you prevent me from returning to Hogwarts?" "Because the most terrifying events will unfold at Hogwarts this year." And upon discovering this, Dobby has been determined to protect Harry Potter. "Sir, you are far too important. Dobby cannot allow Harry Potter to take such risks." Harry, in a mocking tone, laughed heartily. "I am important? Then tell me, when do you think it is safe to confront Voldemort? Even if I heed your advice and hide this year, what about next year? The year after? When will I ever be ready? Moreover, I now know your name. As soon as I inquire about which house elf is named Dobby, I can uncover the identity of her master. I understand that house elves possess remarkable magic, yet generally, you cannot utilize your powers without your master's consent. Thus, regardless of whether this situation is a scheme devised by your master, there will inevitably be someone interested in you." The little house elf, with tear-filled eyes, struggled to articulate even half a sentence that a portion of Dobby concurred with M.O. Rant's assertions. Yet another part stubbornly insisted on preventing Harry from returning to Hogwarts. Having nearly divulged the entire situation, Mo ran once again exchanged control of his body with Harry, genuinely concerned that prolonged interaction with Dobby might compel him to commit some regrettable act. "All right, Dobby, you need not worry about my affairs. Now, please return my friend's letters." However, the suddenly gentle Harry failed to breach the little elf's defenses before he could reach for the stack of letters cradled in Dobby's arms. The filthy little creature sorrowfully shook his head and declared, "No, Harry Potter cannot return to Hogwarts. But what give you the right to decide for me?" Dobby had no alternative. Immobulus, all immobilized before Dobby could open the door. A powerful surge of magic ensnared him in place, rendering him motionless. This marked Harry's inaugural attempt at casting a wandless spell with significant control, although it was still a distance from offensive spells. It undoubtedly represented considerable progress. He swiftly snatched the letters from Dobby's grasp and settled back on his mattress to read them one by one. "Dear Harry, how was your summer vacation?" "Goodness, what am I saying? It's only been a week. My parents took me on a trip around Scotland, and they even rewarded me with 5 extra galleons for coming first in my year. I mentioned to them that there's a classmate even more remarkable than I, and perhaps I could invite him over. What have you been up to this week? Don't tell me you've already begun studying. You must understand the importance of balancing work and leisure, Harry. You can't solely bury yourself in books. Yours, Hermione Granger." "Dear Harry, I've looked into the elective courses starting this 3rd term at Hogwarts. There are so many subjects that cannot be taken simultaneously due to scheduling conflicts, and I truly wish to explore them all. But enough about that. I hope you didn't forget to write to me last week, because you were having too much fun. Please don't let it happen again this week. Yours, Hermione Granger." "Dear Harry, guess what I saw in the newspaper? Rumor has it that our new defense against the dark arts professor is Gilderoy Lockhart. He is an extraordinary wizard, having been awarded the 3rd-class Order of Merlin and is an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League. Moreover, he is the author of various works, such as those detailing his encounters with ghosts, trolls, vampires, and even a year spent with the Yeti. Surely, you must have read his books. It's been 2 weeks since I last heard from you. Perhaps you've been busy with your own matters, but I still eagerly await your news. If it's inconvenient for you to write, a phone call would suffice. Don't forget the remarkable inventions of the Muggle world just because you're attending Hogwarts." Well then, that's all for now. Yours, Hermione Granger. Aside from Hermione, Harry also received letters from Ron, Hagrid, Neville, and one that had just arrived from Professor Snape. Were it not for his exceptional emotional control, he might have already drawn his wand from the cupboard to cast a curse upon Dobby. Professor Snape's letter was brief, mainly urging him to diligently study potion-making and reluctantly mentioning Harry's birthday. After perusing all the letters, Harry pondered for a moment before rummaging through his trunk for the invisibility cloak and a vial of Felix Felicis. Then he made his way to the kitchen downstairs. The golden-hued potion was drizzled over Aunt Petunia's pudding, enhancing the already delectable dessert that was generously adorned with cream and frosting. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia seemed to notice the pudding's transformation. Yet curiously, they made no move to prevent the Masons from indulging in it. Soon, the jovial Masons, invigorated both mentally and emotionally, were happily signing a contract with Uncle Vernon, who was nearly unable to close his mouth for all the jokes he had yet to share. While calling for Aunt Petunia to refill Mr. Mason's tea, he engaged in a lively discussion about the potential for future business collaborations that Mr. Mason readily agreed. Having completed all this, Harry returned to his bedroom. With his newfound ability for wandless magic, he managed to pack all his belongings in under 5 minutes. The magic on you will fade by tomorrow morning at the latest, but being an elf, you'll likely be quicker than that. I don't care who your master is, nor do I concern myself with your reasons for wanting to prevent my return to Hogwarts, or even the events of this summer and tonight. I can forget them all, but I assure you, if you dare to disturb my life again, the spell I cast upon you will be far more severe than merely an immobilization charm. After uttering these words, Harry disregarded the myriad of grievances reflected in Dobby's tearful eyes and promptly confined him within the wardrobe. At 10 o'clock, just as the evening news commenced, Uncle Vernon had already seen the Masons to the door, where they were scheduled to finalize the contract. Once the noise from downstairs began to dissipate, Harry descended with his luggage in hand. Upon seeing Harry's appearance, Dudley, still clad in his formal attire, waddled over and taunted, "What's this? Another visitor come to whisk you away. You poor thing. I know what day it is today. You didn't receive a single card on your birthday. Truly, you must have no friends in that dreadful place." "Right?" Unfazed, Harry replied. "Oh, congratulations. It seems you've finally learned how to count days." Dudley adjusted his trousers, which had been sliding down since he loosened his belt after the Masons left, just as he was about to hurl another insult at Harry. A stern reprimand from his father echoed from the doorway. "Dudley, go sit down." Unaccustomed to being chastised, Dudley's eyes widened in shock before he burst into tears and fled to his mother's embrace. "Mummy, Mummy, wah!" Aunt Petunia gently stroked Dudley's head, saying nothing. Harry pointed to the phone in the living room and asked, "May I use the phone to call my friend?" "Mummy, how can he use the phone?" "Shh, Dudley, be quiet now. Say shh." Uncle Vernon's expression was conflicted, but he was well aware that Harry's request was not up for negotiation, and he merely nodded, Go ahead. Hello? Hermione, there has been a bit of situation on my end recently. But it's nothing too serious, so don't worry, I'll be heading to Ron's house soon. He has already sent me the address, so please write him a quick letter reminding him. And hopefully, the owl can reach him before I do. Yes, Hedwig might be a bit busied up by the way. Let us agree on time to visit Diagon Alley together. Shall we say August 5th? Great. I'll see you then. As Harry hung up the phone, the Dursleys were already seated on the sofa, each looking expectantly at him as if awaiting his cue to speak. Sensing their unasked questions, Harry addressed their unvoiced concerns. First, the potion is called Felix Felicis. It has no side effects. While the effects are not permanent, it is not a hallucinogen, so there is no need to worry about the Masons suddenly changing their minds. Secondly, I'm about to leave for a classmate's house, meaning you have to be anxious until next summer. So, farewell. Traversing much of England from Surrey was no small feat, especially as Harry rode his Nimbus 2000. Shrouded in the invisibility cloak, evading the gaze of muggles, by the time he finally arrived at the Dursleys' abode, the featherlight charm he had placed on his luggage was nearly wearing off. Gazing at the pale horizon where a hint of red was emerging, Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead and joked to Hedwig, perched on his shoulder, "You've had quite a breezy flight, carrying no luggage at all." Who? Hedwig flapped her wings a few times and ruffled Harry's hair in protest. "All right then," Harry said, stroking the snowy owl's pristine feathers. "You can rest in your cage for a bit. I must first locate Ron's home before I can feed you. Let me see. It's on the outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole. The Weasley residence is not difficult to locate. Any wizard could easily spot that peculiar, crooked structure adorned with 5 chimneys peeking through the thicket. However, the entrance to the abode is another matter entirely." After Harry had circumnavigated the humble dwelling with his suitcase in tow, he finally discerned its position nestled between the pigsty and the garden where plump chickens roamed. Suddenly, a shrill scream startled Harry just as he was about to knock on the door. Before he could make out the face of the red-haired girl clad in her pajamas, she had already scampered upstairs with rapid footsteps. Mere seconds later, Ron, George, Fred, Percy, and Mrs. Weasley all materialized on the ground floor. "Hey, Mum, look who it is," Fred exclaimed. "And no one else could make Ginny scream like that." George added, Be quiet. "You too. No teasing Ginny." Mrs. Molly Weasley, considerably shorter than Fred and George, could instill a sense of trepidation in the mischievous twins whenever she raised her voice. Ron opened the door for Harry and took the suitcase from his hands, inquiring, "Harry, what brings you here?" "No, wait, how did you get here? Did you receive my letter?" "Hi, Ron." Harry embraced him first, and after greeting the entire Weasley family in turn, gradually recounted his encounter with Dobby. Could it possibly be Draco Malfoy? Ron was the first to speculate after hearing the tale that he particularly loathes you. You overshadowed him at school. Moreover, families with house elves are surely ancient and affluent. He fits both criteria. Doesn't your family have one? In response to Harry's question, Ron appeared slightly embarrassed. But fortunately, George alleviated the awkwardness promptly to know, Mum has always wished for a house elf to assist her with chores. But all we have is a ghoul in the attic and a garden full of gnomes. Ghoul? Gnomes? Harry deftly shifted the topic to other magical creatures that I've read about them, but I've yet to see them in person. Could you show me, George? Oh, certainly. Mum always asks us to rid the garden of gnomes. Recently, she even purchased a book by Gilderoy Lockhart on how to eliminate household pests. Fred remarked with a mischievous grin. Exchanging glances with George before whispering, "You don't know, Harry, Mum absolutely adores him." Even as Molly Weasley busied herself in the kitchen preparing breakfast for the children, she overheard her son's hushed conversation. Blushing, she shouted without turning around, "Don't be ridiculous, Fred. That is a fine book that helps one understand household pests. Besides, how could you expect a guest to assist in catching gnomes? Let Harry rest properly. He flew all night." George shrugged at Harry, his expression suggesting, "You see, the process of clearing gnomes was straightforward, and much like in Quidditch when playing as a beater, Harry quickly fell into the rhythm of the Weasley household. Oh, you think Dobby is lying?" "Which part?" "The part where he claims something terrible will happen at Hogwarts this year." As Harry hurled Gnome away with considerable force, he replied on, "I find it hard to say. After all, house elves cannot use magic without their master's orders. If he were truly following orders to harm me, he could have done something far worse, so he might genuinely know something. Why wouldn't he just tell you?" "Oh, Harry, that throw must have been over 50 feet. That fellow always bangs his head against the wall whenever he is about to reveal something significant, and I almost wish I could get him to drink some Veritaserum." Suddenly, with a whoosh, a weary man clad in a green robe appeared. Dad's back." Arthur Weasley looked utterly exhausted. Even upon hearing his son's greetings, he merely raised a hand in acknowledgement, after gulping down a large cup of tea. Mr. Weasley finally regained some energy, exclaiming, nine times we've been raided. Mundungus Fletcher, that old scoundrel, even tried to cast a spell on me while my back was turned." "Raided?" Hearing Harry's soft murmur, Ron quickly explained to his friend, "My dad works in the Ministry's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, but he actually loves Muggles. That I think he took that job because he wants to study Muggle things." Unaware of the magical car hidden in the Weasley backyard, Harry had not experienced the adventurous flight, while the ever-curious narrator was very much interested. Truth be told, he would prefer to soar through the skies from the comfort of a driver's seat rather than wedging a stick between his legs. After sharing breakfast with the Weasley family, without Ginny, Harry was taken on a tour of Mr. Arthur Weasley's small shed. Besides the flying car, it housed a plethora of Muggle household items. The narrator, who had been quietly observing from the live stream, was astonished. He had never seen a wizard with such remarkable talent for modifying human technology. "Incredible!" Arthur Weasley exclaimed after learning about the workings of the telephone from Harry. "What a genius! Even without magic, Muggles can create such remarkable inventions." "Honestly, Harry, I believe wizards are starting to fall behind Muggles in certain aspects." Having already established a mental connection with Harry, the narrator nodded in agreement with Arthur Weasley. "Indeed, sir. And it's not just in daily life. Muggle technology is progressing rapidly in medicine, electronics, and military applications that, in just a few decades, wizards might find themselves needing to catch up. Arthur was one of the rare wizards without prejudice against Muggle ingenuity. And even though he and the narrator both recognized that magic held many inherent advantages over technology, he unreservedly concurred with Harry's, the narrator's, assertion. "You are right. Harry, I have always wanted to bring Muggle inventions into the wizarding world. But the people in the department are too narrow-minded. If it weren't for the loophole I intentionally left while drafting the laws. Ahem. Let us not dwell on that, Harry. Let us continue discussing Muggles. Can you tell me what exactly a rubber duck is used for?" Harry, the narrator during his days at the Burrow, Harry found it nearly impossible to devote time to his studies. Apart from eating and sleeping, he seemed never to leave Mr. Arthur Weasley's little shed. Fred, George, and Ron hardly thought much of it, especially since Harry had already lent them his Firebolt 2000 to play with. What could be more exhilarating than that? August 5th arrived swiftly, and the Hogwarts letters came as expected. To everyone's surprise, a multitude of Gilderoy Lockhart's works appeared in the attachment of the back-to-school notification envelope, along with Hermione's belated letter. Merlin's Beard, Harry. Aside from Miranda Goshawk's standard book of spells, Level 2, the majority of titles on this list are authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. Upon hearing Ron's exclamation, Fred chimed in with a complaint. "We fourth years have to buy his books too, and the prices are outrageous. Far more than the mischief George and I could conjure up. I sincerely hope the new defense against the dark arts professor is merely an admirer of Lockhart. I do not want to attend that bloke's class." George intended to add his agreement, but chose to bow his head and focus on his breakfast instead after catching sight of his mother's disapproving glance. "Oh my goodness. Mrs. Molly Weasley gasped upon viewing the attachment accompanying Ginny's admission letter. As she comforted her young daughter at home, she pondered, "Darling, do not worry. We will always find a way. The second-hand market is brimming with treasures we can utilize." The journey through the chimney using flue powder was remarkably smooth. Not to mention, Harry did not mispronounce Diagon Alley as Diagon Alley, but with his current mastery of goblin fire, the ordinary green magical flames that transported wizards had no choice but to comply. After emerging from the fireplace, Harry shook off the soot from his robe and soon spotted a brown-haired young witch standing on the conspicuous white steps of Gringotts. She was always so astute. Harry's words left Ron momentarily speechless. However, before he could grasp their meaning, his friend had already dashed off towards the wizarding bank. Similarly, Hermione, who had also noticed Harry, rushed down the steps, taking two at a time, and quickly collided with him. "Hi, Hermione." "Hi, Harry." The two young witches embraced each other and exchanged greetings before lapsing into silence. They only reluctantly separated when Ron, Fred, George, Percy, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley arrived. "Are you going to buy books?" "I just queued for ages at Flourish and Blots," Hermione asked, her cheeks flushed. "Yes, I still need those by Gilderoy Lockhart," Harry admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially under the mischievous gaze of George and Fred. "Ah, you must be Miss Hermione Granger. My wife and I have heard Ron speak of his friend who tops the class. What an honor." Mr. Weasley beamed upon meeting Hermione, recognizing her parents awkwardly waiting at the entrance of Gringotts. "Are those your parents?" Hermione's face reddened further as she patted her forehead and said to everyone, "Those two are my dad and mom. They are muggles and are too timid to venture far." "Pleasure to meet you. I am Arthur Weasley, and this is my wife, Molly," he exclaimed, genuinely delighted. "Oh, by the way, do you have any pounds? I would like to exchange some with the assistance of Mr. Weasley, the muggle enthusiast." Harry swiftly extricated Hermione from the bustling atmosphere of Gringotts. After withdrawing a bag of money from a vault, he decided to explore Diagon Alley before concerning himself with Gilderoy Lockhart. Walking side by side on the cobbled, winding streets, Hermione whispered, "Aren't we bringing Ron along? You want to shop with his family first. We can get him a strawberry peanut butter ice cream on our way back," Harry replied. "Where shall we go next?" "Anywhere but Flourish and Blots," he declared, having already seen the banner advertising Lockhart's book signing event. Though he had yet to see the man in person, he felt an inexplicable aversion towards him. "You don't like Professor Lockhart?" "I mean, almost all our textbooks are authored by him. Isn't it splendid that Hogwarts has such a remarkable individual as a teacher?" Harry was at a loss for words. He simply found himself irritated by Hermione's remarks. "Let us go," he said, grabbing Hermione's hand and resolutely stating, "to the potion ingredients shop." Moran had intended to remind Harry to retrieve Tom Riddle's diary from Flourish and Blots, but upon reflection, he realized that the diary would inevitably appear in Ginny's cauldron. There was little distinction between retrieving it sooner or later. Rather than participating in Lockhart's signing event amidst a throng of older witches, observing Harry and Hermione was far more amusing. That Hermione's cheeks were now as crimson as if scorched by goblin fire. She was led by Harry, flitting between the counters of the potion shop, and aside from occasionally murmuring to Harry, she mostly endeavored to bury her face in her long brown hair. "This is saltpeter. Don't let its humble appearance deceive you. Nearly all alchemical practices rely on it. Unlike potion brewing, alchemy seldom employs cauldrons, as alchemists do not seek to concoct a solution with specific curative properties by merely combining materials. Observe the word alchemy. Isn't it quite akin to the Muggle term chemistry? Indeed, chemistry has evolved from alchemy over time. Nicholas Flamel once told me that an adept alchemist must gauge and observe the properties and transformative principles of magical substances through transmutation. As the silent observer inhabiting Harry, Moran was acutely aware of his host's thoughts. Though he had no intention of resorting to the most rudimentary pick-up lines to impress Hermione, Harry's blend of nerdiness and cluelessness left Moran exasperated. Is this truly how one wins a girl's heart? Even if you appear more knowledgeable than Lockhart, it lacks charm. But do you not realize that those women are not interested in learning how to eradicate pests from books? They are enamored with Gilderoy's award-winning charming smile. Moran, who had been closely monitoring Harry's psychological fluctuations and behaviors, failed to notice that Hermione was now breathing somewhat rapidly. She attentively listened to Harry explain the critical control of temperature, humidity, and magical output. She fanned herself with a small hand that was not clasped in his. Watching her tousled brown hair flutter, Moran suddenly felt like an exceedingly superficial individual. He could not ascertain how much Hermione appreciated Harry's bookish persona. But the nature of feelings is often devoid of rationale, that if Harry were to pursue Hermione as he envisioned, it would likely yield a far different outcome. With this realization, Moran experienced a sensation akin to a child maturing. Never mind. Do as you will. I shan't interfere any longer. By the time Harry and Hermione arrived at Flourish and Blots, Gilderoy Lockhart had already concluded his book signing and departed to his surprise. During Mr. Weasley's visit with his family to purchase books, they had encountered Lucius Malfoy, Draco Malfoy's father. The two were naturally at odds, and upon meeting, they displayed a tense demeanor. Much like his son, Lucius mockingly derided Ron and his friends for their financial constraints while shopping for school supplies. Subsequently, Arthur brought up the Ministry of Magic's impending Muggle Protection Act, hinting that he might soon pay a visit to Malfoy Manor for an inspection. This seemed to strike a nerve with Lucius, leading to an unfriendly debate regarding what constitutes a disgrace among wizards. The turning point occurred when Lucius openly humiliated Arthur in front of the Granger couple. The usually gentle and kind-hearted Mr. Weasley did not hesitate to throw a punch. As Fred put it, "I've never seen Dad so fierce." Well, except for that one time, but he once sent Ginny's cauldron flying and charged right into old Malfoy, collapsing a bookshelf in the process, with dozens of tomes thicker than bricks scattered everywhere. Good heavens, your father wasn't hurt, was he? Dad just scraped his lip a bit. It's nothing serious. You should see Lucius Malfoy's face. His left eye was blackened by a copy of the All About Poisonous Fungi. Ha ha. Fred, I warn you once more. If your father's work suffers due to your stories, I shall throw you out. Sorry, I understand. Mum. Hermione bid farewell to Harry and the others at the entrance of the leaky cauldron, as they had to return to the Muggle world. Though Harry did not voice it, he yearned to board the train back to school immediately. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. In the living room, Moran sat on the sofa, his head in his hands, troubled. Since assuming control of Harry's body that afternoon, he had nearly turned the burrow upside down. Yet, whether in Ginny's cauldron or among the various bags of the Weasley family, Tom Riddle's diary seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace of its existence. The film did not depict a brawl between Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy, but was it a scene from the original novel, or merely a random event triggered by the butterfly effect? Should he search Ginny's bedroom meticulously? The moment this thought crossed Moran's mind, he dismissed it entirely. What nonsense! Even though Harry is merely a 12-year-old adolescent, engaging in the perverse act of intruding upon a young girl's private chamber is utterly unacceptable. Moreover, according to Fred's earlier account, Ginny's cauldron had flown, and the shelves in Flourish and Blots had toppled, suggesting that the Horcrux diary was likely lost at that very moment. Burdened with these doubts, Moran concocted an excuse about forgetting to purchase broom care equipment and returned to Diagon Alley early the following morning. He spent the entire day rummaging through Flourish and Blots, yet ultimately came away empty-handed as a time traveler. He understood profoundly the immense significance of Horcruxes. Even a wizard as formidable as Dumbledore could not find any means to directly and conclusively vanquish Voldemort without addressing the Horcruxes. But how could he possibly elucidate this to Harry? Moran found himself in a quandary that I gleaned these insights from Voldemort's memories. Then why didn't I relay all the information regarding the Horcruxes to Dumbledore when I first acquired the crown? Surely I cannot claim that I feared revealing too much of the plot would alter the narrative trajectory. Nonetheless, it must be noted that Tom Riddle's diary, a supreme artifact of dark magic imbued with Voldemort's memories, would not simply vanish without leaving a trace, provided it was not lying in the Malfoy residence. At worst, he could gradually divulge the information to Dumbledore. It would be quite normal for a 12-year-old to rely on the headmaster's wisdom. Soon, the summer holidays were drawing to a close. After contemplating for several days and nights, Moran opted to let nature take its course. Unperturbed by the Horcrux incident, Harry experienced the happiest half-summer of his life. The Weasley family's financial hardships never diminished the joy shared among its members, and all of them cherished one another dearly. As the day of the new term approached, Mr. Arthur Weasley had, with Harry's assistance, transformed his Ford Anglia 105E into a magical luxury vehicle, accommodating 8 passengers, alongside 6 suitcases, 2 owls, and a rat, had become a seamless endeavor. Although Mrs. Molly Weasley incessantly warned Arthur during the drive, Harry could discern that she was quite proud of her husband. Every year, Platform 9 welcomed anxious new students. Last year it was Harry and Ron, and this year it fell to Ginny. Observing his sister being escorted by the Weasley couple, Ron grumbled, "I never had such treatment from Fred and the others." Harry patted his friend's shoulder in consolation, saying, "Ron, you must understand that you have 6 brothers, yet only 1 daughter, and Ginny is your little sister. I love Ginny too. But let us move on, Harry bang." Ha! Ron's trolley collided with the wall and bounced back, startling the sleeping rat, Scabbers, who began to squeak in alarm, drawing the attention of several muggles. "What is going on? Why can't I get through?" Ron exclaimed, clutching his backside, prompting a guard to approach. "What do you mean you can't get through? Are you mad or just plain silly, ramming your cart into the pillar?" Hearing this, Harry rushed to support Ron and explained to the guard, "I apologize. My friend's trolley must be malfunctioning," with Harry by his side. Ron's tension visibly eased, and he pointed to the station clock, whispering, "If we don't get to the platform soon, we'll miss the train." Harry touched the impossibly solid wall and inquired, "Does this passage normally seal itself at certain times?" "I don't know, but it's shooting tea, right? Many students' parents use this route to return after seeing their kids off. Could it be?" Observing Harry draw his wand, Ron's anxiety gradually morphed into excitement. "Can you break it? Harry, you can handle it, right? I remember there's a restriction decree for underage wizards that permits us to use magic in emergencies." Harry did not answer Ron directly. In truth, even without the decree, he had no intention of halting and missing the train. In such a densely populated area of wizards, it was nearly impossible to trace which spell was cast by which wand. As long as no lives were lost, the Ministry of Magic would likely not dispatch anyone to investigate. "Stand a bit closer to me," Ron. As he spoke, he pointed his wand at the wall. "Specialis Revelio. Reveal the form." The magic Harry unleashed rippled across the wall like waves, noticing the commotion his friend had caused. Ron quickly scanned the surroundings, relieved to see that the nearby muggles were not rushing over in astonishment. "Ah." Harry chuckled lightly, as though he had encountered an intriguing challenge. "You know, Ron, theoretically speaking, this passage hasn't been closed off. Its surface has been subjected to a powerful confundus charm, causing the platform to mistake us for muggles and seal us on this side. This isn't something a student, or even an ordinary wizard, could achieve. But you can fix it, right? Of course. However, the ensuing commotion might be quite loud." Repello Muggletum. Muggle repelling. With another incantation, Harry caused all the muggles bustling about the station to instinctively drift away from the vicinity of platforms 9 and 10. "Gather your things, Ron. We must dash through as swiftly as possible. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Finite Incanitum. All spells end. Portaberto." Open the door. Harry felt no need to explain further to Ron. His spell explicitly illustrated the necessity of their actions. When he unleashed Finite Incanitum at full power, all magic cast upon King's Cross Station, including the Confundus Charm, the Muggle-repelling charm, and the transport magic separating the magical world from the wizarding realm, was forcibly annulled. In this scenario, regardless of how rapidly Harry cast his next spell, both he and Ron would inevitably be momentarily exposed to the gaze of Muggles. Thus, in order to catch the train on time and to indulge the adventurous spirit inherent to Gryffindor, Harry chose to leave all the ensuing chaos for Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic to resolve. Born into a pure-blood wizarding family, Ron never imagined that one day he would experience such a heart-pounding moment merely by passing through Platform 9. He and Harry barely managed to board the train in the final seconds before departure, and until they settled into their seats, they remained oblivious to the fact that their clothes were completely soaked with sweat. "Wow. Phew, that was exhilarating. Did you see, Harry? There were so many Muggle guards rushing towards us." At that moment, Harry did not share Ron's exuberance, besides focusing most of his attention on the question of who had cast the Confundus charm on the platform. He caught sight of Hermione outside the compartment, her hair frizzed in exasperation. "Harry, Potter, what on earth were you doing? I searched every carriage and couldn't find you." "We were blocked from the platform by magic." Harry attempted to explain, but Hermione appeared not to hear him. Hogwarts is the finest wizarding school in the world. Students fortunate enough to study here should adhere to the rules as much as possible. Don't you think? Harry said we were just blocked by magic on the platform. Upon hearing Harry's account, Hermione nearly lost her mind, contemplating how to explain the incident to the school and the Ministry of Magic during their journey to Hogwarts. Ron, initially unconcerned, found his anxiety mounting as Hermione's increasingly absurd hypotheses took shape. As the train began to slow, allowing students to glimpse Hogsmeade Station through the glass windows, Ron felt a wave of dread wash over him. Harry, do you think Professor Dumbledore will expel us? I mean, using magic in emergencies is permissible under the restriction decree. That is hard to say, Ron. Harry feigned anxiety, stating, in that situation, underage wizards are expected to wait for their parents or other adults to resolve the issue. So what do we do now? I am uncertain. Perhaps we are destined for a journey to Azkaban. Of course, Harry and Ron were not apprehended and sent to Azkaban. Given Dumbledore's protective nature, he did not even permit the Ministry of Magic's investigators to cross the threshold of Hogwarts. After acquiring a brief overview of the situation from Harry, our esteemed headmaster allowed him to take the thestral-drawn carriage directly to the Great Hall. The rugged and muddy road was lined with no fewer than 100 carriages. And before these carriages stood imposing, sinewy creatures with dragon-like heads and equine bodies. Their entire forms a deep ebony reminiscent of skeletal frames. Harry softly inquired of Ron, "Can you not see them?" Upon realizing he would not be sent to Azkaban, Ron's spirits visibly lifted, and he replied, "See what? The carriages? I recall George mentioning that since our second year, students have been using these self-propelled carriages to reach the castle." This seemingly trivial response was sufficient for Harry to confirm the nature of the wondrous creatures before him. Months prior, Professor Newt Scamander had alluded to these magical beings, often misunderstood by superstitions. It seemed to him that no magical creature was free from being misconstrued. The Thestrals bore heads reminiscent of dragons, their eyes a blank white void devoid of pupils, and from their pronounced shoulder blades sprouted a pair of large, dark, resilient wings. When they took flight, they resembled enormous bats with elongated necks and forelimbs. They possess remarkable intelligence, and once tamed, they remain loyal to their owners indefinitely. Furthermore, Thestrals exhibit an astonishing sense of direction. Simply informing them of your desired destination will ensure they lead you there. Caring for Thestrals is not particularly challenging. Being omnivorous, they relish blood and raw meat, yet do not reject fruits and vegetables, and can even consume some spoiled remnants. Regrettably, these mysterious and beautiful creatures are often regarded as harbingers of misfortune. Many wizards believe that seeing them portends terrible calamities that, in truth, Thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death firsthand. It is essential to note, Harry, that witnessing death requires a profound comprehension of its significance. Only through a genuine understanding of death do Thestrals appear before individuals, offering solace to those who feel lost and melancholic. Thus, these charming, intelligent, and gentle beings serve as comfort in the face of tragedy. The Ministry of Magic ought not to classify Thestrals as dangerous. I have corrected their misconceptions on numerous occasions, yet to little avail. Before my journey, I found myself quite curious as to why the Harry of the films could only perceive Thestrals in his 5th year. Was Cedric's sacrifice the only instance of death that counted, while his parents' demise did not? However, now, upon discovering that Harry, who had understood the meaning of death from a young age, could recognize the presence of Thestrals, I felt a twinge of guilt. Harry cautiously approached the space between the carriage's shafts, gently and tenderly brushing his fingers against the Thestral skin, which clung tightly to its skeletal frame. Strangely enough, from the icy sensation, he sensed a warmth unique to life itself. "You can see them too, can't you?" A timid voice emerged beside Harry. It was Neville. "Yes, Neville, I can see them," feeling a pang of guilt for inadvertently reminding Harry of his sorrows. Neville reluctantly shared the reason he could see Thestrals that I once witnessed my grandfather's passing. Harry turned to pat the round-faced boy's shoulder. He had long noted that beneath Neville's timidity and forgetfulness lay the stubbornness intrinsic to his character. It seemed that his life was fraught with challenges much like his own. "Let us be off," Harry declared. "It is time to feast in the Great Hall. the Great Hall of Hogwarts appeared even more splendid than the previous year. After adjusting the number of candles hovering in midair, students could more clearly admire the resplendent starry sky through the enchanted ceiling. Soon, Professor McGonagall entered the hall, leading this year's new students through the main entrance. With her striking red hair, Ginny stood out among the crowd, and observing her adorably anxious demeanor, the trio seated at the long table participating in this year's sorting ceremony finally began to comprehend why upperclassmen enjoyed frightening first years. You may think I'm not beautiful, but do not judge by appearances as the Sorting Hat dispatched the young witches and wizards to their respective houses. Dumbledore, much like the previous year, cautioned the students about the dangers of the Forbidden Forest and subsequently introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor. Gilderoy Lockhart, to the entire school, though. He is truly handsome. Professor Lockhart, adorned in a lavish aquamarine robe, stood and bowed amid the cheers of the female students. His beaming smile resembled that of a flower in bloom, provoking disdain from both the prominent Weasley twins and the more understated Potter faction. Even the professors seated at the staff table clapped with evident reluctance, especially Professor Snape. When a banquet concluded, Percy, as the prefect, announced the new password for the Gryffindor common room, Foodie Bird, with Harry being 99% certain that Dumbledore had altered it himself. However, compared to the sweet-toothed headmaster, Ron, George, and Fred were evidently more intrigued by Miss Cattermole. So you spent the entire summer cooped up in your room, not to study how to become a prefect. I wondered why you were so diligent during the O.W.L.S. Turns out you were trying to impress Ravenclaw's prefect. By the way, Fred, I heard Penelope Clearwater is quite interested in Quidditch. It would be splendid if Percy were on the Gryffindor team. Our exemplary older brother would never play Quidditch. He abhors any issues that cannot be resolved at the table. Shut up. Enough. You two. Fred and George's banter left Percy visibly embarrassed as he chastised them sternly. Do you not know how to show respect? Fred and George exchanged guilt-ridden glances, then, with perfect harmony, launched into a comedic duet. Oh my, Fred, do we disrespect Miss Clearwater? Of course not, George. We are merely earnestly strategizing for our older brother. Percy was nearly fuming. Gritting his teeth, he corrected his two younger brothers. I mean, you do not know how to respect me. The Weasley family's little skirmish enlivened the atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room. During this time, I contemplated whether to exchange bodies with Harry and requested Hermione to keep an eye on Ginny, to see if she treated that peculiar notebook as a treasure. However, upon further reflection, such an inexplicable request could easily lead the story down an uncontrollable path, so I abandoned the idea. That evening, Harry experienced a peculiar dream. He envisioned a series of terrifying attacks occurring at Hogwarts this year, each incident seemingly pointing to issues of blood purity. What confounded him further was that no matter how he witnessed the assaults, from any perspective, the students of the magical school unanimously regarded him as the prime suspect. The second-year curriculum at Hogwarts felt somewhat mundane for Harry, once the novelty exclusive to first years faded. He found the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall less enchanting. For today, weather was overcast. Pickled herring? Unappetizing. Grilled bacon? Mediocre. Toast and fried eggs were acceptable, but why did the school not offer more proper meats at breakfast? Luncheon and dinner were quite ample. Good morning, Harry. The sound of Hermione's voice brightened Harry's spirits as he sat there with a nonchalant expression while consuming his breakfast. However, just as he turned to greet her, he discovered Hermione engrossed in reading Traveling with Vampires. The sight of Gilderoy Lockhart's greasy grin on the book's cover nearly made Harry retch, and the greeting he had intended to utter morphed into an impatient complaint. Can you not refrain from reading his book? Harry, we must absorb knowledge from exceptional teachers. Just think, even Dumbledore believes Professor Lockhart is capable of teaching defense against the dark arts, which is a testament to his genuine talent. Furthermore, who else in this world, aside from him, could possibly achieve so much at such a tender age? Harry, not one to judge solely by appearances, found himself reconsidering his earlier assumptions after Hermione's heartfelt admonition. Very well, he said, wiping his mouth before inquiring. When is our first defense against the dark arts class? Did you forget to bring the schedule? As he paused, he abruptly seized Hermione's timetable, expressing both astonishment and indignation. Why had you circled all of Lockhart's classes in heart shapes? Hermione's face flushed crimson in an instant. She lifted her gaze to survey the surroundings, confirming that no one was watching her, before snatching back her schedule and storming away, clutching her books in a huff. Harry initially intended to pursue her, but as he began to rise from his seat, a young boy named Colin Creevey obstructed his view of Hermione. "Hello. Are you Harry Potter? The famous Harry? I'm Colin Creevey. It's a pleasure to meet you. I was sorted into Gryffindor last night, too." The boy's face was even redder than Hermione's had been. One hand clutched a camera while the other nervously extended toward Harry. "Hello, Colin." Possessing remarkable self-control, Harry managed not to embarrass himself in front of the younger student. Quickly regaining his composure, "There's something I can assist you with," seeing his idol so amicably shake his hand. Colin became even more animated. He stepped forward, showcasing his camera. "Do you think I could have the honor of taking a photo with you? That way, I could prove I met you. Of course, that would be delightful." "Really? That's wonderful. Perhaps I could stand beside you, and then ask a classmate to help press the shutter, and maybe you could sign the photo for me afterward." "A signed photo?" Harry nearly exclaimed that Colin's description conjured an image in Harry's mind of a future where he sat in flourish and blots, signing countless copies of his autobiography adorned with his charming smile. Harry quickly finished the food on his plate, brushing off the crumbs from his robes. "I could take a picture with you, Colin, but let us wait until later in the common room to ask for the autograph. Let us skip that. It might be a bit excessive." After saying this, Harry dashed out toward the greenhouse area with an urgency he had never exhibited before for herbology class. Before the official commencement of defense against the dark arts, Gilderoy Lockhart had made guest appearances in both the herbology and transfiguration classrooms. According to him, this was a necessary process for teachers to exchange magical knowledge and teaching experiences. He repeatedly emphasized that he was not superior to Professors Sprout and McGonagall in herbology and transfiguration. Rather, he had merely acquired more practical knowledge through his adventures. Thanks to his assistance, Professor Sprout's mandrakes had become rather malnourished. After witnessing such a display of confidence, Harry became even more intrigued by Lockhart. Ahem. Lockhart cleared his throat in his flamboyant tone. Once all the students had settled in the classroom, he reached for a nearby book titled Travels with Trolls. Showcasing his grease-laden smile that mirrored the cover. "I am Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the third-class Merlin Award, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and 5-time winner of the Wizarding Weekly Most Charming Smile Award." At this, he winked at the students. "However, I don't often mention that, as I don't rely on my charming smile to vanquish banshees." Harry felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He glanced at Ron, who mirrored his reaction, and then at Hermione, who appeared starry-eyed and infatuated. Forcing himself to continue listening, "Did I see that everyone has purchased my complete works? I must admit, this brings me great joy. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has always maintained high standards for its faculty, and I have been chosen to fill the vacancy for the defense against the dark arts position. A wise decision. Wouldn't you agree?" Before this chapter concludes, please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. For me, this is not merely a job. Countless book signings and adventures await me. Had it not been for the fond memories of my youth spent here and my sense of duty to protect the future of young witches and wizards, I certainly would not waste my time in this safe yet tedious castle. Now, before we officially begin class, I believe it is necessary for us to conduct a small test. Oh no. Nearly all the students, excluding Hermione, groaned in unison, including those girls who were equally enamored with Lockhart. "Do not worry. There is nothing to fear. Children." Lockhart flashed his signature grin, which managed to silence some of the female students. "I merely wish to assess how well you have read my book and how much of the profound magical knowledge I have concealed within the text you have grasped. You have 30 minutes. Starting now." Harry had not read Lockhart's autobiographies. He believed those books were suitable for light reading, but overly exaggerated in their claims of profound magical knowledge. Sure enough, as he received a 3-page parchment quiz, he was confronted with questions such as, 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What are Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambitions? 3. What do you believe is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? 54. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What is his ideal birthday gift? The time limit of 30 minutes felt like an eternity. Harry preserved the last vestiges of respect he had for the Hogwarts professors, hastily scribbling down some answers. Beside him, Ron had outright given up. He didn't even entertain the idea of copying Harry or Hermione's answers. TSK. Lockhart collected the quizzes and began to peruse them before the entire class. Green, purple, and gold. Hardly anyone remembered that my favorite color is lilac. If you had read about my year with the Yeti in Tibet, you would have discovered that I mentioned this answer in chapters 7 and 13. He continued, and how could my ideal birthday gift be cosmetics? Who wrote this? Why is there no name? Well, regardless of who this student is, I clearly stated during my escapades with werewolves that my ideal birthday gift would be for all magical and non-magical beings to coexist harmoniously. However, I would hardly refuse a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. This was noted in Chapter 12. Those students who forgot must read it again. Although Ron, Seamus, Dean, and Neville did not know that the cosmetics answer was Harry's, they were nonetheless entertained to the point of shaking with laughter. Hermione, who was intently focused on the lesson, was quite displeased with her male classmates' lack of respect for their teacher. Just as she turned to shush them, she suddenly heard her name spoken by Lockhart. Miss Hermione Granger. Only Miss Hermione Granger remembered that my secret ambition is to eradicate all evil from the world and to promote my own line of hair care products. My goodness, you are truly a wonderful girl, Lockhart exclaimed, quickly flipping through Hermione's densely filled quiz, then raised his voice in a manner reminiscent of a performer. Incredible. 100%. Where is Miss Hermione Granger? Please stand so I may introduce you to the class. Hermione stood up trembling, her face as red as a ripe tomato. Excellent. Truly splendid. I shall award Gryffindor an additional 20 points upon hearing this. All the young Gryffindors felt a surge of excitement, except for Harry, who was seething. Amidst the applause, Gilderoy Lockhart raised his hands like a conductor to calm the class. All right. No need to be so excited. Miss Granger, please take a seat as well. Remember to come to me after class to collect a signed photograph. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Lockhart's expression shifted with astonishing rapidity. One moment he appeared utterly content, and the next he adopted a grave demeanor. I trust that none of you have forgotten what the essence of this lesson is. Professor Dumbledore has summoned me here to instruct you on how to defend against the most malevolent, terrifying, and perilous entities in the magical realm. As he spoke, he retrieved a covered cage from behind the podium. When the cage was placed upon the desk, it jolted violently, plunging the classroom into an immediate hush. What you are about to witness are the fierce beasts I have encountered during my adventures. Though I assure you that while I am in this classroom, you shall not suffer any harm. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Do not be intimidated by their fearsome appearance. With a swift motion, Lockhart flung aside the covering, and it was Ron and Seamus who first erupted into laughter. What is the matter? Gilderoy Lockhart maintained a remarkably strong composure. I see. You must think these Cornish pixies are utterly harmless, do you? Do not be so certain. Merely sitting at your desks, you cannot comprehend that these little creatures are as cunning and vicious as demons. Observing those cobalt-hued, roughly 8 inches tall, with their large ears, pointed faces, and shrill voices reminiscent of a parakeet, Harry promptly sheathed his wand. In the words of Professor Newt Scamander, the two defining characteristics of these pixies are their ability to fly without wings and their prodigious strength, which belies their diminutive size. In other words, devoid of magical abilities, they can at most resort to mischief against muggles and young witches and wizards who have yet to master their powers. Hermione attempted to imagine the pixies as more fearsome, but she found it quite impossible to associate a group of capering, chattering, and grimacing magical creatures with a notion of terror. Noticing the disappointment on the face of his number one fan, Lockhart's expression faltered slightly, and he shook his head disapprovingly at the students in the classroom. Very well, since you are so dismissive, let us see how you intend to deal with them. As soon as the cage was opened, the Cornish pixies wreaked havoc throughout the classroom, darting about like fireworks. Books were torn asunder, ink pots hurled through the air, and wastepaper baskets were ripped in two. Do not merely cower beneath your desks, children. They're merely little pixies. Lockhart seemed to revel in the chaos unfolding before him, rolling up his sleeves and elegantly brandishing his wand. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate only once. Pescapixie Pesternomy. The classroom remained in disarray, and Harry felt not a hint of magical energy emanating from Lockhart's wand. He did not even believe that the recent incantation was an actual spell. Pesskippy, Lockhart attempted once more, but this time his wand was promptly disarmed by one of the pixies. Ahem, cough cough. Whoever manages to recapture all the pixies shall earn 20 points for their house. Come on. Children, Harry, along with Meat's Eye, no longer held any misplaced hopes or doubts about Lockhart. He stood up and with a swift motion sent a pixie tugging at Hermione's hair flying before casting. Immobulus. The powerful immobilization charm burst forth from Harry's palm like a camera flash. Wherever the white light shone, all the Cornish pixies ceased their mischief, suspended in midair, utterly motionless. It was wandless magic. Potter can perform wandless magic. With a shout from a Hufflepuff student, nearly all the students poked their heads out from under their desks, colloportus, under the watchful eyes of students from both houses. Harry cast the locking charm once more, wandlessly. The magical ropes that flew from his palm skillfully wove their way among the pixies and, within mere seconds, had them all confined within the cage. Brilliant! Ron did not hold back in his praise for his friend, being the first to applaud. Following suit were Seamus, Dean, Neville, and a number of Lockhart's enamored admirers who joined in lauding Harry's efforts. I thought Professor Dumbledore had exaggerated. I never imagined Potter was truly this remarkable. Wandless magic. That is indeed wandless magic. My father still cannot manage that. Harry's desire to showcase his abilities before his classmates primarily stemmed from a wish to demonstrate to Hermione what a truly skilled wizard looks like. However, before he could exchange a word with the young witch, Gilderoy Lockhart had already approached him. Remarkable! Harry Potter! A pungent wave of perfume rudely assaulted Harry's nostrils. To be perfectly candid, dear students, today I wish to impart to you the significance of wandless magic. At my age, I was already capable of using wandless magic to transform a desk into a rhinoceros. Hence, I have enlisted Harry to provide you with a demonstration. Remember, when faced with the dangers of dark magic in complex situations, we may find ourselves unable to wield our wands. In such moments, wandless magic becomes the most effective means of counterattack. You may not possess the innate talent of Harry and myself, but I still hope all students will aim for higher standards and goals. Harry was quite reluctant to have Gilderoy Lockhart's arm draped over his shoulder, but just as he intended to return to his seat, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder. Ahem! Gryffindor earns 20 points. Today's assignment is quite simple. I would like each of you to write a brief essay on how to deal with Cornish pixies. It need not be lengthy. Half a sheet of parchment will suffice. Ha! Mr. Potter, might I trouble you to return the cage to my office? I have something to discuss with you. Upon returning to the office adorned with his own portraits and photographs, Gilderoy Lockhart seized Harry's shoulders. Harry, I understand. It is only natural for young people to seek the attention of their peers, Harry thought to himself. You understand nothing. However, I must remind you, at your age, it is essential to remain calm and focus on your studies, just as I did in my youth out of course. Do not think, oh, it is easy for you to say, Professor Lockhart, you are an internationally renowned wizard. In truth, at 12, I was perhaps even less capable than you. You do not wish to be perceived as arrogant by your classmates, correct? Even if you have resolved matters related to he who must not be named. It is unwise to attract too much attention at the age of 12, especially when compared to the accolades of winning the Most Charming Smile award from which weekly 5 times in a row. Wouldn't you agree, Harry? Thus, ahem, I have a splendid proposal. As long as you cooperate with me in class, I, as your professor, shall do my utmost to secure certain privileges for you that I have heard that the head of Slytherin, Severus Snape, is often biased toward his own house. I could assist in balancing the points. Furthermore, I could write you a note granting access to the restricted section of the library. Upon hearing this, Harry finally stifled his urge to retaliate against the professor and nodded with a smile at Lockhart. The Quidditch pitch was shrouded in mist that morning, and aside from Wood, Harry, George, Fred, and other team members appeared disheveled, with dark circles under their eyes, and were fighting off drowsiness. Ahem! Oliver cleared his throat with a deliberate cough, looking remarkably sprightly. All right, everyone, before we commence training in earnest, I would like to address you all. While we celebrated our victory in the Quidditch Cup last year, a single year's triumph does not substantiate the prowess of the Gryffindor team. Only by securing consecutive championships can we silence those who attribute our success to luck. During the previous matches, we employed a 6-to-1 strategy, which was effective due to Harry's broomstick capabilities and his agility as a first-year student. However, Harry's growth has been rapid, and we cannot rely on a singular strategy, which is why I devised several new plans for the team during the summer. At this point, we produced a well-worn diagram of the Quidditch pitch from behind him. Various colored lines, arrows, and circles began to move under the direction of Wood's wand. Let us begin with the first strategy, a variation of the previous 6-to-1 tactic, that if we continue to rely on Harry catching the golden snitch as our winning condition, rather than engaging in a head-to-head offensive with our opponents, it would be more prudent to bolster our defense, scoring only at opportune moments through fast breaks. This approach not only minimizes the player's exertion, but also maximizes our net points. Fred and George chimed in with exaggerated yawns. Essentially, that's the gist of it. Hearing Wood's concluding remarks, Harry felt a sudden clarity. He glanced at his teammates and realized he was in relatively good condition. George, similarly awakening from his stupor, yawned and inquired, I have a question, Oliver. Why can't you discuss tactics when we're all awake? Wood's expression soured slightly, but he recognized that everyone present had played a crucial role in Gryffindor's previous victory, so he softened his tone. Listen, mates, I understand that you might still be basking in the glory of our championship. However, trust me when I say that the pain of a victor who tumbles from the heights of pride and arrogance into the depths of despair is a burden no one can easily bear. I do not wish for you to learn this lesson after suffering several defeats, which is why I am urging everyone to strive harder and train diligently. Wood became increasingly animated. He seized his broomstick. Let us put theory into practice and defend the honor of Gryffindor. Harry attempted to control his emotions and summon some enthusiasm, but like his teammates who were sluggishly trailing behind Wood, he could not shake the lingering desire to yawn once more. The sun had risen, and Ron and Hermione had already awakened and had breakfast, seeing his friends and brothers looking so dispirited. Ron mistakenly assumed they had undergone rigorous training. How long have you been practicing? Do you have to continue? Harry accepted the homemade sandwich Hermione had brought from the Great Hall, devouring it in a few bites before replying. We haven't even started practicing yet. We've just been listening to Wood explain new tactics since we arrived. Hermione was somewhat displeased with Wood's actions. She furrowed her brow and handed Harry another sandwich from the paper wrap, saying, "Did we not win the championship last term? Why does it feel as if we were starting from the bottom?" Harry was astonished that Hermione had managed to craft the sandwich in his favorite style. But his hunger prevailed, and he simply expressed his gratitude before recounting Wood's theory about champions and their inevitable downfall to his friends. "Harry, hurry to practice. Eating too much can make it hard to fly." Just as Wood turned to call Harry, a group of individuals appeared at the entrance of the Quidditch pitch, instantly transforming his expression from amiable to irate. "What is happening?" Wood said, suppressing his voice. "I have reserved the pitch for today. What are they doing here?" The other Gryffindor players who had taken to the sky also noticed the Slytherin players clad in green robes and quickly redirected their flight towards the ground. "Flint, don't be unruly. This pitch belongs to the Gryffindor team today. We all got up early for this." Marcus Flint, with a sly flick of the parchment in his hand, interrupted Wood. "Calm down. I have a signed note from Professor Snape himself. Severus Snape has granted the Slytherin team permission to practice on the Quidditch pitch today to train their new seeker." "New seeker? You? Who?" "Malfoy." Wood, Harry, and the Weasley twins exclaimed in unison as they spotted the slender, pale-haired boy step forward from the crowd. "Oh, you know Draco. Since you are aware of his surname, I presume you also know that his father is one of our school's governors. Come and see the gift he has bestowed upon the Slytherin team." 7 individuals, 7 boxes, and 7 brand new Nimbus 2001 brooms, gleaming with dazzling golden lettering, presented themselves on the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch as the Slytherin players moved in unison. Prevent you country bumpkins from being ignorant. Let me introduce you. This, dear friends, is the latest model of the Nimbus series, released just last month. The performance is significantly superior to the previous 2000 model, with considerable improvements in both speed and handling. As for the old Clean Sweep series, I suggest you use them as brooms for your floors. Draco Malfoy, puffed with pride, observed the expressions of the Gryffindor players, feigning geniality, just as Wood and his team fell into silence. A female voice suddenly broke the tension. "There's nothing to be proud of, Malfoy." The Gryffindor players did not pay to join the team. They earned their positions through sheer talent. this remark. Draco Malfoy's face darkened, and he glared at Hermione before regaining his composure. Yes, that's so. Then I would very much like to witness their talent. How about we engage in a friendly match right now? You set the rules. All the Gryffindor team members turned to Wood, no longer doubting their captain's prudence. Just 3 goals. Wood asserted decisively, and golden snitch. The first to score 3 goals wins, but we have our own tactics to practice shortly, and no time to serve as your sparring partners. Everyone understood that Gryffindor was unlikely to win, but even so, Wood managed to devise a solution that spared them some embarrassment. Draco Malfoy shook his head in disappointment, and, with a parting remark of "let us make it quick," he kicked open his broom box and mounted the Nimbus 2001, soaring into the as the 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms took flight. The gust they created sent the robes of the Gryffindor players billowing. Wood, observing the figures in the sky, instructed his team, "For now, we will focus solely on offense against them. Do not concern yourselves with any coordination or tactics. Treat this encounter as an opportunity to familiarize yourselves with the Nimbus 2001. And Harry, you need not involve yourself to avoid." "No. I want to go," Harry interjected, shaking his head at Wood. "Rest assured, Oliver, I won't lose confidence over the outcome of a friendly match, and I also need to assess Malfoy's flying skills." "Well, all right then. 1, 2, 3. Gryffindor for the win." The match concluded with a score of 3-0, as Gryffindor naturally succumbed to defeat. Even though Slytherin graciously vacated the training pitch after their victory, most of the Gryffindor players were too disheartened to train. The Nimbus 2001's speed was nearly 2 or 3 times that of the Clean Sweep series, and apart from Harry, the Gryffindor players found themselves in a state of being toyed with on the field. Now that we have witnessed the speed of the Nimbus 2001, addressing Slytherin in future encounters will be straightforward. When we face them on the pitch, we shall implement the first tactic I taught you this morning. Oliver would undoubtedly bore the heaviest burden. Yet as captain, he mustered the responsibility to inspire his teammates and strategize. Although Slytherin's brooms were swift, it was evident that their players lacked the mastery to fully control the Nimbus 2001. Given this circumstance, if we adopt a defensive formation and allow Harry to seize the golden snitch quickly, victory is not entirely out of reach. Alia, as the team's primary attacker, was not particularly optimistic about this tactical arrangement. "But Harry isn't faster than Malfoy. We just saw that, didn't we?" Wood shook his head, explaining that was in the context of Harry participating in the offense. Indeed, as you mentioned, the linear acceleration of the Nimbus 2000 is inferior to that of the Nimbus 2001. However, the Golden Snitch is not akin to the Quaffle. Its flight path is far more erratic. I have just observed Draco Malfoy closely. He possesses a modicum of flying skill, yet it is undoubtedly not on par with Harry's. Shall we then place all the burden upon Harry alone? Is that truly our only recourse? Fred and George also expressed their dissent regarding Wood's assertions, but before they could voice their opinions, Harry stepped forward proactively that "I believe Oliver is correct. The 3 goals scored by Slytherin took no more than 5 minutes, and any of the other 3 houses would face a devastating defeat in a direct confrontation with them. Even if we were to seize the snitch first, we would still find ourselves trailing in points." Wood, visibly gratified, patted Harry on the shoulder. The captain of the Gryffindor team, who held a profound love for Quidditch, had completely regained his fighting spirit upon hearing the remarks of his seeker. "Listen up, the Slytherin team possesses only one advantage. They're flying broomsticks. We are the reigning champions, and our players mounted on broomsticks are far superior to theirs. Ultimately, the match will still be determined by the players. Even if we lose, we should not bow down to that wealthy little scoundrel." Wood's impassioned speech resonated with everyone, including Hermione and Ron, who raised their fists in solidarity. Vowing to fight with all their might against Slytherin until the very end, by the time the Gryffindor team, as practice concluded, it was already noon. Harry, without even changing out of his Quidditch robes, dashed in the Great Hall to indulge in a hearty meal. Hermione and Ron had long since grown accustomed to Harry's voracious appetite, often assisting their friend by fetching him his favorite meats and vegetables while seated beside him. "Does the atmosphere seem a bit peculiar to you, don't you think?" Hermione inquired. Logically speaking, Draco Malfoy should have already begun to boast about how he triumphed over Gryffindor in the practice match. Yet it appeared that no one in the hall was aware of this event. Harry and Ron abruptly lifted their heads, scanning their surroundings. Just as Hermione had pointed out, all the students dining in the hall, including those at the Slytherin table, were eating their lunch as usual. He must be bragging somewhere in the common room or some other location, Ron speculated. After all, today marks the first time he has managed to gain the upper hand over Harry. He would have no reason to let such an opportunity slip by. Ron's reasoning held merit. If Malfoy and the Slytherin team were intent on concealing this, they could easily hide the Nimbus 2001, waiting for the competitive matches to unleash their full prowess upon the other houses. Everyone, come quick! Something has happened! Colin's sudden exclamation interrupted Harry's contemplation, causing nearly all the students in the Great Hall to turn in unison towards the entrance. Madame Norris has been attacked in the corridor. The Slytherin Quidditch players are being interrogated by the professors. A cacophony erupted, and the young witches and wizards from the four houses hastily abandoned their lunches, rushing toward the entrance in an instant. The doors of the Great Hall were crowded with those eager to witness the commotion. The sound of hundreds of footsteps ascending the staircase caught the attention of Dumbledore and several professors. While the teachers had no intention of keeping the attack under wraps, allowing students to congregate at the scene was clearly not part of their plan. Indeed, the lively chatter and bustling atmosphere dissipated rapidly. The water stains on the floor, the cat hanging limply from the torch bracket, and the blood-smeared words on the wall transformed excitement and curiosity into sheer terror. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The Chamber of Secrets? What is the Chamber of Secrets? Goodness, what has happened to that cat? Is it dead? But who is responsible for all this? Who wrote those words? Was it Malfoy? In response to the students' hushed whispers, Professor McGonagall quickly turned to address them. Students, the details of this attack and the identity of the suspect are still under investigation. Mr. Malfoy and his friends were merely the first to discover Madame Norris. So please do not linger here. Prefects, I implore you to escort your fellow housemates back to the common room. Once the investigation is complete, we will provide further information, perhaps due to having witnessed the scene of the attack firsthand. Or perhaps because the words on the wall were too glaring, all the students displayed a reaction starkly different from last year's encounter with the troll. Even Percy did not promptly step forward to assert his authority as a prefect. While a few students contemplated following Professor McGonagall's instructions to leave, the majority remained rooted to the spot, driven by the psychology of the more frightened, the more curious. What has happened here? Please tell me the rumors aren't true. Filch's voice rang out from the crowd, his hunched form displaying a strength that seemed uncharacteristic. He then caught sight of Madame Norris. My cat. Madame Norris? Who did this? Who killed my cat? I want him to pay. I want to kill. Argus Dumbledore's voice, low yet authoritative, effectively quelled Filch's rising fury. Madame Norris has merely been petrified. She is not dead. There is no need to spread panic without a complete understanding of the situation. Prefects, please follow Professor McGonagall's instructions and escort your housemates back to the common room. Mr. Malfoy, you and the other Slytherins may leave. Argus, come with me. As the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore was capable of calming the young witches and wizards without relying solely on his position as headmaster. However, at this moment, Harry was already attuned to the magical means employed by Dumbledore during his speech. Just as he contemplated learning this technique from the headmaster, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Look around. See who is absent from the scene. Ginny here. A peculiar sense of unease washed over Harry, coming and going like the tide. He truly could not find Ginny Weasley among the throng. But why was that? Oh, it must be some dark curse that has befallen her. I have encountered such spells before while traveling the world. It is a transfiguration torture curse. How regrettable that I was not present. Otherwise, I could have used the counter curse to save her. Gilderoy Lockhart, hastily arriving, was unaware that Dumbledore had already concluded that Madame Norris was not dead, as he boasted about his prowess. He gazed up at the direction the students were leaving, as if fearing that others might not hear him. This is no ordinary petrification curse. Dumbledore appeared entirely indifferent to Lockhart's presence. Right? I was just about to say that this cat may also have been petrified. That is my belief. This is a highly advanced dark magic. Not even second-year students, let alone nearly graduated students, would have the capability to master that moment. Snape suddenly cleared his throat twice. Dumbledore shifted his gaze from Madame Norris to the potions professor, his azure eyes meeting Snape's dark-robed figure as he softly inquired, "Do you believe that is a possibility, Severus?" without a hint of color draining from his face. Snape replied, "As much as I detest to say this, Headmaster, there's perhaps only one individual in the entire school capable of such a feat. Hey, Fred, George, I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Harry, is it about Quidditch? Or perhaps you wish to procure a dung bomb to send a Malfoy?" Harry, M.O. ran, gestured for silence before pulling the Weasley twins to a corner of the common room, whispering, "I would like to borrow a piece of parchment from you, ahem, a piece suitable for mischief, not for noble deeds." "How did you know?" "Shh." Harry, M.O. ran, nearly cast a silencing spell on George. After confirming that the other students in the common room were behaving normally, he lowered his voice even further, saying, "I wish to use it to investigate the true culprit behind the attack." Fred and George exchanged glances, replying in turn, "Honestly, Harry, we wouldn't be opposed to lending you that. However, we are far too curious about how you know about the Marauders map and how it came into our possession." Harry, M.O. ran, rolled his eyes, subsequently revealing the existence of his invisibility cloak, a fabricated tale intended to conceal the truth of a time traveler. That in essence, you may consider that I once witnessed you utilizing this item while concealed. How splendid! After both he and his brother praised Harry in unison, George extended his hand to pat the younger student's shoulder, stating, "Let be known, Harry, that this item is merely on loan to you for the time being. After all, the Marauders map is a closely guarded secret of ours, and we truly cannot bear to part with it." Fred interjected at this moment. "However, rather than using it for mere mischief, we believe you can achieve far greater ambitions with it." "Right, George?" "Absolutely, Fred. Now, George, please elucidate how to use the Marauders map while I return to our dormitory to fetch it for the esteemed savior. I solemnly swear I am up to no good in the dead of night." A faint voice suddenly echoed through the desolate corridors of Hogwarts. As Harry, M.O. ran, made his way to the room of requirement, he unfurled the Marauders map with the glow from the tip of his wand. He observed countless ink lines unfurling like spider silk, intricately weaving together to form a detailed and complex map of Hogwarts on the parchment. Only when the ink had filled every blank space did several lines of elegant green cursive emerge at the top. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, providing assistance to creators of magical mischief, presenting with great fanfare. "The Marauders map. Let me see," he muttered, focusing his attention on the various named black dots. Professor Dumbledore strolled about in the headmaster's office. Filch was in his quarters? Wasn't he supposed to be patrolling? Oh, wait, Mrs. Norris had just been attacked. He probably lacked the heart to do anything but weep lately. Then there was Peeves in the trophy room. Well, that was reassuring. At least no one would disturb me. Next, let me check the Gryffindor dormitory. Neville Andy, Ron, and little Peter Pettigrew. Ha! I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Now for the girls' dormitory. Am I being a tad perverse by doing this? Never mind. Great deeds require a disregard for trifles, all for the purpose of locating the Horcrux and vanquishing Voldemort. Just as M.O. Ran was about to inspect the girls' dormitory, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. "A hunger for the scent of blood. Let me kill you, tear you apart, crush you." Experiencing Parseltongue from the first-person perspective of a serpent was a peculiar sensation, yet the terror of the basilisk was not something to be savored. In an instant, Harry, M.O. Ran, conjured two roosters from his socks, with one hand gripping his wand and the other levitating the Marauders map. He searched for suspicious black dots under the dual protection of the invisibility cloak and the Serpent's Bane. Where is Ginny? In the dormitory. How could that be? And the basilisk. Its name appears to start with AB, basilisk. It should move swiftly if it is slithering through the pipes. Where could it be? The following morning. As Harry struggled to comprehend why he felt sore all over after a restful night, he was informed of several bewildering events. Firstly, Dobby's warning was not baseless. The earlier attack on Mrs. Norris was indeed deliberate. Secondly, during my wanderings around the campus last semester while cloaked, I happened upon Fred and George using the Marauders map, and in pursuit of the truth, I borrowed it. The activation and deactivation methods involve pointing one's wand at the parchment and reciting, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," and mischief managed. Lastly, During my search for the assailant last night, I heard an exceedingly eerie voice. That voice belonged to the perpetrator of the attack. Utilize the Marauder's map wisely, and do not draw attention to your investigations. I have already enlisted Fred and George's cooperation in this matter. Protect yourself and your friends, and be wary of those who were absent from the scene of the incident. Oh, and one more thing. This map reveals, and only reveals, the locations of wizards within Hogwarts Castle, that if you discover anything peculiar or uncover certain clues, refrain from mentioning them to anyone, and do not act rashly, that I shall take my leave to rest. The emptiness in his soul left Harry, who had just risen from bed. Feeling bewildered, he recalled that the last time his second persona fell into slumber was due to an incident in the room of requirement. But hadn't Rand merely strolled the corridors cloaked last night? What had transpired? For the next month, whenever Harry found a moment, he would open the Marauder's map to inspect the situation, since no one could predict when the assailant might strike again. He had no choice but to monitor Hogwarts around the clock. Most professors turned a blind eye to Harry's occasional lapses in focus, with the exception of Professor Snape. Don't say I didn't warn you. Potter, if your talent only breeds arrogance, you would do well to pass it on to someone more deserving, like Mr. Longbottom. Initially, Harry believed Snape's reprimand stemmed from high expectations of him, until one day in potions class. He noticed the professor regarding him with a peculiar blend of disgust and pity, leading him to suspect the matter was far more complex than he had assumed. Harry declined the invitation to send a signed letter to Professor Lockhart's fans, and nearly missed Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party invitation. But even as the Quidditch season approached, he remained oblivious to the matters Rand had entrusted him with. This was due to the fact that, aside from Mrs. Norris, there had been no further attacks at Hogwarts. Many students began to believe the rumors regarding the Chamber of Secrets were merely a prank orchestrated by some annoying foe of Filch as with the previous year. The opening match once again featured Gryffindor facing Slytherin. News of the 7 Golden Snitches attracted a horde of Quidditch enthusiasts from outside the school, compelling Hogwarts to construct additional viewing platforms to accommodate the sudden influx of spectators. The sky loomed ominously, and the damp air, coupled with the occasional rumble of thunder from the clouds, seemed incapable of extinguishing Wood's fervor. He proclaimed loudly, "Today's weather is in our favor. That pack of Slytherins relies solely on their superior brooms, never training outside of clear skies, and us, we have flown through all manner of adverse conditions. Oh yes, since August, my Quidditch roads have been perpetually damp." George chimed in, "We must fortify our tactics on rainy days. Both speed and visibility are severely compromised, making it challenging for our chasers to aim accurately. We simply need to adopt our usual strategy to catch them off guard." Wood appeared to ignore George's grumbling, his breath growing increasingly rapid, his chest visibly heaving. "Harry, you don't want that little scoundrel Malfoy, who relies on his galleons, to win the match, do you? You must catch the Golden Snitch before him or perish on the battlefield. Harry, we must win today. We absolutely must win." Harry bore no resentment towards Wood. On the contrary, he understood the gravity behind his words. Once the match surpassed 25 minutes, Slytherin would have a significant advantage with a Nimbus 2001, potentially scoring 150 points ahead of the Golden Snitch at that point. Even if Harry, as the Seeker, outpaced Malfoy, Gryffindor would be declared the loser. Naturally, for the sake of morale, Wood could not state this bluntly. Yet everything was indeed as he articulated. Having the Seeker capture the Golden Snitch as swiftly as possible was Gryffindor's only hope for victory. Rest assured, Harry nodded emphatically, "We will surely triumph." The cheers from the crowd were more fervent than the previous year. As the gates opened and the players entered from the corridor, the sounds of wind, rain, and thunder were drowned out by the uproar of the audience. The students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were nearly as enthusiastic as Gryffindor. They might not believe Harry and his companions could seize the 7 Golden Snitches, but none wished to see Slytherin emerge victorious. "Go, Harry, show them what you're made of. Long live Master Malfoy. Fred, George," with a bludger in hand. "Bring Flynn down. Oliver, you can do it." Amidst a cacophony of cheers and jeers, Wood and Flint exchanged a fierce handshake, their gazes so fierce they seemed capable of devouring each other whole. Madame Hooch had to blow her whistle to separate their hands, which were poised to crush one another. "Hear my whistle. 3, 2, 1. The match begins." The Slytherin team soared into the air with nearly double the speed of the Gryffindors, who, to their dismay, had no intention of pursuing the elusive quaffle that was beyond their reach. Just as Flint intended to flaunt his speed, he realized the opponents had already taken their defensive positions by the goalpost. Aha! A bunch of cowards! Team, show them what we're made of. 6 swift figures left behind streaks of green in the sky. Even Malfoy joined the team's first offensive, alongside the goalkeeper. All Gryffindor players instinctively tightened their grips on their broomsticks, shifting positions in accordance with Wood's strategy for a coordinated defense. Alas, the combination of 6 Clean Sweep Series brooms and Comet brands was ultimately insufficient to thwart 6 Firebolt 2001's. Ding. Slytherin scored, the score now 10-0, that listening to Lee Jordan's commentary, which lacked its usual fervor. The Slytherin supporters erupted in raucous celebration, fully aware that if Slytherin's Seeker joined the attack, Gryffindor's chances of defending would be virtually nil. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. In the VIP box, Lucius Malfoy, draped in a splendid black robe, smiled as he accepted the flattery from 2 middle-aged wizards beside him. His gaze oscillated between his son Draco and Harry Potter. Appearing remarkably composed. "Are you stunned, Scared?" Draco Malfoy executed a rather impressive tailspin in midair and shouted at Harry, "Why don't you join the defensive lineup? Do you really think you can catch the golden snitch faster than I can?" Harry chose to ignore Draco Malfoy's provocation, but just as he sought a glimmer of golden light through the rain-soaked mist, a hefty bludger suddenly hurtled toward his face. Whoosh! What is going on? George, who had just struck the bludger toward the Slytherin player, looked utterly perplexed. He had aimed for Adrian Pusey, yet the bludger had inexplicably veered mid-flight toward Harry. Before anyone could react, the shadow surged again toward Harry. "Watch out, Harry!" At George's warning, Harry narrowly dodged the bludger's assault, certain that it had grazed his hair. Ding! Slytherin scored again, bringing the score to 20-0. What is happening? George, what are you doing? Get back on defense, Wood sounded frantic. This is not right. Oliver! Fred joined the ranks protecting Harry, and, as he struck the bludger away, watching it curve back toward Harry at a strange angle, he shouted, "We need a timeout. Someone has tampered with the bludger." It's only targeting Harry. Wood was not an unfeeling Quidditch fanatic, and soon Madam Hooch received a signal from the Gryffindor captain. The match was paused at a score of 30-0. What is going on? Wood, broom in one hand and wiping the rain from his face with the other, gathered all the Gryffindor players. The bludger has been cursed. Damn it, the Slytherins have gone too far. Is 7 Firebolt 2001's not enough? Must they resort to such despicable tactics to stop Harry? Harry had never seen George and Fred devoid of their usual humor. What do we do now? Can't we request an investigation? Aaliyah Spinett inquired of Wood. No. First of all, players are prohibited from casting spells on the match balls during play, even for counter curses. That's the rule. Secondly, if we apply for an investigation on the ball, the referee will immediately halt the match, and we will lose by default to Slytherin due to the score. As the discussion among teammates reached an impasse, Harry declared, "Let us continue the match. The bludger may be swift, but it lacks my agility. Once I'm back on the field, I'll pretend to see the golden snitch and use that ball to disrupt Slytherin's offensive rhythm. Let us see if we can score a couple of points, at least in terms of momentum, against Slytherin. That thing could knock your head off, Harry," George exclaimed, glaring angrily at Wood. He believed Harry's reckless bravado was entirely provoked by Wood's earlier words. "Today, either you catch the snitch before him, or you die on the battlefield. Trust me, George, I have my wand." Harry punched George lightly on the shoulder and added, "If worst comes to worst, I'll just smash it." "Are you sure, Harry?" Wood's face reflected the same determination as Harry's as he asked, "Shall I signal Madam Hooch to resume the match?" "I'm good with it. Let us go." Impervious, waterproof, the rain intensified, and Harry cast a waterproof charm on his goggles. .14 broomsticks took to the air again at Madam Hooch's whistle. Soon, a menacing whistling sound echoed from behind Harry. The Firebolt 2000 became an extension of Harry's body. He ascended, dove, reversed, and turned with fluidity. Suddenly, as Harry soared just a few feet above the ground, he executed a sharp upward turn, charging straight into Slytherin's offensive formation. "Damn it! What are you doing?" Sensing the movement below, Flint hastily shifted his position. Harry and the bludger, which was relentlessly pursuing him, shot past Flint's broom with the speed of two uncontrollable rockets, leaving even the Gryffindor players convinced that Harry was genuinely chasing the golden snitch. Draco, with Flint's shout, a green figure instantly began to chase the duo of player and ball through the sky, yet before they could see Draco Malfoy overtake Harry, a voice, seemingly long suppressed, erupted on the field. Gryffindor scores, the score now 30-10. Splendid. Aaliyah, you are truly a goddess on the Quidditch pitch. The sneers and contemptuous expressions vanished from the faces of the Slytherin players as Flint shot with a venomous glare before returning to his half of the field with his teammates. Without needing a warning from Wood, all Gryffindor players were on high alert. Slytherin's archrival team. They knew the opponents would surely resort to underhanded tactics next. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. The scene shifted back to the sky above the clouds. Harry was nearly exasperated. He had merely intended to disrupt Slytherin's offensive rhythm. Little did he know, the golden snitch was indeed hiding in the clouds above him. Now, it seemed he had to face Malfoy in a decisive showdown. You can't catch me, Potter! Draco, leading Harry by half a position, shouted through the rainwater that incessantly dripped into his nostrils. His mood was equally grim. Had it not been for this wretched weather, the Firebolt 2001 could have already caught that pesky golden snitch. Meanwhile, Harry had considered using the Ascendio spell to shoot up and seize the snitch. Given the altitude at which he and Malfoy were flying and his wandless magic proficiency, such blatant cheating would likely go unnoticed. However, curiously, he genuinely wished to best Malfoy through sheer skill, despite his superior broom. Under the relentless downpour, neither the Firebolt 2000 nor its upgraded counterpart could exhibit their true speed, but the bludger trailing Harry was another matter. Much smaller than the two Seekers, it seemed poised to catch up with Harry, unimpeded by the wind and rain. 2 inches, 1 inch, it's now or never. Suddenly, Harry's feet released the broomstick's footrest. One hand clutched the broom handle, while the other pressed firmly against the snitch, propelling him upwards with the combined force of the Firebolt 2000 and the snitch, soaring like a cannonball towards the elusive golden object, mere inches from Malfoy's fingertips. The Firebolt 2000 was knocked aside. Yet Harry maintained his grip on the snitch with one hand while the other tightened around the wand he had drawn from his waist, although he could perform a cushioning charm without a wand. In such a life-threatening situation, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. Arresto momentum. The voice of Professor Dumbledore resonated softly through the approximately 20 feet above the ground. Harry suddenly felt as though he were swimming in a vast ocean. The students' terrified screams gradually faded, replaced by a cacophony of cheers that threatened to collapse the spectator stands. Harry has caught the golden snitch. My goodness, how did he do that? It's simply extraordinary. Cheating. He must have cheated. How could he? The final outcome of the match saw Gryffindor triumph over Slytherin with a score of 160-70. Madame Hooch's whistle had completely lost its authority. She was obliged to resort to hand signals and magical sparks to indicate Gryffindor's victory. Likewise, apart from the professors and a few keen-eyed students, most were oblivious to the fact that Harry had immobilized the bludger that had been relentlessly pursuing him with a permanent charm. Harry, are you all right? Led by Wood, the Gryffindor players were not blinded by the euphoria of victory. They rushed towards Harry upon landing. After confirming that he was unharmed, George and Fred drew their wand from their waists and shouted, "You despicable scoundrels! I knew Slytherin would cheat and break the rules during the match." Flint, equally furious, retorted, "You are the ones cheating. Who knows what Potter was up to in the clouds? I demand an inspection of his wand. The Firebolt 2000 has no reason to be faster than the Firebolt 2001. Get lost. Do you think we're blind? That bludger. You dare claim it wasn't tampered with. The match is over, and it was still chasing Harry. Shut your filthy mouth, Weasley. Everyone knows the match balls are locked in the professor's office. You uncultured pauper. Stupefy." Madame Hooch had witnessed her fair share of bloody matches during her tenure, but this was the first time she had seen players draw their wands against one another. Before she could employ her disciplinary measures to halt the brawl, spells erupted from Fred's wand. Expelliarmus, Tarantaligra, Rictus Sempra, Fununculus, Dinsajo, Fred, George. No. Protago, Harry, taken aback by how the match had devolved into a brawl between the houses, hurriedly intervened. Harry's shield charm was meant solely to protect his fellow Gryffindors. Finite, relatio, bang, splashing water erupted. Aside from Harry and Malfoy, who had just fallen from the sky, all 12 other players tumbled into the muddy grass. Dumbledore had mysteriously appeared from the stands. Children, the match has concluded. He held a transparent umbrella, his expression a mixture of complexity as he implored, "Please refrain from engaging in such behavior that violates sportsmanship and tarnishes the school's reputation." Flint, whose face was still erupting with boils, lacked the strength to rise but managed to shout through the pain, "Headmaster!" Potter seized the snitch through cheating, and then Gryffindor launched a surprise attack. He did not cheat. An unexpected voice interjected from beside Flint. Potter seized the snitch by harnessing the speed of his broomstick and the out-of-control bludger. "I believe the school needs to investigate the match balls." Not only the Gryffindor players, but even Dumbledore exhibited a look of surprise when glancing at Malfoy. Despite the murderous intent etched on his face as he spoke, "Oh, thank you for your clarification, Mr. Malfoy. I trust Madam Hooch will thoroughly investigate this matter." Now, Dumbledore waved his hand. Any students feeling unwell or injured are to seek Madame Pomfrey for treatment. "Oh, my dear headmaster." Beneath the lavishly adorned umbrella, Gilderoy Lockhart stood out among the professors with his gleaming smile and charmingly oily demeanor. "This minor issue need not trouble Madame Pomfrey. With a mere flick of my wand, I can surely ensure the students are cured in no time." S. Lockhart eagerly brandished his wand. He scanned the room for the most suitable patient. No. A Slytherin student staggered to his feet, exclaiming, "I don't want your help. I'm fine." Another Gryffindor player targeted by Lockhart quivered in fear, shielding a wound on his calf with his Quidditch robes, saying, "It's just a minor injury. Let be for now." "Thank you, Professor. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content." The post-match celebrations in Gryffindor were particularly exuberant, especially when Harry recounted how he had utilized the bludger to seize the snitch, causing the entire common room to relive the glory of last year's House Cup victory. Incredible. Absolutely outstanding. I wish I could have witnessed that moment. Wood, waving a towel he had procured from who knows where, beamed with joy, completely oblivious to Harry's protests of having not yet eaten enough. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, acting as the life of the party, hoisted Harry up by his legs, engaging in playful banter. "Staying on the school team is a true waste of your talent, Harry, but we can't bear to let you join the professional league just yet. You're far too young. Think of the lavish feasts in the Great Hall. Think of the lovely girls at school. So heed your senior's advice, stay on the team, and enjoy the joys of Quidditch until graduation." The Weasley twins' comments elicited laughter from the boys and caused a group of young witches, including their sister, to blush. Even as bedtime approached, many Gryffindor girls lay awake, covering their faces with their blankets. The moon hung silently in the sky. With the aid of the Marauder's map, Harry had come to regard his nightly excursions as a routine stroll. Tonight he had intended to practice transfiguration in the Room of Requirement, but the sudden awakening of Moaning Myrtle disrupted his plans. "Hey, you're awake?" Sensing the familiar magic emanating from the depths of his soul, Harry felt even more elated than after defeating Slytherin. How have things been lately? Have there been any more attacks?" Myrtle's voice sounded somewhat fatigued, piquing Harry's curiosity about the events of that night. "There have been no new attacks. The students have largely dismissed the opening of the Chamber of Secrets as a joke. As for Ginny, the girl you asked me to keep an eye on, she has been behaving quite normally. Indistinguishable from other students in class or during Quidditch matches. Oh, you played a Quidditch match? How did it go? You seem to be in good spirits. We won, though it wasn't easy. Had it not been for the heavy rain, I might not have outpaced Malfoy. Strangely, I initially suspected that bludger had been tampered with by Slytherin, yet Malfoy voluntarily admitted defeat after the match and requested Madame Hooch to inspect the match balls." M.O. Rand was equally bewildered, based on his understanding of Malfoy from the films. Even if he didn't fall off his broom during the match, he should have been the type to hurl threats before weeping and seeking solace from his father. Was he truly so magnanimous? M.O. Rand incredulously inquired. After a moment of careful reflection, Harry replied, not quite at tea that moment. His expression seemed as if he were about to snap the broom in half. which is why I found it odd that, we could consult the Marauder's map to see if he has any sinister schemes up his sleeve as they approach the entrance to the room of requirement. Harry spoke while lifting the invisibility cloak. The time spent monitoring the entire school community with it had drained considerable energy from him, yet he had begun to unravel the secrets of the Marauder's map. You see, when we enter the room of requirement, our footprints vanish from the map. This implies that the Marauder's map can only display locations known to its creators. Furthermore, while crafting the map, the spells employed by Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs must have included the human presence revealing charm, a highly advanced and complex piece of magic. Once successfully cast, it cannot be deceived by any concealment methods, be it me in the invisibility cloak or Professor McGonagall transformed into her Animagus form. The charm can accurately identify them. Goodness, I can hardly fathom how long those self-proclaimed marauders took to create the Marauder's map. Harry's voice held a hint of excitement, still partially immersed in the euphoria of victory. Didn't you notice any issues? M.O. Ran asked. Indeed, Harry exclaimed. As I mentioned, the Marauder's map only reveals human presence. Even if it records the wandering paths of ghosts, it cannot perceive anything beyond human beings. Thus, the assailant during the Chamber of Secrets incident must have either concealed themselves within the chamber or was a non-human entity. Harry's reasoning was already quite close to the truth. Yet M.O. Ran wished to point out that the sleeping rat, Scabbers beside Ron, was actually Peter Pettigrew in his Animagus form. However, just as he hesitated to divulge this information, a somewhat familiar sharp voice suddenly echoed in the darkness. Harry Potter has returned to school. Oh. Harry's wand was pointed directly at the two gleaming, tennis ball-sized eyes in the darkness. Dobby has sought many opportunities to warn Harry Potter. Yet why do you refuse to heed Dobby's warning? Why did you not simply return home when the walls were sealed? Harry, recognizing the identity of the house elf, showed no sign of leniency and demanded, "Whose house elf are you? And how did you enter this room?" "Wait, how do you know the walls are sealed?" Dobby appeared somewhat flustered, but not due to Harry's wand being aimed at him. I cannot say, sir. Oh, you cannot say anything? Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. The flustered Dobby pondered for a moment before evading the question. Oh, sir, I used apparition to find you." Harry's eyes widened in astonishment as he shouted. "Apparition? You can apparate at school? Wait, what are you hiding behind your back?" "Oh, woe is me." Dobby suddenly burst into tears, swaying his body from side to side, his large ears flapping incessantly. After causing so much trouble for Harry Potter, Dobby went home and burned his hand with an iron. But Dobby does not care about such pain. Dobby must ensure Harry Potter leaves Hogwarts and returns to safety. "Woe is me," the little elf cried, using his filthy pillowcase to wipe his nose. Harry noticed several bruises on Dobby's ears and forehead, seemingly caused by heavy objects, causing his heart to soften. "Well then, Dobby, how did you sustain these injuries? Did your master strike you?" "This," Dobby pointed to the bruise on his head. "I received a beating for burning dinner, and the bruises on my ears are from using the door to trap myself while casting spells on the bludger." Harry no longer wished to scold Dobby. He sheathed his wand and slowly crouched down to ask, "Don't be afraid. Dobby, tell me the truth. Did you cast spells on the bludger?" "Yes, sir." "You entered Professor McGonagall's office through apparition?" "Indeed, sir." "Then your desire for me to leave Hogwarts is related to the Chamber of Secrets?" As soon as Harry posed this question, Dobby's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. He desperately sought something to hit his head against. However, the room of requirement, already ransacked by M.O. Ran, was quite empty. After scanning his surroundings, Dobby resorted to banging his head against the floor in self-punishment. "Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby, useless, wicked Dobby, immobulus." Harry's intent in casting the spell on Dobby was not to threaten him. Rather, he began to use magic to heal the little elf's injuries. "Episcete, I'll heal your wounds first. Dobby, once you're better, I'll lift the spell, but you must refrain from any self-harm. I hold no grudge against you." Dobby's eyes widened in astonishment. It was only after Harry released him from the immobilization spell that he believed he wasn't dreaming. "Woe is me. Harry Potter, how noble and kind you are." Harry wished to avoid provoking Dobby further, so he silently patted the elf's head, which only made Dobby cry harder. "May Harry Potter understand what you mean to a lowly creature like me." perpetually enslaved in a magical world. When that name, which cannot be spoken, held the greatest power, sir, wizarding families treated house elves like vermin. Though my master still treats me in the same manner, ever since you defeated that which cannot be named. The lives of many other house elves in similar circumstances have significantly improved. From the night you vanquished the Dark Lord, Dobby knew a new beginning had arrived. The name Harry Potter shines like a beacon, illuminating the darkness in which we have long dwelled. Therefore, sir, you must not remain in this perilous place. Perilous? Hogwarts. Very well then, could you tell me who is orchestrating the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets? Who is the heir inscribed on the wall? Harry's gentle coaxing did not elicit an honest response from Dobby. He clutched his head, howling in apparent agony. Dobby cannot say. Dobby truly cannot say. Please do not press poor Dobby any further. Dobby only wishes for Harry Potter's safety. Harry, nearly driven mad by Dobby's convoluted reasoning, suddenly had a brilliant idea. How about this, Dobby? Let us collaborate in a different way. You can teach me how house elves perform apparition. This way, if danger arises, I can escape directly from Hogwarts back home. What do you think? House elf apparition differs entirely from the apparition used by wizards, according to Professor Winky Trelawney, the instructor of apparition at Hogwarts. Anyone learning apparition must adhere to the 3D principle: destination, determination, and deliberation. The second D, determination, refers to the wizard's need to resolve firmly to transport their body to the target location, a thought that must flow from their brain and permeate their entire being. Since a wizard's magical power is not entirely concentrated in their body, as it is in magical creatures, failure could result in severe accidents during the apparition process. Phantom apparition refers to a wizard leaving their current location, while phantom manifestation denotes a wizard appearing at their intended destination. The phenomenon of splitting, where a part of the body remains behind due to insufficient resolve, is the reason the Ministry of Magic restricts apparition lessons to students age 17 and above. House elves, as magical beings, require little resolve. Their bodies, imbued with magical power, respond effortlessly to the commands of apparition without the need for additional cerebral control. Typically, no matter how talented a wizard may be, they cannot escape the constraints of their human form. However, Harry, as a silent one, in his transformation into black mist, resembles a magical creature more than a wizard. This is why he could utter such fantastical notions. The house elves were almost flabbergasted, although there was some validity to Harry's words. His ideas were rife with impracticalities. If you teach me, and I cannot learn, then I shall leave Hogwarts and return home immediately. How about that? Harry added, observing the earnest expression of the renowned savior. Dobby hesitated for a moment before responding. Very well. Dobby is willing to teach Harry Potter. But, sir, you must promise to keep your word. Indeed, I shall, Harry replied with a smile. House elves are not wizards well versed in magical knowledge. Both Dobby and his kin regard magic merely as an innate ability. Nevertheless, this group of little beings is still capable of grasping some elementary principles. For instance, their affinity for wandless magic often surpasses that of their human masters. And their method of apparition is something wizards will never be able to master. As Harry, in his black mist form, flickered another 10 feet within the room of requirement. Dobby's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. They were truly about to pop out. Strictly speaking, Harry's apparition was not yet refined. Even during his most successful attempt, a small part of his corporeal form lingered behind. However, for Dobby at that moment, such matters seemed inconsequential. Why could Harry Potter learn the apparition technique of house elves? Why could he transform into a cloud of black mist? What was the source of the intense aura of dark magic that enveloped that mist? Was he not the nemesis of the Dark Lord? Goodness! Dobby had intended for Harry Potter to feel dejected and return home obediently. Having already performed apparition over a dozen times, Harry was about to summon Ron for further study when he noticed Dobby had inexplicably approached. What is it, Dobby? Am I doing something wrong? Dobby fidgeted nervously, appearing quite uncomfortable until Harry had finally straightened his disheveled robes, at which point Dobby managed to utter a sentence, no, sir, not at all to this pace. You should soon master apparition. Seemingly struck by a thought, Harry crouched before Dobby and asked, do you regret teaching me apparition? No, sir, really not. Then are you worried that I might learn this skill and seek out trouble? Dobby shyly nodded, then quickly shook his head. his eyes squeezed shut, his hands clenched tightly, as if caught in some internal struggle. Half an hour prior, Harry had harbored no fondness for this ugly, peculiar magical creature. However, after learning apparition, he began to set aside his initial prejudices and ponder the reasons and motivations behind Dobby's various outrageous actions. If Dobby truly wished to harm him, there would be no need to teach him the methods of apparition. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he did not believe Harry possessed the capacity to withstand the calamities he spoke of. Yet the question remained, if matters had escalated to this extent, why could he not simply reveal the truth in its entirety? Did he have a compelling reason to remain silent, bound by some powerful magic? Contemplating this, Harry inquired, "Dobby, is it that you cannot disclose any information regarding that matter?" Dobby nodded fervently. Seeing this, Harry quickly asked, "The reason you cannot speak is related to your master, correct?" Dobby's head remained still, but his lack of denial effectively served as confirmation for Harry at last. Harry grasped the significance of the various oddities that had transpired since the summer. "Hey, Dobby, I believe we can change our strategy," Harry said gently. "I understand your desire to protect me, but in these recent attempts, you've only added to my troubles without yielding any constructive results. Unless you are prepared to go all out against me, it is difficult for me to be harmed by such minor tricks. Surely, you do not wish to cause my demise, do you?" "No, no, no. Dobby has never wished to harm Harry Potter." "Exactly. Rather than risking my life with surprise attacks, why not share any information you can with me, so that I might be somewhat prepared when facing danger? Think of it this way. Wouldn't you agree?" Dobby's eyes, once filled with fear, gradually morphed into skepticism. Ultimately, faced with a savior who was willing to crouch down to meet his gaze, he relented. "Very well, sir, but you must promise Dobby that if you encounter danger, you will flee." "I promise you." In the vast emptiness of the room of requirement, although only two individuals stood within, Dobby cautiously hunched his back, and after gesturing for Harry to lean closer, he whispered, "A tragedy that once occurred at Hogwarts is about to unfold anew. The school is soon to become unsafe. Once the Chamber of Secrets is opened, it will not only be those students deemed enemies by the heir who will be in danger. Dobby cannot say who is plotting the conspiracy, but he can inform Harry Potter that the individual orchestrating the plot did not personally come to the school to open the chamber." Dobby's words were laden with significant implications. Harry surmised that if he was not mistaken, the nameless conspirator was not only the mastermind behind this incident, but also Dobby's master. However, according to Dobby, the one who opened the chamber was not from his master's household, which implied that there were accomplices within the school. The night was still long, and Dobby could not remain at Hogwarts to play guessing games with Harry. After conveying all he could, he apparatted away from the castle. Before departing, he reiterated his concern for Harry's well-being. The Savior's life was far more valuable than that of any other student. However, just as Harry intended to practice apparition a while longer, he was suddenly confronted by a malicious voice emanating from beneath him. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement awaits. It's time. The scent of blood. Kill." The promise made to Dobby was immediately cast aside as Harry seized his invisibility cloak with one hand and the Marauder's map with the other, dashing towards the door of the room of requirement. The following morning, upon awakening, Harry found himself engulfed in profound guilt once more. Due to Colin Creevy's name appearing in the corridor on the first floor of Hogwarts, he mistakenly assumed that the individual who opened the chamber was this new student. Consequently, when he arrived at the scene, the younger boy, who had previously pestered him for photographs, had already been taken to the hospital wing by the professors. Thankfully, Albus happened to come downstairs to fetch hot chocolate. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired? But why was he wandering the corridors at such a late hour? Perhaps he was hungry. Look, he had some roasted chicken legs and sausages nearby. Could Colin possibly consume all of that by himself? He was still just a first-year child. Perhaps he intended to bring some for his friends as well. "Albus, do you think he might have captured a photo of the attacker?" Harry could almost hear the professors discussing the matter, smell the acrid scent of burning plastic film, and see Colin motionless in the moonlight. Why would Colin venture downstairs at night for food? Was it because of something he said during the post-match celebration? Curse it! Who was the attacker? Overwhelmed with emotion, Harry failed to notice that his guilt had subtly transformed into anger until his actions of tidying up his bed startled Ron awake, prompting him to inquire. "Harry, what is wrong with you?" Observing Harry, who seemed as though he might tear the bedding apart in frustration, Ron half-jokingly inquired, "Have any caterpillars made their way into your blankets?" Harry, unwilling to be the harbinger of dread, chose to temporarily conceal what he had witnessed the previous night. However, before they could descend to the dining hall for breakfast, the news of Colin's attack had already spread throughout the school. Colin was petrified, just like Mrs. Norris. "I told you, the warning from the heir of Slytherin is no jest. What am I to do? My parents are both muggles, for heaven's sake. But what is this chamber of secrets? Where is it? Why would the perpetrator deliberately mention this chamber while committing their crimes? From the dormitory to the Great Hall, and then to the history of magic classroom, Harry could hear a cacophony of voices wherever people gathered. Although the castle's walls bore no new inscriptions, nearly everyone connected the incidents involving Colin and Mrs. Norris. Hermione, also from a Muggle family, was affected too, her complexion pale until Professor Binns's ghostly figure floated through the blackboard into the classroom, prompting her to speak the first words of the day. "Professor Binns, could you enlighten us about the Chamber of Secrets?" The bustling students fell into an eerie silence. Even Professor Binns, known for his soporific lectures, displayed an expression unlike his usual demeanor. "And who might this student be?" "I am Hermione Granger, a witch from a Muggle family, Professor. This class is called History of Magic. Miss Granger, we study documented facts, not nebulous myths and legends. But legends often evolve from facts, do they not, Professor?" Professor Binns appeared thoroughly astonished, not only due to the sensitive nature of Hermione's query, but also because it was the first time he had witnessed a student actively engage in his class. "Well, you do have a point there." As he spoke, he scrutinized Hermione. "You all surely know that our 4 houses are named after the great founders of Hogwarts. They are Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Great wizards, truly remarkable. In any era, these 4 are undoubtedly the most exceptional talents, which is why Hogwarts remains the finest school of magic in the world to this day. Initially, the founders coexisted harmoniously, seeking out promising young individuals to bring back to the castle for instruction, nurturing their talents. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. However, as the number of students grew, a rift emerged. Salazar Slytherin believed that Hogwarts should be more discerning in its selection of students. He argued that before considering interest and talent, those of impure blood should be excluded. That in contemporary terms, Slytherin was unwilling to accept children of Muggle parentage. This disagreement ignited a fierce quarrel between Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin, after which Slytherin departed from Hogwarts. The historical accounts conclude here, and regarding the peculiar legends surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, Professor Binns paused, indicating his reluctance to delve into tales unsupported by historical records. It is said that Slytherin did not truly leave Hogwarts. He secretly constructed a chamber within the castle, concealing it from the other founders. Only a descendant inheriting Salazar Slytherins could find or access this chamber. Once the chamber is opened by the heir, they would unleash the terrifying creature within, aiming to fulfill Slytherin's mad vision of purging all those deemed unworthy of magical education. Terrifying creature. Professor, what does this creature refer to? Professor Binns's tone grew impatient. Some believe it to be a monster, one that only Slytherin and his heir can control. However, I assure you, these creatures do not exist. There is no Chamber of Secrets within the school, nor any monster. Hogwarts has conducted numerous investigations over the years regarding the existence of such a chamber, employing the most knowledgeable and capable wizards, including Dumbledore himself. Yet, what was the outcome? The Chamber of Secrets remains a baseless legend. Only children or those with minds as simple as trolls would be frightened by it. But Professor, I have heard that many years ago, the chamber was indeed opened. Is that not history? Harry's voice brought the classroom to a standstill, including Professor Binns, as everyone seemed to be petrified. Whom did you hear that from? Professor Binns appeared somewhat anxious and irritated, yet he did not directly reprimand Harry for his outlandish claim that, I can't recall from which book I read it. Professor, hearing Harry's response, Professor Binns discreetly sighed in relief. Rumors cannot be taken as evidence. Think about it. Dumbledore would never jeopardize your lives. How could he allow a monstrous creature from the chamber to threaten the safety of students? It is rather some with ulterior motives who might wish to exploit the name of the chamber for their own nefarious purposes. Now, let us not waste any more time on legends and absurd tales. We should return to studying the concrete knowledge of history. Oh, you know something, Harry? Yes, Harry. What have you found out that you must share with us? After leaving the history of magic classroom, Hermione and Ron persistently bombarded Harry with questions. Just as he was about to recount his encounter with Colin being escorted to the hospital wing by the professors, he noticed dozens of spiders scampering in a single line down the corridor. Look, Hermione, Ron, come quickly. They seem to be fleeing for their lives. What do you think, Ron? Harry and Hermione, both intrigued by the spiders, turned their heads simultaneously to find Ron retreating with a ghastly expression. What are you doing? Are you afraid of spiders? I remember we used spiders in potions class several times. I'm not afraid of dead spiders, but I absolutely detest the way they scuttle about. Ron managed a voice. Suppressing his urge to flee, in truth, his fear of spiders stemmed from a prank played by his older brother. When Ron was 3 years old, Fred had transformed his teddy bear into a hairy spider after Ron broke a toy broomstick. Imagine anyone would develop a psychological aversion to spiders upon witnessing a stuffed animal sprouting 8 legs and 8 eyes. Never mind. Let us head back to the common room. Not wishing to put Ron in a difficult position, Harry shifted his gaze from the spiders and continued, I'll explain what happened last night in the Gryffindor common room. The trio stared vacantly out the window, whether it was Dobby's testimony or the professor's discussions regarding Colin's attack. All seemed rather ambiguous. Harry, Ron, and Hermione simultaneously found themselves reminiscing about Hagrid. If only he were around, many answers might have already been unveiled. Equally troubled was M.O. Ran in the live broadcast room. From a broader perspective, Tom Riddle's diary was far more significant than the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk. Should the diary's owner sense danger and flee, the opportunity to destroy the Horcrux might slip away for an indeterminate period. Regretting the events of over a month ago, M.O. Ran knew that if he did not exercise greater caution now, the future would likely become increasingly unmanageable. The memory returned to the late night of late September. Hearing the Basilisk's voice, M.O. Ran resolutely made his way toward the abandoned girls' lavatory. Throughout the journey, his eyes were incessantly fixated on the second-floor area of the living map. Curiously, however, not a single suspicious name had emerged on that highly anticipated parchment by the time he rushed to the scene of the incident. Gazing at the wash basin, which had long since reverted to its ordinary restroom appearance, M.O. Ran felt a surge of blood rushing through him. Beyond feeling that the authority of the traveler was being challenged, he instinctively harbored the thought of pursuing the individual who had unleashed the serpent monster into the secret chamber. M.O. Ran's reasoning was straightforward, since the living map indicated that no one was near the washroom. The one wielding the diary must surely be hiding within the secret chamber. No sooner had he thought this than the omnipresent black mist slithered through the crevices of the wash basin and into the conduit leading to the secret chamber. The serpent monster, a creature of dark magic, sensed the threat behind it almost instantaneously. Before M.O. Ran could reach the entrance to the secret chamber, a fateful encounter ensued between man and serpent within a cavern. The climactic battle, which was supposed to commence at the conclusion of the second-year tale, unexpectedly unfolded ahead of schedule. Mere moments of confrontation resulted in the subterranean stalagmites and rock walls shattering as if they were mere pasta and biscuits. Born from the malevolent black magic of Slytherin, the serpent monster possessed an innate resistance to M.O. Ran. Yet apart from its deathly gaze, it had no other means of magical attack. A.S. for M.O. Ran. Despite the presence of the serpent monster, he dared not revert to his human form to summon a magical rooster. However, in a state of black mist, M.O. Ran was devoid of eyes altogether. Thus, the two most perilous dark magical beings in existence clashed with primal and somewhat grotesque methods. The battle between the serpent and M.O. Ran persisted for hours without a decisive victor. By the time M.O. Ran, exhausted in body and spirit, was compelled to return to the castle, dawn had already broken. M.O. Ran felt a profound regret for failing to uncover the mastermind behind the chaos. The commotion he had caused underground might have frightened the diary's holder away. Additionally, he had to concede that his performance against the serpent monster had been inadequate, just as during his previous encounter with Voldemort. M.O. Rand's only advantages were his immense magical power and his ability to disregard physical harm. This persistent feeling of inadequacy in high-stakes battles only deepened his melancholy. Ever since Harry had learned the advanced Goblet of Fire spell last semester, M.O. Rand had realized that his combat prowess in human form had fallen behind due to his host's growth. The Goblet of Fire being a high-level magic deeply intertwined with soul and consciousness, cannot be wielded at will simply because one occupies the same body. Now, even the once proud M.O. Rand had become a mere tool for defeating weak opponents, battling against the drain of his mental energy. Compounded by negative emotions, M.O. Rand resisted the urge to succumb to fatigue and conveyed some intelligence regarding the secret chamber to Harry at that moment. He even hoped that upon awakening, he would hear of the next attack incident, for this would indicate that the Horcrux diary remained within Hogwarts Castle. However, when he truly beheld through Harry's eyes the petrified Colin, a wave of intense guilt forced him to re-evaluate the underlying logic of the Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets narrative. In his previous life, upon first encountering the Harry Potter film series, M.O. Rand had presumed that the original text was merely a children's book. This sentiment was particularly pronounced while watching The Philosopher's Stone. The Chamber of Secrets and The Prisoner of Azkaban, regardless of how terrifying the dangers and disasters depicted in the storyline were, the trio of protagonists always managed to emerge unscathed. Yet, as the narrative grew darker and numerous positive characters began to perish, he realized that Harry existed in a magical world, not a fairy tale realm. Was Hogwarts safe during the Chamber of Secrets? Absolutely not. Having personally experienced the recent attacks, M.O. Rand finally grasped that the so-called safe period of the first 3 years was merely a figment of the audience's imagination. A serpent monster capable of killing with a mere gaze was exceedingly lethal. During its previous 2 attacks, Mrs. Norris and Colin might have been able to save themselves with the water on the floor and a camera. But what about thereafter? Would Justin Finch-Fletchley be fortunate enough to have nearly headless Nick shield his line of sight during his encounter with the serpent? What if other students fell victim to the serpent's wrath? In the face of such a formidable danger, even Hogwarts, with Dumbledore at its helm, had no choice but to enter a state of suspension. Rand had no doubt about Headmaster Dumbledore's determination to protect the students or his capability to deal with the serpent monster. However, it appeared that apart from wizards like Salazar Slytherin who had mastered Parseltongue, no one else could locate the secret chamber. Were it otherwise, even if Lucius Malfoy had 1,000 lives, he would never dare to place the diary into Ginny's cauldron. Given Lucius Malfoy's character as a fence-sitter, he would only take such a perilous action if he had received news of Voldemort's imminent resurgence or discovered a way to benefit the Malfoy family. Thus, while Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets may appear at first glance to narrate the tale of the valiant Harry battling the serpent monster, it actually conceals a darker subplot wherein Voldemort, through Lucius Malfoy and the Horcrux, seeks to resurrect himself. Reflecting on the foolish actions of the Hogwarts governors in the film reveals that upon hearing the words Chamber of Secrets attack, they became mindless fools, readily agreeing to oust Dumbledore, the only one capable of deterring evil, merely due to a few threats from Lucius Malfoy. But what transpired after the greatest white wizard departed from Hogwarts? Tom Riddle promptly revealed his fangs. He commanded the serpent monster to abduct Ginny Weasley, a pure-blood child, and sought to use her life to resurrect himself from the diary. Understanding this intricate web of logic left M.O. Rand's mind considerably clearer. Even after splitting his soul into multiple fragments, the 16-year-old Tom Riddle lacked the capacity for meticulous planning. Although he feared Dumbledore, his arrogance and madness would still lead him to reckless actions. When Harry arrived at the chamber, he could have ordered the serpent to conceal Ginny's body, awaiting the completion of the resurrection ritual before confronting Harry. Yet, Tom, who believed he had everything under control, insisted on orchestrating a ceremonious meeting, resulting in the interruption of the resurrection ritual. Not only did the serpent, initially obedient to Slytherin's heir, fall victim to Harry's sword, but the serpent's venom fortuitously destroyed the Horcrux. After all the turmoil, the one who had orchestrated a semester of terror ended up achieving nothing and losing even his own dignity. Therefore, the diary would not be lost. I merely needed to wait for the inevitable disappearance of someone after Dumbledore was forced to leave the school. at which point I could directly locate the Horcrux and its bearer within the chamber. However, if I were to pursue this course of action, how could I protect my classmates from perishing in the forthcoming attacks? With these new conclusions drawn, M.O. Rand had no time to revel in his realizations, just as he had feared, since the plots of the films and novels have been disrupted by his presence. Would the fortunes that once favored the students of Hogwarts continue to endure along this timeline, altered by the flapping of a butterfly's wings? To speak candidly, long before his transmigration, M.O. Rand had suspected that the petrified victims had only survived because Ms. J.K. Rowling had yet to decide to unleash her massacre while writing the second installment. Should he summon Dumbledore to confront the serpent monster head-on? Surely, even someone as mad as Voldemort would flee upon sensing something amiss. It seemed wisest to guide Harry toward discovering that the monster within the chamber was a serpent, thus ensuring that preventive measures against attacks could be disseminated among the students. While engrossed in self-reflection and analysis in his live-streaming room, M.O. Rand finally received news of the dueling club on Friday afternoon. In the vicinity of the entrance hall, a throng had gathered around the bulletin board, gazing with excitement at the elegantly scripted announcement on the parchment. Professor Lockhart was to host the dueling club, and the inaugural meeting was scheduled for that very evening. But would a monster truly duel with you? Who cares? Learning some dueling techniques is always beneficial. Hearing the discussions between Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, Ron's initially high spirits began to wane. Why does it have to be Lockhart? Couldn't it be some other professor hosting it? I don't even want to go. Hermione vehemently disagreed with her friend's sentiments, asserting, since Professor Lockhart is willing to impart some dueling skills to us, we should seize the opportunity to learn he has so many legendary experiences. Even if we only glean a tiny fraction, it may one day prove invaluable. Harry, what do you think? This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Harry was indifferent to who organized the dueling club. Ever since Madame Pomfrey had been attacked, Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore had jointly suspended the remedial classes. Now, steeped in guilt and unable to numb himself through studies, he desperately needed something to divert his attention. "I'll go take a look," Harry exhaled. "It doesn't matter which professor is hosting it." That evening, the young wizards dined with unprecedented speed, reaching a pinnacle of eagerness since the founding of Hogwarts. Before 8 o'clock, the 4 long tables, originally arranged lengthwise in the Great Hall, were transformed into a stage adorned with a golden velvet carpet at the enthusiastic request of the students. "Why, isn't Professor Flitwick teaching us? I heard he was a dueling champion in his youth," one exclaimed. "How could a competition champion possibly compare to someone with countless real-life adventures?" Another countered, "If it comes down to a duel, Professor Lockhart might not be any weaker than Professor Flitwick." Someone argued, "In my opinion, he is the most experienced teacher in practical combat at the school." No, that's all wrong. Have you forgotten who our headmaster is?" Another chimed in. "Professor Dumbledore is a wizard even Voldemort fears. Yet he is so old. Honestly, he looks over 150. In the crowd, students from various years, wands in hand, chattered excitedly, when Harry and his friends finally squeezed their way to the vicinity of the stage. Gilderoy Lockhart had already begun to showcase his newly tailored crimson robe. Ron, who scoffed at Lockhart, instinctively shifted his gaze elsewhere, only to catch sight of Professor Snape, whose face was a picture of disdain. "Harry, look over there. Isn't the potions master? What is he doing here?" Ron beckoned. Before Harry could respond, Lockhart's theatrical voice rang out from the stage. "Children, come closer, gather around. Can you all see me? Can everyone hear me speak? Splendid. In light of the recent attacks, Professor Dumbledore has invited me to establish this dueling club that he seems to believe that with my training, Hogwarts safety will significantly improve. One must admit, he has a vision, doesn't he? Those of you who know me well should be aware that I have subdued numerous creatures in countless thrilling adventures. Even if you only learn a fraction from me, it will suffice to protect yourselves one day when a need arises. Of course, for those interested in the details of my escapades, do feel free to purchase my books." At this point, Lockhart cast a flirtatious glance at a group of girls to the left of the stage, eliciting a chorus of squeals from the audience. "Professor Lockhart, you're so charming. You must protect us." Acknowledging his fans, Lockhart waved his hand for silence and continued, "Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. No great hero demonstrates dueling techniques without a worthy opponent, and Professor Snape has graciously informed me that he possesses some knowledge of dueling as well. Thus, I have invited him to provide a small demonstration before we commence our lesson. And students from Slytherin and other houses, do not worry. I will control the intensity of the spells and ensure that our potions master returns to you unharmed after the demonstration. Ron nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this, covering his mouth as he whispered to Harry, Do you think those two will end up injuring each other on stage? Harry could barely contain himself. He had never seen Professor Snape's expression so sour. Even during last year's House Cup ceremony, the professor managed to force a smile when shaking hands with Professor McGonagall. He replied, "It's impossible. Ron, Professor Snape is incredibly powerful. He may very well be the most formidable teacher in the school aside from Dumbledore. Just look at his expression now. I bet Lockhart is in for a rough time." Having witnessed Lockhart's blunders before, Hermione still held out some hope for her idol. She retorted, "No matter what, Professor Lockhart is Dumbledore's specially appointed defense against the dark arts teacher, although he may have misstepped in his teaching methods previously. How could he possibly be outmatched by the potions master in a duel?" Harry didn't directly refute Hermione, but, observing Snape's inscrutable expression, said, "Well, perhaps you have a point, but I must warn you. Hermione, should you ever see Professor Snape glaring at you with his upper lip curled, do not stand there like Lockhart. Turn and flee for your life. Understood?" As anticipation filled the air, Lockhart and Snape stepped face to face into the center of the stage. In quick succession, one executed a flourish of bows while the other stiffly inclined his body before turning to walk in the opposite direction. That a proper stance is essential in a duel. Stand as I do, legs apart, wrist relaxed yet firmly gripping your wand, eyes fixed ahead. When I count to 3, we will cast our first spell point. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus! Professor Snape nearly shouted the disarming spell. A brilliant red light streaked across the stage like a meteor, dislodging Lockhart's wand and sending him careening backward. Harry witnessed for the first time an unprecedented alliance between Gryffindor and Slytherin regarding a single matter. Well done. Just like that. Teach that flamingo a lesson. Lockhart, finally managing to rise unsteadily, first adjusted his robe and then combed his hair before retrieving his wand from a young fan. "Thank you, Miss Brown. As you all witnessed, Professor Snape demonstrated a disarming spell. Though his intentions were quite clear, I could have easily thwarted him, but to allow you all to gain insight, I let it slide. Ha, ha, ha." After experiencing defeat under Snape's hand, Lockhart finally noticed the murderous glare on Snape's face. Following a feeble attempt at humor, he immediately summoned Harry to the stage, using him as a shield. "The demonstration ends here. Now I need a volunteer. Mr. Potter, please come to the stage and demonstrate the disarming spell for everyone. And Mr. Weasley, please assist as well." Before Lockhart could finish, Snape interrupted sharply. "A duel is not about aiding friends. If you wish for Potter to demonstrate the disarming spell, perhaps you should select a volunteer other than Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger. I trust you do not mind if I recommend a student from Slytherin? Mr. Malfoy." Snape offered Lockhart no chance to refuse, and after naming his protege, he turned and walked away from the stage. Harry was left bewildered. Even if Snape was still angry about his daydreaming in class, he wouldn't go so far as to allow Malfoy to teach him a lesson. What could that brat do other than boast about his faster broom during Quidditch matches? "Go and get him a good thrashing, Harry. Burn his hair." Amidst Ron and his roommate's encouragement, Harry and Malfoy made their way to the center of the stage. Lockhart, relishing the spectacle, twirled his wand in his hand while directing the proceedings. "Face your opponent, raise your wand, bow." Excellent etiquette is also an important aspect of wizard dueling. Now, return to your positions, prepare yourselves, and when I count to 3, you will attempt to disarm each other. Harry, please be careful not to hold back too much. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Malfoy, not waiting for Lockhart to finish counting, attempted to strike early. However, even with his underhanded tactics, it posed no threat to Harry. With a mere flick of his wand, and without uttering the protective incantation, Harry effortlessly dispelled the incoming red light. Bang! In this seemingly ordinary duel, Mo Rand sensed an unsettling anomaly. He hastily instructed, "Harry, test Malfoy's magical prowess. push him to his limits without defeating him. Though Rand's directive was somewhat perplexing. Harry complied out of trust. He exaggeratedly raised his wand, and upon confirming Malfoy was prepared, he elongated his voice to clearly articulate the incantation for the disarming charm, Expelliarmus, with Malfoy lacking the ability to conjure the shield charm. He dared not confront the spellhead dash on as the crimson light approached. He could only perform a sideways roll to evade the strike. Levi Corpus, the hanging charm. Malfoy, now prone on the carpet, launched another attack. Harry, who had never encountered this spell in his readings, furrowed his brow in confusion. Without the time to inquire if Rand had sensed any peculiarities, he unleashed two spells in rapid succession. Protego. Shield charm. Expelliarmus. Harry's second disarming spell was more potent, rendering Malfoy increasingly flustered in his attempts to escape. Strangely, despite the disarming charm not being inherently lethal, Malfoy appeared burdened, refusing to concede. Serpensortia, serpent summoning charm, amid Malfoy's frantic incantation. His wand emitted a violent explosion, releasing a serpent nearly 10 feet in length. The crowd erupted into screams, retreating away from the stage. Snape seemed disappointed with Malfoy's performance, and, as he uttered, "Don't move." "Potter, I'll handle this." Gilderoy Lockhart stepped forward calmly, stating, "Allow me, Professor Snape." Olaru Descendar, ascend into the air. A tremendous force propelled the serpent into the sky, only for it to crash back onto the stage. It did not vanish. Instead, it appeared even larger, seemingly fueled by fury. The bewildered serpent, having been flung, became enraged, hissing as it scanned its surroundings before slithering directly towards Justin Finch Fletchley. Harry had never witnessed a snake move with such swiftness. Before he could cast any spell, Justin was ensnared. As the serpent's venomous fangs neared Justin's neck, Harry instinctively shouted, "No! Don't harm him." A miracle occurred. The once aggressive serpent transformed into a docile creature, swiftly gliding to Harry's feet. Attempting to nuzzle his ankle, Vipera evanesca. Vanishing snakes, Snape reacted swiftly, turning the giant serpent into smoke before it could contact Harry. However, when he raised his gaze to Harry, there was a glimmer of cautious hostility in his expression. Amid Justin's furious inquiries and the murmurs of their classmates, Harry was pulled from the stage by Ron and Hermione, racing back to the Gryffindor common room. "You are a Parselmouth." "What? You can speak to snakes." "I spoke to a snake? You mean just now? But isn't that rather unremarkable for a wizard?" Harry regretted not paying closer attention in History of Magic class, having mastered advanced spells like the Bubblix charm and Apparition. He found it difficult to grasp how remarkable the ability to converse with animals truly was. That's more than just unremarkable. Hermione's expression was complex, as if she were concealing something significant. "What you just spoke was not human language at all." "Harry, but what of it? Anyone could see I was telling that snake not to attack Justin." Hermione interjected, "Harry, listen to me. The ability to converse with snakes is known as Parseltongue in the wizarding world. It is exceedingly rare and typically found among dark wizards. The most infamous of them was Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Hogwarts." Harry was almost incredulous. "So, you mean to say that everyone will regard me as the heir of Slytherin attacking my classmates? Do they not find that notion utterly ridiculous? An heir of Slytherin and Gryffindor." Ron shook his head with a grave demeanor, pointing to the lion emblem on his chest. "The Gryffindor emblem derives from the word griffin, and my parents have said it symbolizes courage. However, Slytherin's emblem is rooted in Salazar, Slytherin's infamous ability, Parseltongue. This talent is so rare that there haven't been any documented instances of a new Parselmouth appearing in centuries. Perhaps one has appeared without being discovered." Hermione acknowledged the validity of Harry's remark, but insisted, "That is not the issue at hand. Harry, you just showcased this ability in front of the entire school. By tomorrow morning, Owls will be delivering news of your Parseltongue ability across all of Britain. If the attacks persist, dear heavens, I shudder to think of what might ensue." "Oh, Hermione, you needn't worry. Professor Dumbledore would never allow." Suddenly, Harry froze, thoughts racing through his mind. The heir of Slytherin, the petrified students, the fleeing spiders, and the whispers from the walls. All these clues suddenly coalesced around the concept of Parseltongue, that a creature mentioned by Professor Scamander began to take shape in his mind. "I know." "What do you know?" The creature in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk, a monster that cannot reproduce and can only be bred through dark magic. With his remarkable memory, Harry quickly recounted the breeding methods and characteristics of the basilisk. However, after hearing Harry's account, Ron still appeared bewildered, asking, "But if that is the case, how did Colin and Mrs. Norris survive?" Hermione's thoughts raced, keeping pace with Harry's, and she provided the correct answer: the camera and the water. There was water on the floor that night. Mrs. Norris saw the basilisk's reflection. "We must inform Professor Dumbledore and the other professors about our findings immediately." Harry agreed with Hermione's assertion, yet having uncovered the monster's true identity, he was determined not to put his friends in danger. He first conjured a couple of roosters from 2 fruits on a nearby table, then summoned 2 small mirrors with a flick of his wand. From now on, unless the basilisk in the chamber is dealt with, you must carry these roosters and mirrors wherever you go. If you hear any strange sounds, pull out the mirrors. We can help you. Harry's expression turned serious as he interrupted Hermione, stating, "I know, which is why I am entrusting you with the task of protecting our classmates. While I seek out Professor Dumbledore, you and Ron must spread the word about the basilisk to everyone. It would be best if everyone could have a rooster and a mirror. You will return after finding Dumbledore, right?" Ron's question left Harry momentarily stumped. As their closest friends, they need not be particularly astute to discern Harry's intent to face danger alone. After a long pause, Harry finally replied, "This enemy is formidable. Even Dumbledore would find it challenging to keep you safe against the basilisk. That I truly do not wish to lose you, so please remain in a secure location." "All right, I beg of you." Sincere words resonate deeply, and while Harry was not typically arrogant, Hermione and Ron had never seen him plead with anyone. Upon hearing such a heartfelt request, they both felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hermione, tugging at her hair, was the first to speak. "I don't want to lose you either. You must be careful, Harry." Seeing Hermione take the lead, Ron, scratching his nose, added, "Well, if that's the case, let's do as you say." Harry, with a bright smile, enveloped his 2 friends in a warm embrace. After reiterating the significance of the rooster and the mirror twice, he finally produced the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map before departing from the Gryffindor common room. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. At this moment, the majority of students were still in the Great Hall participating in the dueling club, leaving the corridor eerily empty. Even without the invisibility cloak, Harry would remain undetected. The self-assured and resolute Harry, who was confident in front of his friends, now displayed a youthful bewilderment before Mo ran. "Do you think it's possible that I am indeed a distant descendant of Salazar Slytherin?" Mo Ran did not provide a direct answer or offer platitudes. Instead, he posed a thought-provoking question in return. If that were the case, would you feel compelled to become someone entirely different? As Harry hurried through the castle, he replied, "I certainly wouldn't transform into another person. However, if we could harness the legacy of Slytherin to gain strength in our fight against Voldemort, then even if such actions might not be widely accepted, they would still be justifiable from a moral standpoint. Wouldn't they? Much like the silent power we carry within ourselves." Mo Ran fell silent. Having once instilled in Harry the notion of detesting magic for the sake of power, he felt unqualified to respond to this inquiry, even if the Potter family was indeed related to the Gaunt family. Harry's proposal could be deemed a reasonable course of action. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Ran decided to leave the answer for Harry to determine on his own. The allure of power is undeniably immense for anyone. If you have already reached a conclusion within your heart, then my opinion holds little significance. I merely wish to impart one thought. Dawn and dusk are nearly indistinguishable. Whether a person steps into darkness or walks towards the light is not dictated by their lineage or abilities, but rather by the choices we make. Where did you learn that line? Harry inquired. J.K. Rowling. On the Marauder's map, Dumbledore was seen moving towards the exit of the school, and alongside his name, Harry spotted another familiar yet unfamiliar figure, Cornelius Fudge. Cloaked in invisibility and having cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, Harry stealthily followed Dumbledore and Fudge. He was curious about why 2 prominent figures in the magical world would visit Hagrid at such a late hour. "Good evening, Hagrid." As the half-giant opened the door, Dumbledore greeted him with a serious expression. However, Before he could clarify the purpose of his visit, Cornelius Fudge had already removed his top hat and stepped inside. Hagrid's face turned pale, and beads of sweat poured from his forehead. He even forgot to close the door after ushering Dumbledore inside. If it weren't for Fudge's reminder, he might not have noticed the cold wind blowing into his home. "This is dreadful." Hagrid. Seizing the opportunity to slip into Hagrid's hut, Harry watched the short, stout man from a distance. Perhaps due to the prolonged exposure to the cold breeze, Hagrid had been rambling about trivial matters since entering, striving for more time to adjust his pinstriped suit and vibrant red tie. "This situation is too terrible. It's so bad that I had to come in person. First a cat, then a Hogwarts student. Incidents such as these are a disgrace to the entire British magical community." Hagrid, who had clung to a shred of hope, suddenly collapsed into a chair, causing the small hut to tremble. No, I didn't do it. "Professor Dumbledore, you must know that. Please tell them it absolutely wasn't me." Gazing into Hagrid's earnest eyes, Dumbledore furrowed his brow and replied, "Cornelius, I have already informed you that there is no evidence to suggest that Hagrid caused the attacks. Moreover, I personally have complete faith in Hagrid." Fudge, with an odd expression, pulled a letter from his pocket, opened it, and handed it to Dumbledore, saying, "Take a look, Albus. One of your students has been found to be a Parselmouth. Who knows where these letters will end up tonight?" Dumbledore's expression grew even more severe as he took the letter from Fudge, reading its scant 4 lines multiple times. Fudge continued, "But after all, he is Harry Potter, the boy who defeated the Dark Lord. Rather than making a fuss over him, wouldn't it be more prudent to have Hagrid taken away?" Seeing Dumbledore remain silent, Fudge added, "Put yourself in my shoes, Albus, that I would never harm your students, but you must understand my pressures. If the Ministry of Magic fails to take action following these attacks, it will be exceedingly difficult for me as the minister. Furthermore, I have heard that the Hogwarts Board of Governors is also planning to take action, so whatever you intend to do, you must act swiftly." Dumbledore was genuinely angered now. Harry had never seen his azure eyes blaze with such fury. "Are you threatening me with my students? Provoking the greatest white wizard of the age was not a wise decision." Cornelius Fudge suddenly appeared much smaller, awkwardly clearing his throat before saying, "Ahem, of course not. Albus, please don't be agitated. That I believe that Harry is innocent, but public opinion is a difficult tide to stem. Think about it. If I don't take Hagrid away, all the pressure will fall upon a 12-year-old child. Moreover, if it turns out that Hagrid is not the culprit, we will return him promptly with the sincerest apologies. Then it will be too late for others to say anything." After a long pause, Dumbledore sighed and shook his head at the trembling Hagrid, which only made Hagrid tremble even more. "Take me away." "Where to?" "It can't be that place," with Dumbledore no longer alleviating his stress. Fudge felt considerably relieved as he toyed with his top hat, addressing Hagrid. "Don't worry, Hagrid. It won't be long. Your past record from 50 years ago works against you. And as I mentioned, this is not a punishment, merely a precaution. If your headmaster apprehends the true culprit, we will release you immediately and extend our most sincere apologies." This moment, Hagrid resembled a raging bull, his nostrils flaring as his voice grew hoarse. "No, I refuse to go to that place. I do not wish to go to Azkaban." Just as Fudge was about to say more, there was another knock at the door of Hagrid's hut. Seeing the tall man clad in black robes and a cloak, Harry nearly gasped aloud. Lucius Malfoy and Draco Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy's expression was frosty, yet Harry could sense an undercurrent of delight. After surveying the room with an air of arrogance, Lucius spoke. "That you've arrived. I see. Quite efficient." Fudge. Hagrid, who had been slumped in his chair, suddenly sprang to his feet, pointing furiously towards the door. "What are you doing here? Get out of my house." "Oh, don't be so agitated, my dear friend. Please believe me, I had no intention of entering your house." Lucius Malfoy couldn't help but chuckle, then patted his son's shoulder, saying, "I merely came to see my son and to have a word with his headmaster." Dumbledore stepped forward, politely yet firmly asking, "What brings you here, Lucius?" Lucius appeared unfazed by Dumbledore's presence as he pulled out a lengthy parchment scroll from his robe and leisurely replied, "My son just had a duel at school with a classmate who was controlling a giant serpent using parcel tongue. You know what that implies. Look at this suspension order. You'll find that all 12 board members have signed it." The greatest white wizard of this century. What a joke. Who knows if you were protecting Harry Potter out of favoritism or if you simply lack the talent to do any better. Draco informed me that if it weren't for Snape's quick thinking, that giant serpent would have devoured a fellow student. In the face of such danger. Where were you? This school must be immediately, and I mean immediately, placed under the control of someone with greater capability and resolve. What were you saying, Lucius? Fudge's expression shifted from astonishment to sheer terror as he stammered. Why have I not heard of any news regarding Dumbledore's suspension? The Ministry has issued no such order that I mean, at least for now, we absolutely do not wish to see. Lucius interjected in a flat tone. As it stands, only the board possesses the authority to appoint or suspend the headmaster of Hogwarts. Since we all agree that Dumbledore lacks the capability to thwart the attacks, it is only fitting that a more suitable individual be appointed to this position. At this point, Fudge was drenched in sweat. But if Dumbledore is incapable of stopping them, then who can? Who exactly are you looking for? That's none of your concern. This is merely the result of a vote by the Board of Governors. Hagrid, as if forgetting the horrors of Azkaban, took a couple of steps forward, positioning himself before Dumbledore as if to shield him. Take me instead. I will go to Azkaban with you. But Dumbledore must not be taken away. If you do, those muggle-born children at the school will truly have no hope, along with Harry. Calm down, Hagrid, Dumbledore sternly interrupted. If the decision to remove me is the board's, then I shall, of course, relinquish my position. However, even if I depart, Dumbledore's gaze suddenly darted to the corner where Harry stood. Hogwarts will continue to extend its support to those who wish to ensure the safety of its students. A noble spirit indeed. Lucius Malfoy bowed with a smile and remarked, I believe everyone will miss you and your uniquely personal approach to matters. Faced with Lucius Malfoy's provocation, Dumbledore met his gaze with his piercing blue eyes for a moment. And after a lengthy pause, he resumed his usual calm demeanor, leaving behind the words, What a pity, I shall miss our lemon sherbet. Without needing a reminder from Moran, Harry's first action upon returning to Hogwarts Castle was to bind Draco Malfoy and bring him to the room of requirement. Petrificus totalis, full body bind curse, silencio, silencing charm. Even without the invisibility cloak, Draco would have been unable to evade the relentless spells cast by Harry. But for the sake of caution, Harry opted for the most secure method of ambush. This left Draco utterly terrified, and when Harry brought him to the room of requirement and released the binding spell, he was visibly shaken. It's you, you filthy, despicable scarhead. What do you want? I'll tell you this. If you dare to harm me, my father will not let you off easily. Harry felt as if his eardrums were on the verge of bursting from Draco's screams. After several fruitless attempts to silence him, Harry drew his wand and pointed it at Draco's head, exclaiming, Spill the beans about your and your father's plot. Otherwise, I will end you right here. Draco was nearly paralyzed with fear, convinced that Harry was the true perpetrator behind the attacks. He no longer maintained any semblance of aristocratic composure and confessed, I threw that diary away ages ago. When I found it at Borgin & Burke's, I thought it was some amusing trinket. But after mentioning it to my father, he ordered me to dispose of it. What diary? What are you talking about? Harry was utterly bewildered, having no knowledge of the existence of any diary. He assumed Draco was trying to deceive him. Unexpectedly, Moran interjected with a request to switch bodies in an instant. The Harry who had just been intimidating Draco transformed into a much more amiable presence. He stowed his wand and smiled at Draco. Asking so, where did you throw the diary? Observing Harry, Moran. With a forced smile, Draco promptly fainted. Aguamini, water-making spell. With a flick of Harry's, Moran, wand, the room of requirement echoed with Draco's pig-like shrieks. I'm pure blood. You can't kill me. My entire family graduated from Slytherin. If you kill me, my father will absolutely not let you get away with it. When did I say I was going to kill you? You were the one who possessed the diary. How could you not know what was behind the attacks on your classmates? I told you my father made me throw it away. That thing isn't with me anymore. Where did you throw it? When? Just at the beginning of term. I tossed it onto the lawn outside the castle. Though Moran had led a rather unfortunate past life, he was not a sociopath. Seeing a 12-year-old boy on the verge of wetting himself, He felt a twinge of guilt and decided against further intimidation. "All right, stand up." Upon seeing Harry, Mo ran, extend a hand towards him. Draco instinctively recoiled, but after confirming that there was no intent to harm, he stumbled to his feet, angrily retorting, "What the hell are you up to, you damned scarhead?" Such a display of forgetting the pain after the wound is healed earned Draco a furious glare from Harry, Mo ran. While he did not wish to bully a child, it certainly did not mean he would tolerate Draco's insults towards Harry that if you speak ill of me or my friends again, Malfoy, I won't hesitate to make you appear as a victim who perished in the attacks. Setting aside issues of character, Draco, having frequently accompanied his father to broaden his horizons, had more insight than his peers. Recognizing that Harry, Mo ran, had no intent to harm him, he lifted his chin defiantly and said, "Oh, so vicious. Certainly, you resemble a true heir of Slytherin. I suggest you best finish me off here, Scarhead. Otherwise, I will be the first to report you once I get out. Can you not be more mature? You are, after all, the son of a top-tier wealthy family, with so many resources at your disposal, yet you waste your time on frivolous matters." Draco, who had always regarded Harry as a rival, broke down after being berated by his nemesis and shouted back, "How am I wasting my time? If you're trying to boast about the last Quidditch match, don't forget who clarified the issue about the bludger and the golden snitch to the professor. Oh, should I then praise you for wasting your father as thousands of galleons only to lose to me in the end? You clearly have the talent to make the team on your own merits. So why do you always resort to underhanded tactics? You." Draco's pale face flushed crimson as he drew his wand, pointing it at Harry, but after uttering "you," he found himself unable to cast a single spell. Harry, Mo ran, equally incensed, sheathed his wand in front of Draco and made a decidedly provocative gesture. "Come on, use the most powerful spell you learned from that wretched diary to attack me. Did you really think I fought you with all my strength during the dueling club?" In the face of Harry's, Mo ran, provocation, Draco's wrist and lips trembled slightly as he shouted, "Sectum Sempra, cutting curse." Harry, Mo ran, gasped in shock, silently cursing, and just before the spell could strike him, a swirl of black mist enveloped him, absorbing the dangerous attack that Draco's jaw nearly dropped. Even though the furious black mist had not charged him, he still instinctively mimicked Harry Potter's bashful expression from Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. "No, don't kill me." Due to the suddenness of the situation, Mo ran had only a fraction of a second to transform, and thus, the previous incantation struck him squarely. Overwhelmed by pain, he forgot all about maintaining an air of composure and immediately charged towards Draco the moment he returned to his human form. "That spell was taught to you by Snape, and the prior hanging charm during the duel was as well, wasn't it?" Draco Malfoy was so frightened by Harry Moran that he could only close his eyes and nod incessantly. In Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, the spells Levi Corpus and Liber Corpus were both invented by Severus Snape in his youth. However, as the film did not elaborate on this detail, Moran misconstrued it as a spell learned by Malfoy from a diary. Fortunately, he had not been foolish enough to forget the existence of the killing curse. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly. Realizing that he had wrongfully accused Malfoy, Harry, Moran, panting heavily, grasped Malfoy's collar and exclaimed, "You little rascal, you're quite ruthless, aren't you? So it truly wasn't you." Draco Malfoy, flustered and frightened by Harry Moran, found his wits somewhat scattered. "It was me." "No, it wasn't he. What nonsense is this?" Harry Moran released the trembling Malfoy, seething with anger, and retorted, "What I asked was whether it was you who opened the Chamber of Secrets using the diary." Malfoy fell to the ground with a thud, letting out a pained cry. And after a moment, somewhat aggrievedly replied, "I never opened that diary. I tossed it away the very next day after arriving at school. And wait, you said that thing could open the chamber. How do you know that?" Harry Moran, disinterested in explaining himself to Malfoy, clutched his waist as if he had been winded and said, "Oh yes, indeed. I am the heir of Slytherin, and I now command you, little Slytherin, to retrieve the diary." "But I truly threw it away." Malfoy protested. "That where's the evidence?" Approximately 20 minutes later, having been fed a dose of venom by Harry Moran, Draco Malfoy returned to the dormitory and produced correspondence from his father. "Lucius Malfoy, the night was late, and the corridors and staircases were deserted. While hiding under the invisibility cloak alongside Harry Moran, Draco gazed around nervously and said, "Can you give me the antidote now? Or shall we find a safer location? I mean, the chamber has been opened. Isn't it a bit unsafe to be standing in the hallway?" Harry Moran, without lifting his eyes from the letters, replied that it's just a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. The earwax flavor, which is why it tastes like poison. Malfoy retorted, "Ugh. Hey, don't vomit on my invisibility cloak." Draco Malfoy had indeed discarded the diary, evidenced by a letter dated September 4th, in which Harry Moran read about Draco's attempt to deceive his father, only to be uncovered by Lucius. "Father, I've come across a curious item at school. It is a diary with only a title, completely blank. Did you know? It can even converse with me. I wish to keep it. Draco, I want you to immediately dispose of it in a place where no one is around. Remember, a deserted area. Don't let any professors discover this item. After discarding it, promptly reply to me using quill ink. I find your intellect often lacking." Harry Moran admonished Draco like a concerned father. "Even if you cannot perceive the dangers of a diary that can converse with you, aren't you curious as to why your father instructed you to discard it?" Upon realizing he was not poisoned, Malfoy regained his bravado and, having completed another sit-up, shouted, "Don't lecture me, Scar Ed. Do you have a family? What my parents do is none of your concern." Harry Moran responded, "Malfoy, is it too late for me to apologize now?" 20 minutes later, when Hermione and Ron spotted Malfoy in the Gryffindor common room, their eyes widened in astonishment. "Harry, wait. Malfoy has something to say to you." After saying this, Harry Moran patted Malfoy on the shoulder, urging him, "Go on, speak. Cough, cough. Miss Granger, I apologize for being the rude prattling git that I was, and I regret calling you a mudblood before. And what else? Mr. Weasley, I apologize. I shall no longer refer to your family as impoverished country bumpkins." Hermione and Ron were utterly flabbergasted. This scene was even more unbelievable than seeing Malfoy in the Gryffindor common room. Before anyone could inquire about the situation, Harry Moran chuckled and, with satisfaction, patted Malfoy's shoulder, saying, "See, that wasn't so difficult, was it? Ron, Hermione, allow me to introduce you to this reformed Draco Malfoy, who will assist us in locating a crucial diary. That diary is not only related to the Chamber of Secrets, but will also help us uncover the perpetrator orchestrating the basilisk attacks on students." Ron was the first to exclaim, "You can't trust him, Harry. He is a Slytherin. He might have released the basilisk himself. Think about it. His family has graduated from Slytherin for generations. All dark wizards come from. Keep it down, Ron. You'll wake everyone else." Hermione interjected, clearly more composed than Ron, then turned to Harry and said, "However, Harry, Ron has a point. He could very well be deceiving you." Harry Moran shook his head and said, "We cannot generalize. Making sweeping judgments is exceedingly foolish. However, we certainly cannot yet elevate his status from classmate to friend." Draco Malfoy shot a glance at Harry Moran, somewhat discontented, and declared, "I shall never be friends with you. Potter, suit yourself. I wonder who it was that approached me for a handshake on the first day of school over a year ago. Cough, cough. Let us get back to business. Potter is now looking for a black diary. Signed by Tom Marvolo Riddle. I brought it to school before tossing it on the lawn outside the castle." After a series of brainstorming sessions, Harry Moran and the others helped Malfoy recall the approximate time and location of when he lost the diary. It was on the way to herbology class at the greenhouses after the start of the term. Since only first and second year students had herbology that morning, the pool of potential suspects who could have taken the diary was significantly reduced. Malfoy had noticed the diary had been taken on his way back to the Slytherin common room after class, further narrowing it down by excluding students present during the attack on Mrs. Norris. The list of suspects was whittled down to just a few individuals. Thus, the likely holders of the diary included Lavender Brown, Hannah Abbott, Vincent Crabbe, and, well, Ginny Weasley. After Hermione concluded this final list of suspects, Ron and Draco expressed their discontent to varying degrees. "Hermione, Ginny is my sister. Do you think she looks like the type who could keep a secret? I suggest you eliminate Crabbe from consideration. Think about his brain. The guy who confuses quills and wands at the sight of cake and sweets. Do you really think he can write?" Hermione glanced at Harry Moran, and, seeing no intention for him to speak, Stated directly, based on what Harry just said, that diary likely controlled the students' actions, so regardless of their identities or intelligence, it cannot absolve them of suspicion. Lavender Brown and Ginny are both Gryffindors, while Vincent Crabbe is a Slytherin. The three of them can be monitored by me, Ron, and Malfoy.as for Hannah Abbott and Hufflepuff. Well, that will have to be left to Harry. Moran, currently controlling Harry's body, could sense the reluctance in Hermione's last statement. Having been a bystander for quite some time, he immediately understood the little witch's implication and chuckled. Rest assured, Hermione, in the name of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, I shall swiftly uncover the truth, and one tea linger too long in her vicinity. Ron and Draco exclaimed in unison, Huh. The following day, after M.O. Rand conveyed the events of the previous night to Harry through a dream, the entire school community received the most dreadful news in history. Dumbledore had temporarily vacated the position of headmaster. M.O. Rand explained to Harry that the information regarding the diary was pieced together from fragmented memories of Voldemort that he had recently acquired. Harry felt a twinge of curiosity. He could not comprehend why M.O. Rand was fixated on a diary he had never even seen. The intelligence gathered last night in Hagrid's hut could have aided them in deducing the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Was vanquishing the basilisk not the utmost priority? Furthermore, regarding Draco Malfoy, Harry had initially intended to extract information about Lucius Malfoy's motives from him. Yet how had M.O. Rand suddenly transformed their relationship into that of allies? This made little sense and seemed entirely unnecessary. Thus, lost in contemplation, Harry made his way to the Great Hall, oblivious to the multitude of classmates casting suspicious and wary glances in his direction. Damn! While Crabbe was asleep, I rifled through all his belongings, including the hidden compartment of his pillow and the trunk beneath his bed, but all I found were mundane snacks like cookies and jam. No sign of the diary. Draco Malfoy, unexpectedly visiting Harry, instantly sparked a flurry of whispers among the surrounding students, and no one could fathom that the young scion who had gifted the entire Slytherin team with Nimbus 2001 would approach Harry during breakfast as if he were a mere lackey. This nearly solidified the speculation that Harry might indeed be the heir to Slytherin. Thank you, Malfoy. Shall we share breakfast? Huh. In response to Harry's invitation, Draco Malfoy seemed momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced around at the other students, then at the seat beside Harry, finally uttering, Your house's breakfast is simply dreadful, before hastily departing. You all saw that, right? Draco Malfoy willingly approached Potter, and during Quidditch too. With his character, how could he utter such words? A low voice floated from behind Harry. It was Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff. Conspiratorially, he and Malfoy are in cahoots, one unleashing the serpent, the other urging it in Parseltongue to attack Justin. Hannah Abbott seemed to disagree with Ernie's assertion, inquiring, why would Harry attack Justin? He has always been friendly to everyone. Ernie quickly retorted, Justin's parents are muggles. He's the kind of student that Slytherin does not accept. Moreover, did you know? I've heard that Harry has a strong aversion to the muggle relatives he lives with. Wanting to eliminate them would be entirely reasonable. Perhaps he has merely been biding his time. Another girl whom Harry did not recognize interjected. What about Colin? They are both from Gryffindor, after all. Don't you understand? In the eyes of the heir, nothing is more important than bloodline, especially considering Colin has repeatedly sought Harry out for photographs. Such behavior surely vexed Potter, leading him to take action. And as for Filch's cat, that's another matter entirely. Although Hannah Abbott remained unconvinced, her defense of Harry was swiftly dismissed by Ernie, but Harry was the one who vanquished the Dark Lord. Wasn't he? Do you not find it absurd to label him as the villain? Nobody knows how he defeated Voldemort back then. Think about it. A dark wizard whose magical prowess rivaled that of Professor Dumbledore was overcome by an infant. Aside from a powerful dark wizard, who else could possess such terrifying capability? I even suspect that Voldemort aimed to eliminate him because he feared the emergence of a more formidable Dark Lord. I've already advised Justin to hide in the dormitory. Later, we shall bring him some food. Upon hearing this, Harry found himself no longer inclined to doubt Hannah Abbott. However, just as he reached for some bacon, a waft of perfume invaded his nostrils. Hey, Harry, may I discuss something with you? Gilderoy Lockhart today donned his favorite lilac robes. Before Harry could turn to face him, Lockhart called out from across the long table. What transpired yesterday on the dueling platform was an unfortunate incident. As you can all see, no one was harmed. Therefore, students, please cease your discussions about Potter. He is an exceptionally talented and understanding student. Feeling his blood pressure surge, Harry stood abruptly and approached Lockhart, whispering, "Professor, what exactly are you up to?" Gilderoy Lockhart, waving at a group of Ravenclaw girls in the distance, replied discreetly, "Ahem, we shall discuss it in my office shortly." "Harry, but allow me to greet my fans first." "What is it, Professor? Speak quickly. I still have transmigration class to attend." "Do not rush. Harry, first take a look at this. I in an office adorned with portraits and photographs of Gilderoy Lockhart." He produced a letter from his drawer and handed it to Harry, prominently inscribed with the words "Temporary Headmaster Nomination List of Hogwarts." If this nomination process were to be decided by student votes, I would certainly cast my ballot for Professor McGonagall. Upon hearing Harry's response, Lockhart neither grew angry nor embarrassed. He chuckled heartily, and then selected a book titled Magical Me from a stack on the table. "Harry, you're a clever individual, so astute that I feel compelled to speak the truth to you. Indeed, I possess no genuine talent. All those best-selling novels, autobiographies, and professional guides were not penned by me. My sole expertise lies in the obliviate charm, which I have utilized to continuously appropriate the talents and ideas of others to attain my current stature." With his brow furrowing deeper, Harry interrupted Lockhart. "If you wish to confess, you may do so at the Ministry of Magic or Azkaban. That if you seek penance, find yourself a cause, that I am indifferent to your trivial matters. There are far more pressing issues at Hogwarts than your concerns. As long as you do not disturb me, I shall pretend I never heard your words." "Indeed," Gilderoy Lockhart exclaimed excitedly. "I shall not disturb you, of course, except for this one occasion. To be honest, I had even considered inviting you to join me in signing autographs for my fans. But the illustrious Harry Potter has far more significant troubles to address within the school. Have you heard? The Ministry of Magic is actually reluctant to allow Professor Dumbledore to resign as headmaster. This current situation, this catastrophe, if I may say, was entirely orchestrated by Lucius Malfoy. To prevent the Malfoy family from wielding unchecked power at Hogwarts, the ministry conceived the idea of appointing a temporary headmaster." At this point, Gilderoy Lockhart cleared his throat and adopted a notably formal tone as he addressed Harry. "Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge holds you in high regard, upon learning that you are a Parselmouth. He, like me, has completely ruled out any suspicion of you as the culprit. What I wish to propose is that you recommend me to Fudge as the temporary headmaster of Hogwarts. Why? For the sake of writing my next book, Gilderoy Lockhart and the Chamber of Secrets. What do you think? Sounds splendid, does it not? It would become the best-selling book in all of Britain. But what does that have to do with me? Nothing, but I can offer you all the assistance you need in resolving the matters concerning the chamber and the attacks. I could even grant you access to the headmaster's office. Believe me, Harry, no other professor could provide such assistance." Harry studied Lockhart's expression quietly, seemingly searching for some hidden insight, yet Lockhart continued to exuberantly expound upon his grand aspirations. "We are not of the same ilk. Harry, you possess true talent, whereas I am merely a peacock with a pretty facade. Why only talent lies in writing books for profit. Otherwise, do you think I would have come to Hogwarts as a defense against the dark arts professor? If you recommend me to Fudge as the temporary headmaster of Hogwarts, we can not only thwart Lucius Malfoy's schemes, but I can also provide you with all the privileges you desire, as well as half the profits from Gilderoy Lockhart and the Chamber of Secrets. I have told you, Harry, you are a clever individual. You know what is truly important." Harry remained silent, and after several minutes, he coldly stated, "I require all students to return to their respective common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening and remain there thereafter. Each class must be accompanied by a teacher. No student is permitted to act independently in the absence of a faculty member. All Quidditch matches and club activities are suspended until the matter of the Chamber of Secrets is resolved." "Including your dueling club," Lockhart snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "No problem." Harry added, "I want a rooster placed in every corridor, every classroom, and every restroom throughout the school, wherever there's a room. Furthermore, you must not disclose to anyone that I am investigating the Chamber of Secrets or utilizing the headmaster's office." Lockhart became even more animated. "That can also be arranged, but could you enlighten me on the purpose of the roosters? You've discovered something, haven't you? How did you find out?" I only use it for writing. I shall never tell anyone. Harry firmly declined. I will inform you once everything is concluded. I care not if you claim all the credit afterward. My dear, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. There's even more excitement ahead. Lockhart was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together as he inquired, Splendid. Is there anything else I can assist with? Not at the moment. Let us leave it at that for now, that I must attend transfiguration class. Very well. Take care. If you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will certainly assist you. Suddenly, at the office door, Harry halted and turned back to ask, Aren't you afraid I'll expose your secrets now that you've confided in me? Lockhart's expression became slightly uneasy, yet he responded with a semblance of confidence. Such matters are merely hearsay. I haven't divulged who the original authors are, even if you were to speak of it. Only a handful would believe you. Moreover, Harry, you are a clever lad. You wouldn't engage in such trivial and inconsequential actions. Harry scoffed lightly, leaving behind a remark that he indeed possessed some remarkable qualities as he walked away. As Harry uttered the incantation, the stone staircase gradually conveyed him to the door of the headmaster's office. Upon entering, he was surprised to find it was not Dumbledore who greeted him, as the portraits of past headmasters adorning the stone walls began to chatter animatedly. Where is Dumbledore? Why is it you, little boy? Didn't he declare a temporary halt to your tutoring sessions? Quickly, fetch Dumbledore back. How can students be left to face danger while attending classes? By the way, I recently recalled an area that remained unexamined during my tenure as headmaster. I must inform Dumbledore at once. Harry raised a hand, drawing the attention of the former headmasters, and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, I bear unfortunate news. Headmaster Dumbledore has been temporarily suspended by Lucius Malfoy and other stakeholders. What? The illustrious former headmasters of Hogwarts, renowned for their prowess, found it difficult to remain seated upon hearing such absurd news. Many pressed their faces against the frame of their portraits, exclaiming loudly, Suspend Dumbledore. Have they lost their minds? Who else can protect the students of Hogwarts? Who is this Lucius Malfoy? Have I taught him? What an insufferable brat! Harry had no time to engage in idle banter with the old headmasters and quickly redirected the conversation. I understand everyone is quite upset, but the immediate priority is to protect the students and resolve the crisis of the Chamber's secrets. Before his departure, Headmaster Dumbledore imparted a rather profound statement. He mentioned that Hogwarts would still extend aid to those who seek to safeguard the students. Therefore, I believe there are items here that can assist me in vanquishing the basilisk. At this declaration, the previously quiet office erupted into chaos once more. Basilisk. You are certain it is a basilisk? I maintain it is a basilisk. Based on Dumbledore's description, it is undoubtedly a basilisk. And he himself has asserted as much. Young lad, that creature is beyond your capability to confront. And even if Dumbledore were present, how do you intend to locate a monster that even he could not find? Harry sighed and replied, I am a Parselmouth. I can understand the basilisk's speech. I have heard its voice emanating from the walls of the school several times. Did not Professor Dumbledore inform you? Albus Dippet appeared to find this claim utterly ludicrous. Bursting into laughter, I am well versed in the Potter family's lineage. Your family has no such abilities. However, before he could finish, Harry demonstrated a hissing utterance in Parcel tongue. Say. Listen to me. Ahem. Albus Dippet pointed to a travel trunk on Dumbledore's desk and said, Recently, someone delivered a package to him. It should contain what you seek. Thank you, Headmaster Dippet. The travel trunk was familiar to Harry. Crafted from brown leather, featuring a brass combination lock and an exceedingly worn clasp. Wasn't this the type of case often carried by Professor Newt Scamander? Harry had expected Dumbledore to prepare potions to counter the basilisk's gaze or protective eyewear. However, since this was a gift from Newt Scamander, it undoubtedly contained some powerful magical creature capable of combating the basilisk. With a click, the two sounds echoed, and as he watched two orbs of black mist encased in transparent bubbles rise into the air, Harry realized that, from a certain perspective, his previous guess had not been entirely unfounded. Come forth new arrivals. One orb was no larger than a basketball, while the other was significantly larger than the office desk. The smaller one instantly reminded Harry of the Sultan's daughter and Credence Barebone, individuals whom Professor Scamander had failed to save as dark magical creatures. They typically dissipated upon the death of their host. Yet, Through his talent and unconditional love for magical creatures, Professor Scamander had remarkably invented a method to rescue both the host and the creature. Harry had tentatively inquired about credence last semester. Yet whenever they broached the subject, Professor Scamander always found bizarre excuses to divert the conversation. Now it seemed that the outcome for credence was not particularly favorable. With respect for his predecessor, Harry, or M.O. Ran, cautiously extended his hand into the bubble. Following this, the two orbs of black mist flowed into him as if merging into an ocean, penetrating the depths of his soul. Loneliness, grievance, helplessness, anger, pain, regret. As his power surged, two entirely distinct waves of sorrow echoed in M.O. Rant's mind, though the mist from the Sultan's daughter was not nearly as potent as that of credence. This did not imply that one's suffering outweighed the other's, in all fairness, in this world, as long as one lives, one will inevitably encounter suffering. Yet, having experienced extreme tragedies in life, M.O. Ran understood that those most deeply wounded by fate never compared their pain with others. Whether they erupted in fury or succumbed to despair, but if possible, how I wish that no more of these dark creatures would ever appear in this world. Suddenly, a hauntingly ethereal, mystical melody began to resonate. Barely perceptible, yet profoundly uplifting, in an instant. The previously sorrowful M.O. Ran felt an inexplicable exhilaration. Without a doubt, it was Fawkes, the headmaster's beloved phoenix. The crimson bird soared through the window into the office like a flame, its golden tail shimmering as it danced across the ceiling, seemingly accompanying the melody. Moments later, Fawkes swooped down towards the sorting hat on the bookshelf, tossing it into Harry's, M.O. Rant's, embrace before returning to its perch to preen its feathers. Neither Harry nor M.O. Ran had often glimpsed Fawkes during their first year when attending tutoring sessions in Dumbledore's office. Occasionally, they might have been fortunate enough to see the phoenix soar out the window. This opportunity to observe the phoenix up close was indeed a first. "Hello, Fawkes," with a heart unburdened by shadows, Harry Morrowind cheerfully offered greeting. However, just as he intended to approach and observe the other party more closely, Fawkes unfurled his magnificent wings once again. "Wow. What on earth?" Startled by the phoenix, Harry Morrowind instinctively took a couple of steps back, only to be met by the voices of several Hogwarts headmasters behind him. With such a potent aura of dark magic surrounding you, it is no wonder Fawkes has no fondness for you. Do not harbor any misguided thoughts. This phoenix only heeds Dumbledore's call. Harry Morrowind pouted with slight displeasure, and to his astonishment, he relinquished control of his body back to Harry, saying, "Go ahead and touch him. Harry, see if Fawkes allows you to." Suddenly thrust back into his own consciousness, Harry found himself momentarily disoriented. Yet he too was filled with curiosity about Fawkes, given the rare opportunity to engage closely with the phoenix, who would still concern themselves with the circumstances that had just transpired. With this thought in mind, Harry slowly extended his hand and approached Fawkes with gentle steps. Unlike the fervent reaction he had evoked moments ago, Fawkes appeared quite taken with Harry. Not only did he bow his head for the first time, permitting a wizard other than Dumbledore to stroke his feathers, but he also raised his sharp golden beak afterward and let out two melodious calls to "I." "Go, you this, double standard, bird." Morrowind in the live stream was now more vociferous than the portraits in the headmaster's office. Even before his arrival in this world, he had never been treated with such blatant favoritism that "I share a body with Harry, just because there's a tad more dark magic within. Do you truly disdain me so? Yet, you are so compliant with Harry, allowing him to touch you, and now you're singing as well. Do you think I'm solely interested in you? Let me tell you, from this moment forth, I shall no longer hold a fondness for phoenixes. Just wait. In due time, I shall seek another divine bird to keep as a pet." After departing from the headmaster's office, Morrowind discussed with Harry the prospect of traveling to America during the holidays. Harry was perplexed as to why Morrowind did not choose a place recommended by Nicholas Flamel, and he was equally unconvinced by the rationale of studying finance in the U.S. to facilitate future earnings. Upon returning to the common room after Transfiguration class with Ron and Hermione, Lavender Brown's suspicions were also cleared. Although during the initial attack on Madame Putafoot, no one could verify her presence in the restroom. On the night Colin was petrified by the basilisk, Lavender had shared a bed with her roommate Parvati Patil, making her a suspect in Hermione's eyes. "So, You now suspect Ginny. Ron expressed his discontent. She is just 11. Think of how small she is. How could she possibly write such a long message on the wall? Ron, I didn't initially believe it could be Ginny, but you know how she reacted when I asked her this morning in the Great Hall. Hermione's words immediately captured Harry's attention. Until now, he had not considered Morwin's earlier instruction to keep an eye on Ginny to be without merit. What did you discuss? Harry inquired. I asked her if there was something troubling her that she couldn't share with anyone else. She hesitated, as if she wanted to say something. Unfortunately, Percy happened to walk by at that moment, and upon seeing her brother, Ginny bolted. After hearing Hermione's account, irrespective of Ron's reaction, Harry stood up abruptly and asked, "What class is first-year Gryffindors attending now?" Ginny, who had just left the History of Magic classroom, was caught off guard as Harry and the others pulled her into the corridor. Imagine an 11-year-old girl cornered against the wall by 3 older, taller classmates. Even if they were her most admired seniors and her own brother, it would be enough to make her tremble with fear. What do you want? Ginny's timid question left Harry and Ron momentarily at a loss for words. After exchanging glances, they both took a step back, leaving the role of the villain to Hermione. Assuming the role of the bad sister, Hermione shot a glare at Harry before gently addressing Ginny. Ginny, do you remember telling me before that there was something important you hadn't shared? Ginny replied with a hint of distress, but I really can't say, and it's not intentional. Please don't ask me anymore, and no one will blame you, Ginny, Hermione continued to persuade. This is something that no one could handle, not even older students. Ginny glanced between Harry and Ron, contemplating her future academic journey and her family. And with newfound courage, she said, "All right, but you must not tell anyone else, and you must not mention that I was the one who said this." Taking a deep breath, Ginny confessed, "Last weekend, I stumbled upon Percy and his girlfriend, Ravenclaw's prefect Penelope Clearwater, kissing in an empty classroom. Their robes had fallen to the ground, and I saw Percy's hand go in. Ah, you understand what I mean, right? Don't make me say any more." Stunned, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood speechless as Ginny hurried away, her face aflame with embarrassment that in a sense, this revelation carried more weight than when I unleashed the basilisk attack using Tom Riddle's diary. Even Morwin in the live stream could not help but comment. Has Percy always been this bold? On their way back to the common room, the once mischief-loving trio of Gryffindor was unusually silent. Harry polished his glasses repeatedly. Ron rubbed his old wand, while most embarrassed. Hermione clutched her robes tightly as if they might slip away at any moment. Just then, Draco Malfoy, returning from Quidditch practice, encountered Harry and his friends in the corridor. Being young and unaware of the situation, he innocently asked, "What is wrong with you three? You look strange." Finally donning his clean glasses, Harry cleared his throat and said, "Cough, cough, are you still thinking about Quidditch practice? Aren't you afraid of being attacked by the basilisk?" Malfoy lifted his chin in a provocative manner, retorting, "I reckon you're scared, aren't you? After winning that one time in the rain, you're too afraid to face me again?" Harry hesitated as he gazed at Malfoy, ultimately deciding to be truthful. The Ministry is likely to appoint a temporary headmaster for the school soon, and if all goes as expected, all competitions and club activities at Hogwarts will be suspended. I suggest you find a way to help me recover my diary quickly, or school might be closed altogether before long. Malfoy scoffed, "Whatever. I was planning to attend Durmstrang anyway. Switching schools is no big deal." His indifference might fool others, but it certainly did not deceive Harry. "All right," Harry said, "I hope your teammates in Slytherin will accompany you to that something. Otherwise, your family's investment in 6 Nimbus 2001 brooms will be wasted." Malfoy's face flushed with anger, but having learned from previous encounters, he understood that opposing Harry was unwise. "Fine, fine." Malfoy forced a smile, saying, "Last night my father wrote back to me and shared some information about events from 50 years ago." Upon hearing this, Harry felt a spark of realization. Yet he refrained from interrupting Malfoy, eager to gather more useful information. Though he wasn't yet born during the last opening of the Chamber of Secrets, he was told that 50 years ago, a Muggle-born girl had died. Malfoy intended to leave Harry hanging, hoping to elicit a plea for information. However, Hermione had already deduced the answer upon hearing this. "I know," she exclaimed. "There is only one ghost in this castle who was a Hogwarts student and died approximately 50 years ago. The ghost of Moaning Myrtle in the second-floor girls' restroom." Draco Malfoy felt as though his lungs might burst. His gray eyes fixated on Hermione, who was tugging at Harry's sleeve while chattering incessantly with her mouth agape. He praised her word by word. "You, truly, are remarkable." Harry had initially intended to confirm with Malfoy whether Dobby was indeed his family's house elf. However, upon discovering such a crucial clue, he found himself unconcerned with that matter any longer. "Can you lead us to her, Hermione?" Upon hearing Harry's inquiry, Hermione nodded, and without further ado, the trio, along with Malfoy, stirred a whirlwind in the corridor. Draco, inexplicably swept along, was actually quite exhilarated. Yet in an effort to maintain his persona, he reproached Harry and the others. "Are you Gryffindors utterly devoid of common sense? It's broad daylight, and you wish to trespass into the girls' lavatory?" "No one ever comes here, rest assured," Hermione replied. "That is precisely because Moaning Myrtle is perpetually vexed at the toilets all year round. This lavatory is hardly ever occupied, and should an unfortunate first year intrude upon her solitude, she would likely hide in the toilet and shriek at them, splashing water everywhere. Oh my." Soon, the quartet arrived at the abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor. Before they officially entered, Harry expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Malfoy's contribution, only to receive a dismissive huff and an eye roll in return. Ran had never anticipated that the tale of Harry Potter would undergo such a transformation upon his arrival. Perhaps it was due to Draco's fortunate survival until the end that he felt a twinge of unfairness, especially as he favored Sirius, Lupin, and Fred, or perhaps, as a boy, he was not swayed by the beauty of the blonde lad, as the female fans were. Ran had always harbored little affection for Malfoy. However, throughout the 8 films, this character, despite his misdeeds, had never committed any heinous acts that would inspire universal outrage. Borrowing from his previous words to Harry, Malfoy resembled the twilight that refuses to darken, and the dawn that refuses to brighten. The door to the girls' lavatory swung open. Contrary to everyone's expectations, aside from Moaning Myrtle, another uninvited guest floated around the toilet. He with an orange jester hat and a crooked bow tie. It was unmistakable that the laughter belonged to Peeves the poltergeist. Oh, how peculiar! How peculiar! Students actually come here. During the previous summer, Harry and Ran had unraveled Peeves' true identity. Unlike the pale, transparent specters, Peeves not only sported a more vibrant appearance, but could also interact physically with objects and living beings. Coupled with the historical accounts of Hogwarts professors' failed attempts to expel Peeves, Harry and Ran concluded that he was, in truth, a poltergeist born from the academic pressures endured by students over centuries. Some scholars believe that poltergeists, or prankster spirits, are manifestations of subconscious behaviors, particularly those stemming from oppression. "We're here to find Moaning Myrtle. Have you seen her?" Harry inquired politely, yet this demeanor did not win Peeves' approval. He guffawed. "Look, a lie. What is so special about that creature? Don't think I'm unaware of what you all say about her behind her back. Fat Myrtle, ugly Myrtle, poor, gloomy, despondent Myrtle, weeping with a face full of pimples." With a resounding flush echoing through the lavatory, Myrtle, seemingly unable to endure the insult, burst forth from stall. She covered her ears and let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Flitting about the ceiling of the lavatory, Peeves, never one to miss an opportunity, trailed behind Myrtle, loudly repeating the very descriptors he had just uttered. Poor, gloomy, despondent, pimply, as Myrtle appeared on the verge of being cornered by Peeves against the wall. Harry, in a moment of desperation, shouted, "Bloodman Barrow! Peeves is right here. Come quickly." Originally fearless, Peeves suddenly trembled, disregarding whether Harry was fabricating a tale, and hurriedly dove underground. "Is that all?" Ron and Malfoy offered starkly different evaluations, oblivious to the fact that Myrtle had circled around to stand behind them. "Are you here to mock me as well?" The voice of Hogwarts' ghostly student bore a lethal quality, reducing Malfoy's flushed face, which he had achieved through running, to a pallor. As Malfoy yelped, Ron immediately mimicked his tone, saying, "Is that all? Go to hell, Weasley," Malfoy retorted. Harry yearned to join in the mockery of Malfoy, yet his reason dictated that now was not the appropriate moment. "Hello, Myrtle. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I ask you some questions regarding your death?" Harry inquired. Just a moment ago, Myrtle had been in a state of melancholic lament, but she suddenly transformed, clearing her throat a couple of times, sharpening her already piercing voice even further. Ahem. That is indeed a dreadful question. Oh dear, two dreadful. Myrtle's words belied her demeanor, which resembled that of a prize winner giving an acceptance speech. That I recall vividly that I died in this very lavatory. There was a boy named Olive Hornby who mocked me for wearing glasses, likening me to a four-eyed dog. So I hid myself here and I locked the door, weeping inside when suddenly I heard someone enter. That boy uttered some rather ridiculous remarks. I thought it was another language, but what infuriated me most was that he was a boy. That I hastily opened the door, intending to tell him to leave and return to the boys' lavatory. And then, at this point, Myrtle puffed her chest out proudly, her expression shifting from that of an award recipient to one of honor and pride, and she continued, I died, uncertain of Myrtle's emotional logic. Harry felt increasingly confounded and continued to inquire, All right, do you recall how you died? Myrtle shook her head and floated closer to Harry, speaking mysteriously. I only remember my whole body suddenly floating up as if something had seized me. However, I returned afterward. After Olive Hornby said such things, I surely had to come back to confront her. I recall that until her graduation, she deeply regretted mocking me. Harry's scalp tingled, not solely because Myrtle's response was uninformative, but because she was hovering far too close for comfort. Fortunately, Hermione timely interposed herself in front of him. You must at least remember who you saw before you died, right? Hermione's tone revealed her displeasure. Yet Myrtle seemed unfazed, pointing toward a nearby sink. I didn't see that boy's face, but near that sink, I spotted a pair of large, terrifying yellow eyes. Hermione and Harry reacted in unison, without prior rehearsal. They exclaimed together, Did you hear a sound like this? Hermione added an extra 2 words, Harry. Myrtle might not have recalled when the hissing of Parseltongue echoed through the girls' lavatory, but she was certain that the voice emerging from Harry sounded identical to the ridiculous language spoken by the boy outside 50 years ago. The ghostly reaction from Myrtle caused Ron and Malfoy to momentarily set aside their differences. Before Harry and Hermione could take action, the two rushed to the sink, inspecting it thoroughly inside and out. Soon, Draco Malfoy discovered a small serpent-like engraving on the side of a brass faucet. Here, Malfoy shouted, seemingly anxious that Ron might seize his triumph. However, just as he attempted to twist the faucet, he found that no matter how many times he turned it, it remained stubbornly dry. Seeing this, Ron quickly tapped into his intellectual potential. Harry, quickly speak to the faucet in Parseltongue. Malfoy interjected, he already tried speaking. Did you not see that nothing happened? Ron stepped forward, refusing to yield even an inch. Perhaps Harry had misjudged the situation. It was possible that the mechanism required a specific incantation to unlock. How could you ascertain what he just uttered without understanding Parseltongue? Furthermore, how could we possibly know what the incantation is? Just because I lack understanding, does that mean you do? Fine. The Eastern mystical incantation capable of halting the Battle of Hogwarts. Harry, feeling exasperated, looked at Malfoy and Ron and explained, what I meant in Parseltongue was to inquire if you heard a sound resembling that, which indeed does not seem like a command to open the Chamber of Secrets. Regardless of whether my Parseltongue has any effect, we cannot recklessly enter the chamber. That serpent creature poses a lethal threat even to the professors. So I suggest we all return to our dormitories and deliberate further. Hermione immediately exclaimed, You're lying. You just want to confront the creature in the chamber alone. I assure you, this time I will not let you face it by yourself. Ron, who had already ventured through trials with Harry in their first year, displayed equal courage, asserting that since the creature was not a spider, he had nothing to fear. Malfoy, observing the trio, seemingly eager to court danger, asked in confusion, Can't you leave the matter to the teachers? Must you take it upon yourselves? Or is it true that all Gryffindors, as the rumors suggest, become reckless in the face of adventure? Ron disdainfully retorted, Dumbledore has already been ousted by your father. Who else can we rely on? Snape or Lockhart? Malfoy shouted back. Anyone would be better than a bunch of second-year students, with the scent of tension rising. Harry had no choice but to invoke the Eastern mystical incantation once more. All right then, he said, can't you two cease your bickering? At worst, after this is all over, you can find an opportunity to duel at the dueling club stage. And I will officiate. Malfoy scoffed. Having attended remedial classes with Professor Snape, he clearly held Ron in contempt. Similarly, Ron, who harbored a biased view of the Malfoy family and Slytherin house, doubted Malfoy's abilities. Just him? I could easily knock him out with my fists, they declared in unison. Hermione, at that moment, still did not regard Malfoy as a friend or ally, yet she managed to maintain some semblance of rationality in the face of the greater situation. Harry, Hermione said, shouldn't you try the incantation in Parseltongue now? If it fails, we could deduce the command using the process of elimination. Recognizing the validity in Hermione's words, Harry nodded without overthinking. He approached the tap Malfoy had found and casually uttered, Heshahassa. Open, that a dull sound resonated from behind the sink, and to the astonishment of the four, the marble relief above the basin began to rotate and rise. Subsequently, the sink itself began to move, revealing an enormous drainage pipe before their eyes. After witnessing the entrance to the chamber, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy found themselves divided into two factions. Harry and Ron believed they should leverage their informational advantage to capture the true culprit behind the attacks on their classmates, while Malfoy and Hermione felt they ought to prioritize contacting the professors to address the threat of the creature. In truth, part of Harry concurred with Hermione and Malfoy's perspective. His shift in opinion stemmed from his awareness of M.O. Rant's obsession with uncovering the true culprit linked to the diary. Despite his secondary persona harboring increasingly numerous secrets he was reluctant to share, M.O. Rant remained the individual he trusted most in this world. Ultimately, due to the young wizard's inability to reach a mutually agreeable resolution in a short span of time, Harry, as the Parseltongue, asserted his final authority on when to utilize the chamber's entrance. Thus, the quartet consented to his plan of inaction, awaiting the opportune moment to execute as anticipated by Lockhart, prior to the formal directive from the Ministry of Magic. Fudge and his subordinates conducted an on-site inspection of the castle during the weekend. Harry, as promised, offered a few flattering remarks to his defense against the dark arts professor. Subsequently, on the following Monday morning, all faculty and students at Hogwarts received the news of Lockhart's appointment as headmaster. Did I hear that correctly? Lockhart, that flamboyant peacock. Ron's wide-eyed expression reminded Harry of Dobby. However, as a somewhat reluctant instigator, he felt awkward joining his friend's mockery and instead remarked, in a way, this isn't entirely a bad thing. At least since the beginning of the term, Lockhart has accrued the most points for our house and assigned the least amount of homework. Ron was astonished that such words had escaped Harry's lips, but before he could retort, a voice even more incredulous rang out. But he truly lacks the aptitude to be a headmaster. He can't even manage to be a proper teacher. Even if nothing related to the chamber occurred this year, he should not be entrusted with the administration of Hogwarts. Harry and Ron both turned to Hermione, as if they had encountered a rare magical creature. The young witch, aware of why her friends were staring at her in disbelief, felt a bit embarrassed under their gaze. All right, I admit I was too superficial before, Hermione said, somewhat bashfully, as if wishing to end the topic. However, Ron was not willing to let her off the hook so easily and asked with a grin, how much self-aggrandizing drivel did you have to read to realize he is, in fact, a fraud? Hermione replied, some things don't require reading. You don't need a book to know them, Harry did I. Before she could finish, Harry raised a hand to interrupt. It's all right, Hermione, that I know you're intelligent. You will eventually discern what constitutes true talent and what is mere faude. Now that you have seen Lockhart's true nature, I no longer need to worry. Observing Harry's expression of paternal pride, Hermione initially appeared taken aback, but then a subtle sense of disappointment flickered across her features. Pouting, she lowered her head, concealing her expression behind her brown hair, murmuring, yes, I apologize for worrying you before in the live stream. M.O. Rant, who had just moments ago been deeply moved by Harry's trust in him, was now left speechless by Harry's remarks. It turned out that Harry's prior behavior, along with the jealousy he sensed emanating from his host, was not due to Hermione harboring any special feelings for Lockhart, but rather a simple indignation at a talentless individual receiving admiration from a close friend. In Harry's view, only individuals such as Professor Dumbledore or Mr. Nicholas Flamel deserve the reverence of the magical community. Even Professor Snape had yet to reach a level worthy of idolization. Thus, whether it was flaunting his alchemical knowledge to Hermione before the term began or demonstrating wandless magic in defense against the dark arts class, Harry held no romantic notions. He merely intended to convey to Hermione what genuine skill entailed and what true erudition represented. Reflecting once more on Harry's treatment of Hermione, Mo Ran was no longer as shocked as before. He had no qualms about Harry dating, even if he was young. As a spectator, he found it quite enjoyable. However, he had entirely overlooked the immense pressure he had placed upon Harry, a savior who had been acutely aware of his mission since the age of 11. Dedicating his days to studying and practicing various forms of magic, how could he possibly find the time and energy for romance? Mo Ran sighed inwardly. Forget it. Whether Harry chooses to pursue a relationship or not is not something I should interfere with. I shall let things unfold naturally. That evening, while the students were dining, Lockhart delivered a rather unceremonious yet lengthy inaugural speech in the Great Hall. To serve as headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is both a fortunate and unfortunate position for me. I'm undoubtedly confident in my ability to fulfill this role, yet I am also acutely aware that Dumbledore is irreplaceable in the hearts of the students. Thus, during this interval, while Dumbledore is resting, I shall endeavor to fulfill the formidable duty of safeguarding the school on his behalf. First and foremost, allow me to elucidate what has been assailing Madame Lorelei and the first-year Gryffindors during this time. Apart from Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy, all other students have transformed their previously impatient expressions, now fixating intently upon the podium at the center of the staff table. It is a basilisk. Lockhart stated earnestly. You may not be familiar with this creature, but I am quite well acquainted with it. The first recorded basilisk was bred by the nefarious Greek dark wizard, Herpo the Foul. This individual, after numerous experiments, successfully hatched a rooster's egg beneath a toad, thus creating a dangerously formidable serpent endowed with extraordinary abilities. This serpent is covered in green scales and can grow to lengths exceeding 50 feet. Its scales are hard, its strength immense, and its venom lethal. However, compared to its most perilous weapon, the basilisk's gaze, the characteristics I just mentioned are utterly trivial. The moment anyone's gaze meets that of the basilisk, they shall perish instantly, and no magic can reverse the horrific effects of this curse. Fortunately, in the 2 recent attacks at our school, the victims did not directly meet the basilisk's gaze. They were merely petrified. Once Professor Sprout's mandrakes reach maturity, they can be revived. This juncture, Lockhart spread his palms, gesturing towards Professor Sprout's location. This series of actions elicited a thunderous applause from a multitude of female students, as if the farcical antics he previously displayed during class and the dueling club had never transpired. Lockhart, now basking in renewed adoration, smiled broadly and continued, Fear not, for I have yet another piece of good news to share. Despite the basilisk's formidable strength, ferocity, and danger, it is not without its weaknesses. The crowing of a rooster is absolutely lethal to a basilisk. Therefore, whether it be a living rooster or a magically transformed one, I shall collaborate with the faculty to ensure that every corner of the castle is fortified with at least one rooster to safeguard everyone until the basilisk is vanquished. Applause erupted like thunder in the Hogwarts Hall, with even some teachers joining in the ovation for Lockhart. I could see that moment. Almost everyone ceased to doubt that the man before them was indeed the dashing and powerful protagonist from books. Growing increasingly animated, Lockhart struggled to contain his emotions, now disinterested in merely reciting his script. Rest assured, my fellow students, I shall protect you all. In truth, had it not been for the basilisk's cunning, I am fully capable of defeating it before anyone is harmed. Within a month's time, Hogwarts shall no longer be under the threat of the Chamber of Secrets or the so-called heir of Slytherin. I stand by my word. Harry, seated at the Gryffindor table, rolled his eyes skyward, feeling increasingly perturbed by Lockhart's proclamations. Yet the sudden imposition of a deadline for the task, now resting upon him, left him quite irked, if sensing Harry's expression amid the crowd. Lockhart regained his composure and, with a chuckle, added, Ahem, finally, I must express my gratitude to a fellow student, the illustrious Harry Potter of Gryffindor. Since the commencement of these attacks, he has provided me with numerous clues and has graciously agreed to assist me in the future, utilizing his unique talents to help uncover the entrance to the chamber. So, everyone, please give him a round of applause Upon this declaration, the atmosphere in the hall cooled significantly, and it took a while before sporadic applause arose from various corners. The expressions of the four house heads on the staff table varied. Professors Flitwick and Sprout looked on with disdain and surprise, respectively, while Professors McGonagall and Snape regarded Harry with concern and a complex mix of anger and disappointment. Very well. With the impromptu performance concluded, Lockhart returned to the crux of the matter, stating, "Although my subsequent requests may seem rather stringent, as the headmaster, I possess the authority to enforce them. I require all students to return to their respective house common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening and remain there until the following morning before departing. For every class, students must be escorted by a teacher. No student is permitted to act independently without a teacher's accompaniment. All Quidditch matches and club activities will be temporarily suspended until I resolve the matter of the chamber. Oh, and apart from Harry, he will also assist me in locating the chamber and vanquishing the basilisk. Now, I have said all that needs to be said. Please remain seated, as the teachers will escort you back to your common rooms and dormitory shortly." On the way back to the Gryffindor common room, Ron, having also noted the expressions of the house heads, inexplicably placed the blame once more upon Snape. He said, "Did you see Snape's expression? Harry, he must have applied for the position of headmaster as well, but was denied, losing out to someone like Lockhart, which is why he appeared so furious upon hearing that Lockhart received your assistance." Had this been in the original text, both Harry and Hermione would have undoubtedly agreed with this assertion. Fortunately, under the influence of M.O. Rand, both had experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their wisdom and logical reasoning skills. Otherwise, they might have impulsively followed in their original text's footsteps. Thus, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry entered an era of the strictest lockdown management in its history. The names of Harry and Lockhart became the most discussed topics. Aside from the basilisk and the chamber, some asserted that the two, united, could surely resolve the crisis, while others suggested it was all mere theatrics, perhaps even involving some sordid financial dealings behind the scenes. My dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more captivating. Days passed one after another, yet the whereabouts of the diary remained elusive. Fortunately, under the protection of the lockdown measures and the roosters, Hogwarts students had not suffered further attacks from the basilisk. In response, younger and older students exhibited entirely different attitudes. The young wizards, particularly the Weasley twins, transformed their initial trepidation into excitement. Initially, they merely exchanged protective charms and talismans to better safeguard themselves. Soon, this behavior evolved into a quirky and fashionable pastime, under the encouragement of Fred and George. Neville adorned himself with a repugnant, oversized green onion head, a slender amethyst, and a decayed salamander tail. While these items may not repel the basilisk, they would certainly deter classmates, as for the older students nearing graduation. They speculated more about the potential sordid dealings behind Harry and Lockhart's partnership, with some even suggesting they were romantically involved. After all, why else would Harry be seen heading to the headmaster's office daily? Harry was unconcerned with how others perceived him. His greater frustration lay with Lockhart's public declaration. Within a month's time, Hogwarts would no longer be under the threat of the Chamber of Secrets or the so-called heir of Slytherin. In reality, both Harry and M.O. Rand had nearly exhausted their patience. What sustained them until now was M.O. Rand's overarching vision and Harry's unwavering trust as the Christmas holiday approached in just a week. According to Lockhart's promise, students would be able to return to school and resume their normal studies after the holiday. Seizing the moment while most students were away, M.O. Rand directly engaged with Harry in preparations for their decisive confrontation with the basilisk. To be honest, I have longed to rid us of that basilisk. It has kept me from playing Quidditch for far too long. Listening to Harry's enthusiastic voice, M.O. Rand paused in silence for a moment before revealing the secret of that fateful night in September. Harry, listen to me. There are numerous matters this semester I have yet to disclose to you, but it is of no consequence. I trust you. No, you must first hear me out. M.O. Rand, suppressing the overwhelming emotion that nearly brought him to tears, began to replay his memories of battling the basilisk in Harry's mind, stating, I have actually known the location of the chamber and the creature within it for quite some time. But there's an even more significant matter behind this. You remember the items we acquired in the Room of Requirement last year? The diadem and the diary are fundamentally the same type of object. They are Horcruxes of Voldemort. In simpler terms, unless all Horcruxes are destroyed, Voldemort can never be completely vanquished. Previously, I was concerned that our actions might be perceived as overly aggressive, potentially frightening away the possessor of the diary. However, I have since come to realize that Voldemort's diary appeared in the castle as a means for him to attempt to drive Dumbledore away, resurrect himself, and subsequently conquer Hogwarts, this bastion of knowledge. Harry quickly aligned with M.O. Rand's line of thought and inquired, "So, what prompted you to agree to my proposal of confronting the basilisk on Christmas? Was it the confidence gained from receiving the silent M.O. Rand from Professor Scamander?" M.O. Rand solemnly replied, "That is merely a minor aspect. Primarily, I sense that there exists a pair of deeply concealed puppeteers whose flaws will only become apparent after we take action. The reason I share this with you is that perhaps you might notice details I have overlooked, having already envisioned the general course of the battle against the basilisk in his mind." Harry pondered deeply before expressing a slight regret. "It seems I have not discerned any suspicious elements. Perhaps you are indeed correct, as some issues might only reveal themselves post our endeavors." M.O. Rand conjured a portion of dark mist to emerge from Harry's palm, and, drawing upon his memories from a past life of watching films, he displayed the 5 Horcruxes, excluding Nagini, one by one. "I apologize for burdening you with such matters at your age. However, I believe these should not be withheld as secrets. Currently, I have learned from Voldemort's memories that there are 5 Horcruxes, the diadem of Ravenclaw, the locket of Slytherin, the cup of Hufflepuff, the diary, and a ring that Harry's gaze fixated intently on the shapes of the Horcruxes, determined not to miss any detail, and soon he identified a troubling question. "So, there are no relics of Gryffindor among them?" M.O. Rand responded. "Indeed, perhaps he simply never found them. However, Harry, discovering the Horcruxes is merely the first step. The challenge of destroying them is equally formidable. My agreement to first confront the basilisk stems, in part, from the fact that the basilisk possesses venom capable of obliterating the Horcruxes." While Harry was engrossed in memorizing the shapes of the Horcruxes, he remained oblivious to a pair of eyes stealthily observing him from the seemingly deserted end of the corridor. In the final week before the term concluded, a heavy snowfall blanketed Hogwarts in an icy shroud. A silence as thick as the snow enveloped the entire castle, further deepening the gloom of the students, who were subjected to strict lockdown measures. During this time, Fred and George transformed into the most popular figures. Even the Slytherin students could not deny that the Weasley twins were the most humorous jesters in the school. They would occasionally stride ahead of Harry, proclaiming, "Make way for the heir of Slytherin. The greatest and most malevolent dark wizard has arrived. Lord Potter, according to the schedule, you should be heading to the Chamber of Secrets next to enjoy tea with your 50-foot-long, fanged servant, with the assistance of Fred and George." Most began to regard the notion of Harry being the heir of Slytherin as utterly absurd. Nevertheless, a single matter continued to trouble Harry. This winter break, the Weasley family and Hermione would remain at Hogwarts. Given the familiarity his 2 friends had with him, Harry found it nearly impossible to conceal his intention to face the basilisk alone. Consequently, he had to fabricate some semblance of deception in the final week before the holidays. Harry prepared Christmas gifts for nearly everyone. There was a wand exchange voucher for Ron from Ollivander. Harry had previously sent Mr. Ollivander 7 gold galleons. That he gifted Hermione a handwritten introductory note on alchemy. For Fred and George, he procured an ordinary invisibility cloak. Ordinary invisibility cloaks are typically woven from the hair of invisibility beasts, while the more economical versions are merely cloaks enhanced with the disillusionment charm. Harry purchased the former for the Weasley twins. Although this type of cloak is more durable than the disillusionment charm cloak, over time, it will gradually lose its effectiveness. Only the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak can remain permanently invisible. However, just as Harry intended to present Professor Snape with the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider as a Christmas gift after the last potions class, the Slytherin head of house, who had been absent from classes for an entire term, once again kept him behind. Upon entering the office, Snape immediately launched into a tirade at Harry. "What have you been doing lately? Has no one been providing you with supplementary lessons? Or do you believe you need not continue practicing? Or do you think you have learned enough already? Listen well, Mr. Potter, whether it be potions or knowledge gleaned from other professors. At your current level, you have merely taken a minuscule step beyond the threshold of the basics. You may be slightly superior to your peers or other students, but you are still far from mastery. Harry did not retort to Professor Snape. In fact, he scarcely absorbed the weight of the words spoken. From the moment he entered